The Immortal Berserker Chapter 1. Remember, Barrett, the most important quality of a ruler is upholding peace and justice throughout the land. I'm not really going to be a ruler though, am I, father? I mean, you govern a few cities, but there are people over you, and then the king, and all of Ashia is basically under control of the Ustane Empire, no matter how much they say we are independent. Barrett's father Alexander shook his head full of graying hair. Regardless of who is above us, we have direct impact on the lives of the citizens of this county. What if a neighboring area has designs on our lands? Do we just cede it to them to stay at peace? Barrett's father once again shook his head. Only in extreme cases. The first thing that should be done is to prevent them from having such ideas in the first place. If we show that we are strong and united, they will not think it is worth their time and effort to attack us. If it does come down to war, then one must make sure they have the upper hand in strategy and tactics to make sure their citizens can return to peaceful lives as soon as possible, and with the least loss of life. That is just one aspect, though. After all, there are conflicts between citizens as well, and even between the citizens and us. What conflict would the citizens have with us? On the most basic level, taxes. They are necessary for the defense of the county, for roads between the cities, and for managing issues, but while everyone agrees these things are good, nobody will agree that the money should come from them when others could be paying more. Barrett nodded. I suppose so. It all seems kind of pointless when a wizard or warrior could just refuse to follow the law, and we couldn't do anything about it. Alexander sighed. While wizards in stories might have powerful magic, they couldn't just flaunt our laws. Most of them won't be able to take on a dozen trained guards, let alone an army. Even if there were one who could cause a real problem, we would petition the Duke to deal with them, and they could send an elite squad to deal with them. What about the very powerful ones? I hear they could defeat an entire army alone, even one with many elite troops. Alexander shrugged. If they even exist, they would not come to cause trouble in an insignificant place like this. However, I doubt they do. Robert, come here if you would. The imposing figure of the captain of the guard walked over and stood next to them. Robert here is quite skilled, and can take on a dozen competently trained soldiers by himself. However, it took him over a decade to reach this level. Even if he had some sort of special training method, he could only be a few times stronger before age would catch up. Anything more than that is just stories that we don't need to worry about. Oh. Barrett sighed, and settled down to listen to a long, boring lecture on taxes, the criminal justice system, and a number of other necessary but not terribly exciting things. Barrett swung the practice sword a few more times. His arms and back were aching, even from the relatively short session. His brown hair stuck to his light skin from the sweat. Perhaps he could do more if he trained more often, but he was busy with other lessons for now. Next year, when he turned 13, he would start real training. Though he wouldn't be a professional soldier, it was no good for a baron's son to be incompetent in any area. It would be a shame to the Ravenhall name, though his cousin in Tryridge did that enough for the rest of them. They tried not to think or talk about that branch of the family too much, though they were occasionally used as examples of how not to govern. Never to their faces, though, on the rare occasions where they came to visit. Here is your towel, young master. Barrett turned to see Reyna. She was his personal servant, though realistically she spent at most half her time working for him instead of performing general duties. Oh, thank you. Barrett should have brought his own towel, but he forgot. Not every time, but enough of the time that it was now regular. She would remind him of what lessons were next, or things he needed to prepare. His father told him not to rely on her so much, but what was the point of a personal servant except for that? Besides, he knew how much the old butler Cheriton did for his father. Reyna was the daughter of one of the other servants, and had grown up with Barrett. She was about a year older than him. That and her training helped her to cover a number of Barrett's insufficiencies, which he was grateful for. He didn't want to be late for things, but wouldn't always find his way to a lesson on time without her prompting. You have another lesson soon. You have just enough time to wash up and change into the clothes I left on your bed. Right. Barrett sighed, it's maps today, isn't it? I don't know what the point of looking at so many maps is when most of them are barely accurate. I imagine it is because it would be good for you to know all of the countries that might influence us. The same reason you are memorizing all of the names of the nobility. Have you managed to get further than the names of the attractive young women? I might suggest learning at least their fathers' names. Barrett coughed. It's not like. I just had an easier time memorizing the names with portraits, to connect them to faces. Of course. Then I will be bringing you sketches of all the grumpy old men who run nearby cities. I'm sure you'll be able to remember them then. Her face remained neutral, but her eyes sparkled slightly with mischief. Ah, right. I'm sure, that will help. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 2. Barrett looked down at his plate and smiled. A good roast, not that the cook ever made a bad roast, and no sprouts. His parents and sister had sprouts, but he didn't. Barrett hated sprouts. Even so, as an earl's son, he couldn't afford to be picky about his food, but eat whatever was placed before him. Those were the rules, but Barrett recalled the incident from a handful of years ago. You must eat your sprouts, Barrett. They're good for you, his mother admonished. Barrett frowned. No. I don't like them. They're bitter and gross. Fine then. You'll get no seconds or other food until you eat your sprouts. With the rules thus declared, Barrett sat at the table with his arms folded for the duration of the meal. At dinner the sprouts were still there, and he continued to refuse to eat them. By breakfast the next day, the sprouts had started wilting. If you eat just one, you can have your breakfast. We know how much you love bacon and eggs. Barrett did love those. Meat was one of his favorite things, though he didn't hate vegetables. Not all of them, anyway. Not like sprouts. He sat through breakfast, his stomach rumbling. Later, Reyna came to him. Young master. I snuck this bread and cheese from the kitchen for you. Barrett was famished. He could have devoured the whole loaf and the cheese wedge in a moment, but he shook his head. I'm not supposed to eat until I've had sprouts. So, I won't eat. His stomach growled in complaint. Are you sure? Yes. Now take that back to the kitchen. Oh. Reyna looked down at her feet. Okay. Barrett didn't eat anything that day. The sprouts wilted enough to be disgusting, so he was given a new batch. He still refused to eat even one. That continued for the next day, and the next. Barrett didn't exactly remember how many days it was. All he remembered was that he woke up with Reyna spooning soup into his mouth. At some point, he had passed out, though he didn't remember when. He didn't even have the energy to protest at the soup, and he really didn't want to. Instead, he quietly appreciated it. At dinner that evening, nobody said anything. However, Barrett's plate had all of the normal compliments of a meal, but no sprouts. The incident was never spoken of again, and meals returned to their normal cheer. Barrett knew he was behind on some of his studying, but he couldn't help it. Memorizing people was so boring. There was mostly a lot of names and titles, and even if there was a portrait or sketch it just made it a bit easier. He didn't really care about many of their accomplishments, and some of them really didn't have anything going for them except being born into a noble family. Sure, he had memorized the attractive young women first, but that came more easily. Besides, he would be married to one of them in the future. It would likely be a handful of years, but it would happen. He didn't want to make a bad impression on any of them if he could help it. After he thought about that, he supposed he should know their fathers, and mother, and brothers. If they had sisters, they were likely already on the list, but some were older and already married, and some were much younger and probably wouldn't be considered. Regardless, Barrett eventually got through all of the names and descriptions. He could have taken more time, but there were some social events upcoming. He was now old enough he would be expected to attend, and at 12 years old he was almost an adult, and would be expected to behave properly. It would be better if he knew who people were, to avoid making his father look bad. It would be best if people just remembered him as a nice young man, and not for any other reason. Barrett had little to do at the party. Even though it was on the Ravenhall estate, people weren't there to see him, but his parents, and other important people. Even so, there were many others around. Barrett went and introduced himself to some of the attractive young ladies, but that was all. He didn't have much to converse with them about, so he found himself drifting from group to group. He heard a group laughing around a corner, and though he would go see what they were up to. When he did, he didn't like what he saw at all. He saw a number of unfamiliar faces, but at least one of them fit a description for some of those he would prefer to avoid. He also recognized his cousin, Denton, who he was even more keen on avoiding. However, Raina was standing next to the group with her head down. One of the young men pointed to a puddle on the floor. "Go ahead, clean it up." As she bent down to soak up the puddle with a rag, Denton poured a glass of wine over her head. "Don't forget to clean yourself up as well." The group's laughter intensified. Barrett was not far from the group, and in only a few steps he found himself in front of Denton. "Cousin," he stated flatly. He had planned to say something else, but instead found his fist connecting with Denton's face. Denton flew back onto his rear. Then, a brawl broke out. Nobody bothered to ascertain the reason, and fists were flying everywhere, though perhaps mostly at Barrett. He only hazily grasped what was happening. When the guards heard the commotion, what they found was a number of boys with bruised faces. However, at the moment Barrett himself was on top of Denton punching him as he flailed to fight back. It took 2 guards to drag Barrett off of him, only after which he passed out and it became clear that the most beaten and bloody was Barrett himself. He was sternly reprimanded by his father afterwards. Barrett was regretful, but it didn't become a big incident. The most injured were Barrett and Denton, and this wasn't the first scrap they had, though it was the biggest so far. Barrett felt bad for causing trouble, but when Raina came to him later and muttered thanks, he felt everything was worth it. Though his face was swollen for a week and his bruised ribs took a few to recover, he could still smile. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 3. Barrett sat in the carriage and watched the buildings go by. They were good buildings, and made up a good city. Durham was a good city, and his father had worked hard to make it that way, and his father before him, and so on. It was prosperous, and Barrett admired the many rich storefronts they were passing by. Even before they entered the next part of the city, Barrett could already see the spires of the cathedral. It was the largest and most impressive one even in the surrounding regions, second only to the one in the capital, Tennis. It was dedicated to Ristos, the god of prosperity. Barrett felt there was no more appropriate god to worship in their city. Barrett and his family stepped out of the carriage and entered the grand sanctuary. It was truly impressive the way light streamed through the colored glass. As always, the service was enheartening and delightful. Of course, they gave to the offering, the money would be distributed to those in need. Barrett was glad for such days. Not only because it provided a break from the constant studying, but because it was nice to be reminded of all the good in the world. It made him feel like nothing could go wrong. Barrett slept deeply, so it was with some surprise that he actually woke in the night. At first, he was disoriented. He couldn't make sense of the noise, and the light. Was it morning already? It didn't feel right. It only took him a few more moments to realize the sounds, the crackling of fire, and, had there been an explosion? He got up and ran to the window, and saw through the slats that one of the neighboring estates was on fire, and some of it had already collapsed. He could also see that the fire was not just limited to there. Even the east wing of the Ravenhall estate, and probably more, was on fire. There was no time to think, no time to dress in proper clothing. He quickly ran out of the room. He could smell the smoke now, feel the heat, and hear the crackle of the fire clearly. It seemed to be everywhere. He ran to one end of the hallway, and found the doorknob hot. Even so, he pulled open the door, only to be met by a wall of flames. He retreated, but then he heard a loud crack. By the time he looked up, it was too late. A support was falling, and he didn't even have time to think about getting out of the way before he was flat on his back with the wind knocked out of him. The only thing he could think of was that it was hot. That was to be expected, with a burning log on top of him, but even so the thought came to him. It took a few moments before the thought came to him to push it off, but when he tried to put strength in his arms they wouldn't move. His arms were fine, but with the wind knocked out of him and more weight on top, he wasn't functioning well. The coughing from the smoke wasn't helping either, especially since he was pretty sure that some of it was from his flesh searing. It smelled like that, though he could barely feel it. Barrett hazily waited to die. However, even as he thought about death, he heard a voice. "Master. Young master." It was Reyna. The servants' rooms were on the first floor, which meant she had to have come through most of the house to get to him. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. "Don't worry, young master, I'll get this off of you." Barrett heard some grunting noises, and then the weight was lifted off of him. He got a good breath for the first time in what felt like forever, but could have only been a few moments. At least the air down at floor level was mostly smoke-free. Reyna reached out to help Barrett stand up, but when he took her hand he saw her wince. He looked down at her hands which were charred black, then let go. He somehow pushed himself off the floor himself. He could stand, though running was out of the question. He started hobbling toward the other end of the hallway. They could still make it out. However, before he got far, Reyna stopped him. "There is too much fire back that way. We won't make it." She went over to a window and started pushing and pulling on some of the wooden slats. It was a pitiful sight, and Barrett couldn't stand to see it happen. She tried not to grimace in pain, but he still saw it, if somewhat dimly in the flickering light. Barrett was regaining some control over his body, and started tearing off the slats one at a time. All of the exercise wasn't for nothing after all. The roof was crumbling, behind and around them. The heat was almost intolerable, but it seemed as if any sweat evaporated as soon as it appeared. After what felt like forever, the two had managed to remove the slats from the lower half of the window. Reyna jumped out first, landing heavily on the ground below and staggering to her knees. Barrett wasn't fond of heights, but he wasn't going to stay in a burning building. He jumped, and tried his best to control his impact to the ground. His legs felt like they would break, but they didn't. At least, he remained standing. Then, there was a further sound of an explosion, and a groaning sound. Barrett saw the whole wall of the house leaning, falling. As if in slow motion. The flames trailed behind it as it came down. Reyna was still crouched down. Barrett's body moved on its own, throwing her to the ground and himself over her as the wall and much of the nearby building came crashing down. He propped himself over her with his arms as debris crashed down all around them, and on him. What felt like an entire wall fell on him, but in a moment he realized it was only a small piece as the rest of it fell next. He felt his arms shatter, at least his forearms. His back was in great pain as well, but the pain was muted and unreal. Somehow, he ended up propped up on his elbows nearly face to face with Reyna, and somehow still conscious. The last thing he saw was a burning timber landing on her face as he collapsed into unconsciousness. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 4. Pain. Pain was everywhere. Barrett couldn't even say what parts of him the pain was coming from. It just hurt. Then, he would blissfully fall unconscious again for what felt like a few brief moments. Then the pain returned. Barrett had no idea how long he drifted in and out of consciousness for, only that the pain never seemed to reduce. Finally, the pain consolidated itself into discrete forms. There was pain in his legs, and any time they moved he felt the burns shoot pain through his legs. However, that was the least of his problems. His back was much worse, and he was laying on that. It felt like he was still on fire, and the crackle of his skin reminded him of the crackle of the blazing inferno. His chest, it only had one part that ached. It was painful, but also carried with it a cold, heavy sensation. His arms had not been spared the pain of the fire, and he also felt great pain any time he tried to move them, or even wiggle his fingers. He would open his eyes and look at them, but it hurt to even try, and when he pushed through the pain to partly open one eye, all he saw was blackness. Perhaps not total blackness, as there was the slightest hint of light, but regardless he saw nothing useful, and felt he had caused quite a bit of harm. The rest of his head was not much better. Though he couldn't reach up his hand to feel it, there were certainly bandages everywhere. Barrett realized that the pain wasn't quite everywhere. There were certain places that were numb. However, somehow that felt even worse than the pain. When he moved his head, it ached even more, but he still did so. The bandages shifted ever so slightly, but there was none of the feeling of it rubbing against hair that Barrett expected. When he thought about it, it wasn't a surprise that hair wouldn't survive a fire. However, this thought made Barrett realize he had survived. Even if it didn't feel like it, he was definitely alive and conscious now. At least for brief periods. The sounds of a door creaking open filled his ears. At least those still worked, even though they hurt. Just like his lips and throat when he tried to move them to speak. "Oh, you're awake?" A woman's voice came to Barrett's ears, though it was muted. "Don't try to speak." The sound of footsteps coming closer followed that, and then there was a clinking sound. Soup. Then he felt a hand on his chin. It was gentle, but every sensation brought pain with it. However, he appreciated it, because he couldn't really move his jaw as he wanted himself. The soup poured into his mouth, thankfully cool. It had little taste, but that was probably for the best. Cool wasn't even quite the right word. Perhaps it was lukewarm soup, but at least it wasn't hot. Barrett didn't want anything hot. After a number of spoonfuls Barrett didn't count, he felt pleasantly full, though nothing else felt pleasant. That's all. Try to sleep. There was actually nothing else Barrett could do. Even though all he had been doing was sleeping, he was still exhausted. He drifted into unconsciousness again, this time for perhaps a bit longer. Over the next few days he had more soup. He couldn't even say what it was, just that it was only broth. Not that he could have chewed anything. He could barely move, though he gained a little bit movement with each day. Finally he managed to croak out some words. "Who are you? Where am I?" "Oh, you can speak. I'm Margaret. You're staying at the Ravenhall estate in Tri-Ridge." Barrett wanted to ask more, but he couldn't get out the words. At least he knew where he was. Not that it was much better than being out in a ditch somewhere. Actually, he thought he might prefer that. Denton lived in Tri-Ridge, which meant he was around here somewhere, and that made Barrett not want to be here. He couldn't go anywhere though, so there was nothing he could do about it. Thinking about that made him realize how long it had been. It had to have been at least a week or two since the fire for them to travel to Durham and back to Tri-Ridge, plus the time he had been conscious. It would likely be more. The next chance he got, he asked one more thing. "My parents? Are they?" The woman's voice came solemn and neutral. "You seem to be the only one who survived." Barrett was glad his face was covered in bandages. That way nobody could see him cry. Before, he would have cried for himself, but his eyes wouldn't do even that. Now, he had somewhat come to terms with the pain in his body, he hadn't been dealing with the pain in his heart. Although he hadn't known until now, he felt it. After all, otherwise why would he be here, and why would his parents not visit? Anne. Raina. Barrett was distraught about his parents and his sister, but Raina. She was the last thing he had seen before falling unconscious. Besides blackness, she was still the last thing he had seen, except muted little bits of light through the bandages. She had been right there in front of him. He thought he'd shielded her, but apparently it hadn't been enough. On the other hand, any number of things could have happened. Perhaps another section of wall, or the fire. Barrett didn't want to think about it. He couldn't stop thinking about it, but he tried not to. Margaret changed Barrett's bandages, and that gave him an opportunity to look at himself. He even convinced her to bring a small hand mirror. He regretted it after he looked, but he couldn't stop. His face didn't even look like his own. It was blackened, except parts of it were pitted. His hair was burnt off, and his ears were shriveled. He couldn't imagine what his back was like. His chest was less severe, except for one thing. Barrett had almost forgotten that he wore an amulet with his family's crest. It had been a constant thing. Now, that crest was melted and burned into his chest. The bits of metal were slightly melted and deformed, but definitely from that amulet. The skin had already started to grow over it and form a lumpy scar. Barrett wondered just how much he could recover. Even if he did, he would surely be deformed. Even though his face wasn't covered, he still cried for himself. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 5. Over the next week, the only person Barrett saw was Margaret. His wounds healed some, enough that he could move his fingers, and even stand up, though changing positions still brought great pain. Even so, he felt it was less than before, though maybe the parts of his body that weren't already numb were just becoming that way. Barrett wished the pain of his family being lost had lessened, for he had far too much time to think about it. He tried to sleep as much as he could, but that was often interrupted by nightmares. Usually, they were of fire and flames, and pained looks on Reyna's face before blackness overtook him. Barrett was awakened by the door opening. He was surprised he missed the sound of the knock, but in a few moments he realized it wasn't Margaret. It was Denton. Barrett was glad that his expression couldn't be seen, because he grimaced. That wasn't the appropriate response. "Ah, good, you're awake." Denton casually walked over next to the bed. "I have something to talk to you about." "First, I must say something." Barrett steeled himself. He didn't really want to say it, but he had to. "Thank you for taking care of me." Denton sneered. "You owe us more than thanks. That's what I'm here about. We can't have you lying here pampered forever. There are expenses, you know." Barrett continued to be glad that the look of disgust on his face couldn't be seen under the bandages. He had been polite and proper, but his cousin still remained himself. This was pampered. He was nearly crippled and resting in bed, and not a good bed at that. This was a small room with inferior furnishings. Barrett knew Denton wouldn't be caught dead in sheets of rough cotton. Actually, that wasn't a bad idea. Barrett imagined strangling Denton with the bedsheets. "Expenses, you said?" "Of course. Bandages aren't free, nor is food. Of course, we also have to pay the servant taking care of you. Not to mention the medicinal salves." "And? What are you suggesting?" "Get off your lazy ass and go get a job. Otherwise, we'll have to leave you to yourself at the end of next month." "I see." Barrett wanted to stand up and punch Denton in the face, but he couldn't do that. More importantly, it was unwise. If he did anything rash, he could be thrown out that very day, and he was still injured, and without any possessions. "We're only extending this courtesy because you are family. Remember, the end of next month." Denton turned on his heel and walked out at that. Barrett stared at the door. Courtesy. Real family would take care of him at no cost. No, they would take care of him no matter the expense. As for the food expenses, they must have been trivial. The food he got wasn't good by any means, though it was adequately filling. The bandages weren't good quality either. Once he could stand a bit better, he would go to the bank. Then he would throw some silvers at Denton and return to Durham. Perhaps there wasn't much left there, but the land was his. "Margaret, have I been treated with any medicinal salves?" She shook her head, her face neutral as always. "You have." "Why don't I remember that?" "You were merely unconscious at the time." Margaret turned to look at the door, then moved close to Barrett and whispered, "The mistress and the young master declared they were unnecessary." "In reality, you have not." I cannot go against the orders. Barrett nodded. He understood that she didn't have any real choice. He also considered the cost of medicinal salves in his head, and put that among the pool of various numbers that were floating around. A few days later, Barrett really couldn't walk, but he was doing it anyway. He didn't care that his body protested it had no energy, he couldn't stand the thought of remaining in his cousin's household any longer. For some reason, he came by every day to remind Barrett of his debts. Though he shouldn't really owe anything for a myriad of reasons, the idea still annoyed him. Thus, he shuffled his way down to the Bank of Tri-Ridge. Though the main accounts were in Durham, Barrett's family still had some funds accessible in other cities through various banks or branches. The Bank of Tri-Ridge was not, in fact, the only bank in the city, but it was by far the biggest. As expected of a bank, it was large, imposing, and quite ornate. A flight of stairs led up to the entrance. The doors were fine ebony, and flanked by armed guards. It was these very guards who stopped Barrett. No beggars in the bank. Please leave the property. I am no beggar. I am Barrett Ravenhall, a customer of the bank. The guards looked at each other, then one turned back to him. I've never heard of a Barrett in the Ravenhall family. The only young man is a Denton, and you aren't him. He looked over Barrett's bandages, as well as the poor clothing he had on top of it. Sorry, we can't let you in without some kind of proof. If Barrett had proof of his identity, he might have already come earlier, even if he had to drag himself. However, he didn't have his signet ring. He didn't wear it to bed, and wasn't worried about it as the house burned down around him. Perhaps he should have been. His pendant that was now part of his chest, wasn't proof by any means. It only barely looked like the crest now anyway. What's going on here? A corpulent banker walked up the stairs leading to the door, and he frowned at Barrett. I'm Barrett Ravenhall, a customer at this bank. The guards didn't know me and wouldn't let me in. The banker sneered, I'm sure you are. And I'm the young prince. Throw him off bank property. One of the guards immediately seized Barrett and dragged him down the stairs. Barrett couldn't walk fast enough to keep up, so he really was dragged, though at least not along the ground. The guard held him up by his bicep, which caused pain to shoot through his whole arm, but that was still probably better than thumping downstairs. For his part, the guard left him standing on his feet at the end of the stairs instead of literally throwing him. Barrett looked up the stairs at the building, and thought of the face of the corpulent banker. He didn't know his name, but he engraved the face into his memory. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 6. Barrett didn't know where to go. He had a plan, and it failed. He wasn't going to give up, but there was no way the guards would let him in, and sneaking in would be foolish. However, he didn't have high hopes for other bankers helping him either. If he was a banker, would he have let himself in? Barrett thought he actually would, but he wasn't a banker, so maybe he wouldn't have. He wasn't even dirty, just in poor clothes and bandages. Still, the banker didn't even listen when he mentioned he had legitimate business. Barrett was a better person than that, wasn't he? He wasn't going to go back to the manor right away. Every moment spent there increased his chances of meeting his cousin or his aunt. Even though they were keeping a roof over his head, he could barely remain cordial with them. Or perhaps it was the way his cousin dangled the roof over his head and threatened to drop it on him. That comparison didn't help him appreciate it more, due to recent experiences. Barrett wandered blindly for some time before he found himself in front of another grand building. It was a cathedral to Ristos. Barrett thought he could use some prosperity in his life, and even if this cathedral was somewhat less grand than the one in Durham, that was what it should offer. It was just the right time for the service, even, perhaps a bit late. However, he once again found his path barred. No entry. The guard stood in the way, expressionless. Is this not a church of Ristos? Should it not be open to everyone? The God of prosperity welcomes all. Handouts are tomorrow morning. Come back then. The guard remained standing in his way. Barrett took time to politely leave. He got the message. He went back to walking the streets, and wondered to himself. Was the world always like this? He was treated like a stray dog just because he had bandages and poor clothes. No, Durham was better. His father managed Durham, so it was certainly, at least, a little bit better. Wasn't it? It was only a short while more before Barrett realized something. He shouldn't be walking. He probably shouldn't have gone all the way to the bank, but he definitely shouldn't have gone far afterwards. Unfortunately, it took until his legs gave out to realize this. He managed to drag himself off to the side of the road and lean up against a building. He watched people walk by and the people ignored him. It was as if he wasn't there at all, but invisible. He looked down at his own hands to make sure he could see them, and saw bandages. Those were quite visible, at least. It was a cool day, which might have been pleasant if Barrett had decent clothing. As it was, his thin clothes did nothing, and the bandages did little more than that. He shivered, but he couldn't stand up to get inside, and doubted most places would take him. A tavern might, but only until they realized he had no coin. Not that he knew where one was or could get to it. At this time of day, perhaps a bistro might be more appropriate, but the same points remained. Barrett's vision glazed over as he looked out at those passing by. Nothing was interesting enough for him to actually focus on, so he just saw the legs passing by, those of humans and of horses. When his vision was blocked, it took him several moments to realize there was someone crouching in front of him. It was a scruffy-looking man, a pauper, barely better off than Barrett himself looked. When the man spoke, Barrett's eyes focused on him. "Hello, friend. Do you need a meal?" Barrett was indeed hungry, but he wouldn't resort to begging. His stomach betrayed him, however, grumbling. "I'll take that as a yes. Let's get you inside, and in a chair, even." The man didn't wait for an answer, but lifted Barrett to his feet. Barrett expected pain, but the man had chosen the one part of him that didn't hurt, his armpits. At least, they didn't hurt much. The man saw that Barrett couldn't stand on his own feet, and supported Barrett, walking along the street. Barrett didn't have the strength or will to resist. He could have said something, but the thought of food was nice, and he had no reason to refuse. As for thinking the situation was odd, it truly seemed so, but it wasn't like he could be robbed. He had nothing on him worth taking. Even his shoes were so poorly made as to have no value, which made him wonder how the Ravenhalls even got them. That must have taken special effort. It wasn't long before Barrett found himself inside a house. That was unexpected, really. There were 7 others in the house already, sitting around a table that didn't have room for all of them, let alone 2 more. Somehow, though, Barrett found that everyone ended up sitting there. A slightly rotund man sat at the head of the table, though he wasn't quite aligned correctly to accommodate the chairs crowding around. "Welcome, everyone. It's good to see some new faces." He nodded to Barrett, and one other. "God, please bless this meal to keep us healthy." That was the shortest prayer Barrett had ever heard, so much that he nearly missed it. It didn't bother him, though, because that meant the food came even faster. There was the smell of fresh warm bread. A woman, presumably the rotund man's wife, brought the bread in a pot of soup, and then they managed to squeeze yet one more space around the table, and everyone started eating. Barrett wasn't sure exactly why he was here, but he found that the simple bread and soup filled Barrett quite well. Even though they were simple, the taste was good, which made him realize how much the food he had been given at his cousin's manor had been downgraded, to actually be as it had been. He'd thought maybe he'd lost some of his sense of taste, but instead the food had really been that bland. That thought went on the list, though it soon faded into obscurity as the good food overwhelmed his thoughts. Then, a boisterous conversation began. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 7. Barrett soon learned that many of those at the meal were not any better off than him. Most of their clothes were similarly of poor quality, and there was even one person who had bandages covering some sores. Only the host and his wife looked slightly better off. As for Barrett, though he was given very little, at least he could count on the roof over his head being secure. As he took in the sounds of eating a meal, Barrett wondered why he had been invited. Had he just looked so pathetic that he was invited out of pity? Perhaps, but if so, it was a sort of pity filled with kindness. Barrett hadn't realized how much he had needed this. Not a place with real chairs, or decent food, but other people. Friendly conversation. He had been holed up in his room for weeks with only Margaret for company, and she didn't really make for friendly conversation. Barrett didn't say much himself. After all, he didn't want to talk about his own family. He merely casually mentioned being rejected from the Church of Ristos and that he was looking for work. He hadn't really thought about it, but he had to get work of some kind. He couldn't access his money, and working was the only other way to get it. At least, that he would consider. He didn't want to beg, and stealing was out of the question. Finally everyone was finished eating and the talking was dying down. The host, Simon, spoke up. I would like to end today's meal with a simple prayer to God. May He shower mercy and blessings on all of us. The following prayer felt more like a conversation with a friend than what Barrett was used to, but it was comforting, even if he wasn't sure how he felt about gods at the moment. What did you say your God's name was? What is his domain? Barrett asked. He's just God. Sometimes called the Nameless God. He doesn't limit himself to any specific domain. If he's called the Nameless God, isn't that a name? Simon shrugged. Does it matter, really? It's not the point. At the very least it is a distinguishing factor. He's not the same type of thing as Ristos. Ah. Simon shook his head. None of us here are welcomed in such a church. After all, how can the unprosperous attend a church of prosperity? As for this little meeting. His eyes focused on Barrett. I doubt you give one whit about my God. It doesn't matter. You are still welcome here. Usually, we have one lunch a week. Simon shrugged. I have not the extra money for more. Sometimes, we will meet elsewhere. Perhaps I will see you next week. Barrett hesitated, then nodded. If you would have me. I should go now. Seeking jobs. Simon sighed, his face falling. I wish blessings upon you in your endeavors, but I think you will find the task most difficult. Good day, Barrett. Barrett found that outside had warmed up considerably. At least, most of the chill was gone. He wondered where he should start first. Who always needed more work? Barrett stopped for a moment. He didn't remember telling Simon his name. Then he shook his head. It didn't matter for now. The first establishment Barrett found was a blacksmith. He knew that was decent work for young men. Though he wasn't in good shape, he was recovering, so he decided to inquire inside. The blacksmith looked him over with a frown. How much experience do you have, young lad? None, but I could help clean the forged, or press the bellows, or man the counter. I know arithmetic. The blacksmith's eyes seemed to light up briefly, then he shook his head. Sorry, we're not looking for anyone. I have enough help around here. Barrett sighed. He wished he could offer to work for free, to get some proper learning, but he was doing this because he needed money, not just experience. The next stop was a grocer. However, his time there was even shorter. What are you, diseased? Out, out. He was shuffled out the door without even a chance to explain. Well, he had seen an assistant there anyway. Barrett thought about what he could actually do. He knew arithmetic, reading, those were useful in some jobs. Optimally, he would be a banker's assistant, but he could imagine how that would go. Well, he would think about trying later. Then he came upon an inn. The first thing that boosted his confidence was that there was a sign indicating that they were hiring. He entered, finding a person he presumed to be the innkeeper facing away from him at the counter. I hear you're hiring. I can read and write and do arithmetic. Really? That's great. The man turned around with a smile on his face. We're actually looking for dash, then his face fell. Ah, that is to say, we've actually just filled up the position. Sorry. The man was a terrible liar. Is it my face? The bandages? I could do accounts in the back. I wouldn't bother the customers. No, we're simply, adequately staffed now. The man tried to smile, but couldn't. Perhaps you can find work, somewhere else. He didn't sound confident about that idea. Oh. Thank you for your time. Barrett frowned. That reaction was strange. The man had seemed to be about to hire him on the spot with the initial enthusiasm, until he saw Barrett. Even so, he believed it wasn't related to him being covered in bandages, or that was the only believable lie that the innkeeper said. Barrett wanted to try a few more places, but his legs were quite tired already. He would go back to the manor and think about things. He didn't want to jump to any conclusions, but he had a list that was getting filled out with quite a bit more things than he wanted, and it could suddenly be filled with more. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 8. The first thing Barrett heard upon entering the manor was Denton's annoying voice. Perhaps some might find it pleasant, but in that case it would have to speak pleasant words. Do you have what you owe us yet, cousin? Barrett was glad that his face was covered in bandages, because his glare wouldn't have been good for his situation. As it was, he probably paused for too long before speaking. Not yet. I was looking for employment, but I found the situation to be a bit more difficult than anticipated. How unfortunate, Denton grinned, but in these trying economic times, nobody can afford to hire more help. I also stopped by the bank, but they wouldn't even let me in. Denton shrugged. There's not much that can be done about that. We can't force them to verify your identity. We don't run the bank. Denton's smile grew even more unpleasant. If you still can't find any work by the end of the week, I suppose we could take pity and hire you as a servant here. It's the least we could do. Barrett agreed. That was absolutely the very least they could do. Several days passed. Barrett found each day he could walk a little more easily, and visit more places. However, absolutely everywhere he went, nobody was hiring. At least, they weren't hiring him. There were a few places that had signs indicating they were hiring. Some of those rejected Barrett on the basis of his lack of qualifications for the positions. He could accept that, if grudgingly. The others, they seemed to be mysteriously not hiring anymore. Even more strangely, the blacksmith and inn Barrett had already visited seemed to have acquired a new hire and a receptionist respectively, but not for several days after he visited. Barrett fared no better at the bank. Even when there were different guards they had orders not to let him in. Just in case, Barrett managed to be there when several different bankers arrived, and they had him literally thrown off the property instead of merely dragged away. Many faces went onto the list. Barrett was not stupid. He would admit that he was perhaps a bit naive, but he was not unintelligent. The shift eyes of people he asked for work, their enthusiasm to hire followed by sudden disinterest, and even his cousin's words themselves. It wasn't that people didn't want to hire, but they didn't want to hire him. A portion of the establishment simply wouldn't consider him because of look, but the rest would have gladly accepted an educated hire, even if they weren't trained for the specific job. They couldn't hire him though. Nobody said it directly, but there were one or two who hinted at it, but seemed afraid to say more. Barrett's relatives controlled the city, and they seemed to have a pretty firm grip over it as well. The bank also appeared to be deeply connected. If he was in Durham, Barrett knew people. There was no way the bank would have denied him his money, and he could easily get help from any number of other people. If he could even get a letter to them, but he supposed even his cousin would have considered that. He had no money, and couldn't have trusted anyone with the letter anyway. Still, it wouldn't hurt too much to try, if he had the money. Barrett considered ways to get money. Legitimate means wouldn't work, so the only real option seemed to be to steal some. Perhaps that was what they wanted though. If Barrett actually stole something, his cousin and aunt would have all the excuse they needed to get him in trouble. Plus, even though they had an overabundance of wealth, stealing from them or others was still wrong. Even if the money wasn't all obtained legitimately, there were still certain ways things had to be done. Barrett wished he hadn't been ingrained with morals from a young age, but that was just the way things were. At the very least, things weren't quite bad enough for that yet. That left the option of becoming a servant to his cousin Denton and his Aunt Melody. That was a shameful proposition, but no matter how unpleasant it was, feeling shame was not wrong. It was somewhat shameful for a noble to be a servant, but it was much more shameful for Barrett to be a servant to them. Barrett didn't think for even a second that they would be easy on him, or even particularly fair. However, the other option seemed to be, to become a criminal or leave the city. Barrett briefly considered another option. The kind fellow who provided lunch, he might take him in. Barrett quickly dismissed that. It would only put a burden on one of the few good people, and he might be implicated in whatever scheme there was against Barrett. Besides, kind as he was, would he even provide additional help to someone he'd met just once? Barrett knew he wouldn't last more than a day or two on the streets or outside the city, if he could even leave the city. If only he was in Durham still, but he wasn't. Perhaps that was part of the plan. Barrett thought about it. How did he get here anyway? He was unconscious, to be sure, but it was a long trip. He couldn't have survived just lying around for the days it would for news to travel from Durham to Trowbridge, let alone the trip from Trowbridge to Durham and back. Besides, he now knew the date, and he had not been unconscious long enough for that. In fact, he must have been taken from Durham to Trowbridge almost immediately after the fire. That didn't say anything good about the situation, since he hadn't known of Denton or Melody being in town. The wilderness was starting to look like a good idea, but Barrett's body was still weak. He wouldn't get far, even if he had food and some sort of real clothing and perhaps a tent. He couldn't imagine a worse situation, except maybe his parents were alive. Maybe he had just been kidnapped. Except, it was hard to suppress actual news throughout a city. Many people had talked about the fire, and how it had killed everyone. That was when Barrett realized, he was already dead. At least, from the world's perspective. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 9. Barrett spent several more days pointlessly attempting to find work of some sort, not with any real hope, but just because he didn't want to admit defeat. However, he finally had to accept it, no matter how much he hated the idea of being subordinate to Denton and Melody. Delaying any further would only increase his debt, unfair as it was. He couldn't think of anything he could do in Trowbridge, nor could he think of a way to leave. He knew the guards wouldn't just let him out of the city, and he didn't have any way to disguise himself or survive in the wild regardless. At least accepting the position as servant would give him time to think. The head servant was named Albert, and he smiled too much. It was a patently false smile that never seemed to disappear, like someone had carved it into his face. Barrett thought it would be hard to talk with a face like that, but he managed it just fine. Now then, since you don't seem to have any skills, we'll have to train you from the ground up. The first lesson is that you must respond to everything with a yes, master, yes, mistress, or in the case of me, yes, sir. Barrett barely even had any time to think before a slap hit his face. Where's my yes, sir? It had only been a moment, and it seemed like Albert was still talking, so he hadn't wanted to interrupt, but he knew that it was better not to say that. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. He added another name and face to the list, and started keeping record of more new things. The first week was very frustrating. Denton took every opportunity to order Barrett round for trivial things, and add insults wherever he could. Pick that up for me. Go get me tea. Clean up this mess. Too slow, are you stupid? You can't even do a servant's work. Barrett was also expected to take care of various cleaning duties. Though Albert said he needed to be trained to do everything, there was actually no training involved. He was just told what to do, and not where to find the tools necessary to accomplish the tasks, or what was really involved. The only thing that kept him sane was Margaret, who would occasionally speak a few words as she walked by. Dust rags are in the storage building behind the manor, or talking about how some types of wood needed special soap and then a rub of a certain oil to make sure they didn't tarnish. Albert looked upset that Barrett was performing as well as he was, but he didn't deny him the use of the proper materials, even if he wouldn't tell him they were needed and was watching for mistakes. Barrett returned to Simon's house at the end of the week. It was the one place he could get a nice and comfortable meal, even with all of the crowding around the table. Barrett noticed a few different faces the second week, but everyone obviously needed the food, and the company. Barrett clutched his face. He was unfortunately now used to being slapped for his mistakes, such as being slightly too slow, but he had just been punched. Fortunately he still wore bandages over his face, so that Denton couldn't see the anger he felt. He couldn't help but think of the possibility of strangling him in his sleep, ignoring the consequences. Barrett stared at the single silver coin he had received for wages. Of course, he should have been paid much more. However, he had to cover his former debts, and then there were the costs for a place to stay and food, and deductions because of his mistakes. At least, that was what he was told when he received the insubstantial pay. Barrett knew full well that live-in servants received their wages on top of room and board, at least at the price he was theoretically getting paid. There was also the fact that any mistakes he made now were caused by others. Denton seemed to delight in tripping him as he walked by, only to make clean up whatever mess was caused, and then chastising him for not fulfilling his other duties. Barrett knew that things would be much worse if he didn't fulfill those duties, so he had to stay up later and get up earlier than the other servants. Speaking of the other servants, some of them caused him trouble on purpose as well, feats that Albert looked on with approval. Barrett had a good memory, and when he tried, he was good at remembering names, faces, and events. Everything went on the list. Every meal at Simon's place came with a message. Talk of the way the world ought to be, the way people ought to behave, as well as an admission that neither of those things were how things were nor how people behaved. The Church of Ristos gave food to the hungry and money to widows, and even sponsored an orphanage, but for all their talk of charity, it was their own coffers that filled most of all. Barrett wanted to think it had been better in Durham, but he couldn't be sure. Though Simon was too humble to say it, Barrett knew that true charity was giving to those who needed, even when one had very little. Simon's house, while suitable enough, had no adornments. Most of the chairs didn't match, and soon another room was taken over with a table and more chairs for people to crowd around, leaving only the small kitchen and a likely tiny bedroom for the use of Simon and his wife. Barrett needed to buy bandages. That was a painful fact, because his money was already stretched very thin. He could really have used it to get a bit more nourishing food. That would have been preferable, but the bruises and scrapes were getting worse, and he honestly couldn't stand seeing his hands, or a reflection of his face. He now had 2 silver pieces, and with that he could get a few rolls of bandages. Ironically, they would be better than the ones he had been given, which was just a small comfort. Alms. Alms for the poor. Barrett sighed. Another beggar. It wasn't that he didn't feel for them, but rather there were too many of them, and he had so little to give. There were some beggars who were merely lazy, but most of them truly had no other way. As bad as he had it, Barrett wasn't the worst off. He didn't want to see any more of it, but he turned to look anyway. Vote for which series you would like to see continued, poll. Check the blog post for more info. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 10. Upon looking at the beggar, Barrett immediately regretted it. He was an emaciated man, so thin that Barrett could count his ribs through his barely substantial clothing. Worse yet, he saw that one leg of his pants was tied off just above the knee. He was the most unfortunate sort. Barrett knew he wouldn't even be able to get a place in line for handouts at the Church of Ristos. Damn, there goes my bandages, he muttered to himself. Nobody but Barrett even glanced down at the beggar. When Barrett crouched near him, it was like they were invisible to the world. He held out his 2 silver coins and placed them in the beggar's hand. He could barely even hold on to them. Oh, thank you, kind sir, thank you. He bowed his head, as much as he could. Barrett thought he should have perhaps kept one of the silvers. After all, they could buy this man food for a week or two, but it might be the last week or two of his life. If you can, make your way to the residential district at the end of the week. No, perhaps it would be better if you told me somewhere I might find you. I can take you for a meal. Simon wouldn't mind one more. In fact, he would be happy. The beggar nodded. I'll probably be in that alley over there. Barrett nodded and stood up. I hope to see you then. He turned to leave, but the beggar's voice came up from behind him. Ah, wait, young man. Barrett turned around and saw him digging through the remains of his shirt, in which there seemed to be a small pocket. I heard something about bandages. The beggar smiled an almost toothless grin, and held a small roll of bandages out on his hand. I happen to have some spares here. I don't think I'll need it anymore. He stretched his arm out as far as it would go. Take it. Barrett gingerly plucked the bandages from his hand. Thank you. He wouldn't reject the gift, and he did need bandages anyway. He tried not to think about the fact that they might be the only ones the beggar had, for emergencies. Barrett looked down at his hand. If nothing else, the bandages were good. They were soft and not abrasive, which was rather new. They also had just the right amount of stretch and yet tautness, easy to tie off, yet also simple to untie. Barrett only wished he didn't need them. His injuries from the fire had healed, at least as much as they ever would. The horrible scars would surely stay as reminders. Unfortunately, he was accruing new injuries. Though he got better at his job as a servant, the beatings grew worse for small or even non-existent infractions. Barrett couldn't help but think he was at fault. Not for failing at his job. His performance was more than adequate. No, instead it was that he wasn't strong enough or brave enough. He didn't have the courage to fight back, or to strangle someone in the night. He didn't have the strength to retaliate, or to take down even a single guard, let alone the rest around the manor or the city guards. Perhaps he couldn't. Yet, he also didn't have the courage to run. He was afraid of the wilderness. Would it be worse than where he was? He didn't know, but that was the problem. Of course, Barrett never forgot who the real blame fell on. Denton and Melody. Albert, the servants and guards of the manor, excepting Margaret, they were all to blame. Not to mention the bankers who wouldn't even consider giving him what belonged to him. There was no way they didn't know, they had to have been influenced by his family. Yet, even with all those people being responsible, Barrett still couldn't help but wonder how things would be different if he had power here. He had no connections, and wouldn't be able to make them, but could he be personally strong? Barrett tried to do the exercises he had started for sword training, but he didn't have any energy for it. He wasn't given enough food. Enough to survive, but not enough to grow. He couldn't even buy more now, since even more excuses were being made to dock his pay. He didn't know if he could make it even another week without going crazy, except he had received a small glimmer of hope. There was going to be a recruitment drive in a few months. This wasn't just for the army either, but even better. It was a combination of various mages, warriors, fencers, knights, healers. Those who were strong. Barrett didn't know how strong, but he knew Robert was strong enough to fight at least a dozen regular soldiers. If he could join any of them, it would change his life. He just had to make it until then. Barrett held his wrist gingerly. It was probably broken. Even moving his fingers made it hurt. He didn't have much to use as a splint, but he took what he could and then wrapped bandages around it tightly. He looked at the roll, and it appeared the same size as always. It was hard to believe, but it seemed he had magical bandages. The roll never seemed to run out. He didn't really know how it worked, but he wasn't going to complain. He thought of the beggar who had given them to him. Had he known? There was no way to find out. Barrett had gone to find him to bring him to the meal, but he wasn't there. He also had never shown up at Simon's place. That made Barrett think the worst had probably happened. Barrett was often up late. He had to finish his work, after all, because otherwise he would be punished in a manner that was almost justifiable. Likewise, he had also learned to move quietly, because people didn't like being woken up at night. On this particular night, that served him quite well. Barrett didn't go out of his way to spy, but he didn't particularly value the privacy of those who treated him worse than a pile of dirt. Thus, he had no problem listening in on the conversation in his aunt's study. He heard both Melody and Denton talking, and he didn't like what he heard at all. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 11. Denton and Melody's voices traveled clearly through the door. They had no need to be quiet, because nobody would be around to hear them. They also had no qualms about their talking waking anyone, because they didn't care. Everything is under control. Melody's voice was heard first. That's excellent. Denton responded enthusiastically. I know you're having fun, but we can't afford to have him around any longer. You know what to do. There was a sigh. Of course, Mother. The sound of footsteps sent Barrett hiding away from the door, and Denton walked out and down the hallway. Barrett knew he couldn't wait any longer. He didn't like the sound of what he had heard. It might not be as bad as it sounded, but he couldn't risk it. The question was, what would he do? He actually had some plans. He thought about going into the office and strangling Melody. That would be cathartic, but it would throw off his other plans. Many things could go wrong, and he wasn't sure if she quite deserved that. Besides, murder would make him into a true criminal, and he didn't like that thought. Though he had a number of plans, there was only one that was feasible at the moment. He thought of all kinds of chaos he could cause as he left, but he didn't have time for that. There was no point in doing something so juvenile as leaving horse dung in Arthur's bed, for example, no matter how much he deserved that and much more. Barrett would have liked to at least give Denton a good swift kick in the balls as he left, but he thought subtlety was the best approach. Not that Barrett was just going to leave without any sort of revenge. After all, they had to at least pay the interest on what they owed him. He waited until Melody left her office. Then he snuck inside. In one of the lower drawers was a secret compartment. That was where the key was. Then, behind a bookshelf was a small room, in which was a safe. He discovered that by accident one time he had to stay up late working. Upon opening it, Barrett found there was not much. Not that he expected otherwise. After all, any real money was probably in the bank, like any sensible person with wealth. However, there was still a small pile of coins. Instead of just grabbing it all, Barrett actually counted out a certain amount. He just couldn't be a thief. This was what he was owed. That is, proper wages for a servant, plus the housing and food he shouldn't have been paying for, and of course all the deductions. Finally, he took an extra few coins as interest. The safe didn't only have coins, of course. Some of Melody's best jewelry was in there, as well as some important papers. Barrett wasted no time in ripping up the papers and even snapped a few necklaces out of spite. However, he didn't have time to do much more. He wished he had a dead rat to throw in, but he had no time for that. He merely closed the safe, and locked it. Then he went to get a heavy bookend. That was the best thing. He swung, but the angle wasn't quite right. The second time, he succeeded in snapping off the head of the key with the rest still in the lock. It was petty, but that was all he had time for now. Barrett had spent enough time around the mansion to know where the guards would be patrolling outside, so he managed to avoid them rather easily. He imagined burning the house down behind him, until it made him almost vomit just from the idea. Instead, he just slipped off into the night. Barrett found himself knocking on Simon's door. Where else could he go? He wouldn't be able to get out of the city at this time of night. He didn't like the idea of waiting until people were actually looking for him either, but he couldn't eat coins either. There was nowhere else Barrett could go but here. After a minute or so a voice came from behind the door. Who is it? It's me, Barrett. I need a place to stay. The door creaked open. Come in, then. Barrett only caught a glimpse of Simon's face as he entered into the room. It looked tired, but that was to be expected. Sorry about coming at this time. I need a place to stay, for a few days. Did you do anything wrong? Well, people will be looking for me. I don't want to cause trouble for you. I can find somewhere else. Barrett thought he saw Simon's head shake. It doesn't matter if people are looking for you. Did you do anything wrong? No. I didn't. Then, it's fine. You can stay here. We'll keep you hidden. Thank you. That night, Barrett slept on the hard floor with only a blanket. It was his best night of rest in months. Barrett looked down at his new clothes. They weren't great, but they covered him adequately, and were better than what he'd had. Simon had bought them for him, but of course Barrett had paid for them. He just couldn't go out to get them himself. Though, he would be going out today. The recruitment event had started. Barrett was going to go there to take his chances. If nothing worked, well, it was outside the city, so he could just leave. He had some supplies in a small sack, enough to get him to the next city at least. The only problem was leaving this one. It's better if you take the bandages off your face, Simon said. Barrett didn't want to reveal his scarred face, that didn't look like him anymore. They'll be looking for someone wrapped in bandages, correct? With different clothes they won't spend so long on your face. They might still find out it's me. Barrett slowly unwrapped the bandages. See? Simon looked intently at Barrett's face. It's not as bad as I thought. I know some others with scarred faces. It will be a simple favor to have them walk out the gates. That should help numb the guards' perceptions, and I can raise a bit of a distraction. Thank you. I don't know how to pay you back properly. He reached into his pouch and pulled out some coins. I can give you this, though. For all the wonderful meals. Simon shook his head. Those were gifts, a gesture of kindness. I can't take money for it. Then, take it so you can continue to afford to show kindness to others. They need people like you. Simon nodded. That, I can do. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 12. Barrett found that he just walked right out of the city. He didn't even know if he needed Simon's distractions or not. There were so many people, and the guards only did cursory checks. They barely even glanced at him as he went past. Was a change of clothes and just not looking like what they expected really enough? There was nobody to ask about that. Simon was still inside the gate, and Barrett waved goodbye to him. Barrett didn't know how to thank him. He'd heard the soldiers going through the city, asking about him. They didn't quite raid houses, but they certainly combed the city for him. They even offered a reward for information leading to his capture, as if he were some sort of mass-murdering bandit. It was a very generous reward as well. However, Simon and his wife kept him safe, and didn't even seem slightly tempted. There were a large number of accusations made against him, but they took his word. Of course, all the crimes he was accused of were false, but even so he was grateful that they trusted him. They were good people, and remained that way, which seemed rare enough. Barrett thought he would have to think of some way to pay them back in the future. Money was no good, since no amount of money could compare to the help and kindness they gave. On the other hand, what else could he give? They didn't really need anything. Still, he added their names to a much smaller and nicer list than his other one. Barrett was overwhelmed by what he saw at the recruitment event. There was a large variety of people, both those recruiting and those hoping to be chosen. Each group had a certain area assigned to them. At the edge of the event were archers, because they needed more space to display their skills. Barrett saw someone hit the bullseye of a target from 100 meters. He thought it was an impressive display, and the person who did it also seemed to think that, but the recruiter just shook their head. Then, they moved to a position twice as far from the target. In one smooth motion they pulled an arrow from their quiver, pulled it back, and fired. The arrow flew through the air, not straight, but almost as if it were wandering back and forth. Yet, it still ended up at its target. Not just the bullseye, but splitting the arrow. Was that even possible? Barrett had seen soldiers try such a feat from a lesser distance, and the first arrow always deflected the second. Besides, they were usually not sharp enough to do so, and the arrow fired here was no different. The mages and wizards and other magical people were even more astounding. Barrett didn't know much about magic. He only knew his bandages were magical because there was no other way to have a roll that never ran out. That had to be magic. The bandages probably had a limit, they just hadn't reached it yet, and kept their appearance. They were still amazing, and practical, but not flashy. The magic users for the recruitment drive were definitely flashy. Their tents glowed, and some of them floated off the ground. They demonstrated fireballs, and lightning. Some even made illusions of giant beasts. Not that they felt like illusions when they roared and swung their claws at people. Barrett was glad he wasn't one of those standing up close. The various types of warriors were also impressive in their own way, swinging around giant weapons, crushing boulders. Some had skin that couldn't be pierced by weapons, and there were sparring matches that made the ground tremble. Barrett appreciated their straightforwardness. He could understand what they were doing, even if he wasn't nearly strong enough to do it himself. If he had been, things would have been different. Barrett toured around the whole event, taking in everything. It took several hours just to see the whole thing, and read the name of every group. He could tell that some of the groups were more prestigious than others. Their recruiters were more impressive, and they had many people clamoring to join them. Barrett wasn't sure what to try first. He wasn't going to overestimate himself and say he had a chance to get into something top quality, but he supposed that depended on their criteria. He certainly didn't have large amounts of muscle. Then, Barrett noticed one last place. He'd thought it was an empty lot between two tents, but it turned out to not be the case. Instead, taking the place of a large tent or sparring field, there was a single table and chair. At the table was a large man, rippling with muscle, though compared to some Barrett had seen, he actually looked almost skinny. He was leaning back in the chair, hands behind his head, feet up on the table, eyes closed like he was napping. A wooden sign leaned up against the table, with the words, "Immortal Berserker Sect," scrawled on it. It was odd, and made the whole thing stand out. Crowds of people were standing around, lining up to try out for the groups on either side, but everyone seemed to ignore the man at the table. Barrett had some ideas about what that meant, but he couldn't be sure. Regardless, he was intrigued. Barrett walked up to the table. "The Immortal Berserker Sect. Can I join?" The man lazily opened one eye. "Why?" "Because I want to be strong, so that nobody can tell me what to do." The man's eye looked up and down over Barrett. "Nope. Not good enough." Then he closed his eye, and went back to his relaxed state. "Not good enough? Why?" Barrett got no response. "If you tell me what isn't good enough, I can improve. Isn't that the point of a teacher? If the people you got here were good enough, they wouldn't need to join." Still no response came. Short of prying the man's eyes open, Barrett didn't know how to get his attention. He wasn't going to try that, as the man was much bigger than him, and more importantly it wouldn't leave a good impression anyway. Barrett sighed. He felt he had just missed one of the best opportunities. A sect with no competition, yet strong. They should have been strong. On the other hand, maybe Barrett's instincts were wrong. Well, he could always try another place, even if he wasn't filled with confidence in standing out enough to be selected. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 13. Barrett tried some of the nearby places recruiting warriors. At the first two, he was immediately rejected with a glance. Another three he waited in a long line of people before that rejection happened almost arbitrarily. It was finally at the sixth place that he actually got a chance. The large man there was very polite, and did his best to hide his doubt that Barrett could pass the test of strength they had. There were a few options: he could lift a rock, perhaps almost a boulder, but only barely large enough for that. The other option was to knock down a statue. Barrett started with the boulder. He had been made to carry many heavy things as a servant, often for no reason. Not a boulder though. Still, Barrett crouched down. He had learned a bit about how to make such a job easier. The boulder wasn't just a rock, it at least was shaped so that it had some places to grip below it. Barrett tried to lift, but just didn't have the strength. He was hoping the boulder was lighter than it looked, but if anything it was heavier. He couldn't even shift it along the ground. That left the statue. It was big and made of stone, but he just had to knock it over. That was easier than lifting it. However, Barrett struggled with it for a few minutes before giving up. He knew there must have been some trick to it, but he couldn't figure it out. Of course, if he was much stronger, he could have just tackled it and knocked it over, but it was quite stable, and all he ended up doing was hurting himself. The examiner just shook his head, but at least he had let Barrett try. The other places were no better. Barrett felt that a sword was light, until he tried to swing it, and he didn't know enough to have proper form, and certainly not to cut through the targets. He thought perhaps archery would be better, but he underestimated how much strength it took to pull back the bowstring. He had already observed that most of those who passed had their own bows anyway, but at least he got to use one for a test. His first arrow didn't reach the target, but once he put in all of his effort the next one flew far enough, though off to the side, and the third actually hit the target, but only barely. Of course, that wasn't good enough to pass. Barrett was disappointed, but he realized it was natural. After all, most of the tests were designed for those with some training, or at least for fully grown men or older teens. Here he was, 13 years old, he'd actually forgotten that had happened, since his birthday happened while he was at his cousin and aunt's house. Obviously, they hadn't celebrated. So, Barrett thought his performance wasn't as poor as it seemed, but still not good enough. His injuries hadn't helped his strength either, and his body still felt weaker than when he had regularly practiced sparring, but those hadn't even been with real weapons. Barrett still went to every single place. He continued to be rejected, and just became exhausted. He set aside time to rest between each. It took him more than a day to try all of the warriors. Then, he moved on to swashbucklers. He didn't know what a swash was and why it had buckles, but regardless these people practiced more finesse-based techniques. They used daggers and other light weapons, focusing on speed. What frustrated Barrett in those areas was that he almost passed some of the tests, to just barely fail. Actually, he thought he'd passed one of them, and the examiner just hadn't liked him, maybe because he was wrapped in bandages. Of course, some had extremely high standards and he didn't even know where to start. He certainly couldn't throw a needle through a series of ever smaller hoops, let alone one with each hand at the same time. Then, there were the wizards, and the rest who did magic. Barrett had no idea how magic worked, but he still showed up and attempted every test he was allowed to. Unfortunately, most of them wanted him to use a basic form of magic, and he had no idea how to. Nobody had taught him, and nobody here seemed interested in telling him. Barrett avoided the areas with the pyromancers until very last. However, they were really his last hope. Of course, most of them he was rejected purely on the basis of not knowing any of what they had to teach already. He finally found one place. They had some sort of magical object that could apparently test affinity for pyromancy. It was a small furnace, and he was supposed to stare into it and try to bend it to his will. Apparently it would enhance the effects of such magic, so anyone with the talent could do it. Barrett sat cross-legged in front of it. That was already hard. He heard it crackling and felt the heat. He swallowed, and focused his eyes on it. He willed the fire to move as he wished, to gather into a ball, to do anything. However, the more he focused on the fire, the more he remembered. The heat, the pain. Reyna's face. He relived the fire at his family home over and over, until he couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't help but vomiting off to the side. He didn't need anyone to tell him he had no affinity for fire, and left. In a way, Barrett was impressed that he had managed to participate in the tests of every school within the 1 week that they would be around. Of course, all of the immediate rejections helped to speed it along. Barrett sighed. Perhaps he wasn't meant to be strong at all. He would have to go somewhere, and live as a crafter or scribe or something. He could do that. It wouldn't be the worst fate, like staying with Denton and Melody, but it would be the end of him actually accomplishing anything. He looked around the entire recruitment event, just in case he had missed any. He found that he hadn't. He was exhausted, so he just found an empty area of dirt and lay down, staring up at the sky. There was nothing else he could do. He had given his all. It was a few minutes before he realized where he was. He was back at where he had started, next to the table and chair, and the man from the Immortal Berserker sect. Barrett stood up, his eyes sharp. If once wasn't good enough, he would try again. Not that he had time to revisit everywhere, but he still wasn't going to give up until everything was over. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 14. Barrett had a new fire of determination in his eyes. He was going to join a group and become strong, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop him. Of course, he knew how stupid the thought was. After all, he had no doubt that almost anyone here could beat him up easily, and there was anybody who would do anything about it. Someone might do something if he was about to get killed, but maybe that would only happen afterwards. Regardless, if he gave up because he was afraid, wouldn't he just remain weak? Next time, he would give up as well, and the time after that. He didn't want to live his life afraid of everyone. Maybe it would be better to be dead. Barrett wasn't sure, having never been dead, but he certainly didn't want to live the way he had been for the last few months. Barrett slapped his hand down on the table. Hey! I want to join your Immortal Berserker sect. The man sitting there opened one eye. Why? Wait, didn't I already reject you? Go away. No way. Barrett didn't quite shout, but he spoke with energy. If I go away, what did I even come here for? The man shrugged, I don't know. Just go join someone else or something. I tried that. I tried all of them, and got rejected. Barrett regretted admitting that the instant he said it, but it was too late. So you came here hoping I would pick you up out of pity? The man shook his head, get real kid. The man closed his eyes again. That's not it at all. Barrett slammed his hand on the table again. I came here first, you know. Now I'm just coming back. The man did a very poor impression of snoring. Oh, don't give me that. Why are you even here? Why show up if you don't want a disciple? The man opened both eyes. Who says I don't already have all I need? Barrett raised an eyebrow, this place does. You don't have any here with you. If you had disciples you could have them do the boring stuff like recruiting too. I bet I'm the only one who even came up to the table. The man shrugged, yeah, so. Obviously somewhere else would be a better pick, then. You should take a hint. Why? You're strong, and you need a disciple, so it should be me. Oh. Why do you think I'm strong? The man flexed, is it because of these? Because that guy over there is bigger. It's because you're here. Barrett waved his hand to the right and to the left, showing all the empty space. Everyone else is all crammed together, but you have a huge area. You don't smell bad, so there must be a reason. Not everything has a reason. Sure, but this does. They gave you a lot of space, but nobody even looks at you. Maybe they don't like you, but maybe they're scared. If they just didn't like you they would kick you out. Therefore, you're strong, and should be my teacher. Why should I be your teacher? You're weak. That's exactly the point. I'm weak, so you should make me strong. A fair enough point. Let me just say this though. It's not just to deter you but, you'll die. I doubt it. You survived the same training, didn't you? He shrugged, sure I did. Let me be clear. Of the 10 disciples I took since I came here, 7 are dead, half of them within the first week. What about the rest of them? Those who didn't die quit after a year or two. Oh. Barrett wasn't completely sure that he was telling the truth, but he hesitated. He didn't want to do some crazy training that just killed people. On the other hand, this man didn't actually seem crazy. Perhaps there was more to it. Why did they die? What else? They were just unlucky or unsuited to the training. Well, one of them was killed by someone. That's pretty harsh. Is the training that bad? Of course it is. Though, in a weak country like this it's pretty much a given. In better places the survival rate is upwards of 6 in 10. That's not much better. Barrett was strongly considering just finding somewhere else, but he didn't like any of them, and knew they wouldn't accept him. Besides, something felt right here. Can I join? Look, kid, you seem nice, so I'll just say this one more time. You'll die. Why risk it? Because I don't want to live in a world where I can't do anything. For that, I need to be strong. I hate to break it to you, but there will always be someone or something stronger than you. There's nothing you can do about it. At least I could try. Instead of doing nothing. The man nodded. Then he closed his eyes for a few seconds. Finally, he finished thinking and opened them again. I'm Heikel. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a chance. I can guarantee that the beginning of the training is non-lethal. We'll see if you're suited for that part of it. If not, there's nothing I can do. Let me tell you though. This is a berserker style. You've gotta be angry. You don't look angry. You don't look angry either. Heikel nodded, good point. Anyway, you also have to be able to take a beating. Barrett frowned as he looked down at his hands, still wrapped in bandages. The physical wounds hurt, but they weren't the worst part of things. He nodded. Okay. Great. Heikel stood up. Let's go. Shouldn't you stay until the end of the event? Heikel raised an eyebrow. Do you see anyone else showing up? You're the only person who even came to my table in the last 2 years. Everyone else already knew better. Besides, I've got to get back to my own training. Can't waste my time here. With that, they were off. Barrett didn't know where to, except it was to the north. That could be many places. There were several more cities in Ashia before the mountains bordering with Etran. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 15. Barrett found himself dripping with sweat. The bandages seemed like they would have made him more uncomfortable, but that wasn't actually the case. They were quite breathable and dried out very well. The rest of his clothes, however, constantly smelled. Master Heikel said they would have somewhere to wash when they got to their destination, and that he would be expected to do so. Barrett was dripping with sweat, not because it was hot, but because of exertion. The air was actually quite cool, which helped, but he was made to work harder than he thought he could. There were various exercises, such as things called push-ups, where he pushed down. Well, he pushed himself up, he supposed. Regardless, he did as many as he could, and then was made to do more. It was unpleasant and painful, but what Barrett learned was, he could do more. He just hadn't thought it was possible. In the morning, there were only light exercises. That was because he was expected to be able to walk over 40 kilometers each day as well. Barrett found that it was actually possible to do so much physical activity, and he hadn't expected it. It was barely possible, but without Master Heikel's encouragement it probably wouldn't have been. There was a lot of shouting involved, but instead of the type that made him feel bad about himself, he felt good. Being told at high volumes that he needed to do more, but also actually could was something. Barrett thought the second biggest contributor to his success was actually food. Master Heikel cooked huge amounts of food for the two of them. Barrett could eat however much he wanted to, which was a lot. The only restriction was that he had to also eat some vegetables and not just meat. So, he did. Barrett wasn't really sure where all of the food came from. He saw Master Heichel bring down a deer and roast it, but they had that meat for a few days, and he hadn't seen where it was. Usually he was doing exercises while the cooking was happening, but one time he looked over and saw that Master Heichel pulled various things out of his bag, and there was no way they could have all fit inside it. After the first week was over, Barrett felt exhausted. He didn't think he could do any more. Surprisingly, he didn't have to. Today is a day off. Besides walking, we won't have you do any other exercise. Remember, Barrett, rest is important. If you don't give your body time to recover, it will get worse instead of better. Nothing can overcome that, not even expensive medicines. That doesn't mean you can be lazy, but knowing when to rest is important. Barrett nodded. I understand. Barrett thought about whether he should continue with what he wanted to say, but decided he had to. So, you said that half of the people died in the first week of training. I don't feel like you're the kind of person who would let that happen to your students, and I haven't felt at risk of death. Oh. Well, I certainly don't want my disciples to die. No sane master does. However, the training has that element of risk. Master Heichel scratched his chin. Oh, did you think we'd started the actual training? No, this is just basic fitness. We can't really start the real training until then. Then he grinned, I kind of like you, so I'll give you one more chance to back out then. Barrett paled. This wasn't even the real training yet. He couldn't imagine how brutal the real training must have been. On the other hand, it didn't make any sort of sense with what Master Heichel talked about. He even mentioned that the body shouldn't be pushed past what it could bear. If so, what was it that caused people to die? Well, here we are, Master Heichel declared. Barrett looked ahead. This is a cliff face. He looked around, but didn't see anything else. Well, the cliff face fell off over to the east, but there were no other features. Barrett examined the cliff face more closely. Was there a hidden entrance or something? Master Heichel patted him on the shoulder. It's up there. He pointed toward the top of the cliff. I don't see anything there either. Trust me, it's there. So, before we get to the training, we just have to go this last little bit. Master Heichel walked up and touched the cliff face, then turned toward Barrett. Oh, I suppose it's possible for you to die climbing this before you start the training. No one has yet, but I suppose that's because some of them gave up. He shrugged, I just want you to know, I'm not going to catch you if you fall. See you at the top. Barrett watched Master Heichel climb. He was swift, taking almost no time to think about what he was doing. Barrett was in a daze for the first few moments, but then he concentrated. He hadn't climbed a cliff face before, but it couldn't be too hard. Even so, he had to pay attention to the route. It was only a few minutes before Master Heichel had reached the top of the cliff face that was at least 100 meters tall. Are you coming? Master Heichel shouted down from the top. Or are you just going to give up? When phrased like that, Barrett knew he wasn't going to give up. He could do it. Sure, he may not have climbed something like this before, but surely, he could get off the ground. It took him a few tries for that. He placed his hand and foot on some slight protrusions, but just ended up pushing himself away from the cliff face. He recalled how Master Heichel had stuck to the rock face, almost rubbing himself against it. He tried again, and actually got himself up off the ground. It took a few tries, with him falling off every time he made a mistake, before he could get both feet off the ground and start going up. He looked up, and found he hadn't really made any progress. He continued, grabbing for handholds and footholds he thought Master Heichel had used. One arm, one foot, other arm, other foot, one thing at a time. He looked up again, and didn't feel any closer. One more arm. Then his foot slipped, and he fell. He landed flat on his back, with the air knocked out of him. It was a few minutes before he could even function again, just looking up. He realized he'd barely made it anywhere. It had been at most 3 or 4 meters up. Barrett stood up. He craned his neck, and couldn't imagine making it to the top. This was it, then. He would have to give up here. Otherwise, he could die. Of course, he could die doing something else too. He could get lost and run out of food, or die in an accident as a laborer, or get sick. Master Heikel looked down at him from the top of the cliff. He couldn't see his expression. Still, Barrett wondered if he really wanted to call him master. It was the same question of whether he wanted to be strong. The answer was yes. He wanted to be strong. He couldn't stand being weak anymore, and the worst thing that could happen to him was not trying. It would be even worse than death. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 16. Barrett stretched his body. It was a bit sore from the fall, but it would work fine. However, Barrett still couldn't imagine making it to the top of the cliff. So, he stopped looking up. He reached out in front of him. The path he was on before had been fine, he just hadn't been doing it right. In a minute or two he found himself back where he was. Just above him, that little bit had been where Master Heikel grabbed. It was just within his reach. He grabbed, and pulled. No, that wasn't quite right. He extended his legs, and took another step up. His arms were just there for support. Master Heikel had already told him that arms were weaker than legs. That helped, and he made it a bit further. His head was only slightly tilted back, just enough so that he could see the next spot to climb to. He had to concentrate to remember where Master Heikel had climbed, but without that he would have no idea. His memory was pretty good when he tried, but he still couldn't remember everything from just seeing it once. Eventually, he chose wrong, and a small bit of rock broke off, causing him to slip. Somehow, he just barely held on, and returned his foot to where he had been before. If he fell now, would he die? Barrett wasn't sure. He avoided looking down, so he couldn't tell. Likewise, he didn't look up very far. He couldn't afford to realize that he had made no progress. It was just 1 foot, 1 hand, 1 foot, 1 hand. Barrett was wearing out, and he began to think he couldn't do it. He was just a normal person. Well, the fallen son of a noble, which made him worse than a normal person in some ways. Could he really hold on? The answer was yes. Over the previous weeks, Master Heikel had told him he could do more. There was that, and there was also more. Like the strange finger exercises he had been made to do, and the balancing on his toes on the edge of a log. He had been trained to be able to do this. Was it enough? Barrett didn't know the answer to that, so all he could say was, it was enough. It had to be. 1 arm, 1 leg. The hardest part wasn't just holding himself up. It was finding the next place to move, then the transition. Along with that, there were other mental stresses, like the friction. His body rubbed against the cliff, his fingers scraped on the rock, even through the bandages. His feet rubbed against his shoes, the same shoes he'd had for a long time. He hadn't thought to get new shoes when he had Simon buy him clothes. The shoes had already been bad, and then they were further worn by walking. In addition to that, his feet had blisters. He'd gotten used to them while walking, but now he really felt them. His shoes were even slippery. Finally, he could bear it no more. He held onto the cliff with 1 hand and foot, and removed a shoe. Placing his foot on the cliff face directly, he felt cold and rough, but his foot fairly easily conformed to the cliff. Shakily, he did the same thing on the other side. Then, he continued climbing. Barrett wasn't sure if he'd made the right choice, since his feet weren't used to not having shoes. It wasn't long before they were bleeding, and slippery. That was a problem. He wasn't sure what he could do, but he felt his bandages start shifting downward. He rubbed his leg against the cliff, and they shifted even more. Finally they were around his ankles, but they couldn't really go further, except he saw them move on their own and wrap around his feet and toes, though he had to briefly pick each one up to let them get all the way. Barrett almost laughed. Magic bandages. Then he sighed. That beggar probably hadn't known what he had. If only he had been able to find him again. But it was too late now. The bandages did a good job of soaking up the blood, and keeping his feet safe from further injury. They also had surprisingly good grip. His fingers were used more, but they also started to become raw, and the bandages began to cover them as well. Was it responding to his desire, or did the bandages just naturally cover injured areas? Before, he had always wrapped them where he needed them on his own, so he hadn't discovered they could do this. Well, he supposed it didn't matter. He still had to get to the top of this cliff. One arm. One leg. Other arm, other leg. Finally, he reached the point where he could go no further. His muscles had given out. He recalled Master Heikel's voice. It said, "You can do more," but he couldn't. He'd already hit his limit. He'd heard that voice. He'd done more. His hands and feet were numb, and he almost couldn't tell that he was touching anything. It was starting to get cold. Had he been climbing long enough for the weather to change? He didn't have the energy to climb any further. If he let go, his hands would never grab again. But, if he stopped, he knew what would happen. He didn't look down to see how high he was, but from this height he would die. His mind was drained from constantly trying to remember exactly where Master Heikel had moved. His consciousness and muscles could barely hold on. Well, perhaps he could do just one more. He might as well die trying. His vision was blurry, and he couldn't see the next handhold. He fumbled around with his hand, but it was so numb he felt nothing. He tried to grab, but it didn't seem like he found any purchase. Then, he felt his body slipping, and with it his consciousness. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 17. Barrett woke up. That was nice, he supposed. His muscles hurt, and especially his fingers and toes, but they were just sore. It wasn't actually that unpleasant. As for where he wasn't exactly sure. It was dark, and he was laying on the floor. That was what he felt when he reached out to the side, though he had a thin mattress immediately beneath himself. Barrett sat up. There was just enough light for him to navigate toward the door. He hadn't been sure if he wanted to get up until he smelled food, and then he had been sure he wanted to. He seemed to have been in something like a small hut. It was dark outside as well, but he saw the flicker of a fire. As he walked toward it, he saw Master Heikel. Oh. Finally up. Master Heikel patted the log next to him. Come on over. It's food time. Great, I'm starving. Barrett went over. He tried to remember what he had been doing before he woke up. Right, climbing the cliff. He had been going and then, he remembered falling. Maybe. That part wasn't so clear. Congratulations on making it to the top. You did well. Master Heikel took a bite of one of the sausages he had been cooking on the fire. Tomorrow morning you can decide whether you want to go ahead with the actual training. If not, you can walk down the mountain into the town. It's not a bad place. It even has some schools full of warriors. Now that you've toughened up a bit, one of them might take you in. Barrett wasn't really sure he wanted to traverse that cliff again, but more importantly he didn't want to give up now that he was here. I'll continue. Master Heilek waved his hand dismissively. I told you, you can decide in the morning. I'll be going over the details of the training, and why so many people die in the first week. Barrett nodded. There was still that. Dying would ruin the whole thing where he got stronger. Still, giving up and going to another place would be, well, it didn't seem quite right. He would at least listen to the full explanation, but for now, he would eat. The morning started with breakfast. Master Heikel would not start with the explanation until afterwards. Apparently, meals were sacred. All right, kid. Time for explanations. On the way here you've done basic training of your body. However, warriors need more than that. Oh, sure, your body can get you pretty far, but there are limits of various sorts. I won't go into it all here, but believe me, I know. Your physical body is just one piece of the puzzle. Well, for wizards and stuff, they would rather do without that piece entirely. Heikel shook his head. Anyway, that wasn't my point. The point is, you need more. A type of energy. Wizards call their mana, but we've got a different version much more suited to us. Even among warriors, there are different ways to generate it, and it gets used differently. Master Heikel pointed to two pillars off in the distance. As that sign says, we're the Immortal Berserker sect, so we use berserk energy. The sign is facing the other way. Of course it is. Master Heikel grinned. You don't need to see it, it's the people out there who do. Anyway, we use berserk energy. We generate it through anger and other intense feelings, and use it to crush our energy. It's very strong, but a bit dangerous to ourselves as well. Thus, we toughen up our bodies. We have a method for that, but it has a long recovery process. Master Heikel took a breath. But we have a method for that. We'll inevitably get injured whether we do it to ourselves or others do it to us, so we came up with a way to recover more quickly. He took the knife he had been cutting with, and shoved it into his palm. Blood flowed out. Look at this. Barrett leaned closer. It was actually not a very large injury. Just the tip of the knife had gone in. Still, blood dripped out. However, as he watched, the wound sealed up. Within a few seconds, the wound had sealed up. Over the course of the next minute, the wound had healed up as if it were never there. Ever heard of an immortal body, kid? Barrett shook his head. Of course not. Most people haven't. Anyway, there are a very few people who are born with bodies that heal faster. We replicate that. What you just saw here was healing at about 10,000 times the normal rate. That's what we call a Tier 1 immortal body. That's about the point where it becomes relevant in combat, about a day's worth of healing every 10 seconds. Tier 2 is about 10 times that, 100,000 times the normal rate. You get about a day in a second. That means you can shrug off most wounds, as long as you don't bleed to death, and if it's even possible to recover. You're not gonna grow back an arm or a head no matter how long you wait. Anyway, our school aims to duplicate that ability through training. Master Heikel looked at his palm. Of course, it's not as good as being born with it. It took me decades to get this far. Still, it's not the only thing we have going for us. Barrett nodded. So, with all of this trying to make yourself die less, how does it become fatal? Master Heikel nodded seriously. That's the core of the whole thing. We increase the body's ability to heal, by destroying some of the parts that let it heal. Of course, we use a special infusion of energy in a specific method, otherwise it would all be over. The end result is, there's a chance to add on another level of healing to what you possess naturally. Everyone has different results. I have more than 8 parts in 10 chance of it working, and the rest of the time, I regress. This means I still make significant progress, but also that I had about a 20% chance of dying at the start of the training. If I was unlucky, I might have even gone back from the second stage to the first to nothing. He shook his head. Needless to say, someone with no healing ability doesn't last long. So, those who aren't suited or just unlucky, they die. Still want to join? The Immortal Berserker Chapter 18. Barrett didn't know what to say. He didn't really want to leave his fate to luck. Is there any way to tell who is suited? Without just trying it out? Master Heikel shook his head. There's no way to know your chance of success until you have used the technique for some time. At least, no way that we've found. Well, one factor is your affinity for the underlying technique, but we've had some excellent candidates die, either on the first step, or sometimes even later because their ratios weren't good enough. Oh. Barrett nodded. I don't really want to gamble on the future like that, but I know everyone takes risks. Is it possible to practice the base technique to know how suited I am? Master Heikel nodded. It is. We're not particularly worried about people knowing the basics, because it's worthless if you just learn it and leave. The real weaknesses of the technique are in the risks during training, and not something people can easily use against us. Especially with just the first part. I would like to remind you that everyone who actually tried showed a decent level of affinity for the technique, and many still died anyway. You're a whole lot kinder than the front you put on. Master Heikel shrugged. I get grumpy thinking of dying students. I'm still looking for the right one. He shook his head. It's probably not you either, but I'll give you the chance. At least you have some determination. Now then, to start, you have to get some energy. Master Heikel stretched his arms out to the side. Try to pay attention as much as possible to what you see, hear, and most importantly feel. Barrett focused on Master Heikel. It quickly became apparent what he was supposed to pay attention to. He saw a sort of swirling in front of each of his palms. It was a sort of white mist, but it also looked something like a rock causing ripples in a pond, except instead of water it was air. Barrett sort of felt something from that, but he wasn't sure what. Then, Master Heikel slapped both of his hands together. There was a resounding boom, and Barrett was knocked onto his back. By the time he picked himself up, the ringing in his ears had lessened. I thought it would be red. Master Heikel shook his head. It doesn't really look like anything. He held up a hand, in which was nothing. See? It's only when you start doing something with it that it looks like something. Barrett narrowed his eyes as he looked at the nothing. Was it really nothing, or? He thought he felt the something there, even though he couldn't say what sense it was with. Okay. How do I do that? This? You can't yet. But we can teach you to start. Master Heikel explained the process of refining the energy, how to move it around inside him, and where he could store it. Some of it would spread out through the body, but most of it would stay in his torso. What would happen if you just put some of it in me? You'd explode. Master Heikel shrugged. Well, I have good enough control that I could prevent you exploding, but even just a small amount of energy would cause problems. It is berserk energy after all. Your body has to be strong, though if the energy is yours you can handle it much better. Now then, you have the method of refining the energy. All you need is a source. In this case, we'll start with anger. It's the easiest and most suited. So, think of what makes you angry, and refine that anger into energy you can use. Don't rush it though. It should take some time. Barrett nodded. Anger, that was easy. He was angry that his family had died. He didn't know who or what to be angry at, but he was. There was no way it could have been an accident, or it couldn't have gotten so bad before he woke up. Who could have caused it then? He had some ideas, but didn't know why. Barrett already felt like his blood was boiling. He tried to use the method to refine energy, but as he concentrated he lost hold on the anger. Recalling the same thing didn't have the same effects again right away. Unfortunately, Barrett had more. His aunt and cousin were some of the worst family anyone could ever have. Making him be a servant, but treating him more like a slave. The stupid work, the beatings, that brought the rage back into his heart. He tried to hold on to it as he refined it, but it slipped away again. Well, there was more. They stopped the bankers from helping him, they made it impossible for him to go anywhere else. Still, it slipped away after some time. Barrett honestly felt better that the anger went away, but it wasn't really helping his progress if it did that. His thoughts shifted to the bankers themselves. They wouldn't even give him his money, and had refused to even see him. That was just because of how he was dressed, and it was only later that he thought they recognized him and forbade him entrance for that. Then there was the Church of Ristos that was full of hypocrites. What sort of god of prosperity only helped those who were already prosperous? Sure, there were a few who got food handouts, but not as many as there should have been. Barrett found himself trembling in rage. Then he tried the technique again. Then, it slipped away again. Barrett fell onto his back and started up at the sky. He had so many unpleasant memories going through his mind, and he couldn't even get angry over them anymore. Instead, he just felt nothing. Also tired. He hadn't done much of anything, but he was exhausted. He wasn't even sure if he could sit up. I think I might be very bad at this. Master Heichel's voice came from nearby, maybe, but we don't know that yet. This is normal. I thought I was supposed to be refining energy, but instead I'm completely out of energy. Every time I tried to use the technique my anger just slipped away. Yep. That sounds about right. Don't worry about it. So, Barrett didn't. Mostly because he fell asleep right there on the grass and dirt. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 19. The next day, Barrett was able to get angry about everything again, with similar results in his training. When he tried to refine it into energy, everything drained away and he became sluggish. He wondered if he was even capable of this technique, or would just have to give up. Master Heichel didn't seem concerned at all, though. Barrett did do well enough in training his body later the second day. All of the exercises were designed to push him, but not quite as far as they had before. Apparently, he needed to keep some energy for other things. Based on how exhausted he was feeling at the end, he knew that was true. The third day, Barrett thought about that energy refining technique. He was supposed to be making a kind of berserk energy. Why wasn't it working? What was he doing wrong? He thought about it. The most important thing was that Master Heichel had told him something. He told him to pay attention to the energy, and him using it. He concentrated on the feeling he'd gotten at that time. He tried to ignore the looks that it gave off, and sensed the feeling. It took some times, minutes, maybe half an hour. He wasn't sure, but he finally got a lock on the feeling. It was as if it were right next to him and not just a memory. Then Barrett realized, of course it felt like it was next to him. Well, it should have felt a bit closer, because it was in him. It was real. Sure, it was just the tiniest wisps of energy, but it was there. As for it being berserk, it did seem to be thrashing around a lot, but it seemed to have very little actual effect on anything. Barrett tried to control it, but to little success. He couldn't tell whether its movements were due to his will or random movement. He shook his head. He supposed it didn't matter yet. What mattered was, he was making progress. No wonder Master Heichel hadn't been worried. This time, he concentrated on the energy inside him as he tried to refine the anger. He saw more and more wisps of it appear, until it was almost double what it had been. He found that concentrating on this particular side of it was more efficient, and more pleasant. Of course, he was still tired afterwards, but he could see the progress. Energy was coming out of him and his body, and becoming something else. Hopefully, it would be something he could use. Barrett hadn't believed the whole time frame of a week of training, but he found he could make more berserk energy with less effort as the days went on. On the fourth day, he had been taught how to guide the energy. It made sense, but he hadn't thought of seeding anger in front of the path he wanted it to travel. The real trick, though, was making it move just as much as he wanted and where. He found if it moved too quickly, it was painful. As for where the pain was, that was harder to describe, except inside of him. Either way, it wasn't good. His senses became more attuned to the energy as well, and he could feel Master Heichel when he moved around. It was significantly muted, but he felt it inside of him nonetheless. If he had to compare, Barrett himself had about a drop compared to a lake. Perhaps that wasn't correct, because he couldn't actually tell, but he knew he was pretty insignificant. He wasn't exactly sure what could be done with all that energy, but based on how much effort it took to obtain, there must have been a proportionately large amount of power. At the end of the week, Master Heichel came to Barrett. Well, this is it. You won't be able to progress much further without really beginning the training. I can say your affinity is decent enough. You should be able to progress unless you're unlucky. He patted Barrett on the shoulder. Besides, there's a chance you won't die even if it goes poorly. If you have a bit better than regular healing, you can be left with a small amount of ability to recover. Isn't that wonderful? He sighed and shook his head. The choice is yours though. I can't say you will definitely succeed, just that you won't certainly fail. What I promise is that if you do succeed, I can make you strong, as long as you stay determined to become so. Barrett nodded. He took a deep breath. He felt the berserk energy and its danger, and yet he also felt he was quite suited for it. That was justified by nothing, it was just a feeling, but he couldn't shake the thought. He also liked Master Heikel, and wanted to be strong. Certainly, he could go find someone else to train him, but if he gave up on this he didn't think he would keep the determination to go on. If he succeeded the first time and failed the second, going back to the start, he would be justified in giving up. It would seem to be unsuited for him, but as it was, he seemed more likely to succeed than fail. I will do it. Master Heikel nodded. Very well. Then, pay close attention to what I do. Remember, pay attention exactly. If you're slightly off it can be deadly with no chance of recovery, or just wasted injuries that will take time to recover from. Master Heikel sat cross-legged and concentrated. Barrett could see he was very serious. As he watched, it seemed as if Master Heikel opened himself up to be seen. He watched the flow of energy. Here. Master Heikel's energy swirled around one part, and here, and here. These 3 points. Then he released a slow breath, before inhaling quickly. It is best to destroy them all simultaneously. Then Barrett heard a popping sound. He saw the few points were crushed, and Master Heikel spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, how unlucky. You get to see a failure. He shook his head, not that it is too dangerous at this point. I would have to fail thousands of times to be in trouble. Give me a moment. After a few minutes, Master Heikel's face went from pale to somewhat neutral. If you wait, I can demonstrate a success as well, but the technique is exactly the same. This time it just reacted poorly. Master Heikel shrugged. Just to be clear, this is definitely the best way. The Immortal Berserker sect has had a very long time to work on the technique. The results have been very clear. Unless something goes significantly wrong, the results are up to the individual's body and affinity with the technique. Barrett nodded seriously. He didn't like the idea of a gamble, but in essence, he only had to gamble once. Once he made progress, he would have something to fall back on if he regressed. I understand. I saw what you did. I can do it. He told himself that, and he even believed it for the most part. He first focused on calming himself. He couldn't let any mistakes be on his own part. This was his first step to becoming strong. He could not fail. To that end, he avoided thinking about the possible consequences. Such thoughts would be of no use. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 20. Barrett took the time to center himself, and concentrate to his very limits. This wasn't something he could afford to mess up on. Of course, he wasn't some sort of superhuman who could completely clear his mind, especially not when doing something this dangerous, but given the circumstances he achieved what he thought was the optimal level of calm. He went over the steps in his head. He concentrated on remember the exact points that he needed to destroy. He could still almost feel the energy and damage in Master Heikel. Once he was ready, he started immediately. Any hesitation would just throw him off. First, he had to wrestle the berserk energy into his control. It was only a tiny amount, and even though the energy belonged to him, it was difficult. Finally, though, he got a strong mental grip on it. Then he directed it. He tried going toward all 3 points at once, but that was too difficult. Instead, he directed it toward one point near the heart. Then he held that part of the energy there before moving on to the next parts. Finally, he had everything where it should be. After checking over one more time to make sure he wasn't off, he detonated the energy. Barrett woke up later. His entire chest ached. He could only vaguely recall intolerable pain, but he'd passed out, and thus hadn't felt it for long. This was more of a dull throb. Hopefully, that was good. Well, it didn't seem like he was dead, but perhaps he was dying. Honestly though, Barrett didn't think that was the case. He'd felt worse before, especially directly after the fire. Still, he could move, and since he was hungry, he felt it was time to get up. When he stood, there was a brief moment of dizziness, but it passed quickly. Finally, he found Master Heikel outside. He was cooking again. He seemed to have great timing with such things. Good morning. Master Heikel turned toward him. Good morning. How are you feeling? Barrett held his hand up to his chest, not great, but not like I'm dying. Master Heikel nodded, you seem to have succeeded. Now, all we have to do is wait a year for you to recover. Barrett blinked, what? A year? Sure. Do you think this kind of thing heals quickly? Take note that I heal at 10,000 times normal speed and it took me several minutes to feel better, and that's not a full recovery. Master Heikel grinned, don't worry, you're not going to be sitting around doing nothing. There are many things you need to learn that don't involve any danger to your health. Okay. What first? Well, let's start with some basics. Why do we use energy instead of just our body? Because, it's strong. We need it to train our healing. Master Heikel shrugged, sure, it's strong, but you know what else is strong? My physical body. He stood up and took a stance, then punched the ground. Barrett looked on intently, then frowned. Master Heikel's arm had sunk up to his wrist, but that was it. Nothing exciting happened. If this was rock instead of dirt, I could have cracked it, but that doesn't matter. Here is the point. There is now a hole in the dirt. Okay. Barrett nodded, and then frowned, I can see it doesn't seem the most useful on dirt, but putting a hole in something you were fighting doesn't seem like a problem. Right. Let's try something else then. Go stand next to that wall. Barrett did so. Now, push it over. Barrett looked at it. He didn't think there was any way to succeed at that, but he knew he should try. He lowered himself and pushed as hard as he could, to basically no results. Stop. Look at the ground. Barrett looked down. There was nothing particularly exciting, but after a moment he moved his feet. There were slight indents in the soft dirt where he had been standing. This is your first lesson. Even I cannot push down that wall with just my bodily strength, unless I have something to press against. If you press on a wall, or strike something, it presses back on you. Something will give out first. It might not be your body, but perhaps the ground beneath you. If you push straight into the wall, it will push you back instead, and there is even less holding you back. Master Heikel took the same stance a step over to the side. This time, Barrett could feel the berserk energy pouring through him. Then his fist came down, and he released the energy. There was a small crater left behind, and Master Heikel flew into the air. Then, he did it a third time, and this time he maintained his position on the ground. The resulting crater of dirt below him was about a meter wide, and perhaps half of that at its deepest point. Barrett noticed that the same amount of energy was used, but the result was very different. In fact, less energy ended up going into the ground, instead it moved upward, damaging nothing. Even so, it kept Master Heikel from flying up, and the energy directed toward the ground all actually arrived where intended. Well, it's like this. Master Heikel shrugged, the same thing applies in the other direction. Perhaps eventually you can lift a bull off the ground, but only if you want to sink up to your knees. That is, unless you spread out the weight across a larger area. Perhaps you could do it on stone, but if you're truly serious about growing strong, you will reach the point where each material progressively grows too weak to handle your relatively tiny form. No matter how strong you grow, you can't do anything about this with just your body. After all, it's not that you aren't strong enough, it's that everything else is too weak. Master Heikel grinned, including you, right now. I would suggest you don't punch rocks for a while. It's one of the worst ways to break your fingers and wrist. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 21. It was 2 weeks before Barrett was even allowed to do any real exercise. While it doesn't completely overlap, the natural healing of your muscles from bodily strain will also be greatly reduced during this time, Master Heikel explained, thus, we can't push you too far. Barrett nodded. He understood the idea, anyway. Plus, he still ached as his body was recovering, well, its ability to heal. Beyond exercise, he also couldn't train much in terms of the berserk energy, because that would also break down his body some. That left him with little to do, except listen to lectures and read through books. Barrett was surprised at how many books there were, especially for a berserker school. That's the point, kid. Nobody expects it. However, you've gotta fight smart. In the end, it all comes down to knowing what you can handle, but to do that, you have to know how things work. Some of that stuff isn't strictly necessary for you to know, unless you come across a new situation. It's especially important that you memorize everything in here, though. That book was especially strange, and full of many, many figures. Barrett was glad he had time, because it was hard work to remember. As for the contents, it was mostly about the human body, and what it took to destroy it. This included blood loss, suffocation, poisons, and very detailed lists of damage to organs through different methods. What surprised Barrett the most was how little of some things it took to die. A relatively small amount of force could create a cut in the wrong vein or artery, and someone would probably die. Not quite as quickly as Barrett had thought, however. All of that information was somewhat terrifying, but the later sections brought things to another level. After all, the first section only considered somewhat normal humans. After that there were various warriors, mages, and other types. Things were generalized by tiers of body training, energy training, and magical defenses. However, for practitioners of the Immortal Berserker technique, there were much more fine details at every level. Barrett couldn't help but grimace upon reading about various balancing points, such as the level of certain fires that one could withstand where their flesh burned off and regenerated at approximately the same rate. Barrett frowned, Master Heikel, isn't it dangerous if this information gets out to enemies? It points out all of our weaknesses. Oh. Master Heikel raised an eyebrow, and what weaknesses are those, exactly? Well, Barrett tilted his head. In most categories, practitioners of the Immortal Berserker technique were rated near the top for survivability rate. Poisons and bleeding to death, I guess. Master Heikel nodded, well, those things can certainly be a pain. However, I should note that many of the poisons listed there can be prohibitively expensive. It's still better if any enemies don't have the details, of course, but the biggest danger doesn't need it. That is, anyone of significantly superior tier can just attack with overwhelming strength, speed, or magic. That is not to say we have no worries about those on the same tier as us, but that is what our training is for. The best way to avoid bleeding to death from your jugular veins is not to replenish blood more quickly or toughen the skin and vein walls themselves, but to just not let anyone cut your jugular. Master Heikel nodded seriously, remember this, you must know exactly how much damage you can take and survive, and then avoid taking damage at all unless it is a critical moment. Minor injuries can add up, and even if they heal during the battle they will tire you out. Thus, the best way to survive is to just not get injured in the first place. What if it's something you can't avoid, like a dragon's fire breath? Master Heikel shrugged. Get faster. Have something to dodge behind. Then, if you've exhausted those possibilities, that's what page 72, Dragon Breath, is for. If you can't survive it, you shouldn't be fighting them. That's when you should run away. Oh, don't be like that. Running away is a perfectly acceptable option in many battles. It's better to know when not to fight. Of course, if there are stakes such as other people you need to protect, then you have to win the fight even if it's dangerous. Later, you'll see another book on monsters' weak points. Comparing that with the book on surviving dangers, you can determine what is the optimal way to kill them before they kill you. Dragons can be particularly weak to significant force to their lower jaw while trying to unleash their breath. Depending on the type, you can have very interesting results. Barrett breathed out slowly. There sure is a lot to learn. Aren't you glad you have a lot of free time now? Master Heikel grinned. Each week, the physical training stepped up slightly as the healing progressed. Apparently, Barrett's recovery speed should return nearly linearly, to the point where it would be approximately double the normal rate. Fortunately, this increase in healing speed also applied to subsequent destructions. That is, if he succeeded the next time, it would only take 6 months to recover, then 4, 3, and so on. Barrett would actually be able to recover at a normal rate after 6 months. That was still a somewhat distressingly long time, but there was not much to be done about that. Studies were priority until then, but physical training continued to ramp up. Barrett felt his strength growing, if slowly, and he couldn't help but feel good about himself, even with the constant muscle pain, and the slowly fading dull pain in his chest. Then, 6 months after he had gone through his first cycle of destruction, the pain was completely gone. Barrett didn't bring it up for another week after that, but he finally realized that perhaps this was not the normal way of things. He was worried that something might have gone wrong. Certainly, he was healing from injuries, but he couldn't say that it was twice as quickly as normal. Perhaps he had somehow just failed to advance, but not lost his ability to heal either. Either way, Master Heikel would know what to do. He always did. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 22. 6 months after his first destruction, Barrett considered his condition and frowned. It's not that it was bad, but just the opposite. I'm healed. He took careful stock of every part of his body, and all of the pain that had been lingering, if slowly fading, was gone. Master Heikel seemed to have overheard Barrett's observation, "You're not healed yet. Instead, you're back to the normal level of functioning." "Yeah, that's what I thought, but I feel healed. The pain wasn't supposed to be completely gone until I was fully recovered, and it is." Master Heikel got a serious look on his face. Then he started poking and prodding Barrett. Some of that was mere physical observation, though Barrett could also feel some energy fluctuations. "You are healed." That was Master Heikel's final declaration. Wasn't it supposed to take a year? What does that mean? Master Heikel thought for a few moments. "Well, I can think of a few things. How long did it take you to recover from injuries when you were a kid?" "Normal amounts. I think. I didn't exactly keep track of everything." Barrett had a somewhat better idea of how long things had taken at his cousin's place, but there were many factors involved that could affect healing. "Of course you didn't." Master Heikel shook his head. "Normal people wouldn't." "Well, people heal at different rates. Unlike the special cases of immortal bodies, it's not usually so visible. Given various conditions, people heal at different rates. If we consider 1 to be the normal value, over 90% of people would usually range from about 0.8 to 1.2, though in extreme cases it can be between 0.5 and 3. Again, this doesn't count immortal bodies, medicines, or specific diseases. Anyway, this would put you at about a 2. In that case, does that mean my recovery will always be twice as fast? Master Heikel shook his head. That would be ridiculous. If you take the technique into account, what normally happens is you go from 1 to 2. In your case, you would go from 2 to 3. Master Heikel shrugged. It's not unheard of. You just saved 6 months. Though, you still have many things to learn before you can move on. Still, this will allow you to return to training your energy, and perhaps you can succeed at and recover from your second destruction in the same time frame as I have planned. Will the second time hurt less? Master Heikel frowned. Well, yes and no. That is a completely useless answer. He nodded, that's right. You'll understand when you get there. So far, Master Heikel had never been wrong about such things. Barrett still wondered why he couldn't just tell him beforehand. Alright kid, Master Heikel hefted a rather large and surprisingly ornate axe on his shoulder. Today we start your training with the axe. Give me a reason why you'll learn to use an axe. Because it's an optimal weapon both for weight and sharpness. That's a good answer. The real answer is, because I know how to use axes. Thus, you will learn how to use axes. Later, you can try out a number of weapons. Anything that can stand up to the force you produce and berserk energy will do the trick, if you know how to use it. If not, you have a broken weapon. At that point, you have to fight with your body. Master Heikel shrugged, you'll be learning how to fight without weapons too, for various reasons. Maybe you break one, maybe you couldn't bring one somewhere, maybe you just want a way to incapacitate someone without chopping them in half. A proper weapon is always better, if you have one, but knowing how to fight without a weapon is still better than not. The first thing Master Heikel had Barrett do was try to lift his axe. Master Heikel put it down flat on the ground, and Barrett could tell it had a lot of weight. Still, he had been training his strength. He could certainly at least pick it up. He put his hand under the head and tried to lift, and found he couldn't. It was like it was stuck to the ground. However, he pushed against the handle, and it moved, though with some effort. It also left a slight groove in the ground. Since he couldn't pick it up the way he wanted, he went down to the end of the handle and lifted. It took some strain, but after a moment it became easier. Then, the axe was standing vertically with the head down. Barrett took a stance and tried again with both hands around the shaft and managed to just barely lift the axe off the ground. Then he couldn't do any more, and it fell to the ground, leaving a significant depression. Master Heikel nodded, decent technique. I see you've been listening. You could have thrown out your back if you did it wrong. So, what does this tell you about the axe? The weight is mostly in the head and, heavier is better. Is it better though? You can't even really pick it up. If I could though, it would carry more force. Well, perhaps. Master Heikel bent down and easily lifted the axe. Then, he gave it a few swings. Barrett heard the sound of it whistling through the air. Then Master Heikel turned serious, and he heard the whistling of the axe, and felt the breeze, but he couldn't see the axe itself during the swing, except as a blur. What did you learn about force? Heavier objects have more force, but faster objects are even more. You actually want a weapon that you can swing as fast as possible, while also being strong enough to stand up to that force. Such sturdiness generally results in more mass, barring magic and other factors. Master Heikel trailed some runes on the axe head with his finger. Actually, this one is magical. Master Heikel went and pulled out another slightly smaller axe. This one is as well. Give it a try. Barrett found it was much lighter than the other one, more than just the size difference would explain. However, this one felt more right in terms of weight. It seemed like he expected an axe to be. He swung it a few times, but couldn't tell what the magic did. Maybe it just made it sturdy. Then he ran his thumb along the blade, and surprisingly it didn't cut his skin. Oh. This one is made so I don't hurt myself. Master Heikel shook his head, not quite. It's made so you don't kill yourself. If you get hurt, well, that's actually training. He grinned, and Barrett paled slightly. He had the feeling this wasn't going to be easy. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 23. Somehow, training with the axe used an entirely different set of muscles to everything Barrett had used previously. He'd thought the training from before had already covered everything, but he found out he was wrong. Well, it wasn't entirely different muscles, but it sure felt like it. Of course, beyond the muscles involved was the technique. After all, just swinging an axe was only good for chopping wood, and even that required some technique to do well. It actually took less effort to do things the right way, though more training to get to the right way. For the next month Barrett trained with the axe during the morning and evening, with various studies in the afternoon or sometimes replacing one training session for the axe. That was already hard to handle, but he also had to train his berserk energy, which was unimaginably exhausting. Barrett thought he was going to give out. It wasn't unpleasant the same way working for his cousin had been, but it was still tiring and sometimes painful. The few rest days weren't quite enough, or so he thought, but he managed to push through and keep going. In fact, the first thing to give out was his axe. One day, the axe head came off during a training session. He'd been infusing energy into it for training, but this time it just gave out in the middle of a swing. The axe head flew off, straight toward Master Heikel. Barrett shouted out in warning, but he didn't move, even when the edge directly impacted his arm. It was only a few moments later that he turned to look at it, picking it up between two fingers. It seems your energy training has been going well. These don't fall apart so easily. It looks like you're ready for the second destruction. While his gathering mastery of berserk energy might have been up to the standard of the second destruction, Barrett wasn't sure his mind was. He had succeeded before, but what if it had just been luck? What if he regressed this time, and then died the next time? Barrett slapped himself hard enough to see stars. There was no point in thinking about that. He had succeeded before, and he would succeed again. There was the issue of the pain, but that wouldn't come into play until after he had already succeeded or failed. At that point, he could deal with it. After he succeeded. There wasn't another option. Not if he wanted to be strong. There was nothing to be afraid of. He didn't even have a chance of dying this time unless he did something incredibly stupid. So he wouldn't. He slapped himself once again just to clear his mind. Then, he concentrated. The energy inside of him seemed like it wanted to destroy everything. That included him, but he wouldn't let it. Except for now, when he wanted it to very specifically destroy things. This time, he more smoothly brought it to the right locations. He couldn't move two strands at once, at least not as accurately as he would like, but each strand was stronger than before. Finally, he brought 1/3 of his energy to every part, then destroyed. Master Heikel had said, when asked if it would hurt less, yes and no. Barrett would have said strictly no. It definitely hurt worse. Was this what failure was like? He still didn't want to think about that, but he was in no state to slap himself. Though it hurt worse, he was still conscious. That was something. He supposed, in a way, it hurt less, compared to what he could tolerate. It wasn't that comforting when he thought it would probably hurt more every time, no matter how much he could tolerate it. It quickly became obvious he had not failed at the second destruction. In almost exactly 4 months, he was fully healed. This helped verify the theory that he had somehow started at a 2. While disappointing that he wasn't going to proceed twice as fast as he should forever, he took solace in the fact that he had already saved 8 months. Granted, that didn't put him exactly 8 months ahead, as that time would have been filled with other types of training, but it still cut out a significant amount of time that could only be spent recovering. Barrett stared down at his hands and wondered why he had recovered faster, and the answer quickly became obvious. The bandages on his hand told the whole tale. They had become part of him ever since he got them, and so he didn't really think about them, but they were magical. He supposed they had been making him heal faster before, but he had just thought it was that he was taking better care of himself. He really wanted to thank that beggar more, but he probably would never get the chance. Barrett thought about his next assignment. He had learned how to fight, and now he needed more practice. Master Heikel was a great master, but he wasn't really the right level for a sparring partner. He also did his own training, so he couldn't devote all his time to Barrett. Thus, Barrett's next step was to go down the mountain to the city below, and lose fights. That wasn't actually the case, but Master Heikel pointed out that if he didn't get injured, he wasn't fighting hard enough opponents. Then he would recover, and then fight again. He would repeat that until, forever, maybe. Master Heichelt certainly seemed to think that was the right way. Beyond combat training, getting injured had a point too. It would toughen up his body. That wasn't the natural way of things. It was part of the Immortal Berserker technique. Of course, Master Heichelt pointed out not to get injured too badly, or he wouldn't recover properly. At the same time, he handed over some bottles of medicine. Barrett opened them to see little spherical pills. These are for when that happens. If you get any scars that won't recover right, or a bone that just won't heal, these will take care of it. Don't just take them for everything, though. Only if you really need it. There are side effects. No matter what, your body will regress in toughness just a bit if you take them, and if you take too many, well, it's best that you don't. Barrett nodded. He liked the idea of healing scars. He couldn't stand to look at his face in reflections, but he covered up with bandages anyway. It was probably vain to worry about scars on his face anyway. At some point, he would get something that didn't heal quite right, and then he would take the pills anyway, so there was no reason to rush. As for coming to recover when he was injured, Barrett would have probably never made it if he had to climb the cliff, but he didn't. The day after he arrived, he had seen the path down by the signboards. It was just a nice sloping path, down the mountain toward the city. It was just off out of sight where he had climbed up, going up the side of the plateau where the school rested. Barrett wondered what would have happened if he noticed it then. Not that it mattered now. He was better for having accomplished that climb, and now he could do it easily. Not that he was particularly eager to do it, because falling was still a terrifying thought, but he also knew that if he let himself fail when he was stronger, there had been no point to the training. Now, all he had to do was go down the mountain, fight, and lose. Or at least not win gracefully. Barrett wondered if his body would ever stop aching in the future. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 24. Barrett was not just sent down the mountain to the city of Verdun with no guidance. He was given an initial destination that would probably have people around the right strength for him to spar with. The Southern Tiger School was fairly large, and thus would likely have a number of newer recruits around Barrett's level of training. Barrett wasn't entirely sure how strong he was, just that he was completely incomparable to how he had been a year or more before. How would he do in a fight against his cousin's guards? He didn't know. He hadn't fought them at all then. That said, he thought he should be as strong as most of them on an individual level. According to Master Heichel, most guards and soldiers fell into the first tier of power, and he could be considered in that tier now that he had completed his initial training. He was even above the bottom, having completed his second destruction, but since he would be in the first tier until after his 10th, it didn't mean much. Being in the same tier didn't mean two people would be evenly matched, just that taking any random person from such a tier would have a good probability of either winning. In actual fights, people might get a lucky blow or have an advantageous combat style. If someone was unprepared and didn't have weapons or armor, it would significantly sway the odds. However, even more important than overall power was combat experience. Master Heichel said that those who had to think about their next move or how to react to their opponent were a step behind. Barrett had no real combat experience, though he had practice with proper form and some slight sparring with Master Heichel. Against someone so much stronger, there were limits to what he could learn. Even though he was going to spar with those from the Southern Tiger School, it wouldn't be quite as good as real combat experience either. There were some things done or not done in a spar that you wouldn't do in a real fight. Real weapons were asking for death in a spar, and even training weapons could cause serious injury. There were also certain attacks that weren't proper for sparring. Even so, training in real combat wasn't feasible. It wasn't a guarantee that the victor would live. Master Heichel stressed that Barrett should avoid life-or-death battles unless they were truly important, such as saving another life. Of course, the other reason was the laws of the country. People couldn't be allowed to just go around killing each other, or nobody would come to those cities, or if they did, everyone would be dead. Barrett pondered about the name of the Southern Tiger School. It sounded rather funny to him, not because tigers weren't a threat, but merely because it was north of where he had lived for most of his life, and east of the mountain he was currently living on. Their grounds were rather imposing. They needed the space, of course, since they had over 100 students, many of whom lived at the school. They sustained the cost of the school through mercenary work, hiring out guards and hunting dangerous animals. Apparently they were also partly sponsored by Etron, and would send members to support a war effort if it came to that. Barrett briefly wondered where the resources for the Immortal Berserker sect came from. Master Heikel never went out on jobs, and Barrett certainly wasn't paying for them. Presumably, his future value would make up for it, but with the failure rate of students it seemed like it was not going to be a profitable venture even if, when he became a valuable member of the sect. Barrett finally knocked on the front gates of the Southern Tiger School. He was soon met by a young man, though actually still older than himself. He had to have been at least 15 or 16. Yes. Greetings. I was wondering if anyone might be available to spar with me. Ah. I'm sure there will be someone. They might be in the middle of exercises at the moment, but the masters encourage us to spar with other schools. Iron sharpens iron, they say. Barrett followed the young man into a training ground. He watched as dozens of students trained with weapons. Most of those in this group were young, from those somewhat younger than him to somewhere in their 20s. Barrett's escort went over to the other side of the courtyard where some older people were supervising. Barrett could see that those who were training were all strongly muscles, and almost entirely young men. That made sense, because the Southern Tiger School was a warrior school that bordered on being a berserker style, emphasizing strong and fierce attacks. It was just the kind of thing that hot-blooded young men were interested in. After a short time the young man who had brought Barrett in came back. He brought with him one of the older men, though that didn't make him old. He was at most middle-aged, and was a large, muscled man. Greetings. I am Master Wenzel. I am Barrett Ravenhall, he returned politely. Good. You wish to spar? I'm sure we can find someone to match you. They could use more practice against those not from our style. He continued to ask a few questions: what type of style Barrett practiced, what type of sparring weapon he would prefer, how long he had been training. This was so he could determine a fitting partner. Eventually, Barrett was matched up against a bulky young man who looked too large to be 15, but evidently was. Both Barrett and his opponent had training axes, though they were more like padded blocks of wood on the end of a shaft. They were better designed than just blocks, but the idea remained. There were no sharp edges, though they managed to maintain a reasonable amount of weight. They could certainly still bruise or break bones. Ready, begin. Master Wenzel announced. Barrett's opponent slashed down at an angle, and Barrett dodged to the side, bringing his axe across into the opponent's stomach. He had prepared his next move, but that was the end. The young man was on the ground clutching his gut. Stop. Master Wenzel announced, though Barrett had long since stepped away. Too slow, Michael. You lost. Michael groaned, then stood up. I can do better. I wasn't ready. Bah. You were plenty ready. You can't make excuses in real combat. Still, if you wish to try again, Master Wenzel glanced over at Barrett, who nodded. After Michael had a few moments to catch his breath, the two young men faced off again. Ready, begin. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 25. This time Michael stepped forward and opened up with a sweep of the axe across the body. Barrett took a quick step back, leaning slightly, then shot forward, bringing his sparring axe up into Michael's gut again, this time a bit harder than before. Stop. Master Wenzel announced again. Nice try, Michael, but you really need to work on your finesse. Victory, Barrett. He turned to face Barrett. Looks like I was a bit off. Interested in facing another opponent? Barrett nodded. Ivan, get over here. Ivan was less visibly bulky, though still taller than Barrett. His age was around the same, and he brought with him a training sword. The spar started, but Ivan didn't immediately move for an attack. Instead, both he and Barrett watched each other for a few moments, shifting their position slightly as they circled around. Then Ivan took a quick step forward, stabbing out with his sword. Barrett dodged to the side, and brought his axe down toward his opponent's arm, but Ivan fluidly withdrew his arm and stepped back at the same time. Barrett exchanged several more moves, but found it hard to strike his opponent. Barrett himself also remained unscathed, until he took a swift slash to his side. However, Barrett still had moved himself away from that, so the power behind it was only enough to cause a bruise at most. After a few more moves, Ivan overextended on a thrust, and Barrett brought his axe into his side. Ivan clenched his side, backing up, "I concede." "Victory, Barrett." Master Wenzel stroked his chin. "You know, I forgot to ask what school you're from. Unless you're a wandering warrior." Barrett shook his head. "No, I'm from the Immortal Berserker sect." There was some mumbled discussion from some of those who were watching, and Master Wenzel nodded slowly. "Oh, we haven't seen one of you in a while. I suppose we can take it up one more notch. That all right with you?" Barrett nodded. "Brody. You're up." Brody was even bulkier than Michael had been, and also wielded an axe. He looked to be around 16 or 17, as long as one ignored the muscles covering his body. The match again started off with some rather cautious circling, before Barrett saw an opening. He took a swing, but knew that Brody would have enough time to step back. However, he felt his axe connect, and at the same time felt pain in his own side. Barrett had seen the blow out of the corner of his eye, so he had stepped away slightly. He let the force of the blow carry him a few steps away to give him time to get his bearings. He hadn't expected to be struck at the same time. He considered the pain in his side. It wasn't too bad. Nothing seemed broken, but it would definitely be bruised. Perhaps if it had struck him completely unprepared, or if his opponent hadn't also been softening his own blow, it would have been worse. Barrett stepped back into the fight, and found himself trading blows back and forth. He tried to dodge, but found it was hard to completely avoid all of the attacks. Thus, he had to respond with an attack of his own. He traded a bruised bicep for a thigh, and then various blows to the ribs, side, and back. Then the two opponents struck simultaneously, with their axe handles meeting in the middle. There was a jolt, but they both held on. Barrett knew the right move was probably to step back, but instead he pressed forward. Brody did the same. Barrett found himself being pushed back slightly. Any more, and he would lose his footing, so he summoned a bit of berserk energy. It flowed through him, the axe, into the ground, and he pushed. He was forbidden to use berserk energy in an attack, at least in a spar, because he could seriously injure someone, but he wasn't even swinging the axe, just pushing. Brody staggered back, even though he summoned some of his own energy. Barrett took the opportunity to step in and attack. He saw a swing coming in for his side as well, but he had taken the initiative and would strike first. Then his opponent would be forced away, and lose power in their swing. There were two large cracking sounds, and Barrett frowned. He wasn't supposed to be on the ground. Then he noticed that one of the cracking sounds had come from his own ribs. The other, he looked at the haft of the axe still in his hand. Well, part of the haft. It had split, even though they were made out of sturdy wood. For a moment Barrett thought he had gotten a bad one, but he soon realized that wasn't the case. It simply hadn't been able to handle the injection of berserk energy. That had weakened it for the subsequent attack, and caused his loss. Victory, Brody. Barrett took his time to stand up, then went over to Brody. That was an excellent spar, thank you. You as well. If only your weapon hadn't broken, you probably would have won. Barrett shook his head. I don't think so. Maybe in the future though. Barrett bid Brody and the rest of those at the Southern Tiger School goodbye. After he stepped out of the gates, he coughed. There was a little bit of blood. That was understandable. His right side burned like hell. As he gingerly felt it, he knew there were at least a few broken ribs, and probably a slight puncture. He concentrated hard, and there was a popping sound. Setting ribs was a troublesome process to do by hand, but fortunately he had energy to push with from the inside. That just made it hurt more, but at least his ribs were the right shape now, if still broken. Barrett shook his head. His training had been very detailed, including things like that. Who went over how to set their own bones in basic training? The Immortal Berserker sect, apparently. Barrett started the slow walk back up the mountain, in the fourth worst pain of his life. First through third were after the fire in his first and second destructions, though he wasn't sure exactly what order those were all in. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 26. Barrett trudged the last bit of the way into the sect, though really it was just a few buildings and Master Heikel. Walking with broken ribs was very unpleasant, but Barrett could do it. It was just physical pain. He could deal with it. That's what he kept telling himself, and he found that it worked. Master Heikel came to see him as he arrived, then looked him over. Broken ribs, definitely a good idea to stop. Make sure to take some time to get used to what you can handle. While having more injuries all at once is somewhat more efficient, the more important part is challenging yourself in combat. At least for now. Barrett nodded. I won 2 fights before that, but then I broke the training axe. Oh. Master Heikel raised an eyebrow. Those are pretty sturdy. They should last more than a fight or 2. Well. I blocked an attack, and had to use berserk energy to have enough power. Master Heikel nodded. That will break down materials pretty fast. It's a good lesson to learn. Remember, don't attack with berserk energy unless you really want to kill someone, at least not until you have very fine control over your power. Barrett nodded. I understand. He didn't think he could have killed Brody if he attacked with berserk energy involved, but then again it significantly raised the probability of something unpleasant like a rib puncturing a lung. Most people weren't trained to deal with such injuries in basic training, and it was dangerous for others to inject energy to take care of it. Barrett wasn't idle while recovering from his injury. There were still many things to learn, and he could still train his energy, if he was careful. He avoided his entire right side, because otherwise he could easily aggravate the damage. If he did that, it might not heal properly, and then he would have to take pills which would set him back. He wasn't sure how much it would be, but it was certainly more than a little bit of extra training was worth. As he circulated berserk energy through other parts of his body, he could feel it breaking things down. His body had grown tougher and more tolerant of the energy, but it still damaged it slightly. That would continue to be the case as long as he kept up his training. His body would become more durable, but the energy would be stronger. The important thing was to not rush ahead in gathering energy too much, otherwise he might actually cause serious injury to himself. That would only be the case if he neglected to practice with it and strengthen his body, but it could happen. It was nearly a month before Barrett's ribs finished healing. After 3 weeks, they had felt healed, but Master Heikel suggested he only do light exercise for another week. Of course, his definition of light exercise varied greatly from what Barrett previously would have called it. He supposed since he was so much stronger, it really was light, comparatively. Barrett found his growth in strength very encouraging. It was not just that he could lift more or hit harder, but he had become more capable in combat, or more specifically capable of combat. After all, before training with Master Heikel he had only trained slightly with a practice sword. It was to the point it wouldn't have even counted as a warm-up for the beginning of the training with Master Heikel. Now, he could probably swing such a practice sword all day, but he wouldn't. It would be boring and a waste of time. Not that training wasn't sometimes boring still, but there was enough variety that it at least kept Barrett focused. Barrett looked down at his arm. It was bleeding from a gash, courtesy of a training sword. Some of the skin was scraped off, but Barrett thought it didn't look too bad. He just took some of the nearby bandages and wrapped them around it. He winced, though only partly from that. He had a number of other bruises and scrapes all over. He had taken to covering all of himself with bandages again. Even his face was covered, as occasional nicks and scrapes couldn't be avoided. Barrett didn't want to see all the old scars in reflections anyway, so it suited him just fine. Of course, people in Verton thought he was strange, but that was probably true. Barrett often sparred with those from the Southern Tiger School, but also with others. Barrett would challenge and accept challenges from anyone who was somewhat near the appropriate strength. It wasn't exact anyway. Barrett didn't mind being injured. Many of those he fought broke bones or the like when they won, but that was the risk that was taken. However, some of those he fought took it too far. Even after he was clearly defeated, they would continue to strike more. Barrett sometimes found himself unable to walk back up the mountain for a few days, and had to stay in the city. Barrett remembered those who were excessive and cruel. Some of them were too strong to do anything about, but he remembered their names and schools for later. For others, he challenged them again, and didn't worry about causing them too many injuries. That would actually set them back much further in their training than himself, since recovering from injuries was training for him, but Barrett didn't care. Or rather, he did care, which was why he made sure they would spend months in bed. Over the next half of a year, Barrett passed his third and fourth destructions. They still hurt, but the experience almost felt good, almost. He could fight halfway through his recovery without issue, because even if he was injured he was healing several times faster than normal. Barrett spent as much of his time as he could in Verton sparring with people. He didn't always continue to the point of injury, because that wasn't the best way for him to become more used to combat. He was used to taking and giving challenges, but usually he had a good idea of how strong his opponents were. "Hey, you! Bandage guy!" Barrett turned to see a skinny little kid. "I hear you're tough. Fight me." "Well, all right. Do you have any training weapons?" "Unarmed is my specialty." "Well, that's fine." Barrett thought it would be easier to avoid hurting the kid without a weapon anyway. It was much easier to control the strength of his own fist. He could use this as an opportunity to help someone else grow stronger. That was what Barrett remembered thinking just before the fight started. Then all he remembered was a blur, and waking up later with a massive headache. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 27. Barrett found himself lying on his back. His head hurt, but when he reached up to feel it, he couldn't feel a bruise. His hands roamed around his head, and everything felt fine, except it hurt everywhere. Then he felt just a small bit of moisture near his ear, and his hand came away with blood. Had his eardrums popped? That would be bad. Barrett said to himself, but his hearing worked just fine. It was only a tiny amount of blood, but it was disconcerting nonetheless. Upon further consideration, it was the inside of Barrett's head that hurt. Everything under the surface, beneath his skin, was in pain. It was unpleasant. Barrett felt dizzy when he sat up, so he just continued to think for some time. What has happened was, he had fought a little kid. That wasn't quite right. He hadn't spent much time analyzing what he saw then, but his opponent had been taller than a kid. They would have been at least a teenager like himself, but not adult yet. They'd been skinny, though, little more than skin and bones. That didn't seem to have affected their ability to move. It had been a blur, then a strike straight to his head. Then, energy. Barrett hadn't expected such a result. His body became tougher as it was damaged and healed. He had started to notice that more and more as he sparred with more people. Though he hadn't received too many head injuries, the berserk energy he cultivated would also break down the weaker areas of his body. It should have taken a strong sort of energy to knock him out so easily, but it hadn't felt very powerful. Barrett did have to admit there was a bit of carelessness on his part, but he had been serious about watching his opponent's moves and dodging. He just hadn't gotten the opportunity. They were unexpectedly fast and strong. Well, not strong exactly. It felt like the energy had passed through his skull, which left it only weak brain tissue to fight back. While a shockwave would transmit well enough, it would still lose power and damage his skin or skull. Bypassing that entirely was a weakness Barrett hadn't expected. Barrett considered his sparring, and realized he still had several weaknesses in his experiences. He mostly fought against warriors, bulky, straightforward types. That was the disadvantage of mostly sparring with the Southern Tiger School, though he had built up a good relationship with them. He had occasionally fought against more finesse-based, swashbuckler types, but they were more rare. As for those who used magic, Barrett only recalled seeing them at the recruitment event. He hadn't seen any before or since. He decided to ask Master Heikel about that. How come I haven't seen any mages or other magic users in Verdun? Because they're rare. You might have seen one, but they don't all wear robes. Mostly though they stay out of the city because they prefer to train at places of power, and those aren't in cities unless a city was built around a magic site. They're generally not in optimal city locations though. Is this a place of power here? Is that why we live on top of the mountain? Master Heikel shook his head, nope. At least, not that I know about. I'm not particularly sensitive to any kind of mana though, so I suppose it's possible. This place was just out of the way, so I wouldn't cause any intrusion when I suddenly moved in. Plus, it's nice here, isn't it? I guess so. With them not living in the city, it's kind of hard to get any experience fighting against magic. I don't suppose you know where any live? I might know of some. I'm not sure if they'd be interested in sparring against berserkers though. Magic users tend to see it as beneath them. That, or they're scared about getting their faces smashed in and losing all their teeth. Could they take these pills? Do these even work for other people? Master Heikel nodded. They work for others. Similar side effects of reduction in energy cultivation, and it would possibly throw off mana affinity for a time. Well, it would probably take more pills to grow back teeth, because they only work for so long. Most people don't have those available though. Barrett nodded, yeah, I figured. Most people don't get injured on purpose. It's not like we get injured on purpose. I'm just told to fight stronger opponents until I can't fight anymore. It's basically getting injured on purpose. Barrett frowned, how's your training going? I don't see you coming back injured. Is there even anyone for you to spar with? You're 5th tier, right? I don't actually know how strong those around here are. Master Wenzel is around early 4th tier. There are some others around who are stronger than that, so I can get some progress. As for seeing me injured, it only takes me an hour for over a year worth of healing. You didn't forget that, right? Ah. I might have forgotten how quickly the numbers scaled. It's sort of a strange thing to think about. Well, that's right. Master Heikel frowned, I don't know if any of them have apprentices. They might be good sparring partners if they do. Well, except for the healer. You spar with a healer? Sure, his phenomenal mastery of anatomy goes a long way toward combat. It's also a necessary thing to be able to fight when the medicinal plants try to strangle you. Plants strangle people. Not most of them. Only some of the rarer ones eat meat, and most of them are small and only eat bugs. Around here you won't find many of those either. Still, some places have almost anything you can think of. Aggressive plants isn't much. Wow, you must have learned a lot of neat things in your travels. That's right. Remind me to start educating you about the outside world some. It's never too early to broaden your horizons. These tiny little countries here aren't such a big deal. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 28. Barrett also went to Master Heikel about the fight with the skinny kid. It just took one hit, then I was unconscious, without a bruise or the normal feelings of getting hit in the head. Master Heikel nodded, that sounds like the practitioner of a gentle style. Barrett recalled how his head had hurt after being defeated. I'm not sure if I would call that gentle. It was pretty dang painful. Master Heikel shrugged, I don't name everything. The point there is the attacks aren't supported by any sort of bodily force. Given the opportunity, their attacks would be just as dangerous if they laid a hand on you gently as if they charged at you from a distance and hit you with a kick. The real attack comes in the form of how they use their energy. It is a soft form of energy, good at going through defenses until they reach the weak points they want. How's your head? Oh, it recovered just fine. Good. Attacking the brain is a rather dangerous proposition. If they were careless or malicious, they could easily cause lasting problems. How do you defend against that? Besides not getting hit, I mean. Avoidance is always the first goal, but there are indeed ways to defend yourself. If you can't avoid their attacks, you can make them avoid you. In most cases, they won't practice any body training techniques and thus will avoid a direct confrontation. If you can attack them at the same time they attack you, you might force them to back off to avoid taking a hit. The other way is to counter with energy of your own. While our berserk energy isn't optimal for defense, it is excellent at eradicating other energy. If you can shift a portion of your energy to the area just as you are struck, it will significantly dampen the effect. Of course, if you use too much, you might damage yourself. Barrett nodded, feeling the berserk energy stored inside him. It was both in him and somewhere else. When he called upon it, it took a more real form, and thus could be used for attacks. If he left it materialized without sending it out, it strained his body. This was fine, and was even used for training, but damaging oneself in combat was not the best method. Thus, it was rarely used for defense, unless one considered meeting an attack head-on a method of defense. In most cases, such a collision would favor the practitioner of the Immortal Berserker style. That was the point of the training, after all. There were other styles that were happy to meet head-on as well, but Barrett felt this style was better. The risks brought greater rewards. That wasn't always the case, but from his time with Master Heikel, Barrett knew the Immortal Berserker style had been perfected over time, and the risks and rewards were well known enough to be sure they were justified. He felt it in combat too. He was strong, not just in body, but the berserk energy was very powerful. He could use small amounts of it in combat safely now, though he could easily imagine the devastating effect it would have if he struck with the intent to kill, like in a real life or death fight. He had seen the destructive effect on rocks, weapons, and even himself if he was careless. He could tell he was growing stronger faster than most of those at the Southern Tiger School, and it wasn't that he was an exceptional genius or anything. He had watched their training, and while it wasn't lax and easy, it wasn't nearly as dangerous as what he went through regularly. Barrett wondered how he would compare to others of the Immortal Berserker style, but there was nobody to compare to. Master Heikel was much older and stronger, and thus was not a good measure. As for the other students Master Heikel had, he didn't speak about them. Master Heikel at least seemed to look on his training approvingly, so Barrett knew he was not doing poorly, but neither did he hear an excess of praise. Barrett returned to Verdun with a goal. He would find that skinny kid and get a proper rematch. He could accept that he had lost the first time. Careless or not, he had been defeated, and would have been defeated. However, he could not accept staying defeated or not trying to improve. The skinny kid was the only one he knew who practiced the right kind of techniques. It took some asking around before Barrett could even confirm the skinny kid was still in Verdun. Along with that, he confirmed that the skinny kid was a young woman, a teenager of about his age. She had gone around challenging people to fight in a manner that was strangely unfit for a practitioner of a gentle style, and more akin to Barrett's own berserk style. Eventually he tracked her down to the inn she was staying at. She was away, but returned later in the evening. When she saw him, she tilted her head. "Haven't I seen you before, bandage boy?" Barrett nodded. "That's right. We fought before. I'm here for a rematch, twig girl." He realized he hadn't learned her name yet, even when trying to find her. "Oh yeah?" She frowned for a second, as if thinking. "Didn't I beat you down instantly? I was told you were strong, but I guess it was a lie." "Well, I'm up for a rematch. Let's go outside." As soon as they were both outside and Barrett turned to face her, he saw a skinny figure start dashing toward him. It was the same move as before. This time, Barrett knew what to expect, and punched out in a counterattack. The body twisted past his fist, and a palm struck him in the head. This time, he was prepared. As he felt foreign energy enter his skull, his berserk energy countered it and started eradicating it, along with causing a little bit of pain to his skull. Though his punch missed, Barrett's knee immediately came up. The skinny girl looked surprised that he was still able to move, but she still reacted immediately. Her other arm came down to block her stomach, and then she flew backwards through the air, tumbling end over end. She landed on her feet about 5 meters away, but her face revealed a similar amount of shock to what Barrett felt. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 29. Barrett and the skinny girl faced off against each other from about 5 meters apart, both hesitating to make the next move. What the hell was that, bandage boy? The skinny girl rubbed her forearm with the other hand. You should be unconscious, and not able to hit so hard. Barrett pondered, I was thinking something similar about you. My knee should have hit your gut, or pushed your arm into it. But instead of puking or getting a shattered arm, you flew back through the air like a tornado came through. He didn't expect a response, and got none. Instead, he thought about what had happened. At the same point as his knee hit her, she jumped back. In addition to that, he felt his energy be scattered around, so it wasn't focused so much on one point. This made it less immediately damaging, but the total force of her jump and the distributed force pushed her back very far. Barrett found that an interesting defensive technique, though he couldn't utilize it himself. The two of them continued to face off at the same distance, neither moving forward, until Barrett finally suggested, why don't we just call this one a draw? We can spar again some other time. Whatever. The girl dropped her stance. If it's a fight you want, I'm up for it any time. Even though he had countered the energy going into his head and brain, the remnants of that and his own berserk energy had left Barrett unsteady on his feet. He did think the draw was legitimate though. Twig Girl had actually been quite ginger with her arm as she left, and Barrett knew that even if it wasn't broken, it had come close. Since Barrett doubted she healed at 6 times the rate of a normal person, that was a good place to stop unless she wanted to have to spend weeks recovering. Barrett thought he should probably have learned her name, but he supposed he could do that some other time. Barrett found his life settling into a routine. A strange, painful routine, but routine nonetheless. Fight. Recover. Train berserk energy, go through destruction. The latter was the most surprising thing, because it had been absolutely terrifying and capable of killing him, and now even if he failed it would just be an annoying setback. Barrett found Twig Girl several times per month and they sparred. At least, it was something like a spar. They usually didn't even say anything, but just attacked each other on sight. He supposed it counted as sparring because if he coughed up blood or she broke something, they stopped. She seemed to dislike Barrett for some reason, and her negative attitude made him feel the same about her, but it was good practice to fight her. Though they weren't particularly friends, Barrett knew there were many worse people. Barrett grew stronger and sought out rematches with some of those who had defeated him before. If they had been particularly unkind and excessive, he returned the same to them. As time went on, more and more people ended up with broken limbs, and Barrett had less. Well, individually he probably had more than anyone else, but he recovered quickly, and found that he was getting injured less not just because he was growing better at avoiding attacks, but because his body was tough. He was certain he could take direct attacks that would have previously killed him with just some bruising, or perhaps cracked ribs instead of a crushed ribcage. Though Barrett knew he didn't make any friends when he took revenge on those who had been excessive, they wouldn't have been his friends anyway. They were all snobs or people who thought they were better than they were at fighting. Even so, he never did anything to actually cripple anyone, even against the people who had almost done that to him. In that case, it wasn't that he didn't want to, but the laws were clear enough about what kind of trouble that would land him in. Another 5 months passed, until he had been training under Master Heikel for almost 2 years. He fought, he coughed up blood, he ate, he studied, he trained, and he healed. Each destruction hurt more, but with each his tolerance for pain and recovery speed was higher. He passed the seventh destruction, and with his training his strength was now near the top end of first-tier warriors. That was when an opportunity he had been waiting for appeared in town. The word of a magic user arriving in town spread quickly, and the first thing on Barrett's mind was fighting him. Master Heikel had discussed fighting against magic with Barrett, but he hadn't been able to experience it. He knew it would be different than what he was used to. He could still dodge, at least most things. However, trying to block or deflect attacks would merely result in injuries to different parts, if it even did anything. A blaze of fire washing over him, for example, couldn't be blocked with his arms. At best, he could protect his face and eyes from being burned. He also couldn't punch or chop fire apart yet, though Master Heikel indicated that could be done with proper energy control. A magic user could also attack from far away, though the actual distance depended on the individual and what sort of magic they actually trained in. With all of that, it sounded like they would have a huge advantage over warriors, and perhaps they did. However, they were not without weaknesses. For example, Barrett would be able to kill one with a single chop of his axe or even a punch of his fist. A magic user might dodge, and some could throw up magic barriers that would absorb most or all of an attack, but if their bare body was actually hit, they didn't have much going for them. Heavy armor restricted the ability to perform the gestures that most of them needed, and they wouldn't have time to train their bodies to the same extent as a warrior. Master Heikel noted that any magic user that wasn't foolish would make sure they weren't physically inept, but they couldn't stand up to someone who could punch through a brick wall. Barrett had done that, just as a sort of measurement of progress. Master Heikel had set up the wall and other tests so that he could see some of his progress, though going back and defeating former opponents helped him understand himself even better. It wasn't too hard to find the magic user. He was a rare enough thing that people kept track of him. Barrett thought he was lucky, because he learned that this magic user was first tier as well. He had grown ever more straightforward, so when he found the young man with the staff and nice embroidered shirt, Barrett immediately stated his intentions. "Fight me." Of course, he was planning to explain why a spar would be beneficial to both of them, and he had some other ideas, but the response was pretty straightforward. "Yeah, all right." The blonde young man nodded. "We can talk about the rules as we head over to that field." Then he was off, and Barrett followed behind him, surprised at how easy it had been. He had heard that most magic users thought warriors beneath them. Perhaps this guy did as well, but he hadn't given any signs of that just yet, and had easily agreed to the spar. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 30. "Let's go over some ground rules," the mage said. "I'm sure you haven't fought many mages. If you, what is your name?" "Barrett." "Right. I'm Lamont Levine, Elementalist. If you break my magic barrier I will consider it my loss, so please refrain from attacking if you get to that point. Likewise, I promise not to explode your eyeballs or otherwise cause lasting harm." "Can you explode people's eyeballs?" Barrett raised an eyebrow. Lamont shrugged, his shoulders touching the tips of his hair. "Not yet, unless you stood still and let me touch them for a few moments. Regardless, none of my attacks will aim to cause more than temporal injuries, though I can't stop you from throwing your head into my attacks and making things worse for yourself." "Right, so, how do we start?" "Well," Lamont put his finger to his chin, "most mages would prefer to start a duel from over a dozen meters away, if they even accept duels. However, at our current tier the generally accepted rule is for non-magic combatants to start several paces away, and with the mages to have a chance to prepare basic shields." Lamont nodded seriously. "I cannot yet maintain shields continuously, and without them I cannot be expected to put up a valuable fight. Alternatively, if you start further away I can raise my barrier during the fight." "Creating the barrier beforehand is fine," Barrett nodded. They weren't betting anything on the match, so the rules sounded reasonable enough. They might even favor him slightly, since he didn't imagine most mages would appreciate being any closer to someone with an axe than a dozen paces, let alone 3 or 4. When the shield appears, you may begin any time. Lamont's eyes close in concentration, resting both hands on the staff he had in front of him. In only a second or two a shimmering barrier appeared and his eye snapped open. Barrett could understand why he needed the chance to place the barrier first, as within that 2 seconds he could have moved forward to attack, and even without his weapon he knew he could take Lamont out with a good gut punch. Barrett stepped forward, ready to swing his axe at Lamont's barrier, while Lamont held his ground and twirled his staff. The ends traced a circle of fire, which then expanded into a full disc and then grew forward to cover him. The crackling and heat covered him and Barrett found himself back in his family home. This time, he could find no windows and flames filled the hallways. Reyna ran along the seemingly infinite hallway with him, but the heat was causing blistering to their skin. Smoke filled Barrett's lungs and eyes, but he couldn't cough it out or blink the pain away. Then the whole house came tumbling down, trapping him and Reyna underneath. He looked into her eye again as she died, and he cried out in pain, both of his body and his heart. "Aight?" Barrett heard something calling to him. The pain on his body reminded him of his cousin's house and the torments there. He screamed in rage. "Are you all right?" This time Barrett heard what was being said, and opened his eyes. He found himself breathing hard and coughing, staring up at the sky. The pain, while not gone, was very faint. It wasn't even as bad as when he burnt his mouth on food that was too hot. Standing nearby was Lamont, and Barrett remembered his voice. "Are you hurt?" Lamont asked. "I didn't use that powerful of a fire, but you collapsed, screaming. Did something go wrong?" Barrett moved his whole body, one piece at a time. It didn't hurt, at least not any more than normal, except maybe a few tiny bits of pain. He stood up, slowly, but he didn't feel any other problems. "No, it's just. I'm bad with fire." "I see." Lamont frowned slightly. "I am sorry. I did not know. I am an elementalist so." Barrett nodded. "It's not your fault. I didn't warn you. In fact, I didn't think something like this would happen." "Very well then. Would you still like to spar? I have other methods at my disposal than fire." "Unless anything else should be fine," Barrett said. "Fire is just a particular problem." "Understood. Whenever you are ready, then." The second attempt at the duel started much the same way, with Barrett rushing forward. However, Lamont raised his staff, then slammed it into the ground, pushing himself backward, and creating a circle of ice underneath it. Barrett started slipping on the ice, though his momentum carried him forward. With another circle of his staff, Lamont used more magic, though Barrett had no idea what it was until he felt wind pressing him back. He was nearly knocked over, but then he raised a foot and stomped it to the ground. Perhaps the movement wasn't strictly necessary, but it felt right. Along with that, he gathered energy to his feet, anchoring himself to the ground. The wind was not strong enough to affect him once he had his balance, and the thin ice dissolved under the application of energy, leaving behind less slippery water that did nothing to stop Barrett. Barrett continued a few quick steps forward against the wind, before it ceased. Lamont clearly could tell his tactic wasn't working, and Barrett saw sparks of lightning appear on the ends of his staff. However, Barrett wasn't going to wait around for the attack, and he brought his axe down in an overhead chop. It was somewhat easier to dodge, but it also carried more power and flowed more smoothly into the next swing. This also made it harder to stop, but Barrett wasn't worried about that. He wasn't sure how strong Lamont's barrier was, but it extended out from his body several centimeters. Thus, Barrett had no qualms about a full-force strike containing the power of his muscles, gravity pulling down his swing, and a good portion of berserk energy. The barrier was only visible as some slightly colored fluctuations, but when his axe struck it he saw it crack slightly. Barrett was surprised when Lamont was flung backwards as if struck himself, though he was already moving backwards in an attempt to dodge as well. The lightning on the tips of his staff dulled, but he kept his feet. Barrett continued forward with another swing, and this time the barrier cracked even more, then there was a slight popping sound as it disappeared. Once again Lamont was pushed back, and fell to the floor a meter or so back. Barrett moved closer to him. "Are you all right?" Lamont immediately took a deep breath, and patted himself. "Ah. I am fine. Just a bit bruised. Consequences of the barrier." After he picked himself up off the ground, he reached out his hand to Barrett. "You are a formidable opponent. Not many at the first tier have the sort of instantaneous power to break my barrier in just 2 blows, unless I let them strike me head-on." Barrett accepted Lamont's handshake. "You are quite good yourself. I have no doubt that if I hadn't managed to hold my balance something unpleasant would have come my way. Since you are fighting somewhat restricted, I imagine you still have some tricks up your sleeve. I would love to spar with you again." Barrett also couldn't help but wonder what lightning felt like. He didn't like feeling pain, but that was why he wanted to experience different kinds, to see how much he should try to avoid it in the future. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 31. Barrett continued to spar with Lamont. He learned that lightning's most fearsome effect was not that it easily penetrated defenses, but that it caused his muscles to spasm. Ice on the ground was annoying, but so were knives of ice speeding through the air at him. The ground was just the ground, unless it decided to shift beneath him, or become hands that grabbed him and held him still. Fire was still fire. It burned his skin and caused him to remember things he didn't want to remember, but he couldn't ignore it. He would much rather face fire from Lamont than avoid it and later face someone who wanted to kill him with it. Not that magic users were particularly common, but they did exist. Master Heikel always stressed that leaving weaknesses you knew about was the easiest way to get killed. Before people from the Southern Tiger School started being drafted, Barrett hadn't paid much attention to the rumors of war. However, once people he knew started getting caught up in it, he remembered that the outside world continued on whether he paid attention or not. Padrain was north along the mountain range, and shared the largest border with Etrin. The dispute started with Padrain claiming a coal mine, and a border skirmish. Then both sides started claiming they had right to pieces of land that they had probably never stepped on and hadn't belonged to their own country in 100 years, if ever. The situation had escalated into being a real war, and that meant drafts. This included those in martial schools, though most would come from the ranks of common laborers. Only an agreed-upon amount of each school was drafted, depending on what they had negotiated. This was based on tribute paid, prestige of the school, and any other factor of value that could be considered. Only if it turned into a full-scale invasion would martial schools participate with all of their members, but in such a case a war would certainly be long and bloody. Barrett hadn't considered that Master Heikel might get involved in the war, until Barrett was told he was leaving. "Don't worry, kid, you have enough material to study to last you a few months. There's enough money here for food, and dried rations if you somehow run out of that. I shouldn't be that long though." "I thought the Immortal Berserker sect was exempt from the draft," Barrett stated questioningly. "I'm not exactly getting drafted. This is part of a deal I have with the council. I help them out a bit, they leave me alone on the mountain here. Don't worry, I'm not getting up to anything particularly dangerous. I'll mostly be there as an intimidation tactic. A few other masters and I will be going as a group to convince Padrain to end the war early. If we actually got involved in the war, things would turn ugly real quick." "Oh." Barrett nodded, "Good luck." "Don't need it, but thanks. You too. Don't slack off in your training while I'm gone." "I'll know." Barrett wandered around Verton trying to think where he might find good sparring partners. Many of those on his level from the Southern Tiger School were off participating in the border war. There was danger involved, but as a special unit they would be relatively safer than the common foot soldiers. Real battle experience would also be good for them. Master Heikel stressed that it was a very important factor in growth. He had been talking about a training mission in a monster-infested forest, but that was still 6 months away. Barrett wondered if he would be able to pass the 10th destruction by then. That would place him in the 2nd tier, but of course he also had to pass the 8th and 9th first. Still, if all went well with his berserk energy training and he didn't regress, he should have reached that level by then. It was an interesting quirk of the Immortal Berserker style that the latter parts of a tier actually took less time, at least if one looked at it from the perspective of successful destructions. Really, his overall strength had been growing at a pretty constant rate, and he could be considered at the high end of the 1st tier of power. That was strange to think about, as he had only been training for 2 years. He would be just about as strong as the head of his family's guard. It had been so short. Barrett almost thought easy, but that clearly wasn't the case. Even so, he had watched the growth of those in the Southern Tiger School, and they weren't much slower. It was amazing what proper training methods did. Of course, having a good teacher and the right resources was important too. Barrett knew that all the medicine he had wasn't cheap, though he didn't really use it. He just kept it stockpiled for if he actually needed it. Master Heikel had told him it would retain its efficacy for almost a decade, so he could imagine needing it in the future. Especially after fighting monsters in the forest. They wouldn't hold back, and even if they were around the right level he doubted it would be an easy time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be training. Besides, he hadn't killed anything yet. Even if he knew how much effort it took in theory it wasn't the same. Even when sparring he got some injuries that were fairly serious, a real fight would carry far more risk than that. Barrett realized he'd spent a whole day wandering through the city without fighting anyway. Well, he could count this as a rest day. Lamont wasn't in town, having gone back to wherever the heck his school was to spend more time in book learning and practicing new abilities. Twig Girl also didn't appear to be anywhere in the city. She'd checked out of her inn without saying anything, not that he thought she particularly owed him the courtesy of saying she was moving on. He hadn't even bothered to learn her name. Still, it did leave Barrett down one of his best sparring partners, even if he always regretted the fight when he was coughing up blood or had some popped eye vessels. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 32. In the end, Barrett wasted a few hours trying to find a sparring partner before giving up. As he left Verdun, he was stopped at the city gates by the guards. "Are you Barrett?" "That is my name, yes." "Come with us, please." "Why?" "We need to talk to you inside." Barrett frowned though it wasn't easily visible under his bandages. "Why can't you talk with me out here?" "Just come with us." They tipped their spears forward toward him threateningly. "Am I under arrest?" "If so, you have to produce a warrant." If he wasn't a disciple of a martial school, they could have arrested him more easily. One guard nodded to the other, who went into the guard station. "What's he doing?" "Getting the warrant, of course." "Why don't I believe you?" Before the guard could respond, a dozen more guards came out of the station. Among them was one who appeared to be the captain, based on his insignia. Surprisingly, there was also a young man not dressed in guard clothes, and he spoke first. "Dodging the draft is a pretty serious crime. Men, bring him in. I'm a member of the Immortal Berserker sect, and have an exception from the draft. Times have changed." The young man turned to the guards. "Well." Two of them moved forward. Barrett reached back for his axe. "If any of you touch me I'll have to assume you're bandits disguised as guards and kill all of you." At the same time, Barrett released a cloud of berserk energy. It was very thin, but it gave an impressive atmosphere good for intimidation. That was of little good if Barrett had no confidence in his voice, but he was confident. City guards weren't trained for real combat. In most cases the worst they had to deal with was a violent drunk. Even their captain would only be equivalent to someone at the mid-first tier in terms of martial standards. The two guards who had moved toward him exchanged glances, then looked toward, not the captain, but the young man again. Barrett actually recognized the young man now. He had sparred with him before, and the young man was one of the sore loser types. "Another crime to add to your list." He pulled out a small roll of paper. The documentation is here. Now if we can get on with this. You expect me to trust that piece of paper says anything? You have to show me. Oh. The young man raised an eyebrow. What good would that do you? Can someone like you even read? I can read, and even if I couldn't you would have to show it to me anyway. Fine. Here. The young man tossed the document to Barrett. Upon reading it, he was disappointed to find that it was real, or at least, as far as he could tell. He wasn't an expert in forgeries, but the letter had the seal of the council on it which was genuine, at least as far as he knew. By order of the Council of Etron, Barrett Ravenhall of the Immortal Berserker sect is no longer exempt from the draft. It was pretty clear, and confirmed something for Barrett. It called him out specifically, instead of mentioning the students of the sect. While it was not really different in practical terms because he was the only one, it mattered. It meant he was specifically targeted, and it also meant that even if he killed everyone here so there would be no witnesses, he would be the primary suspect. Barrett considered doing it anyway, but what really stopped him was, it was legal. He didn't like it, but being drafted wasn't the worst thing that could happen. Fine. You can draft me. The young man rolled his eyes. Finally. Now, arrest him. Stop right there. You still have no basis to arrest me on. I told you, dodging the draft. Since you admit you can be drafted. Well, there's also resisting arrest. I haven't dodged the draft. Until now I hadn't been informed of my eligibility, and I still haven't been served with a draft order. Since you also have no legitimacy to arrest me, you can't add resisting arrest onto the list either. The young man shrugged. Fine. I, Captain August Garnett of the Etron Army, I hereby draft Barrett Ravenhall, according to the powers vested in me. Barrett grimaced slightly. The young man. August was too young to be a captain. That said, Barrett didn't doubt it. After all, he was related to the head counselor. Barrett didn't know August's name, but he knew that the head counselor's surname was Garnett. Whether this was his son or nephew or something else, it didn't matter much. That gave Barrett even less reason to suddenly start killing people, based on the consequences. Besides, he didn't really have that deep of grudges with August, yet. He remembered their first spar, back when he had just started training. August had broken his leg, which should have ended the spar, but then he kicked Barrett in the ribs when he fell down. For that, Barrett had come back later and defeated him, breaking his arm in the process. Was that enough reason for August to seek revenge? Possibly. Barrett knew how petty people could be. That made him angry, but having never actually killed people, Barrett didn't intend to start now. Not to prevent something unknown, no matter what Barrett could imagine. No, even though he might deserve it, Barrett had no real surety that August should die. Maybe have his face broken for his pettiness, but not killed. Still, Barrett decided not to take that option off the table entirely. He would have to accept the current disadvantageous decision to avoid having the country come after him. Depending on how things went, Barrett wasn't against running away, even if he had to flee the country or go live in the wilderness. Unfortunately, he would have no idea how to explain what happened to Master Heikel, and it would probably be the end of his training. He didn't want that, but he supposed he could always continue on as he was without additional instruction. For now, though, he would have to deal with a petty little brat, who just so happened to be older than him. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 33. Barrett wasn't sure if August Garnett could legally require him to carry his luggage as a mere captain, but it wasn't a problem anyway. Not that it didn't make Barrett annoyed, even angry, but that was actually good training. Carrying a few extra bags, however, was not. In fact, all of the heavy lifting Barrett was made to do on the journey wasn't useful for training at all, because it was relatively little to Barrett. Not that he let that be known. He pretended to strain, to avoid having more work thrust his way. You're slow. August called back to Barrett, hurry it up. Of course, with August being the one on the horse, he didn't have any right to speak. Barrett didn't deny he was slow, though. He was intentionally going slower just to look like he was having a bit of trouble. If he wanted to, it wouldn't be hard to outpace the horse at walking speeds. Even though it was technically true that he was slow, it still made Barrett want to rip off August's head. He was just so annoying. Barrett hadn't yet ripped off anyone's head, and didn't know if it was even possible, but he was willing to give it a try, if there were no consequences. Unfortunately though, there were consequences, and even though listening to August's petty commands was demeaning, it wasn't as bad as working for his cousin. Barrett considered whether he would kill Denton, given the chance, and the answer was probably yes. His Aunt Melody as well. Killing people probably wasn't the best way to solve grievances, but it was the easiest method to think of. It was also very good for training berserk energy. Along the way he had too much time to think about what he was doing, and whether he should have done differently. Though they'd changed out, there were still soldiers around. Maybe they were trained better than the city guards, maybe not. He didn't like being in a situation where others had power over him. That was why he had wanted to become strong. On the other hand, could he really kill so many people? In theory he could, but a lucky stab through the heart and he'd be dead. Barrett didn't like being in a weak position, but he also didn't like doing things that were wrong, or that he felt were wrong. Killing a group of soldiers enforcing what was technically the law didn't feel right, even if it would prevent probably unpleasantness down the road. Of course, if they had just tried to kill him it would have been a different story. Right now, though, he was just walking and carrying stuff, heading to a place where many others had little choice but to risk their lives. It wasn't optimal, but it wasn't wrong either. Barrett did keep in mind that without August, it wouldn't have happened at all. He was definitely on the list. It was only a week of travel before they arrived at a military camp on the northern border. Etrin wasn't that big, and they set a fairly fast pace no matter how Barrett pretended to be slow. It also happened to be the smallest dimension of the country at around 150 kilometers, as it stretched out to the east about 500 kilometers more. Padraigne's southern border was about half as wide, though the mountains still limited its western edge. That meant Barrett was far from the center of either nation, and he hoped that meant the fighting would be less intense. When he arrived it was nearly night time. All he could really see were a bunch of tents and campfires, before he was assigned to a squad. After finding a spare space in a tent he went to sleep. He was tired, if not so much from physical exertion as thinking and worry about what was happening. He had vague plans to ask for a change in squad in the morning, both because he didn't want to be anywhere under August's command and because he should more properly be in a group with other martial students instead of what appeared to be common foot soldiers. The first thing Barrett heard in the morning was shouting. It took him a moment to recognize it was words, "Everybody up." Maybe if he'd been around for longer it would have made more sense, but everything seemed like chaos to Barrett. He was told to get up, get dressed, put his armor on. He didn't have armor. Nobody gave him armor. He thought there was probably armor somewhere in one of the buildings at the Immortal Berserker sect, but he didn't know where. He hadn't had a chance to stop by there, and it wouldn't necessarily fit anyway. Well, in the words of Master Heikel, you don't need armor if you don't get hit. That didn't actually make Barrett feel better as he somehow found his way into a line after being jostled around for some time. He was quite good at dodging, but the statement had been followed up with various reasons armor was absolutely desired on the battlefield. Barrett was going to go say something, but he doubted any officers would listen to him at this point. He didn't know much about military matters, but he knew that wandering around trying to talk to a commander when a battle seemed just over the horizon was frowned upon. Then Barrett found himself and everyone else marching out toward the battlefield. It was only when he came to a stop that he realized how good his view was. He was on the front lines. He didn't think that it was a coincidence, though the battle occurring so soon after his arrival probably was. As he looked at the enemy lines, he sighed. He wasn't ready for battle yet. Then, as he stood there, he changed his mind. He wanted to go into battle. Well, maybe not, but it was better than just standing around waiting. How long had it been? Minutes? Hours? The sun had gone up, which indicated it was more of the latter. Leaving his position now would probably be seen as desertion, and there wasn't much he could do, except hope the battle started before he went crazy, or didn't happen at all. As time dragged on, he was beginning to gain the hope that the latter would be true, until he heard the sound of a horn from the enemy lines. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 34. Barrett didn't actually know what the horn meant, but the enemy started moving forward. It occurred to him that he had no grudge with anyone from Padrain. They probably had no grudge with him either. That wouldn't make a difference if they had to fight, even if Barrett only wanted to kill August. That had probably been the right choice. After all, if he had to choose between dying here and fleeing the country, he would have chosen the latter. Then a horn blew from his own side, and everything fell apart again. He found himself marching forward whether he wanted to or not. There was nowhere to move that wasn't forward, and everyone else was moving. Then Barrett saw arrows flying toward them. Barrett's first thought was that arrows were slow. His second thought was that he wished he had a shield, but he didn't have one. The men next to him did, and he considered taking one of theirs, but they hadn't done anything to deserve it. If only August was close enough to use as a shield, but Barrett couldn't afford to look around for wherever he was when the arrows were already on the way. The arrows descended. As they did, they seemed to become faster. Barrett wasn't sure if that was true or not. He didn't have time to think about what he had read, only to dodge. That was, surprisingly easy. After all, the arrows weren't aimed at him. Just at the general area. He avoided getting hit, though he felt some of them scrape by him. Perhaps they grazed him, but nothing important was hit. Around him, some soldiers went down, though most blocked with their shields. Unfortunately, those who went down weren't directly next to Barrett, so he couldn't get their shields. He found himself pressed further forward. He didn't have time to think about much as he had to continue avoiding arrows and moving forward, and then they met the front lines. The enemies he was facing directly both had spears. Barrett would have had a spear, shield, and armor if he was given proper equipment. Instead, he had his axe. While he was more used to it, there was a time and a place for every weapon. Having inferior reach wasn't pleasant. One of the two soldiers that Barrett could reasonably attack thrust his spear at him. Who wouldn't, given the chance? An unarmored enemy was an easy target, but Barrett found that his enemy was weaker than anticipated. He easily avoided the spear, then grabbed the shaft and yanked it forward. Instead of letting go, his opponent foolishly let himself be pulled with it. In his other hand, Barrett swung his axe down. While his opponent's helmet could have stopped a glancing blow or even a regular soldier's attacks to some extent, it did no good against Barrett. He watched the helmet crumple, and knew he had killed for the first time. However, before he could think about it, it happened again. Barrett no longer had time to think. He just acted on instinct trained from various battles, except here he didn't hold back at all. If he avoided killing his opponent, he would die instead. His axe chopped down, splitting helmets and heads, then he moved on to the next target. Barrett felt his heart pumping like never before, the noise of it filling his ears. He thought about what he would do less and less until he felt like he was merely observing. He was still in control, but felt more like a guide. He told his body to kill an enemy or wait until friendly soldiers stepped up, and it did. Anything more subtle than that wasn't consciously processed at all. He didn't tell his axe to swing to the left or right, or to chop down. He didn't choose to dodge a spear and block a sword with a shield he had picked up, but he did both as his training said. His training, and the feel of battle. Master Heikel had said that berserkers who recklessly charged into battle were useless. All they could do was kill a few people before succumbing to their wounds. A true berserker still maintained a sense of rationality and his own mortality, even in the face of his own rushing tide of emotions. Barrett wasn't sure if he was doing it right. He felt like he had been taken over by the rushing tide, but he certainly wasn't being reckless. He could tell friend from foe. He just couldn't tell one foe from the other anymore. It was just hack, slash, chop. Then his axe broke. He threw out a punch, a stupid idea against armor, but he knew how much berserk energy he needed to break steel armor. He'd had to practice that. He'd also had to memorize tables, but he couldn't recall those at this point. Instead, fist impacted armor, and armor crumpled. Barrett ignored the dull throbbing in his hand. He also ignored the throbbing in his upper arm and thigh from arrows. There had been brief gaps where archers thought it safe to fire at him and those on his side, and sometimes they hit. One had gone into his left forearm where he had to block after one of his shields broke. Barrett wasn't sure how many people he had killed, but it was many. He'd dodged just as many deadly blows, or at least avoided the deadly part of them. The torso was full of important organs, most of which were protected by his ribcage. He had some idea of where the most important ones were, and did his best to keep most attacks away from there. He did his best, but he was growing tired. He couldn't avoid taking a spear to the gut. There was nothing there but his intestines. It could be a problem, but he wouldn't die right away. He couldn't afford to let it bleed, so he couldn't let it be pulled out. He gripped the spear, crushing the handle in front of him. Berserk energy made things brittle, and combined with his own strength and a twist, the wooden shaft snapped. Barrett drove a sword through his opponent. His breastplate should have stopped the sword, but liberal applications of berserk energy and Barrett's own strength avoided that little problem. Then, Barrett felt something. It was like a spear, but from behind him. He swung behind him. There shouldn't have been any enemies there, but he had been careless, at least, that was what he thought until he saw he had just cut down one of the soldiers that had come with August. Not an accident or an enemy then. Those were his last thoughts before the lack of blood hit him and he started falling. All he could do was try to fall to his side so as not to impale himself on any of the things already in him. The world faded as his eyes slowly closed. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 35. Shanta looked out over the battlefield. She saw it was just littered with dead bodies. As a whole, it was a small portion of those who had fought, but many more had been injured. Many of the injured could walk, and had taken themselves to the medical tents after the battle, and the rest had been picked up by the stretchers. Afterwards, the dead would be buried. This was the sort of agreed-upon ceasefire that would happen during a war, proof that both sides could be civil, and yet hadn't talked out their differences. Perhaps in a week or two they would fight again, and more would die. Then Shanta noticed something. "There's another one. Put him on the stretcher." The two soldiers carrying the stretcher just exchanged glances. "Isn't that one dead?" "Not yet." "Hurry up." "Well, he might not be dead, but he will be, right? He looks heavy, and he already had a bunch of injuries before the battle, looks like." Shanta crossed her arms in front of her. "Someone's going in that stretcher. It can be him, or it can be you if you don't put him on the damn stretcher." Yes sir. Miss Healer." The soldiers looked down at the body. Certainly it was a corpse. How were they even going to get this on a stretcher? There were spears sticking out, getting in the way. One of them reached out and... "Don't touch those. I can't have you making the wounds worse. Just, pick up and keep him on his side. I'll hold him steady." Shanta soon found it took a lot more work than she was expecting. "Walk carefully. You're jostling the spears." The soldiers grumbled, but walked more slowly. The body was heavy, but if they walked slowly to make Shanta happy, maybe it would take long enough that they wouldn't have to go out again. Inside one of the medical tents, Shanta set up a hammock, hanging high. It was a pain to maneuver the injured soldier without hurting him more, but the hammock allowed him to be worked on, somewhat. The first thing she did was look over the body, to make sure he really was alive. He was breathing, just barely, but that was what she had noticed. All over him were wounds, tiny slashes and punctures. Most of those had already started to scab up, though a few larger ones needed stitches. It was a pain to find them through the bandages he was wrapped in, and it was odd that the bandages were already covering the wounds. Shanta wondered where this young man's armor was. Had someone taken it, presuming he was a corpse? No, that wasn't right, he couldn't have gotten the wounds without armor. On the other hand, most of the wounds were shallow enough that he should have had some sort of protective layer, or it made no sense. With some salves and other medicines in addition to stitching, the bleeding was stopped everywhere except for the most grievous wounds. Somehow, this soldier had a spear stabbed into him both from the front and the back. They'd both gone past the head, and the one from the back even stuck out the front a little bit. The only good thing about the situation was there was little bleeding going on externally anyway. The spears nicely kept the blood inside. That said, they couldn't stay. With some assistance, Shanta started with the easier one, the one that merely penetrated into his guts. It was an effort to keep most of the blood inside the young man and at the same time stitch him up. Amazingly enough, nothing important was damaged, and his intestines were merely pushed out of the way. The flesh and muscle was torn, but that wasn't deadly except for the bleeding. She'd already given him some blood-nourishing and fluid-replenishing pills, but quite frankly he'd probably already lost too much blood. Saving him was probably a waste of time, but her stubbornness wouldn't let her give up. He wasn't dead, so she could save him. Surely, it was possible. The shaft of the spears had been carefully sawed shorter, so that the young man could even fit anywhere. That left just enough room to carefully edge the one in his back downward. Shanta didn't take the whole thing out at once, because that was just asking for blood to get everywhere. First, she retracted it slightly and stitched up the front. That was only a stopgap measure, but her hands worked swiftly. Finally, he was turned gingerly onto his front, so that gravity wouldn't be working against her for the next part. The second spear was removed and she set to work. There were so many things that needed fixing, and her hands couldn't reach inside to do it. The slippery blood didn't help, and there weren't any tools that could handle what she needed either. She needed her special needle, and special thread. It was expensive thread that was strong, soft, didn't have problems when covered in blood, and wouldn't harm someone by being inside them. Shanta placed her hands on the young man's back, and concentrated hard. The small needle shot down into the wound to where she could not see, but could sense. Her hands could not fit, but she had just as much finesse with her fine control of energy. The needle darted and turned, knitting together flesh. Then, a small mental cut and knot to tie off the string. Rethreading the needle was difficult, but Shanta had some practice. The hardest part, however, was the stitching itself. She'd noticed slightly when working on the surface, but this young man had tough skin and muscles. With very sharp needles and strong hands, she had managed it, but each extra bit of energy she had to use for the internal stitching became incredibly obvious. It was like trying to sew tough leather instead of soft tissues. Once she finished, she considered whether the young man might have died during the surgery. But found him still breathing. The continued bleeding had been a sign as well, but it was also the primary source of her worry. She sighed. It had been exhausting work. Then she blinked as she realized there were still arrows in some of his limbs. Well, she could take care of that in the morning, if he was still alive. His signs of life were so small that he probably wouldn't survive either way. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 36. When Barrett woke up, everything hurt. Well, that wasn't quite true. He had experienced everything hurting. However, he was still in the. Barrett did some thinking in his head, 9th worst pain of his life. Then he frowned, remembering one time he'd made Twig Girl legitimately angry, and revised his number to 10th while unconsciously clenching his legs together. Around him, Barrett saw a number of injured people. They were lying on the floor next to him on mats, presumably like the one he himself was on. No wonder he was so uncomfortable. As he went over all the injuries he sustained, both using his memory and some internal searching, he decided he had probably almost died. He probably should have, too, with the backstabbing. That made Barrett angry. August had legitimately tried to have him killed. Barrett didn't doubt that he was the one responsible. If he could get his hands around his neck right now, he would strangle him. If he could even stand. Could he stand? Barrett thought about whether he could stand. How long had it been since the battle? It seemed to be bright out, which indicated it was morning. Was it overnight? Based on the state of his injuries, it had been more than a day. That meant, he could stand. Probably. It didn't make it a good idea though. His stomach grumbled. How hungry was he? Not quite hungry enough for more than a day. Maybe someone had fed him, but it couldn't have been that much either. Barrett considered whether he should try to get up. Maybe he could call someone and they'd bring him food, or maybe he could go get it. Then again, he really needed the rest and being seen outside might be an issue. Especially if August was there. He considered whether he had the strength to strangle him. Yes. He could definitely do that. Barrett heard voices outside of the tent. Were those the doctors, or nurses, or really anyone who could bring him food? He hoped so. He couldn't really hear what was being said, just a word here and there. Then he frowned. One voice sounded slightly familiar. He sat up. He almost ended up falling back down. Using his stomach and back muscles was intensely painful, and the dizziness didn't help. The voice retained its same familiarity, but was no clearer. He decided to continue. Slowly, he worked himself into a kneeling position. He considered crawling, but his legs weren't actually bad off. Crawling was hard on his back. He managed to shakily stand, and as long as he walked perfectly straight, he could avoid sharp jolts of pain. Taking a step was a bit difficult because of his overall exhaustion, but there were no injuries. A few more steps brought him closer to the mouth of the tent, where he confirmed the voice. "Come on, I'm the head counselor's son. You won't often get a chance like this." A woman's voice replied, "I'm not interested, August, and you're not as important as you think. Now leave before I have to get my master involved." "Your master isn't here, Shanta." There was the sound of several people's footsteps. "If you so much as touch me I'll dash." Barrett didn't get to hear the rest of what she was saying. He wasn't incapable of moving, just doing so without hurting himself. At this point, he didn't really care. He had already been moving the last few steps to the entrance of the tent. He strode out of the tent quickly. He was too unstable to run, but with a few quick steps he found himself next to August. During the battle he had used up most of his berserk energy. Converting anger into berserk energy was an exhausting process, but the exhaustion could be delayed temporarily. It would be worse, but Barrett really wanted to strangle August. Unfortunately, circumstances prevented that, so he settled for punching him in the ribcage. He even took a proper stance and everything, which meant as August turned to see who had approached him, his ribcage met with a fist and generous quantities of berserk energy. Ribs snapped with a satisfying sound, and Barrett saw his fist collapse a good portion of August's chest. With the additional berserk energy flowing inside, he was going to be quite dead even with the training he had. Whatever it was, it definitely didn't focus on bodily toughness. Barrett sighed. That felt great. He could almost die content. Almost. He didn't want to die, but unfortunately it might happen anyway. For example, the two guards he was right next to now. They hadn't been able to react as he immediately attacked August after coming out of the infirmary no less, but they would have certainly stopped him from strangling him to death. They still looked surprised when Barrett grabbed them both by the head. They both grabbed whichever arm they could reach, but Barrett didn't care. A tight grip on an arrow wound didn't mean much when his movements had already reopened some spear wounds. He could deal with pain, and he was strong. These particular guards hadn't done anything except guard August, which was still enough to deserve death. Barrett was angry, and probably going to die, so he wasn't going down alone. As guards, they had gone through training, but none of it could compare to what Barrett had gone through. Normal training methods like they had meant they didn't even compare to some of the young fellows at the Southern Tiger School. Though Barrett was a bit biased, the thought the Immortal Berserker training methods were quite a bit better than that, at least as far as results went. The two guards suddenly found themselves off of their feet and moving closer to each other, then meeting in the middle with another crunching sound. It was a dumb technique so much that it wasn't taught to Barrett. It left him wide open, but the guards hadn't expected him to be so decisive in his attacks, or so strong. As their bodies crumpled to the floor, Barrett supported himself with his hands on his knees. From behind him, he heard the young woman's voice, "Are you an idiot?" The Immortal Berserker Chapter 37. Barrett couldn't even muster up the strength to turn around. "I'm not an idiot," he said, straining to speak as he breathed heavily, each breath stretching the wounds on his stomach. "August was going to kill me, at some point. So I killed him." The young woman walked around to in front of him. "Oh, that? I guess that's a problem, yeah. What I meant was," she poked Barrett's forehead, one of the few places he wasn't injured. She poked again to emphasize each word, "Are you out of bed? You literally almost just died a day and a half ago. Now you're bleeding again." "It's fine, I got the equivalent of 2 weeks of healing. You should be on bed rest for a month." She threw her arms up in the air, then shook her head, shaking her short hair side to side. "Though it's too late for that now. Thanks for helping me, but you have to get out of here." She looked over at the bodies and then pulled out a piece of paper, real paper, and a pen. The pen was the sort that magically refilled on ink, instead of having to deal with inkwells. Barrett had always wanted one, but they were rather expensive. She quickly scribbled some words down. "Take this note to Laura. She works in the supplies section, long curly hair, can't miss her. Take whatever she gets you and get out of camp before someone notices this. Then give this one to the guard so you can leave." Barrett took the notes. "What about you?" "Nobody will touch me." She looked down at August. "Nobody not stupid will touch me, because Master Stieber would make them regret it, if I don't first." Barrett frowned in concentration, though it barely shifted his bandages. "Master Stieber, you're Shanta." Barrett stuck out his hand. "I'm Barrett." Shanta raised an eyebrow. "Master Heichel's student? No wonder you can stand. Or really, that you aren't very dead." She shook his hand. "How did you get here? I thought you were exempt from the draft." "Oh, you should get going, fast." "Yeah. There was some weird stuff with exemptions, and that guy. I hope to see you later, with me not dead, but I might get expelled or killed before that." Carrying a bundle of supplies didn't make walking any easier, but munching on an apple did. Barrett was glad for the note to Laura, as he got a bundle put together in less than a minute, and a second note got him out of the east entrance. It wouldn't have been long before people were out chasing him, but by that point Barrett was already heading south. Barrett almost threw aside the core, before realizing it was best not to leave any trails, even if they weren't prepared to track him. Instead, he ate it. He was still hungry anyway. He trudged along, step by step. It was like he was carrying a person on his back. Several people, actually. It wasn't the pack that did that, it was fairly light but rather just the effort of standing. Some blood was soaking through his bandages, and he was lightheaded. He drank from one of the flasks. Was it a beer of some kind? That was good, it had liquid and might numb the pain a bit. He kept eating, slowly, but it kept him awake and focused as well as providing much-needed energy. At any point, he could fall over from exhaustion, and he knew he would sleep well even in a pile on the forest floor. Until someone found him and killed him. Barrett hoped they didn't have any tracking hounds at the camp. He couldn't exactly think of reasons why they would, unless desertions were high. Barrett supposed he was now both a deserter and a fugitive for murder. He would have to avoid cities, as his face would be plastered all over. Actually, if he removed his bandages maybe nobody would recognize him. Then again, he had no idea how long it would take for fast riders to get to Verton and get an accurate description of him. Some people there had seen his face. All the worrying made Barrett more tired, so he focused on putting one foot in front of the other. His brain was just about ready to give up, but his body was holding out. His legs were, anyway, if not the wounds. They continued to ache, throbbing as each pulse of blood went past them. He stepped, left, right, until the exhaustion of trying to recover from wounds and generate berserk energy caught up with him all at once, and he collapsed onto the forest floor. Barrett woke up because a stick poked him in the eye. It was actually the cheekbone just below his eye, but it was about the same. It took him a few groggy moments to remember where he was, as he smelled the trees and felt the leaves and dirt. Then his mind focused. He looked around. How long had he been out? The sky was dark, but it seemed to be brightening. It was before dawn, which meant he'd been sleeping 10 or more hours. It hadn't been evening when he last remembered. It still hurt to sit up, but the equivalent of a few days of rest had helped some. He was ravenous again, and scarfed down about half of the food in his pack. That was probably a week's worth of food for normal people, but he had been eating large amounts ever since starting training with Master Heikel. That was especially true when recovering from injuries. He knew he would run out of food soon, but he wasn't too worried. He could hunt something if he needed to, and his immediate energy needs were taken care of. As for how he would hunt, Barrett realized he didn't have a weapon except a knife that had been put into his pack. Well, if he got a rock he could just throw it at something, or if he could get close enough he could just strangle whatever animal he found. The real problem would be his injuries. They were recovering some, but all the activity wasn't helping. He was worried they might not heal right. If that was the case, he would have to take some pills. He didn't have any with him. Even if he'd had them with him before, he only had his pants and bandages, and his pants had some holes. He also didn't have shoes, but that wasn't a problem. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but his feet could handle walking on the bare ground or even stepping on rocks without issues. He could get the pills at the sect, he hadn't carried them around with him all the time, and he hadn't been planning to travel, so they were still in his room. Barrett finally arrived at the sect. The hardest part had been climbing the mountain, which was actually just walking. After all, he took the actual path instead of the cliff. Master Heikel didn't seem to be back yet. Barrett wasn't actually sure if he should stay. People would likely come looking for him and Master Heikel might kick him out for what he did, but he didn't have anywhere else to go. For the moment, he needed rest. This time, he actually made it to his room before collapsing onto the sleeping mat instead of on the forest floor like the past several days. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 38. Barrett mostly just lay on his bed for days. He only got up when he was hungry, and then he would plop back down. Other than that, his thoughts wandered to unpleasant places. How long would it be before soldiers came to arrest him, or kill him? Surely they would know where he came from. On the other hand, any paperwork on him was sort of rushed, and August was dead, so they might take a bit longer. Barrett had no doubt they would find him though. The only question was what would come first, him getting arrested or killed, or him getting expelled or killed by Master Heikel. Master Heikel wouldn't want a criminal to taint the school's reputation. Expelling him wouldn't be unreasonable. Master Heikel probably wouldn't actually kill him, but when he was expelled Barrett would have nowhere else to go. He would have to flee the country, but to where? Padrain wouldn't likely take a deserter, and he didn't want to go back to Ashia. What would he do? Almost unknowingly, Barrett had mostly finished recovering from his injuries. It had been more than a week since the battle, and that was more than 2 months of recovery time. Even though he'd been moving near the beginning, it had merely slowed the recovery of his wounds. Since he'd come back to the Immortal Berserker sect he'd only rested, and everything seemed to be healing smoothly. He knew he could move around without making things any worse. When the soldiers came for him, he wasn't going to go easily. Even if that made his crimes worse, he wasn't just going to surrender himself to death. Then he heard it. Heavy footsteps outside. It was finally time. Barrett stood up and prepared himself. He'd gotten another axe from the storeroom. Some parts of it were locked off, but cheaper weapons like he used weren't. He wondered what stopped others from just taking them, besides the trek up the mountain and the threat of Master Heikel. Barrett shook his head. That didn't even matter. He stepped out the door to face his fate. Master Heikel. Barrett. Master Heikel nodded. I heard what happened. Ah. I can explain. Barrett hurriedly began to tell the story. It all started when August Garnett found me down in Verdun. He planned to arrest me for dodging the draft. Of course I told him I couldn't be drafted, but then he pulled out some papers with the official council seal. Oh right, before that, we'd sparred twice. The first time he beat me, then kicked me in the ribs while I was down. After I got stronger I challenged him again. I just broke his arm, but I think he held a grudge. Master Heikel just passively listened to the explanation. Anyway, with the papers and soldiers and stuff, I didn't have much choice but to let him draft me. Then I didn't even get placed with the right squads at the battlefield, and the very morning after we got there, before I could do anything, we were in a battle. Barrett sighed. Then I had to kill enemy soldiers. I didn't really have anything against them. Anyway, during the battle one of August's guards stabbed me in the back with a spear. Barrett took a breath. Then I woke up in the medical tent. August was outside harassing a woman and he had already tried to get me killed like twice. I wasn't just going to let him kill me or let that happen, so I killed him. Then I ran away and now I'm here. I just needed a place to rest for a while. Barrett took another breath. So, please don't be too angry. I understand you'll have to expel me, but I want you to know my side of the story. I won't ask you to hide me from the authorities or anything. Master Heikel nodded. I hadn't heard all the details, but I'd heard enough. Master Heikel crossed his arms in front of him and nodded seriously. I have certain standards that I must hold my students to. Barrett nodded. I know. I'll go now. Thank you for everything. Ah. Master Heikel grabbed Barrett's arm. Who said you could go? You're not done here yet. Barrett frowned, and put his head down. You're my only student, you know. I haven't even gone to recruit anyone for the last 2 years. There's no way I'm letting you waste my efforts so far. Master Heikel stuck his finger directly on Barrett's forehead. You don't get to leave even if you want to. Where else am I going to find such a dedicated student? That whole thing where you killed someone and deserted the army — Master Heikel waved his hand dismissively. I've already dealt with that anyway. You were just defending yourself, and hadn't done anything excessive to warrant that kind of response. Plus, Master Heikel cracked his knuckles and glared off into the distance. Barrett started trembling as he felt anger flood over him. You being drafted broke the deal with me, which meant it was illegal, as far as I'm concerned. You had to run away to not get murdered and protected a pretty girl while you were at it. So. I'm not expelled. Of course not. Master Heikel leaned in close. So, I heard you got stabbed by no less than 2 spears and a handful of arrows. All that before trekking back here. How are you healing up? Oh. I'm actually mostly recovered now. Barrett thumped his chest with his fist and grinned. That's all your training at work. That's good. No problems. I have more pills if you need them. No, that's okay. I have plenty. Alright, well if you need more let me know. Can't afford to have any lingering injuries. It's only about 5 months until that special training thing I was talking about. Maybe before then you can break through the 10th destruction and be a tier 2 berserker. Barrett nodded. Can I still go spar with people in Verdun? There's still probably warrants out for me and stuff. Master Heikel nodded. It's fine, it's taken care of. Well, it might take a few days for news to travel properly, so stay up here for now. Once you finish recovering, I'd bet you can go through the 8th destruction. Barrett put on a half grin. It was great to advance, but he was worried about regressing, and it always hurt either way. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 39. Barrett was light on his training for another few days before he was sure everything had healed up completely. Master Heikel was correct that he was ready for the eighth destruction. He had been close anyway, but using his berserk energy in actual life-or-death combat had helped him gain a greater control over it. As he got stronger, it required more and more control, but he could handle it. That was part of the training, after all. It did take quite a bit of stubbornness, but he had that in abundance. The eighth destruction was much like the others. It was almost routine now, destroying parts of his body that kept him alive and let him heal. Now that he was so far along, he wasn't worried if he regressed. If he did, he wouldn't die, he would merely have wasted some time. Of course, a regression would hurt much more and take longer to recover from. Barrett tried not to think about it. He guided the berserk energy to the right points, detonated it, grimaced, and that was it. It should have been successful. He used his senses to look over his body. If he had any hidden injuries, they would become immediately obvious at this point, but everything seemed fine. In a month and a half he would recover and be able to move on. Then he could do the 9th, and the 10th. He was a bit worried about the 10th destruction. That would be a special one, denoting his advancement to the 2nd tier. Likewise, it was also a special point in the training, and it came with its own difficulties. Apparently, chances of regression were higher at such points. Even so, Barrett wouldn't let the thought of failure slow him down. He was growing stronger, and had nothing to worry about. People weren't even trying to kill him right now. About 20 days later, Barrett went down the mountain to see if he could find anyone to spar with. He was only half recovered, but that still meant he would heal at 5 times the normal rate. He couldn't afford to just laze around and do nothing for an extra 20 days just because he was in a bit of pain. Verdun felt different immediately after he entered. He couldn't place his finger on it, but there was something. It felt almost subdued. He started off with a visit to the Southern Tiger School. Perhaps they would be able to point him to someone. Upon entering, he found it was full of students. Barrett thought that was odd, since many of them had been drafted. Now, they were back. It only took a bit of asking to find out why. Etrin had lost the war, they surrendered, actually. They would cede some of the claimed territory to Padrain. Barrett had thought that losing a war would have more effect on the country, but it didn't seem so. To the regular citizens, and even the Southern Tiger School, not much had changed. Some lands was in different hands, and paying taxes to different people. As for why the war was lost, Barrett was the most surprised. There hadn't been any military victories by Padrain. In fact, they had mostly been losing, until most of the council died. Officially, the members died in a horrible accident. At first, Barrett had thought they had been assassinated by Padrain, but that didn't seem to be the case. The rumors indicated that the council had angered a powerful martial sect that they couldn't afford to. There were rumors of tens or hundreds of people storming the council chamber and slaying all but 4 of the councillors, though nobody could agree on what the intruders looked like or where they were from. In all that, there hadn't even been any wanted posters or orders to arrest Barrett that reached Verdun, though official word of his innocence of any crime still arrived. Barrett wondered how that happened with the council so busy after the incident. It sure seemed lucky. He couldn't help but think about it, but he also had sparring to do. Barrett found that he suddenly performed significantly better. Reaching the 8th level wasn't enough to explain it. Instead, it was the experience of being in real combat. His moves carried less hesitation, more surety, and tiny differences in speed or reaction time could have a huge impact on combat. Some of those he sparred with were much improved as well, but Barrett had grown the most. After all, those of the Southern Tiger School had been put into squads where they worked together with other martial students. They had actually been a good part of the reason Etrin had been winning the war. Padrain didn't have as many tiered warriors or their equivalent. Even though they had experienced real combat, Barrett had been thrust in the deep end. He wasn't given adequate equipment or training with his squad, and had been in only a slightly better position than fighting alone, until the spear in his back made it worse. He was probably lucky to survive, but of course his training to make his body tougher was a huge factor as well. Barrett remembered the faces of those he had killed, many of them anyway. It wasn't a particularly comforting feeling. He'd had no grudge with them, but it had happened anyway. Of course, there were also August and his guards. Barrett thought he'd felt better about killing them, but all he really felt was ambivalence. His grudge with August hadn't been that serious from his perspective until they tried to kill him. Then, in only a short period of consciousness, he'd gotten revenge. It was satisfying, but not more satisfying than making an improvement in training or any number of other things. Barrett couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. Life and death felt cheap. Not just his, or the foot soldiers he had faced, but even council members had died all too easily. That thought redoubled Barrett's desire to grow stronger, and though he was mostly concerned with himself, he also wanted to be strong enough to protect others he cared about, or even people just caught up in fights they didn't choose to have. For that, he would need to be very strong, but he had Master Heikel to guide him, and that gave him great confidence. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 40. 3 days before Master Heikel returned to the Immortal Berserker sect, footsteps echoed through the marbled halls outside the council chambers in Etron. Each step rang out loud and clear, and though the steps weren't hurried, the man's long legs carried him quickly toward the doors of the council chamber. One of the two guards at the door held up his hand when the man approached. "The council is in session. No visitors today. I'm going to have to ask you to leave." The man continued forward, "I have urgent business with them. They'll see me." The guards tilted their spears forward. "If they wanted to see you, we would know you were coming. We can't let you in. They don't get to choose not to see me. I'm going in." The man continued forward, one step after the other. The guards were well trained. As the man approached within range, they stabbed their spears in a coordinated fashion. The spears thrust out into the man's unarmored chest, and he continued walking, the tips of the spears not even breaking his skin. As he walked, the spears got pushed back. "Stop!" the guards shouted, but they couldn't do anything else. How could they actually stop the man when they couldn't even hurt him? The two guards lunged toward the man and grabbed onto him, but he merely grabbed them by the heads and then smashed them together. Master Heikel looked down at the two unconscious guards. "You two are lucky I don't kill people for doing their jobs." He cracked his knuckle and then stepped forward to the door, pushing. He was fairly certain the doors opened outward toward him, but he didn't care. With a massive cracking sound, the doors twisted on their hinges, and he walked through into the council chambers. Sitting in a large semicircle were 11 well-dressed people, men, except for a single woman. They looked up in shock as he stepped into the room. Master Heikel scanned the faces. They weren't terribly familiar, but he had seen all of them at least once. Finally, he picked out a face and nodded. "Counselor Surian." The counselor whom Master Heikel addressed smiled nervously. "Ah. I'll assume you got my letter," he coughed. "I hadn't expected you to arrive so soon. I would like to remind you that myself as well as Counselors Robin Holm, Marcus, and Counselor Surian sighed, Counselor Robertson, voted against the proposition." The gaunt man that was Counselor Robinson frowned. "Why bring me up, Surian?" Counselor Surian shrugged, "Because, even though I hate you, I have reason to be completely honest." "What is the meaning of this, Counselor Surian? Did you invite this ruffian here?" The man who spoke was large, but also over-heavy. "I did not specifically invite him here, Head Counselor Garnett. I merely informed him of prior proceedings and how they applied to our deal with him." "That's right." Master Heikel twisted his neck to either side, making popping noises. "I'm here because you broke your contract with me. Thus I found no reason to remain with the army, or to let any of you live, for that matter." "What did you just say?" Head Counselor Garnett looked stunned. "You think you can threaten us here? Crossbowmen, fire." A hail of bolts flew out from hidden slits in the ceiling above the counselors. Their aim was true, and each of them impacted their target of the torso of Master Heikel, who looked down. I liked this shirt. There were a number of holes in his shirt, and nearly as many bolts lying on the floor near his feet. Counselor Surian shook his head, looking at Head Counselor Garnett. This is why I told you not to break the contract. Honestly, how did you become head counselor with so little knowledge of foreign affairs? Then you ruin one of our best deals for what, your crybaby son who can't take a loss in a fair spar. Do you think you can get away with such words, Counselor Surian? Counselor Surian actually broke out laughing. It took him a handful of seconds to get out more words. You act like you're going to survive this situation. Is that a threat? Head Counselor Garnett narrowed his plump eyes. Not from me. Counselor Surian gestured down toward Master Heikel. He already told you. Master Heikel nodded. Indeed. This has gone on long enough. You can die now. Now hold on 1 minute. A new voice came from the entrance to the council chambers. Who's dying and why? An old man walked into the room at a pace that belied his looks. Master Heikel turned. TCH, Stieber. The entire council is dying, and you can't stop me. Counselor Surian coughed. The entire council? Well, besides those 4. Master Heikel pointed them out. Don't try to stop me, Stieber. Another rain of bolts struck Master Heikel, but he didn't even turn to look. Dr. Stieber grinned a toothy grin. Stop you? Well, I won't, except I need Head Counselor Garnett alive. No can do. He's the most guilty. Master Heikel shifted into a fighting stance, and one of his feet broke a hole through the tile as he stomped down. Dr. Stieber held up a hand. Hold on there. That won't be necessary. You see, Head Counselor Garnett's son wanted to force himself on my apprentice. I need him alive, but trust me, it will be much more satisfying than killing him. Oh. Master Heikel nodded. In that case, go ahead. Do you think we're just going to sit here and let you dash? Counselor Garnett started to rise from his chair, but stopped halfway, unmoving. His eyes flickered about in panic. A wider grin spread across Dr. Stieber's face. Likewise, did you think I was going to let you leave? We can't have someone like you raising any more sons. The other council members realized at once they should have been running some time before, and hurriedly pushed away their seats. Deal with them yourself, Heikel. Of course. Even though the councillors were only a few steps away from the rear door, in the time it took them to get there Master Heikel had leaped past the bar separating them and in front of the door. Next time, think about what you vote for. Oh wait, Master Heikel took hold of the 2 closest councillors and threw them into the others. One of the groups of 3 flew into and through their chairs and even the bar, and the others headed for a wall where they all fell into one crumpled heap barely resembling people. You don't get a next time. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 41. In addition to sparring as normal, Barrett's training encompassed a few new areas. For example, how to fight in armor. There wasn't much to say about that, except that he had to practice it. The biggest thing about it was it took more effort. While he didn't normally wear armor, if he knew beforehand he would be going into combat then he would definitely want to. He was given a set of full plate that covered his entire body. It was actually a lot easier than he thought to move around in it. Part of that was the weight wasn't too troublesome with his strength, but the armor's joints were also quite flexible. There was only a slight restriction to his movements, not a particular problem since he didn't particularly fight with finesse. The biggest problem he had was that he tired more quickly, and when he exerted himself he heated up quickly. Being hot and sweaty for a short time was merely uncomfortable, but it could be much worse. The detriments were outweighed by the protection it provided. He could tell that the armor was stronger than what the soldiers were wearing when he had been into battle. Of course, if Barrett were given the chance he would be able to break a similar armor on another person, but perhaps he wouldn't be able to kill them in a single blow. It was not enough to make him invincible, but merely to increase safety. He could ignore a sword strike from a regular soldier, or possibly even an attack with a warhammer or poleaxe. Meanwhile, those who trained as a warrior would have more success. but it would still prevent him from taking a fatal hit as easily, and he wouldn't just stand there and let them hit him. A swashbuckler or other finesse-based foe might do better, striking at the joints or the eye sockets in his helmet, but that would at least limit their attack options. Barrett also practiced a number of other things for the sake of utility. The only real common ground they had was that the practice usually involved some form of injury, or at least probable injury. On the other hand, that was what the practice was for, and Barrett couldn't deny how quickly he grew stronger in such situations. However, no matter how harsh the training could be, there was also time reserved for rest. If it was only physical rest, Barrett would study, but he also was assigned times where he wasn't supposed to do any training at all. He didn't know what to do with most of his time except relax and stare up at the sky. Sometimes, he would go into the city and visit with those he knew, perhaps having drinks at the tavern. Then in a day or two he would be back into his training. Barrett's training felt like it was accelerating, because each destruction came faster than the next. In a way, it was, but that was just the nature of the technique. Each destruction took less time than those before it, as he would heal more quickly. In the area of gathering berserk energy, the more powerful he was the more quickly it went. It wasn't extremely obvious from level to level, but over the course of the few years he had been training Barrett had noticed. The 9th destruction was much the same as all the others, but Master Heikel took Barrett aside before the 10th, and had him make additional preparations. For those training themselves in martial and magical abilities, the tier system is set up as a convenience, but for good reason. Though there are training methods that result in linear increases of strength, many have significant increases near the same points. The Immortal Berserker style has an easy division for that. The 10th destruction is the cutoff for stepping into the 2nd tier, and likewise a significant increase in power. After you finish, your body will be able to handle much more berserk energy, similar to around 3 regular destructions. Master Heikel shrugged. It's a significant increase, but of course there are significant risks as well. The 10th destruction marks the point at which you will advance or regress more than a single factor of healing at once. For the sake of convenience, we say that someone like myself has surpassed the 10,000th destruction, putting me at the 5th tier, but the number of actual destructions I have succeeded at is much less. Which is good, because it would be highly inconvenient to have to go through several destructions per day to keep up with training. Anyway, the point is, if you fail at the 10th destruction you will regress to somewhere between the 7th and 8th, and if you are careless, you can lose your life. Master Heikel held up a finger. However, unlike the first destruction, this one is not a gamble. While success and failure the destruction still depends on your innate capabilities, the chance of death is not. What's different about it that comes with a chance of death, then? Since you are stepping into a new level, you must gather as much berserk energy as possible. When you complete the destruction, there will be a rush of energy whether or not you succeed. If not properly controlled, it can cause damage to your internal organs. If you succeed, your body will be stronger and more capable of resisting such damage, but if you fail you will be weaker and still have to deal with it. Either way, though, you must be cautious. I will help you by simulating a similar scenario with my own energy, and only when I am satisfied with your results are you to attempt the 10th destruction. Even then, remember it is still dangerous. You are going into battle with capable of killing you, but you cannot kill it. While I am certain I can judge your level of competence, you cannot afford to be careless in a life or death battle. Barrett nodded. He knew about that some himself. He had thought about how he could have died if the spears were aimed slightly differently, or more specifically if he had failed to react to the one he saw coming. He hadn't been able to even partly dodge the one from behind, but he had been moving enough that it hadn't pierced any vital organs, at least not directly. I will be careful. Barrett didn't want to die because of carelessness. That would be the most disappointing way to go. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 42. Barrett had spent some time practicing energy control with Master Heikel, and now he was in a room filled with incense sticks. They were supposed to help him calm his mind, though in fact he felt a bit sluggish, like his senses were dulled. It might even actually be harder to perform the destruction smoothly, but that was a reasonable sacrifice. He'd already done the same thing for each destruction and there was nothing different up to that point with this one. It was what would happen after that was different, and apparently the incense would help with that. There shouldn't be any unexpected results. Master Heikel had trained in the technique himself, and had the experiences of many others to build on. He said Barrett was prepared, so now was the best time to do it, and if he delayed he might not be recovered in time for the training excursion. Everything went as normal. Barrett gathered berserk energy. At this point it was easy to guide 3 streams of it at once, even with dulled senses. After he had gathered the proper amounts to each place, he detonated it. There was pain, but it wasn't as bad as normal. That was strange, because every destruction had proved to be more painful than the last. Barrett wondered if he had failed, but he didn't have time to think about that as he suddenly felt pain throughout his body. Berserk energy rushed through him, coming out from every tiny piece of him. Barrett set his mind to controlling it as he had been taught. Apparently, this energy had been building up inside him during the entire process. It was mostly dormant, but now it was all being released at once. It was more than he had ever controlled before, and more than his body could handle. He could feel it tearing him apart from the inside, and he realized exactly why the incense seemed to dull his senses instead of helping him concentrate. The pain brought him back into focus, but it wasn't enough to make him pass out. The incense dulled it just enough for that, so that it just felt like he was on fire from the inside. Well, not really. Barrett had been on fire, and it was a different feeling. It was just the only way he would have been able to describe it to someone else, though most other people probably hadn't been on fire so much as burned once or twice. Barrett wrestled with the berserk energy as it flowed through him. It was all he could do to keep himself together as it ravaged through his bones, muscles, and organs. Barrett thought he felt some of his veins pop, a feeling he wasn't happy to have been previously acquainted with. His eyes felt like they might explode, like corn kernels on a fire. During such an experience, Barrett's understanding of time blurred. Was it seconds, or hours? It probably wasn't days, but it felt like that as well. However, after a certain point, Barrett started gaining real control. First, he started with the energy in his extremities. He took control of the berserk energy in his fingers and toes, then his palms and feet. Wrists, ankles, elbows, knees, a little bit at a time he took control and the energy settled down to a level where it wasn't actively causing harm. Before he started on his torso, he worked on his head. He would have started there, but his head was more sensitive to mistakes, and he couldn't be sure he wouldn't make things worse until he'd actually had real experience, not just practice with Master Heikel. Finally, Barrett calmed the energy in his torso, and all of the organs there. He breathed out heavily, and found himself soaked in sweat, with some blood mixed in. It was starting to pool on the floor slightly. Barrett stood up, shakily. Every movement hurt, but nothing was getting worse. All he was left was a throbbing pain, almost, but not quite unbearable. He would probably go pass out in bed, after he got some water. As he was recovering, Master Heikel mentioned he had more pills if Barrett needed any, and all he could do was shake his head. Barrett had so many pills. He already didn't need as many as he had. He could see how the most recent process had a good probability of something not healing perfectly, but as things were going he was confident of a full recovery. Though he avoided actually using any berserk energy or doing any significant exercise, he could feel the increase in strength. It was significant, as he supposed breaking through to the second tier should be. He felt he could easily defeat the him from before. Of course, in a real battle anything could happen. Barrett wasn't suddenly strong enough that he could be careless in such a fight, just that if both versions of him fought properly he would win fairly handily. He thought he might even have enough energy left over to do it again. On the other hand, facing 2 similar strength people at once would be much harder. It would be possible to win, but he would have to take the initiative to defeat one as quickly as possible. Barrett wanted to test himself in a spar, but he needed to spend his full time recovering for the training excursion. Thus, he was limited to non-physical activities such as studying. Barrett was continuously surprised at how much detail was contained in the books he read. They were truly written by those who had mastered and perfected the human body, and how it could be damaged and healed. Unfortunately, unlike real medical books, it didn't give him much insight on how to make something recover better, just whether it would be a problem or not. Beyond setting bones, it gave little advice in that area, though part of that was that it advised seeing a doctor. Barrett knew he would soon start learning from actual medical books, but only for the sake of emergencies. Bandages, stitching, and setting bones covered most of what was needed to let the body recover on its own. At least, with the toughness that the Immortal Berserker style trained into those who used it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 43. Master Heikel preferred to travel on foot, but that didn't mean he and Barrett traveled slowly. When he had first recruited Barrett, he wasn't capable of moving quickly, but now they traveled much more quickly. Instead of walking, they jogged. It was a pace Barrett could keep up for the entire day, though he did have to push himself some. That was the point, though. It was training, even on the way to a training exercise. After 3 days of travel, they walked for a day, still quickly, but slow enough to let Barrett recover some. Then there were 3 more days of jogging, and a final day of walking before they arrived at Temper Pine Forest, the location of the training mission. Barrett enjoyed the traveling, even with the sore muscles. It was the first time he had gone anywhere with Master Heikel since he joined the Immortal Berserker sect, and the first time he had traveled anywhere for more than a day on purpose since then. Getting drafted wasn't exactly an intentional trip. One thing that made the running harder was Barrett had to wear some of his armor as he ran. Because they were going for the whole day, Master Heikel didn't require Barrett to wear the breastplate or helmet and even carried them in his own pack, but it was still extra weight. Barrett didn't complain, however, because on top of the parts of his own armor in Master Heikel's pack, Master Heikel wore his own armor. Barrett had never seen that armor before, but he could tell it was quite special. It was silverish like most metal, but with a red tint that Barrett didn't think was paint, and it was heavy. He knew that because he had picked up Master Heikel's helmet once, and it was easily over 10 kilograms. It wasn't particularly bigger than his own helmet in any way, but was still twice as heavy. Barrett also had reason to believe it was magically enchanted, too. "I've never seen you carry your armor and weapons with you before, Master Heikel. Will you really need it?" Master Heikel shook his head. "I shouldn't. Temper Pine Forest may be monster infested, but there shouldn't be anything near my strength. But if I do need it and don't have it, I would regret it greatly. It's not like I could make a quick trip to pick it up. Besides, it's good training." "How strong will the monsters be?" Master Heikel shrugged. "There's a good variety of things from 1st to 3rd tier. I wouldn't expect you to fight a 3rd tier monster alone, but that's why you'll be in a group with others. You might still wish to avoid them, but at least you should be able to stand up to them with your group. Not that you'll ever be perfectly safe, but it should be manageable. It's not a good idea to throw your students in areas with a high probability of death, otherwise you just likely lose the good ones before they become good, and it's not really good training to have to rely on luck. Just the right amount of danger is best." Master Heikel sighed and shook his head. "Of course, some people believe otherwise, but they usually die out. However, if they have enough people and don't care about the inevitable death tolls, some groups send their students into nearly certain death in the chance of getting out more powerful trainees. Our school would argue that calculated risks are more likely to achieve desirable results, and sending people to die hoping that some will live and become strong is an unpleasant practice. The Immortal Berserker style has enough inherent danger already, and others have their own troubles as well." As they crested a rise, Barrett looked out at the forest unfolding before his view. Is that all? I thought the forest would be bigger." Master Heikel laughed. "Oh, it's plenty big. It's just that the size of the trees is confusing your perspective. Look down there. Barrett looked where Master Heichel pointed. Are those people? Barrett frowned. If those were people, then the trees were much bigger than he had thought. The people were almost tiny specks, which meant the trees had to be at least 20 meters tall, with many of them reaching 30 to 40. As he looked down the road they traveled, he could see it seemed to disappear much sooner than his eyes thought it should, indicating the distance was much greater than he'd assumed. Barrett scanned the various people once they reached the edge of the forest. He recognized some, such as a few from the Southern Tiger School. Barrett also recognized the elementalist Lamont. Then his eyes caught someone else's and he glared. It was Twig Girl. He thought she'd disappeared, but now she was here. She glared back at him. Barrett knew if this were a more appropriate time, they would have gotten into a fight, but they were supposed to be working together with other groups. It wouldn't be good to start a fight and almost certainly have someone get injured just before a training exercise. Their eyes stayed locked for a few moments, before moving on. Barrett. Over here. Barrett turned to see a young woman waving. It was Shanta, and though they'd only really met once, he quickly recognized her in her shoulder-length light hair. He walked over, and Shanta looked him up and down. Good to see you're alive and healthy, I think. Barrett nodded. Thanks to you. I would have died on the field if it wasn't for you. He turned and bowed to the thin old man standing behind her. Dr. Stieber, I presume. Thank you for training up such an excellent student. She kept me alive after a very unfortunate situation. Dr. Stieber grinned. Oh, I heard about that all right. I would also like to thank you for helping her out of a tough situation. Though she likely could have handled it herself, chivalry is an excellent trait to see in young men. And especially rare in berserkers. Barrett raised an eyebrow. Dr. Stieber laughed. That's true, though overall less true of the Immortal Berserker sect. Everyone I've met from there have been excellent individuals. I'm sure you will think the same once you get the chance to meet some others. I suppose so, but aren't they in some country far away? Barrett tried to remember what he'd been told. Master Heichel and himself weren't the only members of the sect, but the only ones nearby. It will likely be a while before I meet any, unless Master Heichel finishes his business soon. Dr. Stieber nodded. Ah, of course. He grinned and looked behind Barrett. Good luck with that, Heichel. I don't need luck. I have patience. All right. Dr. Stieber waved his wrinkled hand. I should never doubt the stubbornness of one of you. Master Heichel grunted. Barrett spent the rest of the day reacquainting himself with some of those around, and meeting some of them for the first time. For most of them, he hadn't even heard of their school. Fortunately, he would have a day or two to rest up and get to know some people before everyone was fully gathered and the training exercise started. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 44. Once everyone had gathered, there were over 100 students of various schools. It wasn't an extremely large number, but when it was taken into consideration they were near or at the second tier and mostly below 20 years of age, they could be seen as an exceptional group. Everyone had slightly different personal goals for the training exercise. Some of them were participating just for combat experience, others to train their group tactics. However, everyone was part of a group of around 4 to 6. They were to spend a month exploring the forest and defeating monsters. They might gather their skins or other parts if they were valuable, though there were limits to what could be carried. At the end of a month, everyone was to return to the entrance of the forest, hopefully with a good amount of fighting experience under their belt. The various masters would patrol the forest, looking for any particularly dangerous monsters and eliminating them. They were not there to help the students in combat, though if they were nearby they would likely step in to prevent them from dying. Everyone had various methods of calling for help if they found themselves in an unwinnable situation, and the masters would come help, but the students would have failed the training exercise. Of course, their lives were more important than defeating monsters on their own. It was still expected that most groups would be able to handle anything the forest had to offer, as long as they were cautious, but accidents could happen. Barrett found himself in a group with several of the members of the Southern Tiger School, including Brody, who he had sparred with many times. All of them had fought in the war, but experience fighting things other than humans would also be beneficial to their training. Everyone wore armor, though those from the Southern Tiger School had somewhat lighter armor. They still had breastplates, but their arms were protected only by vambraces, and their legs were similarly outfitted with greaves and not full cover. Everyone, including Barrett, was equipped with an axe of some sort. Brody laughed, his deep voice rumbling. "I almost didn't recognize you in that armor, Barrett. I couldn't see your face." Barrett raised an eyebrow, which was even less useful than normal inside a helmet. "You haven't seen my face at all." "That's true. I'd recognize that posture and body size though. I can't believe how much bigger you've grown these past few years." Barrett laughed, "Look at yourself. You kept growing too." Brody was nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and everything else too. His biceps were as big around as a normal person's thigh, and he was barely 20 years old. Barrett, meanwhile, was a good bit smaller. He was fairly tall, almost 180 centimeters, but his muscles weren't as bulky and large. Compared to when Barrett and Brody had first met, however, Barrett had grown from being barely a teenager into a proper young man. He would still be considered tall and muscled, it just didn't seem that way in comparison. Their group didn't have any particular direction as they traveled, except deeper into the forest. Though the trees blocked out direct sight of the sun, there was still enough light to see by, and they could keep track of its position by the direction of the darkest shadows. They were heading northeast, pretty much directly away from the entrance of the forest. The giant trees actually made for a large amount of open area. The trees wouldn't grow closer than a few meters apart from each other, about the width of the average trunk, and usually were further apart than that. Everyone marveled at how big the trees were, with some roots sticking up out of the ground being basically the size of a normal tree, as well as most of the sticks that had fallen being about the same size as logs. Even the leaves were huge, some of them being half a meter to a meter across. Beneath the trees, there was other life. There weren't very many pieces of undergrowth, though what there was seemed to be oversized in similar proportions to the trees. Several times the group came across ivy patches that they decided to avoid completely, walking for as much as a kilometer before finding a way around. They knew that some ivy was poisonous, and none of them were trained well enough to discern which was that type. In theory it shouldn't be deadly if they touched the wrong kind, but it would bring a very unpleasant, lingering rash. The trees also had moss and fungus growing on them and the fallen branches. The moss was as much as half a meter thick in some places, and some of the mushrooms were almost large enough to be trees in their own right. Barrett could hear the sounds of birds chirping, but when he looked to see if he could find them, he saw nothing. They seemed to all be high in the trees, up in the branches above. The fact that he couldn't find them made him think they didn't share in the gigantism of the trees, or at least not to the same extent. The first day of travel was uneventful, and it seemed like they were taking a hike through a peaceful forest, if one that was quite oversized. However, they still had people sleep in shifts to keep a watch through the night. They hadn't actually expected anything particularly dangerous near the edge of the forest, but nighttime was likely to be more dangerous. During the second day they found the first signs of danger. Barrett wasn't trained in tracking techniques, but even he could spot a giant pile of feces and paw prints that were as big as a child. Each pad left an imprint bigger than a soup bowl, and the largest part was the size of a wash basin. Barrett couldn't say when the monster had been through the area, but it did indicate they had come deep enough to find monsters of that size. Everyone became more cautious as they moved through the forest, waiting for something to appear. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 45. It was only around an hour before they found the monster that could have gone with the tracks they had seen earlier. They couldn't say for sure it was the same one, but it was a giant wolf. It wasn't particularly hard to spot, since it was almost twice as tall as a horse, and many times as big in total. Its muzzle was more than a meter long, and it didn't seem like it would have trouble eating a human in a few bites. Not that Barrett and the others planned to give it that chance. The gigantic wolf growled at the group, eyeing them like prey, but they were also here to hunt the wolf and other monsters like it. Everyone spread out. Brody ordered, "It's a big one, it likely has a strength in the late second tier." Everyone separated by a few meters, but remained close enough that they could move to support each other once the wolf approached. The wolf had no fear as it rushed toward Barrett. It leaped toward him, but he managed to duck under and roll past it. Though he didn't have experience with that specific situation, Master Heikel had trained him to be ready for all sorts of situations. The wolf merely paused for a moment before turning around to swipe at Barrett, and he swung his axe down at its passing paw even as he stepped back. Though his attack connected, it barely even scratched the tough, thick hide of the wolf. The others gathered around the wolf to attack it from its flanks, though it didn't exactly stay focused in one direction. It twisted and turned, swiping with its claws and biting with teeth longer than daggers. Barrett saw one member of the Southern Tiger School take a nasty hit from the claws, but he merely got knocked away. He would be bruised and perhaps have cracked ribs. His armor had some dents, but overall it wasn't as dangerous as being crushed between the sharp teeth of the wolf. Meanwhile, the wolf took damage of its own. Axes chopped into its hide, and though each it seemed inconsequential, the fur of the wolf was becoming bloody. Then Brody managed to catch it off balance and swept a leg out from under it. Barrett was near its head, and that gave him the chance to step in to attack its throat. With such a good opening, he went all out, swinging his axe downward toward the throat of the wolf that had fallen to its side. There was a sound like cutting cloth, only many times more. Blood spurted out over him as he managed a deep cut on one of its arteries. While previous hits went several inches into its hide, those weren't enough to be considered deep. Here, he'd buried one head of the axe almost up to the hilt. Barrett realized his axe was stuck after a quick tug, and he decided he would have to leave it. Just as he backed away, the wolf rolled over onto where he was, growling and snarling. "Everyone back up," Brody ordered. A dying animal was just as dangerous as not, or possibly even more dangerous. Each of them backed away in a different direction, and the wolf turned toward Barrett, seemingly intent on him, but its movements were shaky. It lunged forward several meters, but he merely dodged to the side. Then, the wolf collapsed. Barrett saw a pool of blood where it had first fallen, several liters at least, and he could see a similar pool spreading in its new location. Everyone remained away from the wolf for several minutes, until they were sure its giant chest was no longer drawing breath, and the flow of blood ceased. Then Barrett finally went to retrieve his axe. He had to use both hands and press his foot against its jaw before his axe came out with a sound that was both a pop and a squelch. He could have used berserk energy to remove it more easily, but that would have lowered the durability of his axe. His new one was much better than his previous ones, but it could still only handle so much stress. It was better not to push it. Barrett looked at the body of the wolf and thought it was a waste. Its hide was thick and durable, but they couldn't possibly carry it with them for the rest of the training trip. It would be the size of a very large rug, and without proper curing it would likely go bad. Its meat wasn't any good, but he'd heard that its liver and heart were quite nutritious. The group spent some time retrieving a heart and liver nearly the size of a normal person's torso, and found themselves covered in blood and viscera. They cleaned themselves off as much as they could, which mostly involved rubbing dirt and leaves and anything else they could find to reduce the unpleasantness. That would also reduce the smell until they could find a place to bathe. After a week, Barrett and the rest had run into a number of other large beasts, though most of them weren't as big as that wolf. Some of the others traveled in packs, which had required different tactics, but the danger wasn't too serious. As long as they worked together they weren't likely to die, that was why this location had been chosen. Of course, they were not entirely uninjured. All of them had bandages in one place or another, and some had cracked a rib. Though Barrett had mostly recovered from the minor injuries he got. After all, he recovered at over 10 times the normal rate, and his injuries were usually lighter because his body was trained to be tougher. The Southern Tiger School also trained their bodily toughness, but it was to a less extreme degree. Barrett could almost feel himself growing stronger, though not in terms of muscle or energy. Instead, it was the experience that came from many fights and fighting many different sorts of enemies. He did think he was also somewhat physically stronger, more than just what would be expected from a regular week. Eating choice meat or organs from large beasts was quite beneficial to him and those from the Southern Tiger School. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 46. Barrett kept his eyes on the trees. With the exaggerated size of the trees, it wasn't easy for animals to hide, at least not close to the ground. However, there were giant vines that grew on some of the trees. There wasn't anything wrong with those, the problem was the green snakes that looked similar to those same vines. They had discovered that when one of them suddenly fell down on top of Brody, it had quickly coiled around him, and though it could have crushed him to death, it would take more than just a few moments. During that time, it was easy enough for the others to chop into its mostly immobile body. They still had to watch out for them, because if one of them were caught away from the group or during a battle with another creature it could be deadly. A giant panther wouldn't care too much if it only got to eat 4 people instead of 5, and the constrictor would likely get away with a free lunch. It was even more important to look carefully now, since it was raining. Some creatures didn't have any sort of subtlety about them. This was especially the case with giant boars. Everyone could hear the grunting from a long way away. Though it was a heavy, they were still able to see the figure of the 3-meter-tall giant boar from a long way off. When it charged, it was easy enough for them to dodge behind a tree. The boar ran into the tree with a colossal thud, but didn't seem fazed. It immediately took a step back and started moving around the tree, swiping out with its many tusks. This particular boar had tusks immediately next to its snout as well as at the edges of its mouth. Barrett was so focused on avoiding all of those that he didn't even hear the second boar coming until it was too late. All he managed to do was turn and move so that only its snout impacted him and not a tusk. He found himself flying through the air for what felt like an eternity, and then he was tumbling and sliding down a hill. Nothing he did would slow him, and he ran into several trees on the way down. Sadly, not at the right angle to stop him. He wasn't sure how long it took him to come to a halt. He might even have blacked out for a time. Barrett felt his body. It felt like metal. Unfortunately, it still hurt. It took him some time to pry off the mangled breastplate, but it had prevented him from taking worse wounds. He looked down at it. It was crushed and split at various points. Some of that was from the boar, but he'd taken some hits from other fights as well. Even so, much of the damage was new. He could barely have imagined what could have caused that sort of damage so quickly, except that he had seen very well what it was. A giant, charging boar. It was actually a good thing he hadn't braced himself against it, or he might have broken his legs instead of just being sent flying. Other than cracked ribs, Barrett only discovered numerous bruises. Perhaps the boar also had trouble with footing in the mud. He could definitely imagine worse wounds. Barrett looked down at his breastplate. It was useless now, but he still had padded armor underneath. That should function for some time, though he would have to be more cautious about what he fought. Barrett looked around himself. He had his pack still somehow, but didn't see his axe anywhere. He was pretty sure he had dropped it right when he got hit, and if not he probably let go somewhere near the top of the hill. The rain had erased most of the traces of his path, which made him think he'd been unconscious for at least a few minutes. He was just about to start heading directly back up the slope when he heard something. It was hard to hear with the sound of the heavy rain, but he thought he heard the sound of rustling leaves. It was the rhythmic nature of it that made him turn to look toward it. Then he saw a ghostly figure with long flowing sleeves and long robes. It was approaching him at a rapid pace, floating above the ground. "Run, fool!" Barrett hadn't expected to be admonished by a ghost, but now that the figure was closer he could see it wasn't a ghost at all. It was a woman, and she seemed to be floating because her feet barely touched the ground at all as she ran. Barrett started running in the same direction as her. His feet made a much louder crunching sound as he stepped on leaves and sometimes brittle sticks that were almost the size of logs. "What are we running from?" Barrett had to speak loudly for his voice to travel through the rain. "Assassins." Though she merely whispered the word, it carried perfectly well to Barrett's ears. Where did assassins come from? The woman was fast, and Barrett had needed to speed up to a sprint to keep their relative distances the same. That required using some berserk energy to be sent into the ground to help him keep his balance. Barrett didn't want to stay around to see assassins. He did consider that she might be one herself, but he recognized her from their training group. She had a veil over half of her face, so she had stood out, but he couldn't remember what school she was from. How should I know? They appeared shortly after the rain. Maybe they were waiting for it. I think I noticed some emergency signals, but it was hard to tell. Can we fight them? She shook her head. I would not. There are many of them, and they seem to be around second tier. I just happened to be fast enough to escape encirclement. Barrett had more questions to ask, but he had to leave them for later. He slid to a halt just before running over a cliff. He looked down and frowned. Do you have a rapid descent technique? The Immortal Berserker Chapter 47. Barrett had heard tales of flying techniques among high-tier magic users, and even some energy cultivation types. They could soar through the sky like a bird. In contrast, a descent technique was not as good. It was merely a way to fall more gracefully. I do have a descent technique, though I cannot carry anyone else yet. Barrett nodded. That's fine, I have one as well. Should we go? In response, she jumped. Barrett watched for a moment as she almost floated through the air, then jumped down himself. He had trained for this sort of situation, but having to do it for real was nerve-wracking. Especially since he couldn't see the ground. He spread out his arms and legs wide, looking directly down. Within a second he had fallen past the woman, and the second after that he could see the ground. Then he rotated himself to be feet first for the last part of a second. When he hit the ground, he held his arms out to the side, and bent his knees. There was a squelching sound as he sunk into the ground, then he fell backward into the mud when he reached a full squat. By the time the woman landed, he was standing up, letting the rain wash the mud off of him. She landed softly, not even disturbing the mud, but her one eye glared at him. I thought you said you had a descent technique. I do. Why didn't you use it? I did. You literally just jumped down. Barrett shook his head. That's basically the technique. You only hit the ground so hard based on the distance fallen, and you can slow yourself down some, so, Barrett looked up, though he couldn't see the top of the cliff anymore. Anyway, I could see the tops of the trees, so I knew it shouldn't be more than 30 meters. What kind of body do you have where that is a safe fall distance? An immortal body. Really? He saw her eyebrow go up. Well, no, not really. I'm from the Immortal Berserker sect. We train our bodies to be like an immortal body. Oh, I heard about you. She nodded. Mistress said your sect was full of lunatics. I wouldn't call it full of anything. I mean, the other one of us I've seen is Master Heikel. Barrett rubbed his forehead. Wasn't he forgetting something? Oh, right, what's your name? Reyna. Barrett blinked and stared. Then he stepped closer. And your name is? I'm Barrett. Oh. Her visible eye flickered down, and her voice softened. I knew someone with that name once. No, I mean, Barrett took off his helmet and then grabbed the bandages on his face, pulling them away. They should have been a tangled mess, but they slid away easily enough anyway. I'm Barrett. Barrett Ravenhall. It was her turn to stare and blink. She leaned a little bit closer, then back. But, you're dead. So were you. Barrett shook his head. Well, I suppose they wouldn't have bothered to check you. No, I mean, Mistress told me you were dead. Why would she lie to me? Maybe she made a mistake. Maybe she saw someone else. No, it was you. I asked about you. She said she found me after the fire, with you covering me. You were dead. I mean, how carefully did she check? Because in the state I was in it wouldn't be hard to be wrong about that. I was completely burned all over. I see. She held her hand up to her face, where the veil was. I'm not sure how to feel about this. Barrett shrugged, but he couldn't help but grin. Personally, I'm happy. I thought everyone was dead. It's good to see you're not. Barrett bit his lip, looking at her veil. He also noticed she was wearing gloves. Can I see? She hesitated, then lifted her veil. Along with burned scars, Barrett could see that she only had the shriveled remnants of an eye on that side. It couldn't be saved, but I didn't get it completely removed. Barrett winced. I'm sorry for that. She shook her head. It is a hindrance, but I have learned to live without it. Actually, it was almost nice to have something to remind me of you. Barrett was digging through his pack. He hoped she couldn't see him blush. That's touching. He pulled out a bottle. You know I'm alive now, though. Want some pills? I'm not interested in merely a cosmetic fix. The scars don't bother me. Barrett looked down at the bottle. What? You don't want your eye back? I mean, I know there's a drop in cultivation, but eyes are pretty useful. Reina's one eye narrowed. Are you saying you have an actual regeneration pill? Of course. I mean, a woman's face. Well, I figured you would have had pills for that already if you wanted them. These are harder to get though. Oh. Reina breathed out slowly. I'm glad that you're willing to give them to me, but you should save it for yourself. You may end up with an injury that you need them for in the future. I can't take your only regeneration pills. Look, Reina, I know we both thought the other was dead for the last few years, but I still care about you. I would gladly give you anything you needed. Take it. Barrett pressed the bottle into her hand. She looked like she was going to say something, but Barrett held up a hand. Oh, right, to be clear. This isn't my only bottle. Barrett reached down and pulled more out of his pack, so, if that bottle doesn't do the job, I have more. What? Reina shook her head, then opened the bottle. Barrett could see the rain falling all around it, but she was clearly doing something to keep the pills dry. These are regeneration pills. She nodded, then put them back into the bottle. She took another bottle and looked at them, these two. She went through every bottle, one at a time. All of these are really regeneration pills. I know. I told you, I have plenty. Where did you get so many? Oh, Master Heikel gives them to me. If you think this is a lot, you should see my room back at the sect. I have so many types of healing pills, you'd think he was trying to bury me. Therefore if I get too injured during training, but to be honest I haven't really needed them. During training? Reina shook her head. Mistress was right. The Immortal Berserker sect is full of lunatics. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 48. Barrett and Reina caught up on each other's lives as they walked. They didn't have any particular direction, except toward the entrance of the forest. They weren't planning to stay around, but they also couldn't risk alerting the enemies to their location by sending off a help signal. Even if their masters could deal with anything when they arrived, they would have trouble before then. Reina took on an awkward expression as she heard Barrett's story. Oh, wow. You had it much worse than me. Mistress makes me work hard, but I don't have to go get myself injured or anything. Barrett shrugged. Master Heikel's training is fine. It made me strong quickly, pain isn't a big deal for that. Reina shook her head. I guess. So, if you're so strong, where's your weapon and armor? Ah. I dropped my axe when I got knocked down that hill by a giant boar. That mangled my breastplate. Barrett looked down at his arms and legs, which still had functional if battered armor. You got hit by one of those boars, and you're not dead. I guess that training really works. I still think you're crazy though. Maybe, but I don't like being weak more than I don't like pain. Barrett and Reina came across large beasts as they traveled. Though they avoided them if they could, that wasn't usually the case. Their fighting styles couldn't be more different. While Barrett didn't have his axe, he wasn't helpless. A punch or kick could contain berserk energy just as well as his axe, perhaps better if one considered that his body would recover from any damage the berserk energy caused. Meanwhile, Reyna floated around like a feather. There wasn't much momentum behind her attacks, but she had a sharp sword and speed. She would defeat enemies with swift cuts to vital locations. Barrett could barely believe the transformation she had gone through. She hadn't even had basic combat training before, and though he understood how much he himself had changed in a few years, it was still startling. "You're already a second-tier swashbuckler." The Sword of Four Winds style isn't exactly a swashbuckling style, since we use wind attribute energy in a little magic, but the name doesn't really matter. "I've just barely reached the second tier, but haven't you done so as well?" "Well, yes, but the Immortal Berserker style sacrifices safety for training speed and power. We started at pretty much the same point, but you still arrived at the same point. Mistress said I was particularly suited to the style, and didn't I basically have a half-year extra?" "I suppose so. It's just that none of those in the Southern Tiger School were advancing as quickly as me." Barrett stroked his chin. "The Sword of Four Winds style. I don't recall that one being local." "It isn't. Mistress just happened to be here. Then she decided to train me." "Actually, isn't your Immortal Berserker sect not truly local either? They should be from the same area to the west, I believe." "Really? Master Heikel didn't mention your school. On the other hand, he doesn't talk about there much at all. He probably didn't realize Mistress was in the area, either. She knew he was staying in this country for some reason, but had heard that all of his disciples died, mostly." Reyna frowned. "You are crazy." "Perhaps I was. Now, I don't actually have any significant chance of death from my training. I'm actually less likely to die to outside influences." Barrett shrugged. "I got stabbed full of wounds on a battlefield and lived through it because of my training." "Would you have been there without the training though?" "Probably, yes. There was a draft after all. Being in a different warrior school wouldn't have made much difference. I didn't want to stay in Ashia, so I would likely have ended up here regardless. I could have been drafted as a common laborer. Actually, I was supposed to be exempt from the draft." "Oh, I heard about that." "Really?" "Well, there was the whole thing with the council." "What?" Though his bandages covered it, Barrett's face lit up in realization. "Oh. I hadn't thought about that." "You didn't know?" Barrett shook his head. "Master Heikel didn't say it. He just mentioned my situation was dealt with." The two of them remained on alert as they traveled through the forest. Barrett hadn't yet seen those who had been killing the other trainees, but it was possible they were still around. They might even be able to track them. During the night, one of the two would stay on watch while the other rested. This meant they both got less rest than they should have, but that was better than dying in their sleep. Besides, it would only take a few more days to reach the exit of the forest. "Shoo!" Reyna held her finger up, and actually managed to make a quiet shushing noise. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. Barrett nodded. "Voices. It might be another group, or..." Reyna gestured that they should sneak closer. As they did so, the voices became clearer. "How should I know?" There was also another voice, quieter than the first. "Prove it." Barrett's ears twitched. "I recognize those voices." He peeked around the edge of a large tree, then nodded. "I know them." He walked out from behind the tree. "Yo." He intentionally made his voice louder so they would hear him, but all three figures jumped. "Bois, Barrett." Lamont stood there blinking. All three figures took defensive stances. "That's right, it's me. I didn't expect to see all of you together." He nodded to each of them. "Lamont. Shanta, Twig Girl. Barrett saw her eye twitch as he said that. Bandage boy. That was an acknowledgement of his presence if nothing else. Who's that? She nodded toward Reyna who had followed behind him. This is my friend Reyna. Aha. Twig Girl had an unreadable expression. In that case, who are those two? Barrett turned to look to see, himself and Reyna, coming out from behind another tree. Fakes, I guess. Aren't you the fakes? The other Barrett sounded just like him, and even spoke as he would have. At the same time, they both shook their heads and sighed. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 49. The fake Barrett was missing just as much armor as the real one. Likewise, the fake Reyna looked just like the real one. Alright you fake, get over here so I can punch you. Same here. Both Reynas sat in the back looking slight confused, but also contemplative. Yeah, I'd love to watch you two fight it out, Twig Girl said in an exasperated manner, but I don't have that kind of patience. Just stand there and I'll sort out which is which. You know I'm the real one, right? Twig Girl glared and pointed. Both Barretts moved reluctantly to in front of her. She frowned as she looked over them, first the one on her left and then the one on the right. Suddenly, without warning, she struck out with her palm, striking the stomach of the one on her right. The figure started coughing up mouthfuls of blood and clutching at his stomach, then his figure shrunk and changed. Barrett looked at the body next to him. Right, well, now that I've determined I'm the real me, we can move on. Unless there are two fakes. Twig Girl looked at him suspiciously. Barrett grimaced, but didn't move as her palm struck out. Then he threw a punch at her face, which she blocked cross-armed, though she was sent flying back a handful of meters. Shanta took a ready stance and Lamont could be seen gathering magic in response. Barrett coughed out a small mouthful of blood. You knew it was me all along, didn't you? You hit me harder. Shut up, bandage boy. It might have just been someone confident they could take an attack of the same level. She shook her arms and then rubbed her forearms. What about you? Trying to break this delicate flower? I wouldn't exactly call you a flower, Twig Girl. Shut up. I have a name, you know. Nope. It's Nilima. Oh. I'm Barrett, by the way. Shanta coughed, so, I noticed the extra one scuttled off. Do you vouch for the Reyna with you, Barrett? Barrett nodded. Yep. We should be fine. Nilima held up a hand. Now hold on 1 minute. The three of us just ran into each other. Maybe you two are fakes. She pointed to Shanta and Lamont. I'm not going to punch them to find out for sure. Of course not, bandage boy. Just come up with something to verify them. Barrett nodded. First, Shanta. How did we meet? Well, I found you bleeding out on the battlefield and treated you. Then you punched August in the face. Barrett nodded. All right, Lamont, I saw you gathering magic earlier, but just in case. What element would you use against me? Depends. Lamont shrugged. What element would you use against me if you hated me? Oh. Fire, for sure. Lamont nodded. Shanta put away the needle she had pulled out. I guess we're all settled then. Reyna nodded. Good. She looked down at the corpse. If you hit him less hard than Barrett, maybe he's alive. Nilima shook her head. What, you think there are so many freaks like Bandage Boy? Barrett? Normal people die when you hit their internal organs with large force. She poked Barrett in this side of the head with one of her nails. This guy, however, just gets tougher internal organs. To protect against people like you. Barrett shook his head. Anyone recognize this guy? Shanta was looking over the body. No symbols. Minimal body training. They seem to have disguised themselves with magic. Young, so not a veteran hired to kill us. Maybe trainees? Lamont nodded. That's typical of many types of assassins. They love weeding out the weak in practical combat. They picked a good time to appear, with the rain to dull everyone's senses. We all got separated from our groups? Barrett asked. The others all nodded, and Nilima shrugged. Those with me got killed. I took a couple assassins out, but I had to run or be surrounded. Barrett shook his head. I didn't actually get separated due to assassins, so my group might still be fine. If we find them, we should group up. This exercise is already outside of what was expected, so there's no harm in increasing our numbers beyond the normal squad size. Lamont grinned. I agree. There's no point in keeping to small groups. We've gotten enough live combat experience anyway. Right then, we've got to come up with a method to recognize each other just in case. We can't have Barrett be the only common link. Everyone got together, and came up with a system that could work. They weren't sure if they were still being watched, so they tried to keep their voices down. Reyna and Lamont worked together to create a loud wind about them to disrupt the travel of sound. That would have to be sufficient. The group traveled toward the exit of the forest, but they realized that their enemies might think they would do the same. Lamont stroked his chin. It's an interesting conundrum. Do we do what they expect, because we think they know we would know that they know what we would do? Shanta tilted her head. Unless they know we'd think they wouldn't know. Stop right there. Nilima held up a hand and shook her head in exasperation. None of this no nonsense. I say we just fight our way through them if they're there. I agree with TW, Nilima. Barrett nodded. There can't be too many of them. Or, if there are, they'll get us eventually anyway. By now our masters should have realized something is going on. We stand the best chance of finding them there. If we can't handle ourselves or they can't handle the situation, we're all dead anyway. Barrett shrugged. Reyna shook her head. You seem pretty casual about that. They're dangerous, you know. Sure, they're dangerous. Barrett nodded, but we know they can die. None of us are weak, so if we avoid being surprised, we can beat them. I can almost guarantee to take down at least one or two with me even in an ambush situation. You realize you don't have armor, right? Barrett looked down. That's true. I'd appreciate if you keep an eye out for deadly ranged attacks then, though the one we killed only had some throwing daggers and poison needles. Reyna looked up at the forest canopy. Well, as long as it doesn't start raining again we'll probably be able to see them from a good distance. Unless they use illusion magic to hide. Lamont spoke up again. We can keep our eyes out for magical fluctuations. They don't seem to be so skilled as to leave no traces. Nilima grinned. It's settled then. Let's go. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 50. Though the group planned to fight their way through, they didn't exactly expect to run into a group of assassins standing out in the open. Though it would be convenient, assassins who acted in that manner would end up dead sooner rather than later. The night before they were expecting to reach the edge of the forest, Barrett found himself woken up by being stepped on. He sat up immediately, and heard the sound of movements around him. He thought he saw Nilima's form rushing off into the darkness. Lamont had just created a barrier protecting himself, and Barrett heard something impacting them. They held solid, though, and Barrett knew it would be hard to break them if Lamont concentrated solely on his barrier. After all, it took him several hits to break. What were Master Heichel's tips on fighting in the dark? Oh right, move. Barrett rolled away from where he had been. He heard a whistling sound as he did so, indicating something had narrowly missed him, though he couldn't be sure if that was because of his old location or his new. The canvas of the forest filtered out most of the light that would reach the forest floor, especially at nighttime. Without light, fighting relied on other senses. Unfortunately, Berserk energy wasn't suited for searching for enemies. Barrett could only try to listen for movements made by enemies. He couldn't tell what direction they were in, but Barrett picked out a few trees he thought one opponent should be hiding near. He crossed his arms in front of him and kept on his toes, but the assassins were either lucky, which was unlikely, or had a better way to see in the dark. Barrett felt a pinprick in his chest. He reached carefully to feel a long needle. It had no chance of doing any real harm, it had barely penetrated through his skin and was nowhere deep enough to damage an organ. Unfortunately, the needle itself wasn't the danger. Barrett staggered around before falling to a knee. He leaned forward and propped himself up with one hand, panting. Then another needle struck him, and Barrett used his position to sprint toward where he thought it had come from. He hadn't been sure with the first needle, but the second he was more ready for. It only took him a second to reach the tree, but he saw a figure darting off. However, because they were moving in away from the tree, he was able to chase after them and tackle them to the ground. First Barrett got a grip on their wrists and used his weight to hold them down. He felt lean muscle, but the body shape and size was all wrong to be anyone from his group. With his other arm he reached around their neck, cutting off the flow of blood. His opponent struggled and twisted, but couldn't do anything. Even with just one of his hands holding both wrists they couldn't get away from Barrett. Just in case, he squeezed harder and heard a snapping sound as berserk energy and muscle crushed their wrists. Soon they stopped struggling as they passed out from the blood loss. It would have been faster to kill them, but having one alive might be useful. Barrett looked back toward the camp. It was unfortunate for Lamont that his magic glowed, but at least it let Barrett find him. He could see Lamont was somewhat shaky, but he didn't see any impacts on his defensive barrier. Barrett took a circuitous route around the camp before entering back in. He could see Reyna and Shanta standing near Lamont, but he didn't hear any more sounds of battle. "I got one, how about you guys?" "One also," Shanta nodded, barely visible in the light. "I got two," Reyna answered. "I got three." Nilima's voice called out as she approached, "That should be all of them. Can we get some light?" Lamont turned, "Password?" Everyone gave their answer before he lowered his shield. After all, we'd all been out of sight in the dark. After he lowered his shield, he took a few moments to catch his breath before lighting a torch. Shanta immediately started looking people over. "Any wounds?" "Those needles were poisoned." "None here," Lamont said. "I got a scratch," Nilima said cautiously. Shanta looked over the wound. "Take this. Lucky thing they carry the antidote on them and I can recognize which is which. They have several types of poison." "Reyna?" "I'm fine." "Barrett?" She looked at him. "You just left the needles in." She moved forward. "They're not deep at least." She nudged the bandages away from the wounds and frowned. "What, is it that bad?" "Oh, no, it's fine. Take this, and this." Shanta shook her head. "I mean, you probably should be collapsing if you were someone else, but from you I'd expect this. I was just thinking you have fewer scars than I thought you would." Barrett shrugged. "Fewer than what? An entire mural carved into me? Anyway, I knocked one of them out, maybe we can interrogate them." The body wasn't far away, and was still unconscious. "Does anyone know how to interrogate, anyway?" Shanta shrugged. I don't have anything for that with me." "We can try." Shanta started with tying them up, then used something to wake them up. "Tell us what group you're with." "Faye." "I won't talk." "That's fine." Shanta nodded and said calmly. She held up a vial of their poison, and dipped the tip of one of their own throwing needles into it, before piercing it into his shoulder. "That won't kill me." Shanta rolled her eyes. "Of course it won't." The assassins started sweating and gritting their teeth, clearly trying to withstand the pain. "I won't talk." Shanta shook her head. "Sure you will. Did you know, if you combine this Heartripper extract with this golden ASP venom, the effects counteract each other?" She paused for a few moments, before stabbing the needle into his other shoulder. "Hurts like hell though." The assassin was trembling. Damn you. The Black Adders will see you dead." "Oh, the Black Adders, is it? What a normal name." The assassin realized he had given himself away, and then his eyes gained a moment of clarity, before glossing over completely. "TCH." Shanta held a finger to his jugular. then moved her hand around his head. He used inner energy to cut off circulation to his brain. He's not well trained, or he would have started with that. All of them seem like amateurs. Shanta turned toward Barrett. How are you feeling, by the way? It is very painful, even with the antidote. Barrett shook his head. This isn't even in the top 10. I can handle it. Underneath his bandages, his expression did show pain, but he could tolerate it. Even with that qualifier, the top 10 most painful experiences he'd had was mostly filled with destructions for advancing in the Immortal Berserker style. As the pain was quickly passing, Barrett didn't count it as significant. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 51. The group cautiously approached the edge of the forest. The trees were rapidly thinning, which left fewer places for enemies to hide, but also made it easier to find them. Since they weren't sure about the situation, they couldn't be sure if this would actually be a safe zone. Over there. Reyna spoke in a hushed voice and pointed. Many people are gathered. I think I see Master Heikel, Barrett commented. Before they could discuss anything, there was the sound of a strong breeze, and a woman appeared in front of them. She was tall and fair-skinned, and wore an elegant but practical dress that seemed to flutter in the breeze. Everyone moved into a defensive stance, except Reyna. Mistress. Reyna bowed. The eyes of Reyna's teacher swept over the group. Barrett could feel the strength behind the gaze, and that there was something more. If this wasn't Reyna's teacher, they would be in serious trouble. She nodded. Good. You made it out. We had not expected this sort of trouble. She waved her hand. Come, let us take you to the group. As Barrett approached closer, he noticed many of the students and some of the masters were injured. He was relieved to see that Master Heikel was uninjured, but realized it meant nothing. He could have been filled with injuries that would take a month to heal merely an hour ago, and he would have looked pretty much the same. Not that he'd ever actually seen him injured, outside of the aftereffects of a destruction. Brody was in those who had made it back, but Barrett noticed one person missing from their group. There were also many others missing. Barrett thought perhaps half of the students had not yet returned. While some might be able to make it back in the coming days, he knew that many had died. Barrett. A hand on his shoulder startled Barrett out of his thoughts. He looked up to see Master Heikel. I'm glad you made it back. Master Heikel raised his eyebrows. What happened to your equipment? Well, there was this giant boar, and then a second one. Barrett told the whole story as well as he could. That's why you have to remain aware of your surroundings. Master Heikel patted Barrett on the shoulder. Don't worry about the armor and axe. I'll get you new ones. Oh, right, we got a little bit of information about the assassins. They might have been from the Black Adders. Master Heikel nodded. That's right. Some of their leaders came to distract us. Groups like them sometimes like to take advantage of events like this. Unfortunately for them, they didn't have sufficient intel on the situation. There are a handful of us here who don't normally come to these events. Like you. There's not much point in going without students. Stieber and some others are out dealing with the rest of them at their secret hideout. He's good at getting information out of people. It's really that simple. Master Heikel shrugged. Killing people is simple. Saving people isn't. We couldn't be everywhere, and many people will never return from that forest. Barrett was glad he was one of them. He felt sorry for those who hadn't survived, but it wasn't like his death would have helped anyone. On the contrary, he was involved with fighting and killing a handful of them. Though he hadn't sought out more to try to stop them, he didn't really have the proper skills to track them down. Without knowing their numbers, it was foolish anyway. Fighting assassins trying to kill them was likely good training for those who survived, but there was a reason it wasn't done that way. Far too many people died. The assassins themselves had only expected a small number of deaths on their side, but both the apprentices and more experienced members had died because they chose the wrong targets. For a normal year, they might have succeeded, but they didn't take into account a few exceptional individuals. The trip back home was easy in terms of traveling, but the training along the way was actually more intense than normal. Master Heikel cracked his knuckles. The fact that your armor got damaged to the point of being useless means you hadn't trained enough on your awareness and reaction times. We'll work on that next. What that meant was that at various points on the trip Master Heikel would throw a rock or something else at Barrett without warning. Small rocks wouldn't be enough to damage Barrett, if thrown by normal people. With Master Heikel throwing them, they could and sometimes did break bones. The rocks themselves sometimes broke in the process, but Barrett found himself covered in bruises and broken bones. It was difficult to dodge even if he was watching Master Heikel at every moment, and if he was the rocks usually came even faster. At first he mostly just got pummeled, but by the end of the trip he was actually managing to dodge some. He came to recognize the sounds of shifting weight and sudden movement. Beyond that, though, he gained a strange ability to sense what was happening even where he wasn't looking. Master Heikel nodded. Good, good. You're getting it. Training for this is harder for berserkers. Berserk energy isn't suited for sensing, and isn't stable enough to keep active continually anyway. How does this even work? Barrett frowned. You've been subconsciously gathering other types of energy besides berserk energy. You've picked up some traces of different kinds from those you have fought. While berserk energy will drive out most of everything else, enough will remain for you to use for things like sensing. As you grow stronger, you'll be able to use it more. That seems good. Say, is it possible for me to learn magic? Mana is mostly external, so it could work, right? I haven't really been tested, except for fire affinity. Not yet. Even if you had the affinity, it would be a waste of time to split your attention right now. We can see if you have affinity for anything, later. Maybe in a few years. Okay. It was just a thought anyway. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 52. Barrett's intense training continued until they arrived back at the sect, but once there he was actually given full rest time for a few days. That was enough to allow him to completely recover. He walked out of his room in the morning, only to see Twig Girl. Nilima was her name, he supposed, but that didn't matter right now. Their eyes met, and both of them charged toward each other. She struck out with her right palm as Barrett did the same with his fist. Her right palm struck his shoulder, and she caught his fist with her left. Barrett felt the energy from her attack seeping in through his skin, into the muscles and bones. It would certainly be sore, but Nilima was sent spinning from blocking his attack. She ended up a few meters away from him before coming to a stop in a fighting stance. The two of them looked at each other once again, before relaxing their guard. What are you doing here? Barrett asked. Mistress said we came here for training. Nilima crossed her arms in front of her. That other girl and the magic guy are here too. Lamont N. Nilima scrunched up her face and closed one eye, the one-eyed one. Reyna. Barrett could hear the sound of conversation over toward the cook fire. I suppose I should go say hi. Along with those he knew, there were two figures Barrett hadn't seen before. One was a woman in an elegant but unfamiliar style of dress. Her clothes somewhat resembled Nilima's in style, coloring, and material, but Nilima's seemed more boyish. Meanwhile, this woman wore a shirt and trousers that didn't cover up her femininity. Barrett had to admit she was attractive, but he wasn't particularly interested in someone who was at least twice his age. The other new figure was a man, dressed in practical clothing like Lamont, and Barrett recognized some of the same symbols. Presumably, he was Lamont's teacher. He looked quite a bit older, with some of his hair graying. There you are, Barrett. Master Heikel waved him over. Come here and meet some people. You didn't see them before because they were busy. He gestured to the woman. This is Mistress Ishita Joshi. Pleased to meet you. Barrett bowed. Likewise. She smiled and nodded. I've heard about you from my cute little student. Nilima glared, but didn't say anything. Master Heikel then motioned to the man. This is Master Timotej Zima. Barrett exchanged greetings with Master Zima as well, though you've already somewhat met. This is Bridget Severin. The elegant-looking woman with the sword was Reyna's mistress. Barrett bowed again. Though some of them are just passing through the area, I thought this would be a good chance for all of us to get some training. We have a good variety here for everyone to be able to spar with many types, and both students and teachers are close enough in strength to get significant benefits. Though Barrett had sparred against both Nilima and Lamont, they hadn't fought each other much. Though there wouldn't be much new with the two of them, it wasn't like he couldn't learn anything either. Reyna would be different, as a user of swift weapons and more importantly a skilled one. Barrett could almost feel himself being covered in cuts already. That wasn't a pleasant though, but at least it would be good for him in the long run. He wasn't sure how he felt about fighting Reyna though. Since he knew her before he'd started really learning to fight, it was a strange idea. So, how's your eye recovery going? Barrett couldn't help but ask Reyna once they had an opportunity to talk. Fairly well, she pulled her veil over to the side, showing fair skin. Her eye remained closed. Everything but the eye itself is finished healing. It should be healthy soon, though. Thank you again for the medicine. You're welcome. I'm so glad to see you're alive. I want you to be as healthy as you can. Besides, like I said, my room is full of all kinds of medicine. You should see it sometime. Barrett coughed. Well, I have some training to do. Make sure to rest well. It really helps speed up healing. Barrett's fist came up from below, striking Nilima in the jaw, at the same time as her palm struck him in the chest. Though he wasn't flung back like she was, Barrett felt the damage to his heart. It didn't look like he was hurt at all from the outside, but he knew it was enough to kill a normal person. Nilima stood up shakily and spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn. There goes a tooth. Barrett shrugged. It's okay, they grow back on their own. Yeah, once. What do you think I am, a little kid? Though she was rather short and extremely thin, Barrett knew she wasn't a little kid. She was around the same age as him, 16 or 17 probably. Sometimes you act like one. Besides, you should be happy I didn't shatter your whole jaw. Nilima rolled her eye. Fine, thanks for not shattering my whole jaw. She shook her head. I'm done for now. She turned to leave, grumbling to herself, most people don't trade hits like that, stupid berserkers. Barrett sparred with Lamont as well as his other normal training. That included going through a destruction, and everyone was horrified that Barrett was in bed for a few days. He supposed that made sense, because usually anything that happened to him he recovered in about the same amount of time without requiring full bed rest. After all, none of them were trying to kill him, not truly anyway. Not that he had recovered fully from the destruction in just a few days. It would still take more than a month to recover, almost 2, actually, since he would be going 2 levels at a time. It was just that it was safe enough for him to move around doing normal activity. Reyna finished recovering and was able to expend her energy for fighting about a month after they arrived. She had to spend most of her effort to maintain her strength during that time period, because regeneration medicines overdraft the body's recovery systems, as well as draining any type of energy the user trained in. That was why it wasn't worth using them for superficial scarring, though some people did anyway. Real regeneration's medicines were harder to get, but for the kinds required just to recover damaged tissue they were obtainable. Recovering lost limbs was a different story, being much more expensive and taking longer, if such medicines could even be obtained. A very large number of lower quality pills could accomplish similar results, but would take even longer and with a larger drop in strength. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 53. Once Reyna's eye had finished healing, Barrett had to spar against her. He still wasn't sure how he felt about hitting her. Hitting a girl wasn't the real issue. If it was someone who could fight, he didn't feel that they should be treated differently. Even after they had sparred a few times he still wasn't sure how he would feel about it, because he hadn't managed to hit her. It was exactly like trying to punch the wind. Coupled with the numerous slashes covering him, it looked like Barrett was losing horribly, but that wasn't quite the case. Barrett managed to block or dodge any attacks to vulnerable locations. Slashes on his arms and legs might hinder him, but if he was wearing full armor he would be almost undamaged. He was good enough to protect any openings the armor left behind. Even though Reyna avoided his attacks, she didn't have an easy time of it. She would often run out of endurance before he did, and even though she technically avoided all of his attacks, he still damaged her. The berserk energy that extended beyond his axe or fists was enough to at least scratch her skin, and if he were to actually land a hit it would easily be the end for her. Still, it could be counted as Barrett's loss in most cases. Very fast opponents seemed to be a weakness. The assassins hadn't been fast so much as stealthy, and they had underestimated him. Reyna knew very well that she could lose easily if he could hit her. One time Barrett had caught her arm after she overextended on a thrust. She couldn't pull away, so it was immediately her loss, but she also never made that mistake again. Once Barrett got new armor, their sparring changed a bit. Since she only had a few locations where she could attack, she left more openings when doing so. Those openings were enough for Barrett to land a hit or preferably a grab. If he hit her with any serious intent, she could be injured for a week. Unlike Nilima, who managed to absorb most of the force of blows, Reyna's style was more interested in completely avoiding them. She wasn't completely without defenses, as she wore armor made out of something light like clothing but still considerably strong. However, it was still much weaker than Barrett's and she didn't train her bodily toughness either. Barrett supposed she could stand up to more than a regular person, but the whole point was for her not to get hit in the first place. Barrett closed his eyes as the flames washed over him, then opened them quickly. It was much worse with his eyes closed. With his eyes closed he would remember his home and family. Reyna wasn't dead, but the memories of thinking she was still remained. The flames also brought with them the first experience of what felt like death, even if he'd barely survived. With his eyes open, he could see that he was not in a burning house. Through the flames, he could make out the form of Lamont, and that reminded him of what he was doing. He was training to overcome the very things he was feeling. Lamont was merely there to help him. The flames licked over his skin. They were hot, and Barrett could smell his skin charring. His hair had burned off the first time they did this and the sensation had convinced him to shave himself as much as possible for subsequent times. The fire hurt, and Barrett trembled. The pain he could handle, but the other feelings were what caused him the most distress. Barrett bit into his lip until he drew blood. Perhaps before the force of his bite would have bitten the lip clean off. As it was, the wound was deep. It would require stitches to stop the bleeding. Even if he healed quickly, it wasn't enough to ignore bleeding wounds. The pain, however, helped him to ignore the other pain. Enough. Stop. As soon as Barrett called out, Lamont stopped his magic, putting his hands on his knees and panting. You know, Lamont took a deep breath, isn't this supposed to be training for you? He wiped sweat from his forehead. Why is it harder for me? Barrett relished the feeling of the cool air on his skin for a moment before picking himself up off the ground and proceeding over to his pile of clothes to start wrapping himself in bandages. Don't belittle yourself. It takes a lot of effort for you to control the magic to just the right amount. Ha! I'm glad to be on this side of the fire. Barrett wished that Shanta were around. She could stitch up his lip easily. Master Heikel could do the same, but he wasn't as skillful. Besides, Barrett preferred being treated by a pretty lady instead of a gruff man. When Barrett found Master Heikel, he found him standing with a sword in his gut, and his hand around the throat of a woman. I lose. Reyna's mistress, Bridget Severin, slowly pulled out 5 centimeters of bloody sword as she shook her head. Honestly, what are your organs made of? Without a perfectly straight stab my sword just slides right off, if I can even stab through your muscle. Master Heikel gently released his grip and pulled back his arm, the same thing as everyone else, mostly. He turned around. Ah, Barrett. I can smell that you have been training. The normal smell of Barrett's training was sweat, and Master Heikel wouldn't have been able to notice Barrett's over his own. However, the Barrett's current burnt smell was quite distinct. Yeah. Master Heikel moved to pat Barrett on the shoulder, but pulled up short. Don't sound so down. You're doing very well to face your fear like that. Tempering the body with fire is also good for you. Barrett nodded. The wound on his lip was actually almost cauterized closed, so he didn't really need stitches this time. It is, but I can only stand a few minutes at best, no matter how hot or cool the fire. I'd still call that a significant improvement. In a fight, you won't have trouble with momentary flames. It takes a lot of work to overcome a fear. You know, I used to be afraid of heights. Really? Yeah. I didn't get over it even up until I entered the 3rd tier. Then my master threw me off of a mountain. That helped you not be afraid? Oh, sure. Anytime I see a large cliff, I just think, well, at least it's not as scary as my master. Thanks for being a good master, Master Heikel. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 54. Barrett found himself caught up in training, barely aware of the passage of time. Though it could be hard, it was also satisfying and sometimes even fun. The only thing that really made him feel the passage of time is when his training buddies left. First Lamont and his master returned to their home. That made sense, because part of their training needed to be in the right areas. After that, Nilima also left. She and her mistress were wanderers to begin with, so it wasn't strange that they would leave. The thought of where they might be going made Barrett wonder, and brought to mind some questions he'd had. Master Heikel, are we ever going to leave and meet up with the main body of the Immortal Berserker sect? Well, he scratched his chin and nodded, at some point, yes. I'm just not sure when. I'm waiting for something before I go back. When I do go back, you'll of course come with me. You'll have good opportunities to grow stronger there. Here you are somewhat lacking of appropriate opponents your age, but you'll be fine for a bit longer. Actually, there's a good opportunity coming up soon. There's a tournament for those aged 30 and under. Mistress Severin thought you and Reina could gain some good experience there and broaden your experience. If you can manage to place well, the prizes aren't bad. Oh. Sounds great. When do we leave? Barrett liked the idea of fighting new people. It would let him broaden his horizons, and let him see how strong he really was. Well, it's in a couple months, but to allow for travel time you'll be leaving at the end of this month. Mistress Severin will take you and Reina, but I will be staying here. Be good for her, won't you? Am I ever not good? Barrett raised an eyebrow. Don't worry that I'll stay out of trouble. Barrett wished Master Heikel were coming, but he knew he still had important business here, just not what it was. However, it was enough for him to spend a decade waiting, which meant it definitely wasn't just a whim of some sort. Barrett looked back at the entrance to the Immortal Berserker sect as he walked out past it. The sign hadn't been changed in the 4 years he had come, and it was starting to look a bit shabby, but the sign wasn't the important thing. The important part was Master Heikel and the training that Barrett had done. When he had first arrived he was admittedly quite weak. He hadn't had any choice but to let himself be oppressed by his cousin and aunt, and had just barely managed to escape that life. Now, he was 17 years old, closer to 18. He could be considered a real man now by age or by accomplishments. He thought about his parents and the city they had run. Though he hadn't noticed it at the time, their state of luxury and power had been rather tenuous. On a personal level they weren't that strong, and they hadn't really had an army or many guards to protect themselves from other lords, and that wasn't even considering a war between two countries. They had been rather weak, not that being weak was wrong. If the world functioned as it should without greedy and powerful people trying to take everything for themselves, being weak wouldn't be an issue. However, there were evil people in the world. There were the types who burned down noble manors to kill the people inside, and those who would treat their own family members like dirt except nobody actively tried to harm dirt. Barrett knew that his family's manor burning down hadn't been an accident, and the probability that his Denton and Melody had been completely uninvolved was low. Either way, someone took over his father's position and was running his cities, and Denton and Melody were still sitting happily in their own city. Barrett made a fist. Before, getting back at them had seemed like a dream, but now he was strong enough to do something. He was going to ask Master Heikel for some time off of training after the tournament, and then, he would do something. He wasn't sure exactly what, except that he would take back what was owed to him, and likewise give them what they deserved. He had kept track of all of the details there. Lately, he'd been thinking about it more and more, to the point it was interfering with his training. Master Heikel had even noticed, but waiting until after the tournament would be fine. It wasn't like his training had gone poorly. He had passed 20 destructions now, though fortunately since they came in pairs he'd only had to add on a handful of unpleasant experiences instead of nearly doubling them. While it seemed like a lot of progress, it was more similar like a single destruction for when he had just started training. After all, each of them took less time, but for him to be considered a third-tier Immortal Berserker he had to reach 100 destructions. A year and a half seemed like a pretty reasonable time for how far he had come since reaching the second tier. Barrett looked over at Reyna. Part of the reason he had been thinking about those events so much recently was her. She was affected by the events as well. Since she'd been raised as their servant, she was basically like family. Barrett wondered if she had managed to move past it, but he knew he couldn't without doing something. Finally, Barrett looked at the path ahead. Actually, it was currently going the wrong direction. They were facing south, and would wind back and forth as they went down the mountain. Eventually, though, they would head north out of Etrin, through Padrain until one country further to Vashia. Barrett didn't know much about the country, except that it was inhospitable. Most of their territory was mountainous, but in addition to that some of them were active volcanoes. While this made it pretty much impossible for normal people to live there, there were still a number of warriors, mages, and martial artists who gathered there, especially those who trained in fire. That made Barrett somewhat nervous, but the tournament would have people from many nearby countries, so he would hopefully not have to face too many fire users. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 55. Reyna looked down from the back of the horse she was on. "You're sure you want to run, Barrett? We do have another horse." Mistress Severin shook her head. "Don't discourage him. Being focused on constant training is an admirable trait, and part of the reason why those from the Immortal Berserker sect are so strong. They don't waste time. Running might not be an appropriate course of training for us, but I'm sure I could think of something to do during the day. Perhaps magic control." Reyna scratched the back of her head. "Ah. I did this to myself, didn't I?" Barrett nodded, but was too focused on his breathing to say anything. Keeping consistent breathing patterns made endurance running easier, and anything he could do to make it easier was critical when running in armor. Barrett enjoyed the feeling of sweat evaporating off of him and even the aches in his muscles. Both of them reminded him that he was bettering himself and growing stronger. Besides, muscle aches were never severe enough to make him actually consider them real pain. The armor made the day feel much hotter than it otherwise would have been, but it made the training better. "Now then, Reyna, we shall practice endurance and power. Start by creating as strong of a wind as you can, even if you can't hold it for long." "Yes, mistress." Barrett had hoped to learn something about magic by listening, but sadly any conversation was beyond what he could even try. He understood that mana was the core component, but they didn't discuss how to control it or sense it. Not that they would have any reason to, because they both already clearly understood the basic concepts. Barrett did appreciate the strong winds blowing away some of his heat, but it was only for a few moments. It barely did anything to really cool him down in his armor. Shortly afterwards, however, the sustained breeze did a lot more to help. Thanks." Reyna smiled. "Enjoy the next hour or so." They came to the border to Vashia rather quickly. They traveled fast, but the mountainous paths of Vashia would be somewhat harder to traverse. The guards at the border stopped them. "Papers, please." Mistress Severin handed them something that they looked over carefully. Going to the tournament? Carry on then. With that, they were waved through. From there, they merely continued along the main road toward the capital of Vashia, Dareth. The road was good, but still involved a steady slope that made Barrett's life more difficult. It also became harder to breathe, as these mountains were much higher than the one Barrett normally lived on, which was more at the height of a large hill. The journey as a whole was just long enough to allow Barrett time to recover from a final round of destructions. While his training and berserk energy levels were good enough, he probably could have done more. He wanted to end up at top shape for the tournament. He even rode for the last day. Barrett wasn't sure what he had expected to find, except more people. It feels kind of empty. Mistress Severin nodded. Dareth had never had a large population. Though many people will be here for the tournament, that is mostly participants. Those who would come to observe are mostly those with personal investments in the participants. Common people can't afford to make the difficult journey or pay to watch. Upon thinking about it, Barrett came to understanding. For a capital, Dareth was rather small, more like a mid-sized city. On the other hand, he had to admit it had pretty impressive walls. Inside the city, all of the buildings were sturdy and most were more than a single floor tall, but the total number of them was small. It made sense, though. While many strong people lived in the country, that was just in proportion to a normal country. The dominant part of the population was still regular people or those who were barely in the first tier of power. Without spectators coming, a few hundred or thousand people wouldn't create the same bustling impression as tens of thousands. The tournament area itself was much busier, with people crowding around to sign up for the tournament. Barrett hadn't realized how little power his father had held, when the captain of the guard was probably just about as strong as some of the weakest of the participants here, and they were all young. 30 years old was the cutoff for this particular tournament. As they stood in line, Mistress Severin pointed out several groups of locals. That group is from Eastern Lotus Temple. They're monks who focus on cultivating energy first and their body secondarily. Their attacks contain surprising power without a large wind-up. You will recognize some others from the training exercise in Temper Pine Forest. Over there are the Wizards of Storm Tower. They focus on wind, ice, and lightning magic. A common tactic is to create a small area of blinding fog or swirling ice to make their enemies unable to see, but their straightforward offensive power is also not insignificant. The Raging Fire sect trains berserkers that also cultivate fire-type energy. They can be quite dangerous, just like any berserkers. However, of special note is Ruben Vidova. He's a favored candidate to win this tournament. He has a Tier 1 Immortal body, which gives him a huge advantage. He's also at the late second tier with his training, which puts him among the top handful in that regard. Barrett nodded. He could understand Ruben being a favored candidate. While Barrett could easily recover after battles over the course of a few days at worst, in combat he had to rely on his toughness and not recovery. Healing 20 times as fast wasn't that relevant over the course of a few minutes. A Tier 1 Immortal body, however, healed at 10,000 times the normal rate. 1 minute was equal to about a week of recovery. It was the same healing rate that Barrett would have to train to the 5th tier for, the same level as Master Heikel. Of course, that didn't mean he would be as strong as someone at the 5th tier. Besides recovery, attack power, dodging, defenses, and other special skills had to be considered. Even so, having a Tier 1 Immortal body was a significant advantage as it didn't require any training time and merely added onto capabilities. Barrett thought Ruben was pretty lucky, but he knew that training until the late second tier, and probably further, was still not easy. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 56. Once they reached the front of the line, it didn't take long to get signed up. They just needed a name and some basic details like age and cultivation level so that contestants could be placed with people at least somewhere near their own strength. There wasn't any point in lying about it either. If you pretended to be weaker, you would be placed lower and have to participate in more rounds. Likewise, if you pretended to be stronger, you would be placed higher, but against stronger people. Of course, strengths varied between styles and individuals even at the same part of a single tier, early, middle, or late, but it served as a good basis for organization. The next morning Barrett received his placement. I'm starting in the 4th round. Same here. Reina nodded. It seems rather strange, out of a few thousand people we're already part of the top several hundred. Mistress Severin nodded. That is to be expected. Most people under the age of 20 aren't in the 2nd tier, and even many of those below 30. The first few rounds will be among people in the 1st tier. Even gathering people from the many countries around a few thousand participants is an impressive showing. Only a small number of people truly step onto the path of cultivation, and some of them only do so later in life. Since the two of you have reached the early 2nd tier at 17, you can be considered somewhat exceptional. Barrett scratched the back of his head. Well, we got lucky to run into excellent teachers. Perhaps so, but I would rather think that some of us got lucky to run into excellent students. A good style helps a lot though. Barrett frowned. Wait, how old is Master Heikel? Oh, why do you ask? Well, he's at the 5th tier, and here's a gathering of people less than 30 who aren't even at the 3rd. With each one taking longer, he'd have to have been training for a long time. Over 50 years. Barrett tilted his head. He doesn't even look that old, even if he started training as an infant. Mistress Severin nodded. The ravages of time grow weaker as one grows stronger. Heikel will likely look quite young until well over 100 years old, even if he grows no stronger. As for his actual age, it should not be much more than 70 or 80. Really? Reina looked puzzled. I didn't know that there were such effects. You wouldn't, yet. Your body will still continue to grow until it reaches its natural limits. It is only the decline that arrives later and takes longer. Many people take up cultivation of various sorts hoping to increase their lifespan, but such people usually make little progress. It requires hard work and dedication. Fear of death usually holds people back. Mistress Severin turned toward Barrett. Those who are afraid of death would never even touch a style such as yours. I am afraid of death though, Barrett replied. If I don't become strong, anyone can kill me. It was worth risking my life some to prevent that. That is not being afraid of death, but merely being afraid of being weak. Tell me, when your manor burned down around you and collapsed on top of you, was the only thing you were thinking that you didn't want to die? I thought it a lot. Barrett nodded seriously. Reina shook her head. I know you weren't just thinking about yourself though. Otherwise, you wouldn't have thrown yourself over me. Well, yeah. I wanted you to live, and you even saved me first. Mistress Severin interrupted. That's enough of that. It doesn't really matter who saved who first, but that you both thought about others at all. That proves you two weren't afraid of death, at least not as your primary concern. That means you can be motivated by other things, which are generally much more effective than just fear of death, or concerns for yourselves. I see. Reina nodded, but maybe it's good to have a bit of fear of death. Not particularly. A healthy caution of what could kill you, perhaps, but not fear. Mistress Severin looked back at Barrett. Of course, Barrett and Master Heikel and the rest of their school must absolutely not be afraid of death. They face it more than most. Can we not tell Barrett to be less afraid of death? He already does crazy things. That's just how the training works. Barrett crossed his arms. It's already too late. Reina shook her head. He's already past the bounds of sanity. The early rounds were actually the longest ones in the tournament. They had the most people and thus the most matches. Each round there were half as many people, so though the first round took a full day, the second and third rounds weren't quite a full day on their own. Even so, the fourth round would take place on the third day. Before that there was nothing to do but watch other matches. Barrett stroked his chin. I'm glad we're not participating in those rounds. It would barely be worth walking onto the stage for most of these fights. Don't get too cocky, Barrett, Reina cautioned. Anyone could pull out a surprise. I'm just saying, if you were up there you could have your sword pressed against their throat before they could react. I could just toss them out of the ring right away. There were several possible win conditions, since the matches weren't to the death. Ultimately it was up to the judges unless the opponent was knocked out or surrendered, but in a number of matches it was obvious who was stronger. The arenas had an edge, however, and being outside the ring for a set period of time would result in a loss. They were large enough that contestants had enough room to maneuver, but if your opponent was enough superior in controlling where you could go safely you could be trapped out of the arena long enough to lose. Someone who was entirely unable to maneuver back onto the stage would almost certainly lose eventually anyway. It wasn't entirely fair to some, but no system would be. Everyone had their own strengths, but if an opponent could completely dictate where you could go they would hold a large advantage unless the terrain was truly featureless. Finally came the day for the fourth round, and Barrett and Reyna were told when they would go up. Oh, I'm facing off against someone from the Raging Fire sect. Barrett liked the idea of fighting other berserkers, but he wasn't so keen on the fire part. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 57. Barrett had watched a few matches involving members of the Raging Fire sect. Their combat techniques were nothing special, weapons of a certain type all worked basically the same way. The thing separating them from other berserkers was of course the fire aspect. Berserkers relied upon strong emotions, usually anger, to draw power. The Raging Fire sect literally turned the fires of their emotions into flames that wreathed their bodies. Barrett didn't know the details of the technique, but there were some obvious effects. The scorching heat surrounded them and their weapons at their will. When they slashed at an opponent with an axe or sword, fire went with it. Blocking or even dodging became less effective as the heat still singed clothes and heated weapons and armor. Barrett had no doubt there would be greater effects by those more experienced. Barrett's opponent was placed in the fourth round directly, just the same as Barrett. That meant they were both around early second tier, though Barrett thought his opponent was a bit older, perhaps 19 or 20. May the best man win, Barrett greeted his opponent as they both stepped on one of the arenas for their match. His opponent grunted in response. It wasn't enthusiastic, but Barrett supposed gruff acknowledgement was better than no response at all. His opponent carried a halberd and, similar to other members of the Raging Fire sect, wore lighter armor on his arms and legs. It appeared to be some sort of leather, continuing from under their standard metal breastplate. Now that he was up close to the battle, Barrett saw that the same leather was used as a grip on the halberd's shaft. When the match started, Barrett's opponent immediately surrounded himself in the aura of fire and thrust his halberd toward Barrett's chest. Quick, decisive, and straightforward, Barrett admired those traits, but he wasn't so much of a fan of them leading to him being impaled. He twisted to the side and the halberd scraped almost harmlessly against his breastplate, but Barrett could feel the heat. It reminded him of very unpleasant circumstances. As Barrett moved forward his opponent took a step back, making it difficult for Barrett to get in striking range and keeping his own optimum range. This forced Barrett to dodge a few more attacks before he got a chance to move in. He could already feel himself sweating after only a few moments of exertion, and his armor was starting to get very uncomfortable. His opponent finally extended just a little bit further than he should have and Barrett dodged more forward than to the side, bringing himself inside his opponent's range. Barrett's axe came across and struck his opponent's breastplate, causing a ringing sound and sending his opponent hurtling back and to the side, tumbling a few times before finally stopping on his knees, propping himself up with his halberd. Barrett was already moving forward for the next attack, but the young man just shook his head. "I surrender." He clutched his side which was slightly stained with blood and walked off of the arena. "Victory goes to Barrett Ravenhall of the Immortal Berserker sect," the judge announced. While Barrett found it somewhat anticlimactic, all that it meant was that he'd found a good opening. Perhaps his own placement had slightly underestimated him, or his opponent had an off day. It didn't mean that Barrett would always easily crush him, and Barrett could see he could have continued to fight if he needed to. Today just happened to be in Barrett's favor. Reyna came to find him as he walked off the arena. "Congratulations on your win." "Thank you." Barrett smiled. She hadn't said anything special, but from someone he cared about the words meant more than from others. Barrett sat in the stands, in a section reserved for competitors. They weren't the most in front, but there were various locations he could move to depending on which arena he wanted to watch. Mistress Severin had purchased seats at the front, but Barrett was actually closer a few rows back on the other side of the entire area, as Reyna was fighting in one of the arenas toward the back. Reyna found herself facing against a wizard, one from Storm Tower. That battle also started off quickly. Reyna dashed forward with her sword drawn, and her opponent thrust his arms down, creating a large ring of ice on the ground. Then he pushed. Right when Reyna was over the ice, and strong sudden winds blew her back and away, though she kept her balance and stayed on her feet. Even so, it delayed her long enough for the wizard to gather up energy for another spell, launching a small bolt of lightning at her. She swayed to the side, just barely avoiding the spell. Barrett knew how difficult that was considering the speed near instantaneous once it was targeted. Of course, he also had more issues because his metal armor would attract it. Reyna rushed forward once again, seemingly having no regard for the ice. Her feet barely touched the ground during her long, quick strides, and she appeared to be almost floating, and sometimes she actually was. Barrett expected a spray of fire, but that would be Lamont's response. He was a general elementalist, while Storm Tower, well, the name of their school said everything. Thus, instead of a spray of fire, a hail of small icicles was launched at Reyna. Turning on ice was a difficult task, but Barrett saw Reyna twirl around to the side with a quick step, and the ice also seemed to curve around her. No, it probably had, since she used wind magic as part of her fighting style. Reyna was now standing to face the wizard from the side, and her sword swung up toward his neck. There was a cracking sound as a hastily summoned barrier was formed and then destroyed, and then all motion and sound stopped. Reyna's sword rested gently against the wizard's throat as she stood still on the ice, not having slid an inch from where she planted her feet. I surrender." As the wizard said that, Reyna withdrew her sword. The wizard reached to his throat to feel it, looking at his fingers in confusion. He had expected blood, but Reyna had enough control to merely make him feel the sharpness of her blade. Barrett was actually as impressed by that and her stopping on the ice as much as the elegant dodging. "Congratulations to you as well," Barrett said after the match. Mistress Severin nodded, "That was very elegantly handled." Reyna bowed, "Thank you, mistress." Barrett. There had been a few times since they met again where she had accidentally called Barrett, young master, out of habit. While Barrett didn't mind that, the title didn't exactly fit anymore, and she didn't work for him even if he could claim a noble title still. Mistress Severin continued, "Though both of you did exceptionally well, know that subsequent battles will be more difficult. Even so, I expect Reyna to continue for at least 2 more rounds, and I'm sure Master Heikel would say the same for you, Barrett. Please, do your best." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 58. By winning in the 4th round, Barrett and Reyna had approximately placed in the top 100. However, there was no meaning to it if they were to lose. There were only prizes for the top 8, and even the top seeds would have to win 2 rounds to place in the top 8. Not that prizes were the only reason to come, the experience of fighting different people and watching others fight was also important. Barrett didn't expect to win any prizes, unless he happened to fight opponents uniquely suited for him. He would have to win 4 more rounds to do so, and at that point he would be fighting only against people at the upper end of 2nd tier. Perhaps he might be able to beat some of the weaker ones, but many of those who came to the tournament were confident in their own strength. Barrett supposed he would find out how strong he really was. "My next opponent is from Whistletree Forest." Barrett looked questioningly at Mistress Severin. "I haven't heard of that group." Mistress Severin shook her head, "It's not a school or sect, just a place." "That doesn't leave much to say about your opponent. While it does mean they aren't part of any large group, that doesn't mean they are weak either. Strong people can come from anywhere." Barrett nodded. Back in Ashia he hadn't known of anyone who could have even been classed as more than first tier. There probably were some but not under his father's employ. The Ustane Empire as a whole had many more powerful countries than Ashia, so Barrett supposed there must have been various cultivators of body, energy, or magic. Perhaps some of the stories told to children were truth instead of fiction. Regardless, he had come from Ashia but was already in the second tier, and if he did well he would go much further. There was no reason for him to think others couldn't be strong no matter where they came from, if they had the right teachers. Barrett hadn't known who he would fight the round before, so he hadn't closely watched that particular fight. He couldn't have paid close attention all of them anyway, since more than one match took place at a time. Looking at his opponent, Barrett would dub him a druid. Many designations for cultivators of various sort weren't obvious. It was hard to tell if someone was a berserker or knight without seeing them fight and various sorts of magic users shared similar visual traits and equipment as well. Druids were somewhat distinctive because of their dress styles. They were supposed to be more in tune with nature, and thus often wore armor made out of wood and plants instead of metal. This was the case with Barrett's opponent. Thus, he was either a druid or trying to pass as one. Barrett knew not to underestimate his opponent because his armor was wooden. He had learned that there were many types of very durable wood. The trees in Temperpine Forest had been gigantic and tough. In that case, much of their strength came from their great size. However, the handle of Barrett's axe was from a class of ironwood trees. It was nearly as tough as iron, which was good, because it needed it to withstand the strength of Barrett's attacks and the berserk energy flowing through it. Unfortunately for Barrett, determining his opponent was a druid didn't tell him much except that he would use magic of some sort. Although it was a subdesignation of magic users, it still wasn't specific. Some of them were like elementalists, some used transformation magic, some used poison, and a number of other things. Barrett could rule out controlling animals. No outside help was allowed in this tournament, but there were still many options. The referee for their match took his place to the side. Ready? Start. Barrett immediately moved toward his opponent. No matter what sort of magic he used, it wouldn't matter if he didn't get a chance to use it. Though he moved nearly straight toward his enemy, Barrett was still prepared to dodge to the side at the first sign of an attack. What Barrett wasn't prepared for was sudden darkness. Before Barrett had gone far, darkness flowed out of the druid and swiftly covered the stage and Barrett. Barrett dodged to the side, then heard and felt something scrape against the metal of his breastplate. The training after he fought the assassins had paid off, though Barrett still hadn't been able to completely avoid the attack. What Barrett was most unsure of was what scraped against him. His opponent hadn't looked like he had any sort of sharp weaponry, but the sound indicated he did. At least, it wasn't the dull clunk or grinding sound of a staff or other wide object but the higher-pitched sound of something with a point or edge. Barrett dodged again. Again there was a scraping sound, but if he hadn't moved he knew things wouldn't have gone so well. He tried to concentrate on where the enemy was, but he couldn't hear the sound of their movement. He didn't know what direction they would come from or when. Only when they got close could he sense them. Another attack, and this time Barrett barely managed to avoid an attack from the side toward his armpit, a weak point of most armor. To this point, Barrett hadn't had a chance to launch an attack. He couldn't keep dodging forever, but before that he might overstrain himself from constantly sensing to his maximum capacity. Of course, the constant darkness had to take some energy on the part of his opponent, but Barrett didn't want to bet on who would run out of energy first with no basis to measure it by. Barrett stood with his axe out, but hanging down by his side. He didn't know where he would have to swing it, and some ready stances might throw him off balance when he suddenly had to dodge. Then, another attack came. Instead of avoiding it, Barrett threw himself toward it, not directly, but off to the side slightly. He stretched his arms out, and one of them caught around something. Barrett ignored the fact that something stabbed into his side that was an expected consequence. With his left arm wrapped around a figure he couldn't see, he could feel one of his opponent's arms was trapped to his side. Barrett kept a hold on that arm and dropped his axe to have another free arm. There was only so much his opponent could move, though they tried to struggle out of his grip. He was met with a few more stabs to the side before he managed to fling his opponent to the ground, and then grabbed onto his other arm, then twisted him around into a hold where he could barely move. Barrett would have called his opponent strong, but he wasn't a warrior type, and certainly no expert in grappling. He would have had to be much stronger than Barrett to break the hold, or possessed of some other trick. The thrashing soon stopped and the darkness faded. "I surrender." As Barrett's eyes adjusted to sudden light, he caught the tail end of his opponent's ears changing from large bat ears back to normal human ears, and his hands had been claws of some sort. Well, that answered that question. A transformation type. Barrett stood and helped his opponent to his feet. That was impressive. I bet many people wouldn't have been able to handle you. Thanks. The young man frowned and looked at Barrett's side, seeing the blood dripping from several small wounds. I thought I got you. Not that deep though, your skin is tough like boar hide. Thanks. Barrett assumed that was a compliment. He stretched and let his magic bandages shift to cover the wounds. Then he turned to look for where Reyna would be fighting. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 59. Reyna easily defeated her opponent for the 5th round of the tournament, securing victory before Barrett even found her. Her opponent was a warrior that simply couldn't keep up with her speed, finding themselves unable to block or dodge her attacks. It was good for Reyna to advance further in the tournament, but she didn't gain much useful experience from the fight. Watching the other matches, they knew that any opponent they faced would be much tougher from then on. While there were some somewhat weaker people who passed through the tournament, there was still a certain minimum strength expected from those at the mid-second tier of power. Barrett found himself faced against a troublesome opponent. She had stood out in the previous rounds for her strange fighting style. She was almost completely covered in armor, so if she hadn't left her head free nobody would have known she was a woman. She had silvery skin and long silver hair, or perhaps it was steel hair. Barrett had seen it withstand a slash from a sword. She seemed to be able to control the hair, and some of it wrapped around her face to complete a sort of strange helmet. That was another part that led credence to it being metal, because she controlled metal to attack. In addition to her armor, she sported a collection of small metal balls, spikes, and blades. This assortment of objects moved through the air seemingly at her whim. The truly troublesome part, however, was her ability to control other metal, such as her opponent's weapons and armor. Though she could only move it around and couldn't change its shape, that was already sufficiently disruptive for anyone who relied on metal weapons and armor. Barrett had remembered her name and designation, Kelani, from the Southern Metal Sea. When he heard he was going up against her, he made some special preparations for fighting her. Though he considered it special preparations, Barrett actually just showed up to the match without his armor. He stepped onto the ring with armor padding, bandages, and his clothes covering him. Though her mouth was covered by her hair helmet, he thought he saw a slight smirk when he stepped onto the ring. Ready, start. Barrett had to make the first move. He only had melee attacks, but the opponent had dozens of weapons they could use to attack him from any distance, or at least the distance of the combat arena. He moved forward, and so did all of the small iron spikes, flying toward him in an ever-shifting wall of pointy death. He prepared to dodge just as they reached him. At the very least they would lose some momentum if they had to turn to hit him, but just as he did so his weapon was pulled into the air. He could let go and lose his weapon, but he decided to keep his grip on it. That placed him directly in the path of the many spikes. Then the spikes flew by underneath him. Using the upward momentum of the pull and his own strength, he spun himself around so that he was sticking up above the head of his axe. A moment later he dropped to the floor. Barrett nodded to himself. It was a rather terrifying ability, but it wasn't without weaknesses. First, there was some sort of limit to how much could be controlled at once. Every sort of action, body movements, various sorts of energy, and magic, had some sort of limit. People could also only concentrate on so many things at once. Since he had been dropped shortly after the attack missed, holding him up probably took a large amount of energy, probably more than attacking with all of the various weapons Kelani had at once. It also took enough concentration that she also couldn't divert the spikes at the same time, or she couldn't do that anyway. Not that Barrett though he was safe. The efficiency of her abilities would probably increase as he grew closer, and she was capable of close combat as well, but it was good to confirm some of the limits. Barrett continued to run forward. This time, the small blades were launched at him. Much the same thing as before happened, but not exactly the same. Barrett had noticed that the spikes behind him had only briefly landed on the ground before turning around to attack him from behind. His arm was suddenly filled with spikes and covered in slashes. Though he avoided his body being hit, he hadn't been prepared for them to change their trajectory towards something that wasn't moving, his arm. He immediately lost his grip on his axe and fell to the ground. He couldn't help but be glad Master Heikel hadn't watched his stupid mistake. Of course she would be ready the second time. He didn't have much time to spend thinking about that, however, as he felt spikes and blades digging into his arm. He coated his arms with berserk energy and started swiping away the spikes and blades. They scattered away, unable to individually withstand the sudden power. Barrett sprang to his feet and sprinted at top speed toward Kelani. His best chance was to outrun her weapons, and he wasn't far away. She still had the metal balls, but he twisted to the side and barreled through them. He'd have a half-dozen nasty bruises on his right side, but since when was that new? Then he was in front of her. He stomped on the stone floor of the arena as he threw a punch, with his left arm, since it wasn't bleeding nearly so much. When he found his arms wrapped in steel like hairs, Barrett wasn't surprised. Helmets were invented for a reason. Anything that replaced them had to be more useful in some fashion, and in the hair's case it was its ability to move and wrap around things. Barrett shouted to gather momentum as he released berserk energy at maximum power, pulling back on his arm at the same time as his leg came up in a knee, striking against armor. At the same time, the dozens of spikes, blades, and metal balls struck him in the back. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 60. Barrett's knee smashed into a metal breastplate with the horrible sound of metal wrenching. There was also the sound of metal wires snapping as Kelani's steel-like hairs broke from the force placed on them by the pulling opposed with Barrett's knee pushing against the breastplate and the berserk energy surrounding Barrett's arm. Kelani went flying, but at the same time all of her various weapons struck Barrett in the back. Barrett's back suddenly resembled a porcupine, and his particular arena went silent. Then came the sound of metal raining onto the stone. First fell the metal orbs, but Barrett brushed his back to dislodge the spikes and blades. He was glad they weren't barbed, but he supposed that would be outside of the courtesy of a friendly tournament. Barrett walked step by step toward his opponent, who was now sitting up. With a grating sound, he saw the metal of her breastplate wrench itself back into something resembling its former shape. Then she shook her head. "Ah. I surrender." She stood up shakily, holding out a hand for Barrett to shake. He did so. "I have trained with actual metal, but your body is almost as strong." She held up some of her hair to look at, much of which was torn and snapped. "Do you have any idea how long this takes to grow?" "No," Barrett shook his head, "I imagine it's not easy." "Well, actually, it's about the same as normal hair. There's more work involved though." "I see." Barrett nodded. "That was a good fight. You are quite skilled, and have very strong roots." "Of course. No use to having steel hair if using it rips it out of your head. Let me tell you, it's really not fun." Barrett continued to nod regularly. "Oh yeah, training can be very painful. Speaking of which, you're filled with holes. Are you going to be okay?" Barrett shrugged. "I'll be fine. Most of them aren't too deep." Barrett could already feel the bandages wrapping around him gently to help with the bleeding. Tomorrow, he would likely have recovered. At least, with more than half a month of effective recovery he wouldn't have any real issues. Barrett sighed when he found out who his next opponent was. "Well, I was hoping to perhaps pass the 7th round, but this won't be an easy one." Reyna shook her head. "How unfortunate, to be placed against Ruben. It's his first match, too." Ruben was the first seed in the tournament, from the Raging Fire sect. He was the one with a Tier 1 Immortal body and a top 2nd tier cultivation level. Giving up already? Mistress Severin asked. I'm not giving up so much as, recognizing my limits. Barrett nodded seriously. I'll still give it my all, of course, but he's been training for about a decade longer than me and he can recover during battle. Plus, there's the whole fire thing. Reyna nodded, her long black hair shaking with her head. Fire is the worst. Though she hadn't been so horribly scarred by the fire in which they had both thought they were the only survivor, it was still a traumatic experience. The good news is, even if I lose horribly, it still counts as training. Ugh. I'm glad I don't have to get injured as part of training. Reyna looked over at Mistress Severin, right? Mistress Severin smiled gently. At no point in your training will you intentionally get injured. It is not of any use for us. Of course, injuries due to failing to correctly perform a technique are something else. That is less assuring than I had hoped. Reyna smiled lightly and shook her head. Barrett wished he didn't know who he was going to be fighting against. He could already imagine himself losing. How strong would someone at the top of 2nd tier be? Someone with healing near the level of Master Heikel? What was worse, Reuben would use fire. Barrett shook his head. Thinking he had lost already, that would get him in big trouble if Master Heikel heard about it. Thinking he would probably lose was acceptable, but conversely that thought brought with it the small chance he would win. There was no technique that Barrett had learned to calm his mind, so he did something even better. He thought about the fact that Reuben was a decade older. A decade was 2.5 times what he had trained for, but they were thrown in the same tournament. That was frustrating, enough to make Barrett angry. Reuben had a 1st tier immortal body. He was born with healing that would take Barrett 30 years of training to achieve. Was that fair? Probably. Barrett had been born with some measure of wealth. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't fair. It made him angry. At least, a little bit. All of the duels would happen at the same time for the 7th round. That meant Barrett went up on the dueling platform in the morning, the same as the rest of those in the tournament. He wasn't completely recovered from his fear, but he had at least managed to turn some of it into a training opportunity. Barrett flexed his arm and tried not to think about how his arm and back weren't finished healing yet. They were well enough to fight, but they still ached. Reuben stepped up onto the stage. Barrett hadn't known what to expect, but he was slightly surprised. Reuben was big. Barrett wasn't so small himself, around 180 centimeters tall and quite muscular, but Reuben was over 2 meters tall and very bulky. That did give him some advantage in reach, which was annoying to deal with. Barrett had also expected him to be outfitted similarly to the other from the Raging Fire sect, but there were some key differences. Reuben still wielded a halberd, but instead of metal armor he wore something that had a different sort of look altogether. Barrett only barely recognized it from some of the books he'd had to study. Dragon scale. That would make the leather that covered his arms and legs dragon hide, which was both flexible and extremely tough. More importantly, it was very expensive. Barrett had excellent equipment of his own, but now he felt it was inadequate. May the best man win. Barrett greeted. Reuben didn't even bother to acknowledge him, merely standing lazily with his halberd resting, looking over at the referee. He only seemed to pay attention once the match officially started. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 61. Barrett edged closer to Reuben, trying to judge when he would be within range of the halberd. A reach advantage was important, but if he could get inside the reach he would gain his own advantage. There were only a few problems. Reuben flared like a bonfire, and Barrett could already feel the oppressive heat. He didn't really want to get close, but he would have to. On the other hand, Reuben was clearly quite adept at using his halberd, keeping Barrett at bay, while nearly singing him with the flames that radiated from it. Barrett couldn't afford to hold back forever. He considered that Reuben might exhaust himself from the constant use of flames, but before that Barrett would probably get hit. He was already starting to sweat inside his armor, and he could feel it heating up. When Reuben dropped the tip of his halberd just slightly to the side, Barrett took his chance. He stepped in and shoved the halberd away with his arm. For that, he felt fire penetrating into his arm and the not quite healed wounds. The temperature shot up significantly as he stepped closer to Reuben and swung his axe. His sweat seemed to be evaporating the instant it formed, but Barrett wasn't going to stay close for long. His axe collided with Reuben's chest, knocking him back, and Barrett used his own opposite motion to move away himself. Barrett frowned. The scale were slightly cracked, but whole. Meanwhile, he was scorched all over and the residual heat on his armor wasn't helping that situation. Staring into fire so long wasn't helping either. What's wrong? Afraid of a little fire? Reuben's grin was barely visible behind his helmet. Why even step up onto the stage, covered in bandages, and with only an early Tier 2 cultivation? Reuben shook his head. Let's get this over with. Barrett wondered if Reuben knew he was a berserker. If so, he was intentionally provoking him. For berserkers, that could be both a good or a bad thing. They might get stronger from rage, but they could also forget their defenses. If Reuben was doing it on purpose and thought it would work on Barrett, well, he was right. Barrett rushed forward at the next halberd thrust. He didn't move blindly, but the blade of flames that extended beyond it sent fire into his armor and left shoulder. Even so, he managed to get back inside Reuben's reach. Barrett already knew he wasn't going to win. Maybe if he had a better state of mind, but he's already failed that. He gathered berserk energy and chopped vertically into Reuben's breastplate, still failing to penetrate the armor. In return, he suffered even more burns as the area of fire Reuben generated grew even stronger. Then, Barrett did it again. He couldn't completely avoid Reuben's attacks, but he did manage to make sure no two attacks hit the same area. That way, he didn't lose function in any of his limbs. His arms, legs, and sides were covered in cuts, but the flames immediately cauterized the wounds while at the same time making them deeper. Barrett could feel the damage was going far beyond skin deep, but he wasn't done yet. One more attack, his right thigh got a nasty gash and Barrett was remembering what it was like to be completely covered in burns, lying helpless in a bed. He hated that feeling, but it let him gather more berserk energy. Barrett shouted at the top of his lungs as his next chop went for Reuben. He wasn't even trying to dodge, completely counting on his armor to protect him. That was good for Barrett, as his axe hit the same spot once again with a cracking and squishing sound. Barrett's axe stayed in Reuben's chest as he found himself kicked away. Barrett coughed as he looked up from his back, tilting his neck forward to see Reuben. Reuben grabbed Barrett's axe and pulled it out of his chest. His wound stopped bleeding almost immediately, but Barrett couldn't see much more than that before he passed out. Barrett's wounds were worse than when his family's manor had burned down and partially collapsed on him. That almost killed him, but he hadn't had a strong body at the time. Now, Barrett felt that his skin was burnt through completely. He could feel the fire had gone deep into his muscles, and slightly into his bones. His eyelids had formed scabs sealing them together, but Barrett felt better than he had then. This time, Reyna was nursing him. She'd had nothing else to do after she lost in the tournament, and Barrett needed to recover before they moved on. Reyna had actually managed to defeat her 7th round opponent, but lost in the 8th round. It was still a very impressive result, but she hadn't been able to go any further. She did obtain some wounds of her own, but she had surrendered while they were still relatively light. Barrett wondered if he was an idiot. He'd gone a bit too far. He wasn't sure if his wounds would be able to recover without medicine. Regular salves weren't a problem, but the pills Master Heikel gave him to recover from scars and other wounds would set him back if he had to use them. Then, Barrett had his suspicions confirmed. "You're an idiot," Reyna told him straightforwardly. "Did you even gain any useful experience from the last part of the fight? Mistress told me you went crazy in attacking. If you couldn't win or get useful experience, why not give up before you were covered in terrible wounds? Especially since he finished recovering from what you did to him before lunchtime." Barrett slowly raised his arm into the air. It hurt, but pain was no longer something that stopped him. "I had to do it." I'm a member of the Immortal Berserker sect. He has an immortal body. We might be faking it, but I kind of wanted to compare. Barrett frowned, his bandages shifting on his face. Besides, he was kind of arrogant. I couldn't let him get away without something to remember me by. Reyna shook her head. If by that you mean an expensive repair bill. I suppose you're right. Dragon Scale isn't cheap to replace. He's going to have to spend the rest of the tournament with damaged armor. Not that it seems to matter. I think he'll probably win anyway. Barrett shrugged, avoiding wincing as he moved a large number of unhealed burns. Next time I'll get him. Except he might be too old to participate in the next tournament here. Barrett shook his head. Can I have some more soup? The Immortal Berserker Chapter 62. You're really fully recovered? Reyna asked. Of course. I wouldn't lie about that, and I know my body better than anyone else. Barrett patted his chest. I'm in top shape. TCH, Reyna turned away and glanced at him from the side. Here I am, still recovering from the few cuts I got, and the guy with burns on his bones finishes healing before me. This is literally what the Immortal Berserker sect is about. Barrett shook his head. I still look disgusting though. Scars everywhere. I think scars can be attractive. Reyna pursed her lips, but her eye twitched slightly. Yeah, but not like this, right? Barrett pulled bandages off his arm. I look like I got the pox, Reyna grimaced. Ha, don't worry about it. At some point I'll have to take some recovery pills and then these will be more mild. Barrett shook his head. I hate looking at scars though. Maybe try to stick to a few cool ones next time. Reyna grinned. Oh, sure. I'll just ask nicely, can you give me a cool scar in front of my eye? Try not to hurt the eyeball though, and then I can ask whoever I'm fighting to just surrender. Barrett nodded seriously at the situation in his imagination. Honestly, if it wouldn't set me back in training I would have already taken a lot of scar recovery medicines. Purely for cosmetic reasons, so don't tell Master Heikel. Mistress Severin coughed as she entered the room. I'll consider that, as long as you two finish getting ready quickly. There's no point staying here relaxing. We've got to get you back to Master Heikel for more training. Barrett saluted and gestured over to his newly repaired armor. All I have to do is put that on, and suffer through a lot of running. I'm ready as well. Reyna nodded. On the second day of the journey, Mistress Severin frowned and looked back. Is something wrong? Reyna asked. Indeed. I'm being followed. I thought I caught a glimpse of them at the tournament. I didn't think they'd noticed me. Who? Mistress Severin shook her head. Just some old enemies. She grinned. While they might be old, I'm still quite young. They won't be a problem for me to deal with, but you two need to continue on ahead. Wait for me in Ember City. If I hadn't caught up by then or if I don't go by road I might get there before you. Either way, go to the same inn we stayed in on the way here. No, wait, go to the one a few streets away. The Speedy Tortoise. I don't think they followed us on the way here, they likely saw me at the tournament, but just in case, Mistress Severin pulled out a pouch of money. This should have plenty. In fact, this could easily cover the whole trip back, so if you manage to spend it all in the next day I'll have some questions. Reyna took the money pouch. We'll see you there, mistress. Mistress Severin turned toward Barrett. You should ride your horse. It would be best if the two of you were past that hill within the next 10 minutes, just to be out of sight. They shouldn't be able to get past me, but it's best if they don't even think about trying. Barrett nodded. There was no point in working on training when there was real danger immediately near. Reyna kept glancing back over her shoulder as their horses continued forward along the road. Do you think she'll be alright? Barrett shrugged. She said she would be. Either way, we can't help if they're on her level. For example, if I were to attack Master Heikel with my full power and he let me hit him, would only barely cut through the skin, not even harming the muscle. Then he would be healed right away and my arms would be sore. Why does it sound like you did that exact thing? Reyna shook her head. He wanted to show me how much 3 full tears mattered. He couldn't completely ignore me in combat but, almost. Your mistress is nearly that strong, so anyone who is relevant against her we won't be able to do anything. Sure, maybe their defenses are less and they let one of us get in a critical blow, but more probably they kill either of us casually or Mistress Severin has to do something to protect us, leaving her open for an attack. We're not the right type to assist in such a battle. Who is? Archers. Maybe. But Master Heikel can chuck pebbles a few hundred meters and they still have enough force to lodge in a tree's bark. He sounds very strong. Berserkers like to show off, and have styles very suited for that. We can't even see the techniques your mistress uses, cuts just appear. It just feels less impressive because it's harder to comprehend. That's true. The pair rounded a bend in the mountain road, catching sight of other travelers up ahead. They tensed up, not knowing if they were after them or not. Reyna frowned, they shouldn't be related to mistress enemies, but I have a bad feeling. We could leave the road but, they've already likely seen us. If they're looking for us, they can just follow us, and it's harder for the horses to run there. Maybe it's nothing. Reyna said, but she kept her eyes forward. Both groups continued to approach each other. Barrett estimated they would meet somewhere near the branch in the road up ahead. It was entirely possible the other group would travel down the other branch leading deeper into the mountains and they wouldn't even pass each other directly. As they approached closer, they recognized the other riders. At least, the one in front. It was Reuben, and a few others that must have been from the Raging Fire sect based on their style of equipment. Well, at least they shouldn't be with those after your mistress. She would have told us if she had trouble with the Raging Fire sect, right? The two groups passed each other, with Reuben and his followers having started up the path, presumably toward their sect as it led deeper into the mountains. Barrett supposed they had been out for a visit to Ember's Taverns or some such. They had probably left several days before the Barrett and Reyna, since Barrett had been recovering from wounds for another 4 days after the last match of the tournament. Just as he thought they would ride by without incident, the hooves on the other path stopped. If you two would wait there, we would like to talk. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 63. Barrett and Reyna slowed their horses and turned to look. Reuben and the other 3 had already turned and were riding toward them. Reuben continued to speak, "Thank you for waiting. I wouldn't want to miss a chance to speak to the beautiful lady." Reuben looked only at Reyna, smiling as he approached. "I saw you in the tournament. You have a very elegant fighting style." "Thank you. I learned everything I have from my mistress." Reyna smiled slightly. "Wonderful. Is she here with you?" "She had some business delay her but will be along shortly." "I see. I was hoping to invite the 2 of you to visit us." He snapped his finger. "Ah, I know. You can come with us now, I can leave someone here on the road to watch for her." "I appreciate the offer," Reyna nodded, "but I really should be going. She expects to catch up to us on the road or in Ember." Reyna's eyes moved toward the city whose tallest buildings were just visible in the distance. "Perhaps you can come wait with us there." "Alas, I must return to the sect soon." "You really should come along." Reyna turned to look at Barrett. "You know, this fellow has the same sort of charm as your cousin. Perhaps when Mistress Severin arrives we should go visit them." Reuben frowned. "I really did mean for you to come with us now." The other 3 had been edging their horses into a half-circle. Suddenly, without warning, Reyna drew her sword and spurred her horse which was facing to the side. She slashed the horse in front of her as she turned her horse back down the road toward Ember. Barrett was also ready, but he had turned his horse completely around. That meant when he spurred his horse he went directly past Reuben. There was only the slightest bit of delay, but that and the distance between them was enough for Reuben to pull his halberd and parry Barrett's wide swing. Barrett looked back as he rode, and he saw Reuben turning his horse to chase him as he ordered his companions. "You 3, grab the girl." Barrett had a head start, within the first handful of seconds, before Reuben was fully turned around, he was almost 100 meters away. The gap widened slightly more before Reuben was at his top speed, but then the gap started closing. Barrett wasn't worried about that, though. The only thing he was worried about was not being chased. After a minute, Reuben was only a length or two behind Barrett, but they were both a very long distance from Reyna. The road's curves meant Barrett couldn't see what was happening, but he couldn't do anything about it even if he could see. He thought the other three weren't as strong as Reuben. He didn't remember thinking much of them in the tournament. That gave Reyna a chance to fight even if she couldn't escape. If she made it to town, well, even the Raging Fire sect couldn't do whatever they wanted in the city. Once Mistress Severin showed up, Reyna would be fine. Barrett, however, was going further into danger. Regardless of the fact that Reuben was catching up, he was heading toward Raging Fire sect territory. Reuben had enough status there that they would take his word over Barrett's even if they didn't specifically allow Reuben's actions. He wouldn't have to worry about that, though, because Reuben was catching up. With a short burst of speed he was within striking range, and Barrett had to jump off of his horse to avoid being impaled. He tried to ignore the sounds of the horse as it died in his place. Barrett rolled as he hit the ground, coming up more or less on his feet. He took off running away from the road, and heard the sound of hooves continue after him. Good. Barrett intentionally took the most difficult path on the rocky ground. He jumped over boulders and ran through scree. On flat ground he might be slower than the horse, but he managed to stay ahead. Then the sound of hooves changed to the sound of boots, and Barrett could hear them getting closer. He didn't have much spare attention to glance back, he was busy navigating the mountainside. When he came to the top of the immediate rise, he turned. Reuben was only a short way behind him, and had already ignited flames around his body and halberd. Seeing that Barrett had stopped, he grinned, "Just give up. I've beaten you already." Then he thrust out with his halberd. Barrett didn't even have his axe drawn yet, but Barrett responded with step to the side and a kick. Not a chance. The top of the slope had better footing, unlike the scree below. That was enough for Barrett to avoid the halberd thrust and send Reuben tumbling down. He probably wouldn't be injured, but he would have to climb back up. Ice boot felt like it would catch fire, but it hadn't actually done so. Barrett doubted Reuben would fall for the same tactic twice, and he wasn't particularly looking forward to getting skewered from below. He swiftly turned back around and chose a path to continue on by instinct. Down below, Reuben's enraged voice rang out. It then started to move closer again. "Get back here, you little twerp." Barrett would have grinned if the situation hadn't been so bad for him. At least Reuben seemed to have forgotten why this was happening in the first place. He ducked between boulders and jumped over smaller rocks, then sprinted across an open area. Every time Reuben got close, Barrett would pick an advantageous position to throw him back. Sometimes he just picked up rocks on the ground and chucked them at Reuben. Even so, Reuben was not without his successes. He'd managed some glancing blows on Barrett, and his armor was already heating up. That made running and fighting that much more difficult, while Reuben seemed relatively fresh. Then Barrett realized that not all of the heat was coming from his conflict with Reuben. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 64. Barrett crested a rise only to be faced with a large pit, a depression in the top of the mountain, or perhaps that used to be the top of the mountain. It was a giant circle that dropped into the ground for a dozen or so meters before ending in glowing red-orange rocks. That would be lava, then. Reuben was right behind Barrett, and the terrain had stopped being so difficult. It only gently sloped up until the pit full of lava, and Barrett would have to run the long way around if he wanted to run. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough for that. He held his axe ready as he turned to face Reuben. "Come on then." Barrett had already lost to Reuben not long before. He probably wasn't going to survive this, but he'd already accomplished his goal. Hopefully, it was enough. Finally. "You're a real pain to chase after. What a coward." Barrett didn't respond to the provocation, merely keeping his position and taking the chance to catch his breath. That was difficult, as the heat was significant, and there were putrid fumes making the air impure. Reuben came within range and swung his halberd, covered in flames of rage. Barrett's body moved almost on its own. It seemed to be the move Reuben was most fond of. His axe hooked onto the haft of the halberd and diverted it over his head, leaving Reuben open for a counterattack. Barrett's axe plunged into Reuben's chest, aided by no small amount of berserk energy. There was a cracking sound as Barrett's axe found the same break he had caused before, but unfortunately at a different angle. Barrett saw blood, but he had to retreat to keep from being grabbed. If he let Reuben get a hold on him, he would likely burn to death regardless of the other's grappling skills. The close proximity to Reuben had briefly covered Barrett in fire, and even after he retreated what remained of his hair and clothing continued to burn. It was painful but, not unbearably so. Barrett was reminded of accidentally reaching his hand toward a cooking fire back in the manor. Reuben's chest was already healing. The blood was evaporating, and behind it the skin was starting to knit together. Barrett frowned as he thought he saw something, but he didn't have time to think about whatever it was as he was once again attacked by a flaming halberd. Barrett and Reuben continued to trade blows. Barrett felt his armor begin to crack and break, especially as it started to weaken from the heat. Meanwhile, he put all of his effort toward attacking Reuben's chest and the ever-weakening armor there. Blood dripped down Barrett's forehead only to dry and crack nearly instantly. There was no part of him that was unwounded, though nothing was actually deep. Meanwhile, the dozen or so wounds on Reuben's chest were in various states of recovery. Barrett's lungs screamed for air, but there was none to be had. There was only fire and smoke. Even so, Reuben's breathing was not much easier. Just give up. I am at an advantage here. I train to resist the heat. Wouldn't you like your little girlfriend to see your body in one piece instead of sliced and diced? Reuben didn't actually wait to see whether or not Barrett wanted to surrender. He once again swung his halberd in a crossbody slash. Barrett moved to dodge, or he would have if his body would move at all. It wasn't even a trick by Reuben, but merely his own exhaustion. He heard the sound of rending metal, felt a searing pain in his right shoulder, and found himself knocked to the ground and to the side. He lay on the ground and looked to his right. Ah, that's what it was. Just my arm being cut off. Barrett climbed to his knees, coughing. That doesn't matter. I understand now. Reuben just shook his head as he looked at the confused figure kneeling before him. I have no idea how you made it this far, but this is where it ends. He hefted his halberd, bringing it down toward the pathetic form in front of him. Then, suddenly, his defeated opponent moved. Barrett had no more energy or physical stamina, but a good cultivator knew that was never quite true. There was always more energy to be had if you weren't dead. In particular, berserkers could always dredge up more energy, at a price. Generating berserk energy came with tiredness of its own, but that could be delayed though it would be more costly later. Barrett could also overdraft his own muscles to let them move again, and so he did. He held nothing back as he sprang forward, diving under the halberd, his one remaining arm grabbing Reuben around the waist. Then, he continued. It was only a few steps to the edge, and then he was falling into the fire. He didn't even notice the pain from slamming into the ground, certainly not once he started feeling the true heat from the lava beneath him. Barrett's skin was instantly burned away. He couldn't see through the smoke and the blood in his eyes, but he could feel Reuben underneath him. With his one good arm, he punched down, slamming Reuben's head into the lava beneath. The dense, viscous liquid rock supported their bodies with only a small bit of give. Barrett couldn't even tell what was going on now. He only continued to punch into the barely sensed form beneath him. He couldn't even tell whether the screaming was Reuben's or his own. Actually, it had to be both. Barrett felt his own flesh burning. The skin was already gone, but the muscles were also beginning to char. The heat of lava was nearly impossible to resist, and if it had been 2 weeks before, Barrett would have been burned to death in mere moments. However, the current Barrett was different. He had already had some of his flesh burned down to the bone. He'd had fire deep in wounds in his back, and then he'd recovered. Barrett had no more berserk energy, but he needed it. He recalled the fire of his house burning down, thinking he was dead. Reyna was dead. Now, Reuben had wanted to take Reyna away against her will. Barrett's fist slammed down with a cracking sound. Below him, Barrett could only barely make out Reuben's form. Mostly, it was some scale armor and a charred corpse. His wound weren't healing anymore. After all, they required some sort of energy to do so. Reuben trained to resist heat, but only the heat from his own flames. That was why his equipment was the way it was, why he had to use dragon scale instead of a metal breastplate. Barrett coughed and cackled in victory, but he found himself slumping forward. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 65. Barrett thought he couldn't feel pain or burns anymore, but his face directly touching the lava below woke him up. He was far beyond thinking. Instead, he acted. He stood up, his now bare feet stepping on the viscous lava. It supported his weight as he half stood, half crawled forward. His eyes were burned shut, but eventually he came to a wall. He fought for air and consciousness, clawing at the wall. Then his hand caught something and his instincts took over. He'd climbed the cliff beneath the Immortal Berserker School many times now, in many places. He was stronger, and could easily support his weight with one hand, a few fingers even. Barrett didn't consider he usually climbed with 2 arms, with vision, without being on fire, with good lungfuls of air. He couldn't afford to. In fact, he couldn't think at all, but only keep moving. If he paused to think, that would be it. Somehow, with the remaining muscles in his arm, he pulled himself up. His feet found purchase somewhere, and the process repeated. Grab, step, step. Most of the time there wasn't a good step, so Barrett made one. He smashed his foot or hand into the wall with berserk energy. That only served to further break down his body, along with the fire, but eventually the fire started to fade. Then, his hand groped empty air. This time, Master Heikel wasn't there to grab his arm. Somehow Barrett stumbled up and over the edge, then miraculously kept going. One foot in front of the other. Pain shot up each leg as it stepped down, the barest remnants of a foot supporting a leg that was little more than bone and just enough muscle to keep going. Then his other foot shot pain into him, but he kept moving, until his feet fell out from under him and he found himself tumbling, down, 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 and into unconsciousness. Barrett was surprised to wake up. He'd been surprised to wake up once before, but having experienced that, he was now even more surprised. He should be dead. Blood loss could have done it, the fire that had covered and filled him should have done it. He was certain his organs had been strained enough to fail, but he woke up. Everything hurt. It was much worse than his most painful destruction, and at least 10 times as bad as after his family's manor was burned down. He didn't relish the fact that he could survive more pain. Perhaps it would have been better to die. After all, what would await him for living? Reyna, she should be safe, right? Barrett hoped so, but he couldn't guarantee anything. Before, he had wept for himself. This time, he was out of tears. Even so, he wanted to cry. Before, he had lost everything he had. This time, it was the same. His axe and armor were unimportant. He liked his magic bandages, but they weren't strictly necessary. His arm, however, that mattered. His cultivation of berserk energy, his muscles, his strength. Those things were now lost to him. Barrett could feel the status of his body very well. His muscles were ruined, and even if they recovered somewhat they would never work right. His body wouldn't be able to handle berserk energy if he was even capable of gathering it, but with his organs in disarray that would also not be possible. Of course, Barrett had pills back at the Immortal Berserker sect, but they didn't cover things like this. Reyna's eye and the scars on her hand had been relatively superficial as wounds went. Her eye had been whole for the most part. Barrett felt that his eyes were ruined. That wasn't all. His ears, his lips, his nose, Everything that stuck out at all was burned down to the bone, if they had bones like the fingers on his one hand. Barrett was certain that the bottom of his feet were no better. Then, Barrett felt pressure on his head. He felt his mouth pulled open, and something was poured down his throat. Soup. He couldn't tell. He couldn't taste anything but ash and burnt flesh. He tried to speak, but merely coughed. Was someone talking? He couldn't tell. They continued to feed him, and then Barrett fell unconscious again. Barrett's eardrums were surprisingly the first thing to heal. He heard the voice of a girl, though it was muffled. "Look, Daddy. He's awake again." He moved. Barrett couldn't hear the other voice. Later, when he drifted into consciousness again, the girl's voice spoke to him. "Can you hear me? Can you speak?" Barrett tried to shift his head. It was excruciatingly painful, but he managed it while gritting his teeth. "Oh. Sorry. Don't move. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Here, have more soup." After a week, Barrett could almost make sounds. That was good, but Barrett knew that was a problem. He heard he'd been unconscious for 2 weeks, another week of healing on top of that should have been more than the equivalent of a year. Yet, here he was, still in bed, still injured. That meant he couldn't recover from the wounds or that he'd lost his healing, which was the same sort of thing. If he had to start training over again from the first level, he would risk his life on the first destruction. There was probably at least a 10% chance of death. Barrett laughed to himself. Here he was, completely incapable of recovering, and he was thinking about trying to become strong again. "You laughed." The girl's voice came, "I think." "Yeah." Barrett croaked. "You can talk." "Dad." "He can talk." The sound of feet scurrying away from him on wooden floors rang out. He wanted to stay conscious, but he felt sleep overtaking him. Was this what his life would be like? A few minutes of consciousness per day, immobile in bed? Well, at least his caretaker was nice. Barrett thought dumb thoughts until he saw black again. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 66. A week later, Barrett sat up. That confirmed he had died and was in some kind of very strange afterlife, because there was no way he should have been able to recover enough to move. Clara, the girl who found him at the bottom of the mountain, insisted he was alive, but he found it hard to believe. Jack, her father, confirmed he was alive, but of course he would. They were working together to do whatever this was. If this were some form of heaven, Barrett was severely disappointed. If it were hell, he was also disappointed but not particularly upset. Perhaps it was some form of purgatory, but either way it wasn't so bad. "Oh. You sat up, big brother." "Wow." Clara was somewhere less than 10 years old by Barrett's reckoning. She had cute short hair and always wore a dress. She was the one who did the most taking care of him. Her father didn't complain, but wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the task either. Oh, so he did. Jack walked in behind her. "You're a tough young man. I didn't think you could possibly be alive when we found you. Now here you are, sitting up on your own." "Mostly." Barrett grinned as sweat poured down his forehead. It was hard to keep himself steady, but it was a good kind of hard even if it was painful. The next week, Barrett got out of bed. He was unsteady on his feet, but if he gritted his teeth he could walk a few steps before collapsing onto the bed. The week after that, Barrett went outside. Neither Jack nor Clara were around. Barrett looked around for something to do. Sitting in bed was boring. Jack and Clara only had a tiny little house and no books, so he'd had nothing to entertain himself. Finally his eyes settled on a wood pile. There were logs next to it, and a pile of chopped logs nearby. There was also an axe sitting in a chopping stump. Barrett reached over to pick up the axe. It felt heavy, which was almost laughable as he'd been swinging around large axes built for war previously. Now, a regular wood chopping axe felt heavy. He balanced the axe on its head as he placed a piece of wood, then chopped. At first his actions were awkward. It was his left hand and he was weaker, but he eventually got the hang of it. He only cut himself once trying to pull the axe out of a log carelessly. By evening he had created a new miniature pile of firewood next to the other one. That was when Clara and Jack returned. "Whoa, big brother Barrett, did you cut all that?" Barrett nodded. "I wanted to help, as a thanks for taking care of me." Jack's eyes widened. "It's not that I don't appreciate it, but, are you sure you can handle it?" Barrett nodded again. "It's fine. It's good to expend a little bit of effort." The next morning, Barrett looked at his hand. The cut was healed. That was strange. He had thought his rapid healing was gone. After all, he still had wounds that were healing slowly, but it had been the equivalent of almost 2 years of recovery. Even so, his new cut healed rapidly. Maybe the fire had slowed things down somehow, but Barrett hadn't heard of such an effect from Master Heikel. Barrett continued to help out around the house. Jack and Clara were busy enough taking care of the two of them, and they only had to work harder to get food for him. Clara's mother wasn't around anymore, so the regular pattern of chores had been disrupted. Mostly, Barrett chopped wood until they had much more than they would need for the next year. Then he took care of whatever else he could do with one arm. One day, Jack came hobbling back toward the cabin, clutching at his chest. Blood was dripping through his fingers. "Barrett," he coughed, "there's a secret money pouch, under third floorboard from the window. Take that and run." "What happened?" "What about you?" "Bandits, they took Clara. I couldn't stop them. They'll probably come here." Jack collapsed to his knees, and Barrett hurriedly ran to grab a roll of bandages. He started wrapping Jack's wound. He had lots of experience with bandages, and now he had experience wrapping them with one arm. "Where are the bandits?" "They live in the hills to the east. You can just take the west road to avoid them. Just leave me and run." Barrett finished bandaging Jack. "What tier are they?" "Tier? I don't." "What do you mean?" "What tier of warriors?" Their leader is a great warrior, as strong as a dozen men." "Quick, get going." Barrett picked up Jack in his good arm and carried him to the bed. "Stay here. I'll be back." Jack called out from the house. "What are you doing?" "Run." Jack weakly pointed. Barrett turned in that direction and started walking. Jack sighed in relief. "Wait, where are you going?" Barrett carried the axe with him back in front of the door. "I want to pay you back for saving me. Chopping wood is, well, I'd like to think my life is worth more than a little manual labor. So I'm going to go kill the bandits and rescue your daughter." Barrett didn't listen to Jack's cries behind him. Instead, he started walking down the road to the east. Barrett realized he didn't have very good directions, but he managed to find a spot of blood. There had been several on the way, from Jack's chest wound. Unfortunately, he lost the trail. Then, he saw a pair of men walking toward him. "Hey! You bandits!" One of them laughed. "Damn right we are, one arm. Why don't you hand over that shiny axe and any money you have on you?" "Okay, don't hurt me." Barrett held up his hand before suddenly stepping forward to swing his axe down. It crunched into the skull of one of the men. He pushed on the man's corpse with his foot to retrieve the wood-chopping axe. "Actually, you, ugly face, take me to the rest of you, yeah." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 67. Barrett bashed Ugly Face over the back of the head with the haft of the axe once they came in sight of the bandits' tents. Ugly Face had already shouted out for help, but Barrett didn't care about that. He just didn't want someone around to stab him in the back. Almost immediately Barrett saw arrows flying at him. Somehow, they felt very slow. Maybe he was just too used to fighting second-tier cultivators. It only took one step to avoid a handful of arrows. They had been aimed quite accurately, but that just meant they all missed him going toward the same area. Barrett's feet and legs still hurt when he ran, so he didn't run. Instead he advanced forward slowly. The first bandit was too stupid to run away, and for that he got an axe to the chest. The next ones were a bit smarter and took out their melee weapons. That meant they died a fraction of a second slower as Barrett had to do some footwork to dodge. By this point there were more bandits pouring out of the tents. An extra large man stepped out, carrying an axe even Barrett felt was oversized. "What the hell are you doing here, eh?" "Killing bandits." "Obviously." Barrett shook his head. He wasn't going to say he was here to rescue Clara, that would just weaken his position. "Ha! I've never seen a one-armed bounty hunter before. With all those scars, looks like you don't know how to duck. Get him, men." The men in question were already moving, and then shortly thereafter getting chopped down by Barrett. A head, an arm, a chest. Barrett didn't discriminate and chopped everything. The axe was starting to go dull, but that just meant Barrett had to swing a little bit harder. The large man roared and charged toward Barrett, who stepped to the side and felled another bandit. Barrett could tell the large man was much stronger than any of the rest. At the very least he would count as a first-tier warrior somewhere. He couldn't afford to fight him and other enemies in his current state. A bandit slashed his sword across Barrett's chest. Barrett stepped back some but not far enough. A line of blood appeared across his chest, but that was all. It wasn't more than skin deep where there was skin. One at a time, Barrett killed the remaining bandits, dodging the big man until he was left facing off against one large, panting figure. Unfortunately, while Barrett hadn't taken any serious wounds during the fight, he was tired. His old injuries were also aching, almost opening up. Barrett chopped down, only to have his attack blocked by the large man, catching the handle of Barrett's wood-chopping axe on his own great axe handle. The man was strong, and the rebound force let Barrett know he had some measure of control of energy. Possibly a berserk energy, possibly something else. Barrett found that he had slowed down, and was barely able to avoid the man's attacks. He was breathing heavily, his lungs not yet recovered fully if they ever could. He didn't know if he could win. His muscle power was decent, and his training was better, but his opponent was also very strong and had energy to rely on. He was probably somewhere in the late first tier, and Barrett was a cripple. He needed berserk energy to break through the man's defenses, or some sort of miracle. "Big brother." Barrett heard Clara yell from in a tent. Barrett frowned. "Big brother?" The large man started to back up. "That little girl is your little sister, huh? I bet you want her to live." He continued backing toward that tent, keeping alert for any moves from Barrett. Barrett glared and breathed out slowly. With the man still on guard, Barrett couldn't kill him before he could get to Clara, and she was so small it would be easy to hurt or kill her. That thought was enough. Barrett roared and swung his axe. It collided with the large man's bigger axe, and shattered. That didn't stop Barrett as he punched forward, gathering more berserk energy, and his fist sunk into the man's chest after shattering the arm he moved to block. The big man's eyes grew round as he coughed twice, then fell on his face. Barrett stomped on his head. "Don't threaten people I like." Barrett quickly released the handful of other captives the bandits had before taking Clara back to her home. "Daddy!" Clara ran inside and hugged her father. "Clara?" Jack just held on to her, tears streaming down his face. "You're all right." Then he leaned over to see Barrett standing near the door. "You actually managed to bring her back." "Told ya." "Oh," Barrett gestured with the axe in his hand, "your axe broke. I got you a different one, but it's not really for chopping wood." "My axe broke?" Jack blinked a few times. "My axe broke." Then he broke into a fit of laughter, then stopped, wincing from the pain in his chest. It was old anyway. Barrett stayed to help until Jack's wound was healed. It wasn't life-threatening, but it would prevent him from working. The two-person family couldn't afford that. "You really have to go, big brother?" Barrett rubbed Clara's head. "I do. Thank you for everything, but I don't belong here." Jack nodded seriously. "Thank you for saving my little girl. She's all I have left." Don't mention it. You saved me first, remember? Jack shrugged, maybe. To be honest, I'm not even sure you can die. Barrett held his chin for a moment, thinking, nah, I may be from the Immortal Berserker sect, but I can definitely die. Everyone can die. I just haven't yet. Are you sure we can't give you money for the road? Jack held up the pouch from below the third floorboard. Barrett shook his head, keep it. If I'm hungry or cold, I'll just kill a bear or something. Then Barrett turned and walked off. He couldn't help but speaking to himself, boy. Master Heikel is going to be so mad. I've missed months of training already. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 68. Master Heikel sighed. Don't dwell on it so much, Mistress Severin said, you can't keep a constant watch over your students or they would never have a chance to grow. I know but, Master Heikel shook his head, I wasn't even doing anything important. What's the point of trying to recruit more disciples when I lose a great one? Reyna frowned. She'd managed to fight off the 3 chasing after her long enough for Mistress Severin to arrive. After that, they'd looked for Barrett. They'd found his horse, but hadn't been able to find many traces of him after that, until they found his arm and axe next to the volcano's rim. Combined with the blood drops leading up to the edge, they could guess what had happened, but there was nothing recognizable in the volcano. Mistress Severin had almost wanted to go destroy the raging fire sect immediately in retribution, but had thought better of it. She was strong, but she had been somewhat injured in her own fight and they weren't a weak group. They'd gone back to find Master Heikel to give him the news and ask for help, but had ended up staying around as Master Heikel fell into a depressed state. You can still get revenge, Mistress Severin tried to coax something from Master Heikel. He smashed a wall, causing the beaten building he was standing next to finally collapse. I don't want revenge. I want Barrett. Master Heikel turned then started sprinting toward the entrance of the compound. Mistress Severin held up a hand to stop him, but let it drop. Then, she turned, eyes wide. Barrett first saw Master Heikel when he landed in front of him, making a small crater. You crazy disciple. Where have you been? What happened to your arm? Barrett sighed, boy, that's a long story. Actually, I've heard some of it already. Master Heikel frowned. I'm sorry I wasn't there. It's all right. You couldn't have guessed this would happen, and you had important business. What important business? I came here to recruit disciples, but I threw away that very thing just for the idea of some sort of perfect disciple that doesn't even exist. Master Heikel took a few deep breaths. I'm sorry. I have more pills, they might be able to help regrow your arm. If not, I can get more somewhere. About that. You gave me way too many pills. I never even used any of them, you know. I saw how many were left in your room. I admit you were rather conservative in your use. Barrett shook his head, I mean it, I never used any of them. The rest of them I was carrying with me besides the couple bottles I gave to Reyna. None of them? None of them. Now, want to listen to my story? I do. Master Heikel frowned seriously after listening to the details Barrett provided. I have a serious question. How many destructions have you failed? None. None. Master Heikel bit down on his lip, muttering to himself, maybe he could be, but his arm. What is it? Master Heikel shook his head, no, just thinking you're quite lucky. Though I should say exaggerating your wounds isn't polite. I thought I taught you better than that. You did. I didn't exaggerate at all. Barrett held up his arm, look, my arm was cut off right here. Barrett pointed to just below his shoulder. Master Heikel poked it. Right there. Yeah. Are you sure? I mean, it might have been a little different. But, you have an elbow. Yeah, it's kinda been growing back. Master Heikel grinned, well damn. I'm blind. You were the one the whole time. The one, What? The perfect disciple. Master Heikel thumped his leg loudly. Remember what I told you about immortal bodies? How the immortal Berserker style was made to replicate them? Well, yeah. But the weakest one recovers at 10,000 times the normal rate, and they don't let you recover from arms being cut off. Oh, yeah, that's because it was all a lie. I mean, they call them immortal bodies now, but they're not true immortal bodies. The immortal Berserker style was made specifically for true immortal bodies. People with a true immortal body can recover from anything if they aren't dead, but they don't heal faster than normal. In fact, wounds that normally couldn't recover took an extremely long time to heal. Thus, a few of them banded together and came up with a method to increase their healing speed and toughness. There are rumors that the other kind of immortal bodies come from the bloodline of high-ranking immortal berserkers, but that might not be the case. Barrett blinked a few times. Oh. Okay. Anyway. Master Heikel clapped his hands together. I came here looking for a perfect student. Someone with an immortal body. Someone prophesied there would be one here, but I never found them. Except, Master Heikel pointed, they are never wrong, and it's you. I mean. I figured that part out, Barrett nodded. So, what does this mean? It means, we're going back to the sect. After I destroy the Raging Fire sect real quick. Barrett held up his hand. We don't really need to jump to that, do we? Also, can I have lunch first? I'm super hungry. Barrett's stomach rumbled loudly to punctuate his remark. Good call. Master Heikel nodded. Anyway, destroying them is going to happen. I mean, if you wanted me to destroy them I would, but I also want to do it for me. How dare they let their people attack my student? Master Heikel crushed a rock in his hand. But lunch first. Also, you should go talk to your girlfriend. She was super sad you died, again. She's not my dash. Barrett shook his head. Yeah, I'll go talk to her. Reyna was already crying as Barrett walked up. Hi. Reyna punched him in the chest. There was no energy or magic with her attack, so she cursed and shook her fist. Ow. You, dumb. Reyna punched Barrett again, and the second time he stepped back to soften the blow for the sake of her wrist. If you ever sacrifice yourself again to try to save me, I'll kill you. Barrett just pulled her into a one-armed hug. Okay. It's a deal. Though, you'll have to beat Master Heikel to it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 69. Mistress Severin nodded seriously after hearing about Barrett. That explains why I thought you were dead when I found Reyna. You had wounds I thought nobody would recover from, and though I may have unfairly assumed you had died, you weren't far from it. She held his chin and looked closely at his face. An immortal body, huh? Well, looks aren't everything. Barrett rolled his eyes. I know. Ugly and scarred. Mistress Severin smiled. Once your scars finish healing I'm sure you'll go back to the handsome face Reyna likes. I was just expecting more from the person Master Heikel spent so many years obsessively searching for. She patted him on the head. Good character though. Thank you for keeping my disciple as safe as you could. She frowned. Speaking of scars, how did you not notice earlier? I guess they hadn't really healed yet. Reyna shook her head. When you showed your face to me, you were healed. Really? I mean, I didn't like looking at the scars, so I didn't. Barrett frowned in thought, then muttered to himself, that explains the teeth thing. Teeth don't grow back. Of course not. That should be obvious. Well, Barrett scratched his chin. Children grow a new set of teeth, right? When my teeth grew back I just sort of assumed it was the same kind of thing. I just assumed nobody mentioned it. Barrett looked down at his arm that was just beyond his elbow. Master Heikel told me some stories about people losing arms. Sometimes they still feel like they're there. I felt that. So, when I started feeling more arm, I didn't really know what to think. The first several weeks it didn't grow back noticeably, but then in the next couple of months, well, this much happened. It should only be a couple more before the whole thing is there. I think. I'm not sure if different parts take different amounts of time. Reina brushed back her hair to completely reveal the left side of her face, and her healed eye. 5 years ago, I wouldn't have imagined getting mutilated, or being able to recover from it. We've really gotten into some crazy stuff, haven't we? Reina shook her head, though, I supposed it all started with rather mundane injuries. Yeah, Barrett thought back on his manor burning down. It was almost funny how little danger that would pose to him now. Almost. He saw Reina looking at his arm. Do you have more questions? It's okay to talk about this arm. I mean, it really bothered me when I thought it was lost forever, but I kind of got over it once I realized it was growing back. Reina shook her head, your casual acceptance of horrific injuries aside, how come it's taking so long to grow back? Don't you heal at like, more than 20 times normal speed? I think this is the enhanced speed. Otherwise it might take something like, at least 10 years. Ugh, that's awful. I was thinking it might be nice to have an immortal body like you, but there's no way in hell I would go through your Immortal Berserker training, so it wouldn't be that amazing. I would say, it's not that bad but, Barrett closed his eyes for a moment, it's pretty bad. But then again, so is not being strong. Master Heichel and Barrett sat down for more discussion after the excitement from his return had settled down somewhat. Listen here, kid. I know you're not the type to let most stuff go to your head, but I'm sure you understand a true immortal body is a pretty big deal. Barrett nodded. Let me just remind you that there are positives and negatives to everything. Even an immortal body isn't, well, actually immortal. Master Heichel chuckled, so I suppose it's not any more a true immortal body than the other kind. Have you thought about what weaknesses it has? Barrett nodded again, well, if someone stabs me through the heart or cuts off my head or destroys some other vital organ I'll still die. That's what makes them vital organs, after all. Being able to recover from anything I survive still requires me to survive after all. Even if I do survive, there can be a lot of time recovering. Barrett held up his half-healed arm. Some injuries will prevent me from training for a long time. That's right. It's better if you don't do anything stupid. Actually, there might be things that even an immortal body won't recover from. The details we have, it's been a long time since we've actually had someone with an immortal body, and so there's nobody to ask to fill in questions. A few things we are sure of, you can't regress in destructions. Those will always succeed. Up to this point, you could have just been over 90% success rate and a bit lucky. All that really does is save you some time and pain. Unfortunately, we know for certain that you can still fail breakthroughs to tears and those will still kill you. Overall, it just means you don't lose training time from regressing. You can also go through slightly more intense training, but if you go too hard, you'll have to spend time recovering from injuries that you could have spent training. You just don't have to worry about scar tissue building up, or bones not healing right. Or getting an arm chopped off. Funny. That seems like a pretty big setback to me. You should see the other guy. Except you can't because I smashed his head and the rest of him should have burned up in the lava. Barrett half smiled, you know, I don't think you can really count the weaknesses of an immortal body as drawbacks. I mean, does it actually make me worse in any situation? Well, not really I guess. Master Heichel held up a finger, unless it makes you arrogant. Just remember that none of us are actually immortal. Don't do things like jumping into a volcano. I didn't do that because I thought I was immortal. I did it because it was more important than not dying. Barrett nodded. Master Heichel smiled, good. Remember that. I don't want you to die, but there are indeed things more important than your own life. If there really is something, do your best so you won't regret it later. Master Heichel shrugged, of course, I don't plan to let you die. I can't always be around, but if I am, I won't let you die. I'll kill anything that tries, even people stronger than me if it comes down to it. Master Heichel touched his finger directly to Barrett's forehead. There is one exception. You're a pretty good kid, but if you're truly, grievously in the wrong, don't expect me to not be the first person to take you down, even if I spent so long trying to find a disciple like you. You know the kind of behavior I expect from you. While there's always the possibility to screw up, there are limits of mistakes that are acceptable. Master Heichel shook his head. I think you'll probably be fine, but just warning you ahead of time. The Immortal Berserker sect is a righteous sect, and we're the kind that actually means it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 70. Barrett looked down at his fingertips. He actually had fingertips again. He'd been working on the muscles in that arm as well as he could over the last few months. It hadn't grown back particularly weak compared to how it had been when it was cut off, but his left arm had continued to grow stronger during that period. Barrett knew he would be a bit off balance for a while, but it would catch up. Besides being his primary arm, it was just faster to train something weaker. There hadn't been much else to do besides train over the last several months. Reyna and Mistress Severin had already left. Barrett and Master Heichel had only stayed behind because Barrett wanted to be in top shape for what came next. Since he was going to be leaving to travel very far, he had to settle some business first. Barrett looked at the city walls of Tri-Ridge. Frankly, the view of the city from where he was didn't bring back any sorts of nostalgic feelings. Nor were there unpleasant memories. After all, he hadn't really seen the city from outside during his stay. Only a few buildings peeking over made him remember anything. Need any help? Master Heichel asked. Barrett shook his head. No, I should deal with this on my own. Besides, I don't think there was anybody any better than first tier in the city. Alright, I'll just watch then. The guard stopped Barrett as he stepped up to the gate. What's your purpose in entering the city? Barrett raised an eyebrow and gestured to the axe on his back. What does it look like? Mercenary work then. Good luck. The guards raised their gazes a bit higher as they glanced over Master Heichel, but waved the pair of them through. Barrett shook his head once they were away from the gate. They don't even know what I look like. Even if you weren't horribly scarred before, you've changed significantly over the past 4 years, Master Heichel remarked. You've grown from a little kid into a decently fit young man. Decently fit. Barrett laughed at that. Besides Master Heichel, Barrett doubted anyone in the city could compete with him on a purely physical level. He might be wrong about that, but they weren't going to be involved with what he was doing even if they were in the city. Barrett wasn't exactly sure where to start, but it soon became obvious. He would start with the perpetrators of everything, and the place with the most guilty parties. Barrett frowned. Actually, I might need your help. Do they have someone crazy strong in that manner? Barrett shook his head. No, but I would appreciate it if you could stop everyone from leaving. There are a lot of people here I need to deal with. Fine. Master Heichel nodded. Nobody will get past me. Barrett strode confidently toward the front gates of the manor. He recognized the 2 guards. As he approached, they readied themselves. What business do you have here? Collecting debts. As he continued forward, they lowered their spears and stabbed out. Barrett merely grabbed one spear in each hand and deflected them to the side, then stepped forward and grabbed the guards by the helmet. You two were a pain. For that you get. Barrett adopted a thoughtful expression, but he already had exact plans in mind for everyone on his list. The 2 guards' heads slammed together, but only hard enough to knock them out and give them cracked skulls. I expect more upright behavior from anyone associated with the Ravenhalls. The guards wouldn't hear him, but he didn't care. There were 2 guards immediately inside the front entrance, and one of them got a broken kneecap. Barrett was all about paying debts exactly as owed, but sometimes he had to improvise. He didn't have enough time to shove or insult or bruise everyone exactly as much as they had done to him. Barrett saw a servant. They didn't know how to react as they saw him coming, and they still didn't know how to react, and their face was slammed into the banister and their bucket of cleaning water dumped over them. Barrett noticed how expensive everything was. There were paintings, simple to ruin, tapestries that just needed a couple quick tugs, statues that required a bit more effort, and oh so many windows. Barrett didn't know exactly how much hand his cousin and aunt had had in the burning of his family's manor, but they were at minimum expecting it to happen. Otherwise he couldn't have been taken away from the city immediately afterwards. Many people came to look at the commotion he caused. One servant got punched in a gut. For another one of them, Barrett stomped on their foot hard enough to shatter bones. Another servant was backed into a corner. Barrett glared at him for a few moments. "You're new, aren't you? You can go wait outside if you want." The head servant Albert came running past the door just as Barrett stepped out, and immediately found himself yanked to a stop. He turned to see Barrett. "Who are you? What do you think you're doing?" Barrett shook his head. "You don't even recognize me, Albert. But we spent so much time together. Here, let me remind you." Barrett slapped him across the face. Hard, but not with his full power. That would probably kill him. That wouldn't be appropriate retribution. While Barrett didn't have the time to repay every individual thing that had been done for him, he had enough time to get pretty close with Albert and a few others. Slaps continued to ring throughout the corridor as Albert tried to speak. He was probably begging for Barrett to stop, and Barrett thought he had recognized him finally, but he didn't care. There was a momentary pause in the slapping as two guards charged at him. A punch broke one of their noses, and a bit of berserk energy rattled his brain around. The other one felt Barrett's arm go around his neck, and struggled to pull it away. "You don't have to struggle so hard. I don't even know your face, so you'll just wake up with a bit of a headache." Barrett knew that with the amount of commotion he had caused, most people would be running away from the noise instead of toward it. He looked out a window toward the front gate, and saw Master Heichel holding a crowd of people there. Having backup was very nice. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 71. When Barrett saw Denton, he wanted to rip his head off. He was physically capable of doing that now, but it was rather too easy. Besides, it wasn't appropriate retribution. He probably deserved death for whatever his involvement in the death of Barrett's family was, but death seemed too nice. Denton saw Barrett coming. It took him a moment to recognize his cousin, both older and without a scarred face, but once he did his face turned angry and he stomped toward Barrett. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Barrett brought his hand across Denton's face, sending him flying. "What about you?" The other servants gathered around didn't know how to react as Barrett walked over and picked Denton up by the front of his silk shirt. "I'm the head of the main branch of the Ravenhall family, you know. Your attitude is very disrespectful." Denton spit on Barrett, which ended up being half-blood. "You have no real status anymore. I am the head of the Ravenhalls now. Soon the guards will be here and deal with you." "Which guards?" Barrett raised an eyebrow. "The manor guards." Barrett gestured to the two guards still unconscious at the gate, behind Master Heichel, who was preventing anyone from leaving. "The city guards, idiot." Barrett punched Denton in the gut, gently. That was enough to knock the wind out of him, but it wouldn't tear him in half. Barrett walked over to the entrance and jumped up on the gate, still carrying Denton. "Those guards down there?" He turned Denton's face to see a pile of city guards grunting and groaning. "They won't be a problem, and I think they'd have something to say about your actions as well. However, since they're quite bribed by you, I just have to deal with things on my own." Barrett looked around through the small crowd. "Where's Melody?" Denton laughed. "Why, living happily in the new manor built on top of yours, of course. All of your properties are now ours." Barrett shook his head. "You don't get it, do you?" Barrett hopped back down to level ground, then grabbed Denton by the jaw. "I'm not here for land." Barrett tore out a tooth. "I'm here for payback." Denton's gargled screams could be heard as Barrett pulled out 5 more teeth. "Now, I don't have the time to do the rest in detail here, but..." He grabbed one of Denton's wrists and crushed it with his hand, rubbing back and forth to ruin the bones. This will have to do. All of the servants were shaking in fear, but whenever they tried to run, Master Heikel would move as if by magic to stop them. Barrett dealt with them one by one, according to what they had done to him. And you? I don't have the time to call you stupid and clumsy that much, so, he gave that servant a swift kick in the nuts, not enough to cause any permanent damage, but quite painful. All that's left is Margaret. Margaret stood as confidently as she could, facing Barrett. Barrett shrugged, sorry about all this. You're going to have to find a new job, but I can get you good severance pay at least. I don't know if it's enough to pay you back for your honesty and relative kindness in this terrible place, but there's not much else I can do. I have an unfavorable contract here. I'll destroy it, and any copies. Barrett turned to Master Heikel. Can I ask for your help with something else? I want to destroy this house, but I don't know how long it would take to do it alone. I'm not going to burn it. Master Heikel shrugged. Sure, I can do that. How destroyed do you want it? I don't want a single wall standing. After we let Margaret and any of the new servants take their stuff out. Barrett had only really meant to ask Master Heikel to help out with the demolition, but once he got started it was clear Barrett wouldn't be of much help. Master Heikel literally ran through the wall as if they weren't there, causing everything to come crashing down. In a matter of minutes there were only pieces of wall standing, and the floors above and below had become one big pile of rubble. Barrett made an exception to his fire rule for all of the important-looking documents in the study, after scanning through useful ones. He spent the better part of the day there. By the time he was ready to leave, the entire city guard had formed up outside the manor, but nobody was willing to venture in. Barrett walked to the front gate carrying the safe and whatever coins and jewelry were left in it. Surrender at once. A large man that Barrett recognized as the captain of the city guard said as Barrett approached. Barrett shook his head. If this city wants to have any guards not in the hospital for the next few months, I suggest you back off now. I am Barrett Ravenhall, the true head of the Ravenhall family. This is all equal and fair retribution for crimes my cousin and aunt took against me and my family. Of course, I know you did nothing about it when they kept me captive and worked me like a slave, but perhaps consider how little continuing to try to help them will do for you. I won't stand for more of this outrageous slander. Men, get him. Barrett laughed as they started to move forward, and turned to project his voice toward the crowd of civilians gathering behind the guards to watch the commotion. Everyone in this city already knows what was done. Barrett turned back to the captain of the guard. Oh, I forgot to mention. There's an exception to my policy for the captain of the guard. Barrett dropped the safe, then suddenly moved forward. He threw aside all of the guards that were between him and the captain, dodging their weapons or deflecting them with his arms. By the time he reached the captain of the guard, he had only barely managed to lower his spear into the proper position. Barrett grabbed it, and at the same time kicked out at the armored knee of the captain of the guard. There was a horrible crunching sound as the knee bent backwards, and then again for the other knee. Captains of the guard get to spend the rest of their life recovering. Barrett then snapped the man's arms for good measure. All of the guards around him backed away, those who weren't still standing up from having guards flung to the sides. Barrett slowly walked back to pick up the safe, then started walking out into the street again. Zero hospital time for those who get out of my way. This is your final offer. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 72. Perhaps the guards would have eventually overwhelmed Barrett with their numbers, ignoring Master Heikel's presence, but nobody wanted to be the first to approach. With that, he managed to just walk away through the streets. As he walked along, he took out handfuls of coins and whatever other valuables were in the safe and scattered them along the street and down alleyways. What was in the safe wasn't a significant portion of the wealth Denton had, but Barrett was just doing it for catharsis. He had some plans for dealing with the rest. After tossing out the last handful of coins in the safe, Barrett dropped it on the side of the street. He could see a crowd still following him out of morbid curiosity, and there were guards behind them, but nobody approached him. Barrett continued forward at a steady stride until he caught the bank of Tri-Ridge in his sights. As he walked up the stairs he took note of the guards by the door. Word hadn't yet reached them of what he had done, so they merely kept an eye on him as he approached. Barrett's clothing was a decent quality, so the guards kept a neutral expression. If they had noticed the blood, that might have been a different story. When Barrett reached the two guards, he grabbed the arm of one, and immediately flung the other one down the stairs. He made his grip uncomfortable tight on the other guard's arm, and did the same with his other arm. Then he marched him down to the bottom of the stairs. The guard struggled and tried to break free, but he wasn't strong enough. At the bottom of the stairs, Barrett took his spear. "You weren't too bad, but I can't have you getting in the way." A precise strike later and the man was unconscious. Barrett hoped he didn't cause too much damage, but it was better for the man if he was out cold. As Barrett got back to the top of the stairs, one of the bank assistants opened the door to look out, likely to see what the commotion was. Barrett had never even made it inside to interact with the assistants, which also meant he had no particular grudge against them. He just pushed him out of the way. "I, Barrett Ravenhall, have come to exact justice for money stolen from me by the Bank of Tri-Ridge." It sounded strange to shout it out loud, but he wanted people to know why this was happening. His words immediately got the attention of everyone in the bank: customers, assistants, bankers, and especially the guards. The bank guards started rushing at him, and within moments there were a dozen armed men brandishing spears at him. Someone had triggered the magical alarm that was meant to summon the city guard. Barrett wondered if they would do anything. All of the guards were trained to the level of a normal soldier, none of them were prepared to fight Barrett, who was a second-tier berserker. It was easy for him to sweep them away with the haft of the spear, knocking them tumbling as he grabbed other guards and threw them into each other. Most of the guards would get off with a few broken bones or concussions, but even if he killed a few, Barrett hardly cared. A fat banker nervously walked forward. "Ah. Barrett Ravenhall. Why, we'd heard you were dead. There was no need for all this, our bank always pays everything that we owe." "Really?" Barrett stopped down to get a sword one of the guards had as a sidearm. "Why didn't you give it to me when I was here years ago?" With a flurry of movement, Barrett had grabbed onto the man's forearm. "Besides, this isn't about the money." With a swift chop, the man's hand fell to the floor. "This is about justice. Thieves lose a hand. That's the law." The banker couldn't help screaming in agony, desperately trying to wrap a cloth over his stump. "Oh, don't be like that. You pretended not to know who I was a few years ago. You had to have known what the eventual consequences would be, unless you thought you could get away with whatever you wanted. You knew who I was, and I certainly wouldn't forget your face." Master Heichel stood at the door. He let assistants and customers of the bank flee, but no bankers were let out. You're new. I don't remember you." "Aha." Another banker that Barrett had tried to talk to lost a hand. He knew that they had known his real identity when he had been around 3 years earlier, but had completely prevented him from getting any sort of money. They hadn't even attempted to confirm his identity because they already knew and had plans to thwart him. After he went through all of the bankers, sending many of them staggering out of the building with only a stump for a right hand, he got someone to find him the documents relating to the Ravenhall finances. Not all of their money would be at the Bank of Tri-Ridge, but almost everything in the city would be at this bank. Barrett needed Master Heichel's assistance to open the vault. Though he could have gotten keys or codes, it was more symbolic to tear it open. From the vault he took a heavy sack of coins and gems totaling to approximately the value the Ravenhall family had in the bank. It was surprisingly not large in volume, and the same could be said of the contents of the vault. Certainly, the vault contained a fantastic amount of wealth, but he still had imagined more. As he left, he shouted toward the crowd, "Remember, I only took what belonged to the Ravenhall family, what they stole from me." Think about how little they could have actually done if anyone had bothered to stop them. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 73. As they moved to their next destination, Master Heichel struck up a conversation with Barrett. "What are you going to do with your newfound money?" Barrett shrugged. "Well, I presume it's still somewhat useful to have money of my own. I can't have you pay for everything all the time. Mostly, I just didn't want that jerk Denton to have it." Maybe the bank will be mad enough at him to not give him anything, and with the records destroyed they'll have some trouble anyway. Why not just kill him? Because, this is worse, and he deserves it. The pair were silent as they walked the rest of the way, though there was still plenty of noise from the crowd following them. When Barrett walked up to the doors of the Church of Ristos. The news had spread here, and one of the guards asked nervously, what are you doing here? The Church of Ristos hasn't done anything to you. Exactly. Barrett spoke as loudly as he could for the benefit of the crowd. 3 years ago I was turned away at the door without even the chance to ask for help because I looked poor. The Church of Ristos doesn't bring prosperity to any but those already prosperous. He had only a smaller grudge against the church, so he made sure the guards weren't much hurt. A short minute after he stepped through the doors, he came back out, carrying the statue of Ristos that stood behind the altar. See this face, everyone? The face of Ristos? Barrett reached his hands up the oversized statue and crushed the head. It was the face of false prosperity and lies, the face of excess and no care for the poor. Think about what they actually do with the money. Build a large building. Barrett ripped one of the doors off of its hinge, buy golden candlesticks. Purchase large stained glass windows. Barrett ripped an arm off the statue and threw it into the most prominent window at the front of the church. That window could have fed the poor in this city for years, but instead only a small portion of them are fed, 1 day a week. Think about that next time you think the Church of Ristos is good for the city. Barrett then ran, to be away from the crowds. He changed into new clothes that had no blood on them. Feel better? Master Heikel asked. Of course, not. Barrett shook his head. I don't feel good about any of this. Then, do you think what you did was wrong? Well, no. Perhaps it was excessive though. I could have, Barrett shook his head, I don't know, talked to lawyers and judges, gotten people arrested. I just didn't want to because it wasn't fast enough. Master Heikel shrugged, maybe that would have worked. Maybe not. While some of your actions may have been a tad excessive, I don't think they were necessarily wrong. Why don't I feel good about it then? Because you did it for revenge. Revenge doesn't make people feel good, at least not nice people. Not much, anyway. Why didn't you tell me that sooner? Barrett sighed, I know, I probably had to experience it for myself. What should I have done, then? Master Heikel shook his head, I've asked myself that before. I can't say for sure what you should have done, maybe this was it. However, the most important thing is why you did it. Did you do this because people had done wrong or because they did wrong to you? The second thing. That's pretty much it then. If I'm going to be honest, I'm glad you didn't enjoy this. I would rather not have to kill you. Ah. Don't worry, I'd have stopped you if I thought you were becoming truly excessive. You let those who hadn't harmed you go and even those you were unsure about. In total your actions might not have been pristine, but they were not without reason. Blood and killing aren't always the right way, but they aren't always the wrong way either. Barrett sighed again, there's something else I'd like to do while we're here, but I don't want to cause trouble for them. I'm sure we can figure something out. Simon found a bag of coins inside his front door, a large number of coins. With it was a note. Sorry about the door, it was locked and I didn't want to leave this outside. You're the one doing the best things with money in this city. Even with the cost of repairing the door, this should help you for years, or you can expand your care. I'm sure you'll pick the right thing. I swear to whatever god you wish all of this money was rightfully mine and not stolen. Barrett Ravenhall. Simon shook his head, that boy is going to need a lot of work. What else are you looking for? Master Heikel asked. Barrett couldn't deny that he had been looking down alleys as they walked. Oh. I'm just trying to see, there was a beggar who gave me the magic bandages. They got me through the worst parts of everything. He's probably already gone, but I never got to really thank him. Best 2 silver I've ever spent, especially since I was just trying to give it away. Sometimes, you never get the chance to say what needs to be said. Master Heichel shook his head. So, where next? Durham. I need to see it again, and maybe I can figure out what really happened. It's not so easy to burn down a noble estate with nobody being able to escape. Maybe I'll exact a tiny bit of revenge while I'm there. Then we'll head to the Raging Fire sect. Do we need to? Absolutely. Master Heichel's face turned serious. We don't need to destroy it or anything, but I'm going to at least give them a thrashing for allowing their disciples to grow so crooked. You'd never see something like that from the Immortal Berserker sect. Well, I'm sure there have been a few bad apples. Sure, but not for long. Mistakes are tolerated, but repeated choices to do evil. Well, it's a shame since we don't have that many disciples to begin with, but it's better for them to die. Remind me to behave when we get to the sect. Behave when we get to the sect. Very funny. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 74. Barrett had only traveled between Durham and Tryridge a few times. The last time he had been unconscious. However, he was still confident that this time he was going to make the trip in a shorter amount of time than any other. Come on, you can go faster than that. Master Heichel cajoled, what good's an immortal body if you're slow? I'm pretty sure I can still die from exhaustion, Barrett panted. He really didn't think he could go much faster, at least not at a sustainable rate. What about you? Barrett asked. You aren't even in armor. Master Heichel laughed, I'm carrying these. He patted the bags on his waist. I'll trade you. Master Heichel stopped, and Barrett almost ran into him, digging up some dirt along the side of the road as he abruptly stopped. Really? Master Heichel shrugged, all right. He took one of the bags off of his waist and held it out. Of course. Barrett caught his breath. Why wouldn't I trade heavy armor for a magic bag that reduces the size and weight of things placed in it? The bag was the size of a small sack, though its mouth could widen out quite far to allow rather large items be placed in it. He reached out to take the bag, and found himself immediately pulled face first into the ground. It doesn't seem to reduce weight, Barrett said with his face in the dirt, does it? Master Heichel shook his head. Of course not. What's the point in that? That's a seriously expensive and unnecessary enchantment. Just reducing the size is plenty. Barrett repositioned himself on one knee, realizing why there was a shoulder strap for the bag. He placed it over his own shoulder, then attempted to stand. His feet pressed into the dirt, and his muscles trembled. He felt like he was lifting a building, or perhaps a storehouse full of weapons and armor. As he pressed down and tried to lift his leg, his foot started to sink into the dirt. He noticed Master Heichel was standing just fine, which led him to remember one of his lessons. It didn't matter how much stronger Master Heichel was compared to Barrett. If he was carrying another bag of similar weight, which Barrett assumed the other one was, he would also sink into the ground. There was something else at play. Barrett gathered berserk energy to his feet, then spread it out like a platform to support him. At first he just managed to stir up the dirt around his feet, but eventually he got it right and stopped sinking. Now all he had to do was lift the bag up. Barrett gritted his teeth and continued to try to stand up. His knees felt like they would crack. His calves strained, his thighs ached, but with a final burst of power he stood up. With another burst of energy he lifted the strap off of his shoulder. You can have it back. Master Heichel held out his hand, and Barrett just managed to get the strap above his hand and then the weight was gone. Barrett tasted blood in his mouth. Had he bit his lip? No, that was definitely from broken teeth. He spit out blood and a few fragments of teeth. If this were some other circumstance, I would chastise you for not thinking about how you might hurt yourself. However, I supposed you considered it beforehand. Barrett nodded. I didn't expect. He spit out a bit more blood, this much, but I know I can recover. In the end, that's good for training, right? Master Heichel nodded. That's right, though your form could use a tiny bit of work. Some of that damage was from an improper stance. However, when you recover from the rest you'll be a bit tougher in areas that need it, assuming you have to lift overly heavy bags. Now, normally this would be the point where we stop so you can rest and recover so that we don't exacerbate your wounds, but you'll be fine. I can't say for sure that true immortal bodies can actually recover from literally anything, but none of this is worse than what you've already experienced, even if you make it a bit worse. So, we're going to continue. It's good to experience having to press on through wounds. Yes, Master Heikel, Barrett said solemnly. He didn't like pain, but he had come to accept it. It was all in the name of making him strong. Barrett thought that he had gotten a good amount of practice dealing with moving while injured after the volcano incident, but he realized he had been too injured to actually feel the pain then. Now, he could feel the aches in his knees, the strained muscles in his legs and a little bit in his back, the blood in his mouth, and they only got worse as the day went on. Fortunately most of the damage was gone in the morning, along with a good portion of the muscle fatigue. That was what something just a bit short of 30 times normal healing rate would do for him. They arrived outside of Durham in good time. Barrett looked over the city. It looked much the same as he remembered it, except where his family's manor once stood there was some other structure he could barely see peeking over the other buildings. Barrett wanted to stomp in and break it down, but that would be ill-advised for several reasons. For one, he didn't have any proof of the current owner of the manor's involvement in the conspiracy that had led to his family's manor being burned down. Though, he had some strong suspicions his Aunt Melody would be there, making anyone else at the very minimum complicit. The other problems came from Durham being a larger city. It was the seat of the ruler of the region, and the size meant it came with a better city guard. At the very minimum some of the members should count as first-tier warriors. Individually they would be little threat to Barrett, but he wanted to understand the situation before doing something reckless. Master Heikel might be able to bail him out of whatever trouble came, but Barrett would prefer to handle it himself if he could. If he couldn't, he would think about it then. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 75. Master Heikel stopped Barrett before they entered Durham. There seems to be a problem. What is it? Wanted posters. For both of us. Ah, Barrett frowned. I messed up. Master Heikel nodded. So, what do you think you can learn from this incident? Barrett scratched his head. Being strong doesn't give the right to do whatever you want. All right. What else? Barrett sighed. People care more about laws than justice, maybe. What else? Barrett shook his head. I don't know. I had more revenge I wanted to get up to, but now I can't. Durham has tougher city guards. I'm not going to ask you to do anything. I've already caused you enough trouble, and I need to take care of this myself. Barrett sighed, but now I have to wait. Barrett sat down on a nearby rock. I guess you knew this would happen. Master Heikel shrugged, something like this anyway. I don't mind getting in a little bit of trouble for something justified, but I agree you should handle this yourself. Maybe your next attempt will have more finesse or it will be faster. Master Heikel crossed his arms and nodded. You could have gotten into the city and done something if you traveled faster than the news. Is that an actual lesson? Let's see. Barrett stroked his chin. Move swiftly and your enemies will be unprepared. It doesn't have to sound like fancy words of wisdom, but it doesn't hurt. So, what next, Barrett? Barrett shrugged. I'm not sure. I think I'm done here. Trying to enter the city now would just be too much trouble. Even if I was successful it would result in too much collateral damage, and too much relying on you, and I'm not even sure what I'd want to do. In that case, let's move on. The Raging Fire sect needs a lesson taught to them. They either are completely lacking in oversight or intentionally turned a blind eye to their star pupil going around causing trouble. You managing to kill him is merely the base payment, but they still owe interest on their debts. Besides, ultimately, it will be good for them. Master Heikel cracked his knuckles. Besides, I probably won't kill that many of them. Just enough to make them think about their actions. Whoever was that kid's master, though. I don't think I'll be letting him off easy. In the interest of being able to get from place to place faster, Barrett was made to run quickly and for long distances, in heavy armor. Of course, this resulted in slower travel times for the current moment. That was because after Barrett ran for a while he would collapse into a heap for even longer. Come on Barrett, this isn't moderation training. Master Heikel shouted from next to him, this is training to push your limits. So push. Was there more he could push himself? Barrett wasn't sure. He was covered in sweat to the point that he felt like he was swimming through a river, but it was also evaporating so quickly he could almost see steam surrounding him. He felt the grating and itchy sensation of leftover salt covering him. His lungs strained with each breath, and the muscles in his legs felt like they were on fire except not really, since Barrett had actually felt them on fire. Even so, it was not pleasant. Push harder. Master Heikel shouted. He wasn't angry, but the shouting was just so Barrett could hear him. Barrett was already at the limits, past the limits, but he pushed himself a more. He could go a little bit faster, maybe. Then something felt seriously wrong, and Barrett tumbled forward. He tried to stand up, but his legs felt like someone had sliced through them, a sensation he had far too much real experience with, if not necessarily in his legs. Even with all of his willpower to push through the pain, Barrett couldn't stand up. His legs just wouldn't listen to him. Master Heikel stood over him. Now you know what the limits are. Not the limits of pain, or endurance, or fatigue, but of your body itself. At some point, it doesn't matter how much you want to do more, your body can't handle it. Barrett grimaced in pain, trying to listen to Master Heikel's words. His legs seemed to be trying to kill him with pain, and he felt like something was broken. His bone was fine but, other parts weren't so much. I noticed, Barrett managed to say through gritted teeth. Master Heikel sighed, normally, this would happen on accident at some point, but I had to push you a bit more. You were still a bit short of your real limits. Now you know what they are, the point before your muscles and tendons snap. Master Heikel crouched down next to Barrett. Sorry about this. Barrett just grumbled through gritted teeth. His legs were constantly twitching, which caused great pain and ever more twitching and, continued in a cycle forever. Master Heikel removed the lower parts of the armor Barrett was in. There will be swelling. Internal bleeding too. It's best to keep everything there free. Then Master Heikel rubbed some ointment over Barrett's legs. Barrett's legs went from feeling like they had been chopped through and set on fire to merely like they were being stabbed, and then to nothing at all. Barrett had to look down to make sure they really were still there. They had stopped moving, though he could see horrible red swelling already, especially near the back of his ankles. Everything looked so wrong he looked away. At least it didn't hurt. Normally I say to tough out the pain, but leaving things like that would make it worse. Don't consciously move your legs for a while. Master Heikel scooped up Barrett. You've earned yourself a break for the rest of today. Barrett didn't like the sound of that. There was no way he was going to recover from this in just a day, and while Master Heikel wouldn't make him do something that caused more damage, he could probably think of a number of things for Barrett to do that didn't require legs. He took the chance to pass out so he wouldn't have to think about it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 76. Barrett kept looking over his shoulder, back down the road. See something? Master Heikel asked. Barrett shook his head. I just don't want to leave things unresolved. Master Heikel shrugged. We can go back. You have my help if you need it. But, you don't think it's best for me. Barrett sighed. I think you're right, but I can't really control my worries. Master Heikel nodded. Durham is much bigger than Tri-Ridge. The fact that your family, the ruling family of the city, could have something happen to them, implies something more than just your cousin and aunt were involved. That means someone high enough in the authority of the country of Ashia to make it happen, or at least able to cover up what really happened. I hadn't really thought about that. The king certainly isn't fond of city leaders killing each other off, though I got the sense from my lessons that sometimes people got away with it. However, burning down my family's manor wasn't exactly subtle. Nobody escaped, either. Reyna and I were probably lucky to look like we died. Indeed. I expect there were people watching. Do you think Mistress Severin would know something? She found Reyna the morning after the fire. She might. Barrett sighed. I'd say, why didn't she say anything, but I didn't really ask. There would probably be a good reason as well. Or maybe she didn't see anything. She did say she was just passing through. Didn't she say she checked the scene of the fire on a whim? Something like that. Master Heikel nodded seriously. Sometimes it's good to follow whims. You never know what you might find. Master Heikel scratched his chin. There were a surprisingly large number of excellent candidates in these small countries. You and your friends, really. Couldn't there have been more, then? I mean, maybe there are people waiting to be found by the right master everywhere. Barrett wanted to continue the conversation, not just because it meant a break from the running, but because he was curious. Maybe a few. Tell me, do you believe in fate? Well, Barrett shrugged, I don't know. What do you mean by fate? Do you mean things are predestined? Fate is finding a pupil with a true immortal body after a decade of waiting. Is that fate? You were looking for me, or someone like me, right? I was, but I asked a prophet. Some people have a discernment of fate. I don't really understand how that can work. What if you didn't go to them? Then I wouldn't have come here, and we would not have met, and there would have been no fate between us. Likewise, if you hadn't chosen to the martial recruitment event, that would have also been the case. But if I had to make a choice and you had to make a choice, how can we both actually choose and have fate? When you talked to the prophet, did that choice and the prophecy actually make my choice? Master Heikel shrugged, who can know? The only thing that is for sure is that those who cultivate the body, or energy, or magic, they are bound to run into others who do the same. There is the simple explanation that those who do similar things choose to go to the same places, but there is certainly more to it. You and your friends all finding masters and congregating in the same area at the same time is one of those things. Furthermore, as masters we were also connected to each other before. You could say it's a coincidence Mistress Joshi and Nilima stopped in Verdun when they did. It would be hard to prove otherwise, but there's more to it. Like what? Well, while masters with connections and their students meeting up isn't particularly novel, it's not that often that people stumble upon a perfect student. That said, your friends are all just as suited to their specific masters and their styles as you are with me, including your immortal body. Master Heikel frowned, not that they'll say it like that to them. If I didn't have to explain a true immortal body to you, I probably wouldn't have. At least, not yet. It's easy for people to get cocky. Does this include Lamont? I mean, both he and his master are local, right? Lamont was local, but his master was not. Barrett nodded. He had certainly not thought that his friends were any worse than him. He might have won more spars against some of them, but that was because they couldn't afford to get injured. Real fights were something else entirely. Barrett tried to imagine Nilima succeeding with any other technique than what she had, but with her twig-like body she would have had some difficulties. Even so, she could distribute the force from one of his blows so that she only got knocked flying instead of breaking arms, or ribs, or anything. The others all had their own strengths as well. Before Reyna was taught by Mistress Severin, Barrett doubted that she had ever fought anyone. However, she was clearly an excellent combatant now. Her sleek, elegant moves were beautiful, just like her. Barrett could think about those memories all day, but then he wouldn't get any training done. Is Mistress Severin's school somewhere near the Immortal Berserker sect? More or less. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of chances to see your girlfriend in the future. Ah, Barrett scratched the back of his head. He wanted to deny it, but he had to admit that he liked the sound of it. He hadn't really thought about her that way much before the fire, but that was because she was his servant and he expected to be married mostly for political reasons. His parents wouldn't have forced him into anything, but he knew they would have found someone acceptable to both Barrett and them. Probably. Alright, that's a long enough break. Let's move. Barrett sighed, and prepared for another tough run. He enjoyed improving, but the process itself wasn't always fun. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 77. Barrett couldn't say he had fond memories of Ember City, but he couldn't exactly say he had bad memories there either. After all, on the trip to the tournament it had just been a place to stop, and on the way back he'd never made it to the city. While losing his arm and nearly dying in a volcano hadn't been a great experience, being taken care of by Clara and Jack had not been so terrible except the thought that he would never recover. Master Heikel, can we stop by the house of the people who took care of me? I have the feeling it would be better to see them before going to the Raging Fire sect. If we went to visit them after, they might have people following us. It isn't likely that they have anyone who can follow us secretly, but visiting them beforehand is still less likely to cause trouble. Barrett was glad to be able to go at a normal walking pace, even if that meant it took several hours to get to Clara and Jack's house from the city. Barrett was rather surprised at how he had managed to get close enough for them to find them. Sure, he had been staggering down the slopes of the nearby volcano, but that must have still been over an hour of staggering and stumbling while near death. He hadn't really been aware of the passage of time at that point, and had just gone until he couldn't stay conscious anymore. He was thankful for Master Heikel's training to retain consciousness even in extreme situations, even if he would rather have passed out and missed some of the pain sometimes. The two arrived at the cot, only to find neither Clara nor Jack. Since the door was unlocked, Barrett searched around the little house, but there wasn't really anything in the way of rooms to hide in. They should be nearby still or the door would be locked, Barrett mused aloud. We can look around outside for a bit then. Outside, Barrett frowned at what he saw. The gardens, more like a small farm plot, were overgrown with weeds. Searching the nearby area, neither Barrett nor Master Heikel found anyone. Maybe we should go ask their neighbors. The nearest neighbor was out of sight of the house in another small cot further along the dirt road that went near Clara and Jack's house. When asked about Clara and Jack, the middle-aged woman they found shook her head. You won't be seeing them any time soon, sirs. Some men from the Raging Fire sect came asking around about them taking care of an injured man who was potentially an enemy of the sect. They haven't returned in over a month. Once they were away, Barrett sighed, I should have left sooner, maybe then they wouldn't have come under suspicion. Barrett shook his head, no, this isn't my fault. I doubt it would have been any different if they had just picked up any injured person around that time. Then there was the thing with the bandits, but you don't like seeing people hurt because of you? Master Heikel nodded. They might still be alright, or at least alive. The Raging Fire sect's investigation seems to have come slowly, meaning they don't know much about what really happened. They probably assumed their star pupil was off causing mischief for some time, then they didn't know where to look. Connecting you, the incident, and the injured person they took care of wouldn't be simple either. Of course, having concrete evidence probably isn't their style. Even so, Reuben had no body or remains and Mistress Severin and Reyna took your arm and axe. Some blood next to a volcano's caldera isn't evidence of a fight going into the caldera and a one-armed man coming out covered in burn wounds. On the other hand, Barrett said, being covered in burns might just be taken as someone having been in conflict with someone from the Raging Fire sect. Either way, if it was a legitimate investigation they would have returned some time ago. Master Heikel stretched, either way, our next destination is the same. We might just use different tactics. Barrett's armor was very heavy. He was pretty sure it was adamantine or a mix involving adamantine anyway. The same could be said for his axe. The armor hadn't fit quite right, but that was because it was Master Heikel's. His backup armor, anyway. Master Heichel wasn't huge, but Barrett wasn't quite done growing yet either. Barrett was already above the average size for an adult man, though comparing him to the hulking piles of muscle that most warrior were, he was rather small. With some work, it fit well enough. Barrett watched from a distance as Master Heichel walked up to the gates of the Raging Fire sect. He'd never seen him in full armor before. He hadn't even used armor when sparring with Mistress Severin, though that was because he wanted to be injured at least somewhat. With full armor on, Mistress Severin would have actually had to be more brutal with her attacks. Regardless, Master Heichel was now dressed in full armor as he stepped toward the gates, raising large clouds of dust around him as he moved in a deliberate fashion. Barrett thought the guards at the gate said something, but he couldn't hear what. Then Master Heichel swung his axe, and the gates that were made of some sort of metal, more than 20 feet high and at least half that wide each fell apart into a pile of chunks. Then Barrett heard Master Heichel shout, "Get out here. It's time to pay for your crimes against my disciple." Barrett thought the shout would be heard clearly in Ember, even though it was a handful of kilometers away down the mountain paths. Even from where he was, the shout made him tremble and the two guards at the gate fell over without Master Heichel even touching them. Barrett would have liked to stay and watch, but he needed to get moving soon. He looked at the map in his hands and tried to compare it to what he could see from his current perspective. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 78. Once Barrett determined the location of the prison from the map, he started to move in that direction, but stayed in sight of the gate and Master Heichel. There was no point in going in before the distraction was in full effect. Not that Master Heichel needed to be just a distraction, he had stated with full confidence that he could defeat the entire Raging Fire sect on his own. The only problem was if they somehow determined the connection to Clara and Jack and tried to use them as hostages. Thus, Master Heichel would try to draw everyone over or at least everyone strong. There were 6 members of the Raging Fire sect that were 4th tier, and that was what Barrett needed to avoid the most. He hopefully wouldn't encounter any 3rd tier people either, but Master Heichel had expressed his confidence in Barrett's ability to fight them, with the adamantine equipment. Barrett wished he could have watched the fight from closer, but all he could see was people charging at Master Heichel only to be cut down by his axe. Then one of them actually managed to block and back off, and soon enough all 6 of the 4th tier members were there. Barrett couldn't be completely sure, but they fit the descriptions he had been given, at least as close as he could tell from his current position. Though the Raging Fire sect had a great wall and a front gate blocking entrance to the top of the peak, Barrett wasn't going to enter that way. It was actually a well-fortified area, so there really weren't any other entrances, but that didn't mean he couldn't get in. Stone walls had some weaknesses that weren't easy to get rid of. Though they were mostly smooth, they were still climbable. At least, by certain people. Barrett found the cliffside below rather trivial, even with armor. The wall itself, meanwhile, required just the slightest bit of berserk energy to latch onto some of the harder points. Of course, climbing wasn't an ability exclusive to the Immortal Berserker sect. However, there were guards who watched for people approaching. It was just that they were rather distracted at this current point. If Master Heichel had been outside their front gates causing a ruckus, they might have seen it as a distraction, but having broken through into their territory he was beyond that point. Barrett had watched the walls to make sure the guards were distracted, and they certainly were. Half of them had already been called away, and watching people occasionally be flung 20 or 30 feet into the air near the entrance, Barrett could see why the remainder would be distracted. Soon enough, Barrett found himself on top of the wall, and he swiftly descended the other side. He could have jumped down, but with his armor that would have been rather noisy, and he wanted to stay secret as long as possible. That duration was, not terribly long. After a few moments of winding his way through the buildings strewn almost haphazardly about the area, he came to the front of the prison and was spotted by the guards out front. Fortunately they weren't far away, and he was expecting them even if they didn't expect him. As he swung the axe at the guards, he suddenly appreciated it even with the greater weight. It cleaved right through one of the guards' armor, and the guard on the other side of the doorway as well. His armor, meanwhile, allowed him to take a direct spear thrust to the chest, and he didn't even stagger back. As he looked at the 4 half-bodies, Barrett tried not to think about the fact that the 2 guards were probably mostly innocent, but then again perhaps they weren't. After all, they were guarding the prison where Clara and Jack had been taken and they hadn't returned. That made the guards at the very minimum complicit. Inside the building he immediately came to stairs going down, or the option of going through one of many doors. Barrett knew those doors wouldn't lead to an area that held prisoners, so he couldn't afford to waste time checking them out. His boots rang out against the stone as he ran down the stairs. He didn't find it surprising when another pair of guards met him at the bottom, but it only took a moment to take them out. The first cell on the right was empty, and the one on the left only had a man Barrett didn't recognize hunched down in the corner. He barely saw him in the dim light. Barrett moved along to the next cells. He couldn't afford to spend too much time here. Someone would miss the guards soon. Even with Master Heikel causing a huge distraction at the front gate, there had to be more than 4 guards. The next 2 cells were empty, the next had none he knew. Barrett almost passed by the 4th pair, but he went back as he barely recognized a figure chained up in the cell. He barely recognized Clara under the dirt, grime, and blood. He brought the axe down where the lock connected the door to the cage, and was surprised when it only dug halfway in. He hadn't used his full strength, but it was a good portion and he added berserk energy. He had sliced through the guards earlier. The cells seemed to be made of something exceptionally sturdy. It took a moment to wrench the axe free, and his second swing cut the rest of the way through the lock. He threw open the cell door and ran inside. He saw Clara turn her eyes up toward him. She seemed like she was trying to say something, but couldn't form the words. "Don't worry, I'll have you out of here in a moment." Barrett chopped through her chains where they met the wall. It was the easiest point, and it would allow Clara to move without risking hurting her. Barrett's face fell as Clara toppled over after the chains stopped holding her up. He barely managed to catch her. Barrett heard the sound of her ragged breaths, but he knew she wasn't going to be moving out of here on her own. That made escaping harder. He placed some medicine in her mouth that would help stop any internal bleeding, and another for replenishing lost blood. He just barely managed to make her swallow them down with a mouthful of water from his water skin. "Wait here a few moments. I'll go find Jack." Barrett wasn't sure if the raspy cough was an attempt at an acknowledgement, or just an unconscious response. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 79. Barrett darted across to the next cell. Jack wasn't there, but there were more to check. The next few had more prisoners, but nobody Barrett realized. He tried not to think about the fact that Jack might not still be alive. The next cell had an old man that looked like a corpse. Maybe he was a corpse. He wasn't sure how often they cleaned out their cells. There was only one last cell. The torchlight barely illuminated it, but Barrett saw enough to hack open the lock. This time, he used enough power to cut through in a single swing. "Jack!" The figure crumpled against the wall moved slightly. Barrett hurried over, quickly feeding him a few pills to help stabilize him, and checking him for any bleeding wounds. There had been some, but they seemed to have already scabbed over. "Hold still." Jack probably couldn't have moved if he wanted to, but Barrett said it anyway before chopping it where the chains met the wall. Jack collapsed into Barrett's arms, and Barrett carried him gingerly out of the cell. Barrett breathed out heavily, and muttered to himself, this might be a problem. He could carry Jack, or Clara, or even both. Their weight wasn't a big issue, but moving quickly with them or fighting would certainly be an issue. Ahem. A voice came from the corpse. "No, the old man, perhaps I can be of help. I may not look like it, but I can carry a person or two." The head of the old man lifted to reveal a haggard face under some wisps of scraggly gray hair. He grinned a toothless grin. Barrett spent just a single second, perhaps less, thinking, before gently putting Jack down, and chopping open the lock. He went into the cell and chopped at one of the chains, only to have his axe rebound. Only then did Barrett notice the chains were thicker, but also shorter, allowing very limited mobility, and of a different material. They were also connected to the wall more securely with metal plates attached somehow he couldn't see. In fact, even the walls were a higher quality, made of strange, reddish bricks. Ah, that won't work. The man shifted to look at a piece of wall above where one of the restraints connected. Magically enchanted adamantine bindings, with enchanted corundum molded around plates further in the wall. You can't just chop through it, at your strength. Except, 2 bricks up, there's a slight crack in the mortar there. The old man grinned his toothless grin again, just chop in there and do a little prying and you can pop it out. Barrett looked, and indeed saw a slight flaw. Gathering berserk energy, he chopped into the mortar which was still harder than any rock he knew. However, the axe loaned to him by Master Heikel cut deep enough. He hoped it wouldn't hurt it to be used as a pry bar. But fortunately he didn't have to put a terribly large amount of pressure before a strange brick popped out. That left an opening in the wall that let him pop out a second one, the section connecting to the old man's right hand. There. That's one hand, but... He looked over the wall. It will take a long time to get your other limbs free. Someone will probably come before then. Ah, that's all right. One good hand will do. He reached down toward his right ankle, grabbing onto the manacle with his thumb inside and index finger outside. His whole arm trembled, but the manacle suddenly deformed with a screeching sound, bending away. He slipped his ankle out. See here. He indicated the edge where the manacle had popped open, a structural weakness. I was working on weakening it without being too obvious. The old man breathed out heavily. I didn't expect to get to this point though. He did the same thing with his other ankle, but by the time he was done he was dripping with sweat. I could help. Barrett pulled out a pill. The man shook his head. I'm in a bad state. A food pill might give me a short burst of energy, but it would mess me up after that. It's all right. The old man looked up at his left hand, still trapped in the manacle attached to the wall, and his arm trembled. Then, there was a popping sound as his hand came free. You can just slide your hand out. Then Barrett looked more closely. You broke it? The old man smiled one more toothless grin. One good hand is enough for now, and that manacle was stubbornly tough, and I'm tired. No more bending adamantine. He looked down at Barrett's belt. Say, can I have some of that water? Barrett handed him the water skin, then realized it would be hard to open with one broken hand and uncorked it for him. Go ahead. The old man drank a few swallow. Ah, thank you. Now then, you might want to get out there. There's someone coming, and they sound angry. I'll pick up this guy, and that other one you left a few cells down. Barrett was about to respond when he heard the sound of boots on stone, and moved out into the corridor. Within a few moments he could see, and feel, the person coming down. The fluctuations of fiery energy he gave off indicated he was at the 3rd tier, though Barrett wasn't sure exactly what part. All he knew was that this person was quite a bit stronger than Reuben. Oh ho! It looks like we almost fell for the distraction. Good thing I came by to check. The man readied his halberd, then coated himself in flames. Barrett readied himself. Flames were still somewhat unpleasant to deal with, but he was stronger than he had been when he fought Reuben. Perhaps not a whole tier, but perhaps his weapon and armor would help bridge that gap. He edged forward enough that he was past Clara's cell so that the man would have to get past him to threaten either her or Jack. The two faced off, almost daring the other to make the first move. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 80. Barrett knew that delaying could be a problem, but his opponent was also covering himself in a flame aura. That meant he was expending energy. He decided to keep his ready stance, and wait for his opponent to move forward first. He wasn't the best at taunting, but he gave it a shot. What, are you afraid? Come on. He saw a slight grin under the man's helmet. I thought I might give you a chance, but I don't mind you giving it up. The man took a step forward and swung his halberd. Flames covered it, and Barrett could feel how hot they were even as he deflected it. Barrett took a step forward, trying to get inside the man's reach, but his opponent stepped back at the same time, while thrusting toward Barrett. That caused Barrett to have to dodge, and he ended up at the same distance away. Occasionally, the man's halberd would connect with Barrett's armor. He wasn't able to perfectly dodge. However, Barrett found that his armor held up. Maybe he didn't need to be so cautious. He was starting to sweat everywhere, but that was it. He was uncomfortably hot, but the flame his opponent could conjure could only do so much. Barrett found it merely uncomfortable compared to being directly adjacent to lava. He didn't feel anything resembling burns, although he did smell a bit of singed hair. In the end, the fire just wasn't intimidating. Barrett hoped that his armor was as good as Master Heikel had said, and rushed forward. For that, he took the spear point of the halberd to his left chest. It scraped across his armor, but didn't penetrate. The force of the blow still twisted Barrett, but he kept some of his forward momentum and pressed forward. Berserk energy and muscle power drove his axe into the man's arm, and through his armor. The cut didn't end up being deep, but the fact that Barrett was able to cut through some of it in a single attack was sufficient. The man rapidly backed off, but Barrett tried to press his advantage. His subsequent attacks were met with more difficulty, as the man had previously thought his armor would be sufficient. Barrett couldn't get another straight hit, though he landed a few grazing blows that sliced gouges into the man's armor and created small wounds all over him. In return, the man flared with more powerful fire, and Barrett felt burns for the first time as the man struck a solid blow on his chest, knocking him back. The two took a moment to gather themselves. Barrett took stock of his own state. While his armor was still in nearly pristine condition, it couldn't negate the force of the blow. He wasn't bleeding, but his body had still been shaken around. He would probably be bruised all over his chest, but that was better than having a hole through his heart or something similar. He felt some slight burns, but he could almost discount those. The bigger problem was the drain on his own energy. It wasn't easy to chop into the other man's armor, even with an adamantine axe. Barrett also wasn't sure if there would be more enemies to face afterwards. His opponent was bleeding from a number of wounds. He also didn't seem to find the fight easy. Barrett was a bit worried about how his attacks were now targeting the weak points in his armor. It meant he had to put more effort into dodging. In their exchanges, he'd had trouble reading his opponent's attacks. That was expected. His opponent was a higher tier, and his experience allowed him to leverage his power, even with Barrett's superior equipment. With all of that said, however, Barrett thought he could win. His opponent certainly wasn't invincible, and he wasn't so much more skilled as to make the battle impossible. Barrett had already proved that with the series of wounds, even if none of them were serious by themselves. Barrett moved forward once again. His opponent thrust the spearhead of the halberd. Barrett knew it would be going for his throat, or the gap between his armor and helmet. He could probably dodge it, but instead he swung his axe. A slight grin appeared on his opponent's face. Barrett wasn't close enough to hit him with his attack, and if he didn't dodge he might get killed. Then the smile faded when Barrett's axe chopped through the metal haft of his halberd. Barrett continued to move forward, swinging his axe again. Now his opponent had only a broken weapon to face him with, and had lost the advantage of reach. He didn't care that the man seemed to have summoned a raging inferno around him as he chopped toward the man's torso. His axe sunk in, and the flames that washed over Barrett only served to remind him of how much he had grown. Barrett breathed out heavily, looking down at his opponent. The wound was deep enough to cut through ribs, and the relatively short flow of blood told Barrett all he needed to know. That was true, even if he didn't sense the man's fiery energy dying down from a raging inferno to a campfire, until it was merely a single spark that faded out of existence. Barrett looked back. The old man already had Jack under one arm, and Clara under his bad arm. That was all right. I've seen better. We should probably get moving. Barrett nodded. Right. He started past the remaining cells, but then he heard the sound of heavy steps on the stairs. He took a deep breath and readied himself. He just hoped they were weaker than the man he just killed. Barrett couldn't afford much more. An armored figure covered in blood stepped into the dim torchlight, surveying the scene before him. Then he nodded, "Not bad. Master Heikel. I thought you were out fighting the leaders of the Raging Fire sect." Master Heikel nodded, "Yep. Just finished taking out everyone." "Oh." Barrett blinked, "Wait, everyone? If you can do that, why am I here?" Master Heikel grinned, "It's good for you. Besides, securing their safety is important." "Did you really defeat everyone?" "Darn right. How much were you there for?" "Just the beginning." "All right. We catch up on how things went, though this isn't a great place to converse." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 81. Turan Heikel stood in front of the gates of the Raging Fire sect. They had a number of crimes to pay for, including abuse of power. There were things that cultivators should do, and things they should not. He found that far too many thought that because they were strong, there was nothing they could not do. While he admitted that some were strong enough that they could get away with it, that didn't make it correct. The Raging Fire sect had allowed some of their disciples enough free rein that they felt they could do whatever they wanted. Perhaps that didn't mean the sect deserved destruction, some people could always slip through the cracks. However, even if they didn't know about that and he suspected they did, they had other crimes to pay for. Capturing non-cultivators for a possible crime that they were only connected to through chance and keeping them captive for much longer than could possibly be necessary was a clear abuse of power. Turan Heikel thought he might stop with teaching them a lesson. That would be up to them. First, he had to get their attention. The guard standing next to him threatening didn't count. Heikel readied his axe, gathering just the right amount and pattern of berserk energy. Then he swung a few times in quick succession, chopping the large metal gates into pieces. "Get out here. It's time to pay for your crimes against my disciple." The two guards fell over from the force of his shout. Their eardrums were probably broken, but they would likely live. They had strong bodies, after all. He heard shouts of "kill him" coming from ahead of him. Nobody even bothered to ask what their crimes were, or even to try to say that their disciples were well behaved. Perhaps that was just arrogance instead of admission of guilt, but arrogance wasn't a good trait, even if it wasn't directly a crime. People came charging forward, and Turan Heikel swatted them aside with his axe. Some of them would probably die, but that was their own fault for attacking with weapons drawn. He was already being generous not chopping them into pieces. Then his axe was stopped by a middle-aged man. "Do you think the Raging Fire sect will forgive your crimes?" "My crimes?" Heikel laughed, "I'm just here for proper revenge. Unless your star pupil Reuben mysteriously stopped being part of your sect when he tried to murder my disciple and intended to abduct a woman." "You." The man swung a hammer covered in flames, "You're the one who killed my disciple." Master Heikel took a small step to the side and the hammer only generated a light breeze. The flames weren't exactly comfortable, but they were also transitory. He was responsible for his own death with his actions, but it's easy enough to swear I didn't kill him. Master Heikel projected his voice to a wide area, not so loud as his initial shout, as he casually dodged attacks and continued to cut down people swarming at him. "If your words meant anything, I doubt you could swear that he wasn't the type to commit the crimes I have claimed. My disciple's actions aren't yours to judge, since you seem to know so much about his death, you must be connected. Do you think the Raging Fire sect is a bunch of pushovers? You will die for your ignorance." The middle-aged man glowed with flames so hot he was starting to melt the stones nearby, and the bodies of many of the sect disciples were starting to char. His hammer started to move more quickly and with a heavier force behind it. "Really? My ignorance? I know about your sect, but you didn't even ask who I am." Heikel swung his axe, cleaving the man from shoulder to waist across his body. The man fell into two different directions. "I am Master Turan Heikel of the Immortal Berserker sect. I know you have 5 more Tier 4 Berserkers. I will give each of them a chance at life, but I don't mind destroying your whole sect if you make me." Heikel stepped forward and chopped through the corner of a building, and the berserk energy he extended beyond the head of his axe crumbled it all the way to the other two corners. The building collapsed. Come on, I don't have all day. By that point, the sect disciples were unwilling to approach. A crowd of people gathered around, weapons at the ready, but far away from Heikel. 3 figures stepped out. Don't worry. We'll defeat this intruder. He'll pay for his crimes. Heikel grinned, then spun around, swinging his axe behind him. The figure behind him barely managed to block the handle of Heikel's axe, and the force of the blow still flung him through the air. I see how it is. You have so little honor here, you are willing to attack from behind but will still claim to be righteous. Heikel shrugged, not that such tactics aren't necessary, but you didn't even attempt to resolve my grievance against you with just a little bit of talking. So, where's your final master? Or do you not even actually have 6? Heikel looked down at the body next to him, 5 people at the 4th tier. Bah! The man in the front and center wore armor made of dragon scales, and had a dragon-bone spear. What need have we of 5 men just to take down one person at the 5th tier? Kill yourself now, and we can forgive your sect of the crime of killing one of our masters. Heikel shook his head. Looks like you really don't know about the Immortal Berserker sect. Putting aside the fact that I alone am sufficient to take all of you out, how many other 5th tier berserkers can you handle? How many 6th tier? What about a handful of 7th tier berserkers? The man in dragon scales laughed. 7th tier. If you're trying to bluff, at least make it reasonable. Heikel shook his head. I'd tell you to do your research next time, but you won't have one. With that, Master Heikel rushed toward the 3 masters. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 82. Barrett interrupted Master Heikel's story. Wait, do we really have 7th tier people in the sect? Master Heikel shrugged. A few. It takes a good success rate and talent in cultivating berserk energy to get to that point. Of course, you also have to avoid getting killed or crippled in a conflict. They're mostly over 100 though. 100? Yeah. At that point 100 is just before middle age, by the way. I'm a bit more than 60 myself, and it'll probably take more than 30 years before I reach 7th tier, if all goes well. You don't look that old. Of course not. Each tier generally extends lifespans by at least a decade, assuming you're not causing permanent harm to your body. Hence the piles of medicine we go through. It takes a lot more if you want minimal side effects. Master Heikel grinned. The good news is, if you work hard you can probably be 7th tier before you're 80. That sounds like it's quite some time away. The old man Barrett had released from the cells grinned. It's not that long. Try being cooped up in a prison for a few years though. Barrett frowned. Oh yeah, why are you still here? I owe you for letting me out. Oh. Well, we sorta let everyone out. Don't feel obligated. Too late. I can't help but feel that way. The old man shrugged. Besides, I thought maybe I could come with you. I'm not going to be making any breakthroughs or anything, and I'm helpless at energy cultivation, but I know a few good purely body training techniques. He made a twisting motion with his fingers, reminding Barrett of him twisting the manacles. I'd like to teach someone, and you too, and your sect, seem like excellent candidates. Master Heikel shrugged. I don't mind you coming with us, and if you really can teach something new that would be great. Just don't teach it to anyone from the Raging Fire sect, or, the old man shrugged, anyone like them. I don't think there'll be much of a real sect after this. Master Heikel shoved a pillar out of another building. Not if I have anything to say about it, and I do. Now, where was I in my story? Barrett answered. You were charging toward the guy in dragon scale. Ah, right. The sect head. Tyran Heikel's first attack knocked back the sect head, sending him flying through a stone wall as he barely managed to block the axe. If the wall had been a bit more sturdy, he would have found himself with more broken bones. Immediately, the two other masters on either side of him charged forward, swinging flaming maces toward his head. One he blocked with his axe, and the other he grabbed. His fist tightened around the mace in his left hand, even as the elder of the raging fire sect flared the fire surrounding it to his utmost ability. Then from behind him came a dagger, stabbing into his left armpit where his armor was weakest. The dagger pierced toward his heart, but was stopped when he pulled his arm down, catching the dagger in hand with it, as well as jerking forward the elder holding the mace. I already said sneak attacks aren't appropriate for a Berserker sect. Honestly, you're so terrible at them. Heikel shoved away the opponent on his right, casually chopping down and severing the hand caught under his armpit. Real assassins would be ashamed. The man didn't respond except by crying out in pain and gripping onto the stump of his hand, quickly backing away. Heikel shook his head, looking toward the man still holding onto the mace in his left hand. Isn't it pathetic? Then he swung his axe toward the man. The elder quickly retreated, leaving his weapon behind, but Heikel's attack was more than just an overhead swing. As the man retreated, Heikel spun his body and it turned into a throw, and the large axe flew end over end for a single complete rotation before lodging itself in the man's chest, cutting clean through his armor. He continued his spin, spinning the mace in his left hand and then smashing it into the skull of the other mace-wielding elder as he charged back in. He leaned into the blow, and the sect head's halberd scraped along his armor, before being caught under his right elbow. Too slow. This can barely even be called teamwork. He turned his head over his left shoulder to see the sect head. Maybe if you weren't such a bunch of scum you could have practiced real teamwork. The sect head frowned. How, are you not charred to ash right now? Heikel raised an eyebrow. Huh. Just because I don't train in fire energy doesn't mean I can't train resistance to it. My apprentice survived falling into a volcano. I'd be pretty pathetic if I couldn't withstand something of this level. Tyrann Heikel looked over the sect head, then jerked him closer by tugging on the halberd. The man kept his footing, but Heikel dropped the mace and grabbed onto the sect head's shoulder. Then he tore the halberd out of his grip, and flung it away. In a moment, the sect head was spun around, and Heikel was behind him. Then the strong grips holding him switched from his shoulders to his head, and with a twisting motion his neck was snapped. You have pretty nice armor. I didn't want to ruin it. Heikel turned to look where he had thrown the halberd, with its spear point pierced through the sneaky elder. You didn't even run away properly. Heikel shook his head. Then I looted some of their stuff, and broke a few things on the way to find you, Master Heikel concluded. Ah. Aren't you just 5th tier though? It shouldn't be that easy to defeat 5 late 4th tier people. Why not? Master Heikel raised an eyebrow. I'm mid 5th tier, have plenty of combat experience, and the Immortal Berserker style isn't just an average technique. Meanwhile, the Raging Fire sect's main advantage is easily countered by a little fire resistance training. Their muscles are strong, but their bodies aren't tough enough to get by without armor. The only struggle they have to go through is the discomfort of fire, no risk of death except by stupidity. It stands to reason that they would be weaker. The old man nodded. Indeed, they focused too strongly on killing the opponent first, with no regard for the fact that if that failed, and their armor was insufficient. He shrugged. Not that I can say much, since I was captured by them. Speaking of which, Master Heikel drew out his words. Who are you, old man? Me? Why, just a mere 4th tier pure body temper. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 83. The old man introduced himself as a mere 4th tier pure body temper. Oh, and the name's Almher. Barrett knew that being 4th tier wasn't something to be ashamed of. After all, the elders of the Raging Fire sect had also all been 4th tier. For the region, he was among the top. What's different about being a pure body temperer? You put strong emphasis on that part. The old man grinned a nearly toothless grin. It's our pride, and also our downfall. We don't train any types of energy or magic. Unfortunately, there are things that a body just can't do. Our pride is that we do it anyway, or at least strive to. Oh. Barrett wasn't really sure what to say. I don't really understand. If something couldn't be done, it couldn't be done. If it was accomplished, then it could be done. Perhaps the old man had gone crazy, but Barrett reserved judgment as he continued his explanation. Almher looked at Barrett and Master Heikel. The two of you train both your bodies and a berserk energy, right? That energy allows you to increase your force, to stabilize yourself, to sense things around you, including other types of energy. The old man wagged his finger. We don't have that. For some it is by choice, for some it is not. However, our training isn't like that of common soldiers. Although they only train their bodies, they use primitive methods and they never touch upon the threshold of true body training. The old man waved his hands toward Barrett and Master Heikel. The two of you have exceeded the normal standards, and your bodies might even be similarly strong to a pure body temper at the same tier, but that's where our special attributes come in. The old man's stomach growled. I don't suppose you could spare some food? I haven't been eating all that well lately. The kitchens were one part of the raging fire sect that hadn't yet been destroyed. All of the disciples had already abandoned the area, so the 5 of them were alone. Barrett watched the old man cram more food than looked physically possible into his stomach, and then he kept eating. Aren't you supposed to start with light food like soup after not eating for a long time? The stomach can't handle it. Barrett looked over toward Clara and Jack, who were carefully sipping broth. Almher laughed. That's something for normal folks. I won't be limited by such petty restrictions. Almher continued to eat, and Barrett saw his body go from gaunt and skeletal, with wrinkly skin hanging everywhere to, still old and wrinkly, but with much less loose skin. Barrett couldn't easily make out the bones in Almher's face by the time he was done eating the veritable mountain of food he had procured for himself. He patted his stomach. Ah, that feels good. Now then, how about a demonstration? Almher stood up straight and held out an arm to the side, palm up. Try standing on my hand. Well, all right. Barrett shrugged. He stepped up onto the table and stepped gently onto Almher's hand, before gradually putting his full weight on it. He stood on the outstretched hand, expecting to find himself falling at any moment. Since he didn't fall, he looked carefully at Almher's feet to determine what he was holding onto to keep himself from toppling over. Barrett knew about physics enough to understand that no matter how strong Almher was, he should have toppled over. With nothing offsetting the force on his outstretched hand, his strength should only allow him to maintain his rigid posture as he tumbled over. He hopped down to the ground. How heavy are you? Almher turned up his nose. Quite a bit heavier than I was an hour ago, but that's not the trick. He lay down on the floor on one side. Go ahead, try to pick me up. Barrett reached down, grabbing Almher by the waist. It was easy to lift him. In fact, he felt nearly weightless until there was just one of Almher's hands touching the floor. Then the sudden resistance stopped him short. Barrett repositioned himself so that one hand was directly under Almher's armpit, then continued to lift. It took more effort, but he managed to lift him, but it felt like all of his weight was in a single hand. Then all of the weight suddenly redistributed itself to a normal arrangement, and Barrett nearly dropped him. He slowly set him down on one of the benches at the table they had been eating at. Barrett carefully looked over the old man, looking for signs of him manipulating some sort of energy, but found nothing. That's impossible. Master Heikel shrugged. Don't bother telling him that. Pure body temperers don't give a damn about what's possible and what's not. Not that there are many of them who are successful at it. Almher nodded. It's unfortunate. You wouldn't believe how many disciples ruin themselves thinking they can stand on a spear point before they're ready. How many? Barrett asked. Not many. Almher laughed. They usually screw up something before then and end up with deformed hands or something. Barrett blinked. Almher held up his hand so Barrett looked at it directly from the side, then bent his fingers backwards. Each joint bent a full 90 degrees before finally the tip of his fingers touched the back of his hand behind the first knuckles. Then the fingers folded back to their straight position. Clara's eyes widened, that's disgusting. Aunher shrugged, everything abnormal can have that effect. This isn't something that any amount of flexibility training will allow. Barrett tentatively asked, if you can do that. He looked at Aunher's broken hand. Why break my hand? It was easier and took less energy. It's a rather draining process, even if it might not look like it. As tired as I was, if I messed up, I could have had a permanently deformed hand instead of a broken one. Master Heikel crossed his arms and nodded seriously. We train our bodies to the limits, slowly expanding the limits piece by piece, whereas pure body temperers see limits and decide that they don't exist. Unfortunately, limits do exist, so even if the training methods are well thought out, it usually doesn't go well. Aunher shrugged, and held up his hands. That's the unfortunate thing about us. Our numbers are small, and even though we do things others can't, they usually just have better ways to do them to begin with. There's rarely an advantage to our methods. Barrett frowned. Is there any reason you can't cultivate energy along with your other training methods? Aunher laughed, going straight to the interesting questions. There are reasons for everything. Some good, some bad. This is a mixed bag as well. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 84. Aunher shrugged his shoulders. If I were asked straight up, there's not any specific reason we couldn't cultivate energy or magic as well. Even arrogant pride in our own methods can only account for so much. Even with that, there are bound to be those who try. The biggest problem is the exclusivity in the training methods. Training energy doesn't support this. I imagine you use your energy to temper your bodies. Aunher looked to Barrett and Master Heikel for confirmation. We could do the same, but it would make us reliant on the energy. Furthermore, it wouldn't help training our special methods, and those take a lot of time. Imagine you go running. Your legs get tired, perhaps your lungs, but you still have energy to move your arms in most cases. Aunher waved his hand as if tossing away the idea. Not so for us. We use stamina and strength from every part of our body wherever we are using it. If I were to run at full capacity, I would use up not only the stamina from my entire body, even the muscles would be strained. There's only so much you can do with a limited stamina pool. Barrett scratched his chin. Couldn't you? I don't know, train to increase your overall stamina and stamina recovery speed? The old man raised an eyebrow. You think we don't? You saw me eat. I will admit our methods aren't perfect, but we have at least considered that point. One of the things that makes the training longest, however, is injuries. Ones that don't cripple you, anyway. If you get crippled, training is pretty much over. Aunher shrugged. Maybe there are some who have found solutions in more prosperous areas. Either way, recovery from injuries takes time, even if you focus all of your body's healing on one point, and that burns through all your stamina. Even if you have huge amounts of food to consume, there's only so much that can be eaten in a day. It's not feasible to rely on everyone having an immortal body for very rapid healing, though I've heard a few of them have done quite well with our path. Master Heikel coughed. Have you ever considered training your overall healing rate, then? Oh, sure. People have tried. Nobody has succeeded so far as I know. He frowned, then stood up, walking around the table. He didn't hide that he was inspecting Barrett and Master Heikel. He even leaned down, and Master Heikel helpfully lifted his arm to show his armpit. Young man, didn't you just get that cut on your face? Barrett shrugged. Sure, like an hour and a half ago. Barrett knew at this point the small cut wouldn't look fresh anymore. It wouldn't have really healed significantly after a day or so's worth of healing, but it wouldn't be the same as a fresh wound. I don't suppose you both got lucky and were born with immortal bodies? Aunher shook his head. What am I saying? A little cut like that would have already cleared up with a Tier 1 immortal body. Master Heikel let the old man ponder in silence for a few minutes before contributing. The Immortal Berserker sect, among other things, trains our healing rate to be like that of immortal bodies. Aunher raised an eyebrow. Really? You've already taken a good step beyond the boundary of normal body tempering then. If it's not too much to ask, how do you do it? Master Heikel shrugged. We detonate berserk energy at key points in our bodies and hope our healing recovers. Aunher frowned, but that's, I suppose the body doesn't like to hurt itself. He stood muttering for a time. What's the mortality rate on that? Upwards of 30%. Though within 3 years it becomes clear whether it's a viable path or not. After the first attempt, there's little to no risk of death, except when breaking through tears. Master Heikel put on a pleasant smile. You know, the Immortal Berserker sect has occasionally sought out competent pure body temperers to see if we could incorporate anything they knew. Unfortunately, most of them were either too prideful in their purity, or not competent. Or dead, I bet. We drop like flies. I would know. Even if we don't make any enemies and get them to kill us, we die on our own. I hear after a certain point it becomes something amazing, but that might be just rumors. Maybe we really picked a dead end. Master Heikel shrugged. It could be stubbornness or just misfortune. I will say I have also heard of some higher tier pure body refiners, and though I haven't met any of them I am certain of the reliability of the information. Now then, I must ask, are you willing to teach your skills to non-pure body refiners? Aunher shrugged. I think I've sufficiently proved my point to myself, and I don't dislike the idea of a legacy that continues after my death. Are you sure you want to learn? There are risks of permanent injury. Actually, I was thinking you might teach Barrett. Aunher frowned. Really? I would have thought the teacher might take the risks himself first. Master Heikel shrugged. That may be so, but I'd rather have the scenario without risks to begin with. But he's younger, so he has a lot more future to lose if he gets crippled. The old man glanced over at Barrett. Barrett grinned and looked at Clara and Jack, then waved with his right hand. Hi. Clara weakly waved back. Oh, I guess we never said that. Hi again. There were a few moments of silence before Clara's mind caught up, and she blinked. Is that? She looked at his left hand, resting on the table. You have a right hand again? A right arm? Barrett scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I'm pretty lucky. Apparently I have a true immortal body. It lets me recover from pretty much anything. A moment later, Barrett found Aunher standing behind him with an arm around his neck. The gesture would have been friendly, if not for the tight grip that came with it. So, when are we beginning training? The enthusiastic grin on the old man's face made Barrett think he might regret his decisions in the near future. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 85. Barrett thought someone might have tried to stop them from putting a sign in the middle of Ember, if Master Heikel wasn't so intimidating. Instead, people stood around watching, looking down the street and out of the windows of shops. Master Heikel used a hammer he had taken from the Raging Fire sect's armory as a mallet and pounded a metal-shafted spear point first into the ground. Then he attached a breastplate to the spear with the message carved into its metal surface. The Raging Fire sect, for its crimes of assaulting and kidnapping cultivators, unlawful detainment of civilians, and lack of honor, among other crimes, has been officially disbanded by the hands of Master Tyrann Heikel of the Immortal Berserker sect. Any attempt to reform the Raging Fire sect will be taken as an intent to continue with more of the aforementioned crimes, and will result in the termination of any such people attempting to do so. It was a pretty straightforward message, and the same message had been left in front of the remains of the Raging Fire sect's property. Technically, most of their members were still alive. Master Heikel had only killed a few dozen of their regular members, but he had also killed 5 out of 6 of their elders. With the destruction of their buildings and with their armory and archives raided, they wouldn't have much ability to continue on as the Raging Fire sect in any case. Without the strength they had, their overbearing presence in the area wouldn't be tolerated. While not all of their members were corrupt, enough of them had been corrupt or simply arrogant enough to ensure they had no lack of enemies in the area. They would likely be destroyed by others if they attempted to continue on as the raging fire sect, and even if they weren't, the sign was a promise from Master Heikel that he would do it. Not that he actually planned to be nearby in the future. Barrett watched as Clara and Jack went through the single room of their house, packing up what they could carry with them. With the raging fire sect disbanded, it wasn't likely that there would be any retribution regarding them. However, all it would take was one person remembering their connection and holding a grudge against them. They were normal people, unable to stand up against even a basically trained soldier, let alone a second or third-tier berserker. Thus, it was better for them to move, and the best time was the current moment. Clara kept fastening more pots and pans onto the pack, while Jack stood out in front of the house, just staring at it. "I built this house myself, you know." He looked over at Barrett. "When I got married. All I have left of her is this house, and Clara." Then he shook his head. "Clara's more important. Besides, there wasn't much of a life here anyway. Perhaps we can do better somewhere else." Barrett nodded. "Like I said, I'll help you buy a house somewhere. I owe you more than just getting you out of problems caused by your kindness." Jack nodded in return. There wasn't much else to say. Protesting at the expenditure of money would just be for show. He knew Barrett had more than enough, even not counting Master Heikel's help, and they did need the help. "Thank you." Barrett sat in meditation. He'd thought, from all of the talk about pure body tempering, that he would currently be doing more moving, but he was not. Instead, he was sitting, meditating, and trying to forget everything he knew about how a human body worked. Not that he had to actually forget, but even the most basic parts of the process involved making the body work in ways he didn't think it could. First, he started with controlling his breathing. That was something easy. It was normally unconscious, but could be taken control of at any moment. He focused on his senses, the sounds around him, the smells, the sights, and then he felt what it was like to ignore them. He focused on the feeling of his skin, each itch of his skin, and the feeling of his clothes against it. Then he focused on the feeling and sound of his muscles as they moved underneath his skin. That was hard, but if he held his hand up to his ear he could hear the faint rumbling, trembling sound of muscles along with the usual slight echo. Next, he worked to control his heartbeat. While he could control some of the factors that affected his heartbeat, such as his rate of breathing, his level of exertion, and his emotions, controlling his heartbeat directly was something else. He could feel his blood flow in his neck, and hear it pulsing through him, faint though the sound was. Then he worked to try to control it. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. His heart beat on a regular schedule. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. His pulse quickened. Ba-dum, ba-dum. His pulse slowed. Ba-dum, ba-dum. A slow beat followed by a fast beat. Then, *ba. Barrett woke from his unconsciousness that he hadn't even felt coming. He put his hand to his throat to feel his pulse. Ba-dum, ba-dum. It was normal. Or rather, it was back. How was it? Almher's voice caused Barrett to look up next to him. Frightening. "I think I almost died." Almher shrugged. "Only if you were both surprisingly good and surprisingly terrible at the same time. The heart isn't normally under your control, so without your consciousness it returns to functionality on its own. Unless you reach the level of control where you can control your body even unconsciously." Almher shook his head. "As frightening as it might be, this is the first process because it's mostly safe, and even if your heart didn't start again on its own, I could do it for you." "That's comforting, I suppose." "It should be. You know, nobody likes losing students. Except people who don't care, but any good master wants their students to live, and does their best to develop techniques with the highest chance of success." Almher shrugged. "Sometimes there are failures, but techniques don't get passed on if they have a high enough chance of killing the users. At least, not for more than a generation or two. Now then, I think you're ready to try something more advanced." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 86. There were many parts of the human body that Barrett hadn't really put much thought into. It wasn't just muscle and bone, but many more things. In fact, he hadn't put much thought into some things that were muscle and bone. If it didn't have anything to do with combat, he hadn't much cared. For example, Barrett had trained his jaw somewhat. While it could be used as an attack form, most of the training was on the defensive end. Without training it was a weakness. Even if an opponent didn't break it, a solid hit to the jaw could knock a person unconscious. Any training to the muscles of the jaw was a side effect to the rest of his efforts. With that, he hadn't put any thought to what was directly behind his jaw. Not his teeth, he had at least considered them whenever they were knocked out, but instead his tongue. It was a muscle, and by some standards very powerful. At least, none of his other muscles stood up all on their own without the support of tendons and bones. However, there was no point in training it. Beyond the basic levels of durability that happened just from berserk energy being stored in his body tempering everything, it remained just like a normal tongue. There was no reason to train it, except that Alnher said to. The explanation was simple enough. It was a part of the body, so if one could use the power of every part of the body anywhere, there was no reason not to train it. It made sense in principle, but it was a very awkward process in practice. It felt ridiculous to hold up a coin on the tip of his tongue, first outstretched, then lying on his back trying to balance it on the tip of his tongue, and finally with his tongue folded back over it trying to hold it up. Those tasks were all achievable, but they were reminders of what he had to do. What else had Barrett learned? He had learned to wiggle his ears, though he noticed that also moved a lot of his scalp in the process. He definitely wasn't looking forward to trying to train his eyelids or his nose, or the muscles controlling his eyeballs. He'd trained his neck muscles, those supported his head and were quite useful, but he hadn't considered the muscles in his throat. While controlling one's own heart seemed like a useful skill, he hadn't considered other internal muscles. After all, what use was controlling the muscles on one's stomach, or around the intestines? Fortunately the answer was always, of some use, at least, when one was talking about the eccentricities of pure body tempering. Barrett was willing to do anything, as long as there was a purpose. He just wished he could get to the actual purpose more quickly. At least he wasn't alone in his struggles. Master Heikel joined him in his training exercises. While sticking out his tongue and shortly thereafter dropping a coin that he had to wash off before he could try again was embarrassing, at least he wasn't alone. Alnher also demonstrated himself, and took everything very seriously. At least, once it came to the actual training. He couldn't help but show off by juggling a few coins with just his tongue, a sight that was simultaneously disturbing, silly, and impressive. So far, they hadn't gotten to anything that could actually cripple them or cause lasting damage. The most dangerous part by far had been heart control, but that automatically reverted itself. The most that could happen when training the tongue the way they were was it got tired and dropped the coin, and though it could result in swallowing it, it would merely be an unpleasant but not dangerous process. Training eyelids could result in injury, as it required attaching weights, as well as several of the other obscure muscles. Strictly speaking, they didn't need to train everything before trying other techniques, but it was better to have solid foundations. The most important part was the practice gaining control over things that weren't normally controlled by human thought. That was the basics of the pure body tempering, though it expanded beyond muscles and things that could logically be controlled into areas that made little sense. This included things like fingers bending the wrong way without damaging the joints and controlling stomach acid to dissolve food more quickly. There was a strange leap in thought from controlling a living part of his body to one that wasn't, but Alnher assured Barrett it would make sense once he could do it. At least, if he could. It wasn't guaranteed that Barrett would be able to bridge that gap. In that case, he would be more limited in what he could get out of Alnher's strange techniques, but he felt it would be useful anyway. Since they hadn't gotten to the point of using stamina and strength from other parts of the body, the weird tongue exercises and other pieces merely served to make eating difficult. There was still time for other training, the kind that he could see more immediate results from. The progress along the road toward the Immortal Berserker sect was slowed by Barrett performing destructions, but falling behind on his training would have been worse. As it was, a day of not traveling monthly or so wasn't a big deal. Destructions were still coming in pairs, and so about 2 months onto the road Barrett had passed the 32nd level. He appeared to be about a third of the way to the next tier, but he was actually in the late part of the mid-stage. In terms of actual training time, he was about halfway between the 10th and the 100th destruction, give or take a few months. Clara and Jack had been set up with a nice little cot in the small country of Sasher. After traveling over a month through the mountains of Vashia, there were relatively peaceful plains. Even if anyone from the Raging Fire sect remembered them, they wouldn't accidentally encounter them there. They had expressed interest in traveling the rest of the way with Barrett and company, but decided against it when they told that the further countries weren't very friendly to common folk. They were mostly populated by cultivators of various sorts, and even if they didn't actually dislike the people, there were plenty of dangers to worry about. While they would be safe while traveling, they wouldn't want to live in a country that had a high threat of monster attacks. Thus, they said their goodbyes, though Barrett promised he would come visit. He knew he would be coming back that way eventually, because there were still things to settle in his home city, once he thought he could handle whatever the bigger situation turned out to be. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 87. Barrett found riding across nearly featureless plains rather boring. Is it going to be like this the whole way? Master Heikel answered, not the whole way. Just for a while. We are in tornado plains after all. Are they really common enough here to be worthy of that name? Common? Master Heikel raised an eyebrow. Look over there. Am I looking at the featureless plains or the clouds? The clouds. Or rather, the tornado. The tornado. The second time Master Heikel put more emphasis on his words. It moves around, but it's always here somewhere. We'll try to keep it just on the horizon so we know where it is but don't get too close. How does that work? Shouldn't it die out? Rumors say that there was a powerful wizard who set it up. Or maybe a group of them. Or maybe it was a giant rock or dragon. Master Heikel shook his head. It's not clear. It's been there at least 100 years, and it's definitely fueled by magic. Nobody's just sure exactly how, because if they get close enough to find out, Master Heikel made a sucking noise, shwoop. Right into the tornado. There's usually enough debris and such to grind people to a paste pretty quickly. Even if not, I hear it's hard to concentrate on magic while being tossed around in a tornado. Barrett nodded, then turned his head quickly as he saw something go flying by and over their heads. Was that a boulder? Barrett turned toward the tornado that just looked like clouds on the horizon, tossed from over there. Master Heikel nodded. It's very powerful. Chances of anything hitting anyone at this distance are exceedingly low. It's worse as you get closer, but despite all the risks it's a popular place for air wizards to train. Almher nodded. All good training involved balancing the risks. Too little risk, and you probably experience slow growth. Too much, and you're dead, or close enough. Of course, the rewards have to be worth the risks as well. He sighed. That's why pure body temperers are so rare. Even at my peak, I wasn't that much stronger than those at the same tier, and it was quite difficult. I'd like to think I was fairly skilled, as well. Yet, there are only a few obscure situations where my abilities are exceptionally useful, and they could otherwise be replicated through easier means. Except in anti-magic or energy suppression fields, Master Heikel commented. Oh yeah, and there are so many of those around. Almher rolled his eyes, but I hear places like that are more common in other lands. So, Barrett asked, what are some of the situations your abilities excel at? Usually situations that it would be best to avoid to begin with. Still, I've made some good use of my abilities. Especially against lightning mages. They like to shock you, then laugh as your muscles spasm or your heart stops or your brain fries. Not so much when you restart your heart and grab them by the throat. Well, even against ones who aren't sadistic it helps control your body where you otherwise can't. Ice mages also get quite confused when you move muscles that are mostly frozen. Almher rubbed his left bicep. It took some fancy medicine to recover after that one. In general, moving in ways people don't expect is useful, or striking with all of your force behind your hand, not just leaning your weight into your blow but actually having all of your force there. People never expect you to knock them into the ground and then flip over your own weapon. Wow, sounds like you've been in a lot of exciting situations. Aunher grinned his toothless grin. Well, thanks for humoring an old man, but I know there are many people who have done more than me. Oh, hey, do you want some tooth regrowth medicine? Barrett couldn't help but ask. Most people would rather have teeth than not. I sure wouldn't mind, but don't you need it yourself? I don't. They grow back on their own. Even your teeth? Aunher asked in surprise, then mumbled, no, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Did you really grow back an arm? Barrett patted his arm, good as new. Or rather, it was new, so I had to train it again. Wouldn't that be nice? I couldn't even dream of affording the kind of medicines that would grow back an arm. Master Heikel nodded. Even the Immortal Berserker sect, who employs alchemists and has a network of information in that subject, can't necessarily get any of that. At least, not in a short amount of time. And after an injury is too old, medicine becomes less effective. In comparison, medicine that recovers scars and seriously damaged tissue isn't nearly as hard to get as actually regrowing something. But teeth? Aunher raised an eyebrow. Master Heikel laughed. As Barrett has noted in the past, teeth already grow back once. People just learn to stimulate the body to do it again with special medicines. Aunher narrowed his eyes. Actually, you know what? Keep your medicine. I appreciate the thought, but I'm an old man. Going without teeth for a while longer won't hurt me. Who knows, maybe I'll grow them back on my own. He shrugged. It might be impossible, but then again, most people think half the things we do are impossible. Maybe I just took earlier body temporer statements as true too easily. And, if they don't grow back, it's not like I will be worse off. Barrett didn't know exactly what to say. I can't say it will be easy to get into the mindset of, it's impossible, but I'll do it anyway. He continued walking in silence for a few moments, glancing over at the clouds that signaled a tornado beneath them. He ran his tongue across his teeth. Hey, would it help seeing teeth grow back? It might. Aunher grinned back at Barrett. Barrett immediately reached into his mouth and pulled out a canine with a sharp tug. I'll have you look at it as it grows back. Should take a week or two. Barrett spit out a little bit of blood. I can also describe how it feels, if that would help. Ha! Aunher laughed jovially, then looked over at Master Heikel. You picked a good one. I like this kid. Then he turned toward Barrett. I appreciate the help, and the accidental inspiration. Maybe I can get it to work. If I do, I'll be famous. Among a very small group of people who care. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 88. Barrett was glad that Clara and Jack had been left somewhere safe, because they wouldn't have been able to keep up with their current pace, and it would have been very uncomfortable for them to be carried while running at breakneck speeds. Is it following us? Barrett looked over his shoulder and asked. Master Heikel scratched his chin. Well, that brings up all sorts of questions. Can a giant tornado discern individuals? Does it have a will? And if so, why would it choose to follow someone? That's not what I meant. Barrett shouted at the same time as he struggled for breath. I meant, is it heading directly towards us? Oh. Yeah, looks like it's doing that. Master Heikel nodded, at least, close enough. Aunher laughed. Oh, this is exciting. Does this usually happen? For an old man, Aunher was very quick on his feet. Actually, it could be said that he was very quick for pretty much anybody, and especially people who had been locked up in a dungeon for years. Oh, not usually. Master Heikel shrugged, not that it matters too much. It's not very fast. Barrett barely managed to retort through his breaths, isn't it, getting closer? That seems pretty fast. Not really. You're just slow. Master Heikel responded. Normal people can't run this fast, even without armor on. Barrett managed to squeeze out. Almher laughed, oh, you've given up being a normal person some time ago. Speaking of which, now's a good time for practical training. Remember everything I taught you? Try to gather all your stamina to your heart, lungs, and your legs. Barrett would have mentioned that he hadn't actually succeeded at any of that yet, but he was too out of breath. He did need to run faster, unless he fancied being in a tornado. He didn't like the idea of being hit by boulders, or the many smaller pieces of debris that were caused by such boulders colliding with each other and that would turn him into a fine paste. Controlling his breathing was easy. In, out, deep, shallow. He could hold his breath even until he passed out, which wasn't actually useful. However, making his lungs work outside of their normal capacity wasn't on that list. What did he need to do? They were starting to burn. They needed more muscular stamina, and they also probably needed to absorb air faster. How would that work? Barrett concentrated, thinking about what he had learned, and trying not to think about the tornado behind them. He went over each point that needed to happen, trying to perform the process as it had been described to him. Did his lungs hurt slightly less? Was his breathing easier, or was it his imagination? Maybe he had just slowed down his running. Now his heart. He could actually make it pump faster, but faster wasn't good enough. It needed to pump harder. For that, it needed strength from elsewhere. He could feel his heartbeat pulsing in his ears. After some effort, he knew it was faster, and maybe stronger. Maybe not. His legs needed more strength. All he had to do was draw the strength and stamina from his other muscles. Easy, right? Well, all the other muscles but his lungs and heart. Was he faster? He glanced back at the tornado, and found it closer. Master Heikel and Almher were still running next to him. Maybe it wasn't good enough. He went through the entire process again, drawing power from everywhere that wasn't necessary. The only exception to everywhere was the brain. Almher had told him to never draw anything away from the brain. Not that there were muscles to use there, but that wasn't the only thing that could be drawn from. Barrett's lungs burned, but he kept a steady pace as he breathed in and out. His heart ached, his legs were on fire. Everything else felt tired too, but that didn't mean he had succeeded. Either way, he had to keep going as much as he could. He had to outrun the tornado. He had to keep running. He had to. Then Barrett found himself crumpled in a heap. He tried to stand up, but that was too much effort. He tried to groan, but that was almost too much effort. Finally, he managed to open his eyelids, though that took some strain. His ears just barely picked up the sound of voices. Ah, rest anyway. Barrett wanted to ask about the tornado, but he couldn't even think of the word, let alone voice it. Barrett found himself on a bedroll in a set-up camp. It was dark out. This time he could groan. Ah, awake now, are you? Almher's voice spoke, and then his wrinkled face and toothless smile came into vision, with a bowl next to it. Have some gruel. Barrett couldn't actually do anything about that situation, but was glad to find some of it spooned into his mouth. Then he ran out of energy again. When he woke up for the second time it was morning, and he could move. Enough to sit up anyway. Finally up? Master Heikel asked. Yeah. Barrett looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. It was still pretty flat, but he didn't see the looming tornado in the background. Did you carry me? Master Heikel nodded. Ah, sorry about that. Barrett hung his head. Master Heikel laughed, what a great student. Actually, I did carry you, but only from over there. Master Heikel pointed to a point of dirt and grass that looked much the same as all the others, to over there. Master Heikel pointed to Barrett's current location. You ran the rest yourself. Ah, Barrett held his head in his hands. I don't remember that. Almher came over with another bowl of gruel. I told you not to draw anything from the brain. Well, it's hard to have that precise of control the first time. He handed the bowl to Barrett, who started eating, slowly. On her side, should have started with some other training. More specifically, we should have started with recovery. You're too tired to try it now. Otherwise, I'd have you up and running in an hour. Ugh. Don't mention running. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 89. The group passed through several countries over the next weeks. Nothing brought as much excitement and danger as the tornado plains, but Barrett found not everything worked quite as logically as he had thought, or rather found that there were powers much greater than he had anticipated. Constant tornadoes couldn't happen, because they needed power, but if there was that sort of power, they could happen. It just wouldn't happen through any sort of normally expected circumstances. There's the walls of Streeto, Master Heikel pointed toward the horizon. I only see a mountain range. Barrett looked with confusion. Streeto was the city nearest to the Immortal Berserker sect's main location. So he had been told by Master Heikel, anyway. That's right. But those aren't mountain peaks. Those are towers. It'll make more sense as we get closer. Barrett kept watch as they approached, and found it did become clear rather quickly. Though the structure took up the entire width of what he could see in front of him, it was rather much shorter. If walls over 100 meters high could be called short, anyway. He supposed that was only the case if one compared them to mountains, and even mountains didn't rise so suddenly from the surrounding area. What Barrett had thought were slopes of the mountains were actually just buildings he was seeing behind the walls and the towers. He could see them, which meant the buildings were taller than the 100 meters of the walls. Some of them much taller. You said it was a big city. It is. Master Heikel nodded. Is it? Barrett kept blinking to see if what he saw would change. I would have called Durham a big city, but if I do that, what is this? Another big city, Master Heikel grinned. It's not actually quite as big as it looked. It's only about 10 miles in each direction. Enough to support a population of 5 million, plus another million or so people passing through at any one time. Barrett looked around, 1 million people passing through. How come there's no one else over here? They weren't actually alone on the road, but there were only a few wagons in sight. That's because there isn't that much in this direction. At least, not much of value. There's often more traffic, but not that much. Master Heikel stroked his chin. By passing through, I include people who stay for a few months to a few years. It's not that many any single day. Oh. How do the buildings get that big? Magic. Mostly magic. Master Heikel grinned. Some of them are made with strong materials, and some are made with good engineering, but most of them are held together by magic. Isn't that bad? Only if the magic fails, Master Heikel shrugged. There are regular inspections for everything, depending on building size. There aren't any significant failures. Especially since all the fighting takes place in the arena. The arena? How much fighting? A whole lot of fighting. 6 million people, many of which are cultivators of various sorts. It results in a lot of fighting. That's why there are 40 stages in the arena. Master Heikel pointed. You can't see it yet, but the arena is in the exact middle of the city. It's about a square mile, but not so tall as some of the other buildings. You'll be able to see it once we're past the walls though. Master Heikel continued. For big events, it can actually hold the whole city, packed in like sand in a jar, and most can't see all the stages, but it can hold them. Not that everyone will come. It can take normal people several hours to reach from the outskirts of the city even without traffic from a large press of people. It's hard to imagine. Barrett looked at some of the buildings. Now that he was closer, he could see they were several times the height of the walls. It was strange to think about something being a few hundred meters tall. It wasn't all that much distance when walking or running, but height was a different matter. I'm sure you'll see it soon enough. There are many excellent events there where you can spar with your peers. It's good for training. Barrett found himself somewhat intimidated. He was fairly confident in himself, but when comparing himself to people who grew up near this sort of thing, he wasn't so sure. Master Heichel, how do you think I compare to those here? Master Heichel shrugged, don't know. Then he laughed, honestly, I haven't been here for a decade. That means anyone in your peer group wouldn't have been anything to speak of at the time. Oh, sure, people still like to say they had this person or that person, but honestly judging someone before they enter puberty is just asking for them to completely change their personality and ruin your expectations. A genius that started practicing magic at that age might be something impressive, or they might have just been very good at grasping the basics. Not that the basics can't bring you a long way, but that's not my point. Master Heichel pointed his finger at Barrett, the point is I don't know. You'll spar with people older than you and younger than you, and then you'll know. Then we'll work on all of the weak points exposed from that, and try again. Until I can beat everyone. Forever. Master Heichel put on a determined face, why would you stop just because you can beat everyone here? Besides, you can always expand your limits to fight those much older. Ah, I almost forgot who I was talking to. Barrett nodded, well, I can't say I'll beat everyone right away, but I won't give up. Good. Master Heichel nodded, now, before we can do all that, we need to get you citizenship. Master Heichel gestured toward the walls, where the road split off to go to several different sized gates, it doesn't have to be right away, but it's easiest to get that started. Fortunately being from the Immortal Berserker sect will make it quick. Relatively. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 90. As they passed through the gates, Barrett saw archers on the walls and guards at the gate, but felt they were rather sparse. Shouldn't there be more of them? Master Heichel shrugged, that's not necessary. There are more guards to be had, but the walls don't need that many all the time. Especially not on this side. Fair enough. Barrett couldn't tell how strong the gate guards were, except that they were probably higher tier than him. At least third. He knew there had to be stronger ones if they were to be useful, since Master Heichel had mentioned the city guards kept things under control. If they didn't have stronger guards, they couldn't handle Master Heichel himself, let alone dozens or hundreds of other at his strength or stronger. Barrett wasn't sure how many there would be, but if the Immortal Berserker sect had a handful of 7th tier members, there had to be even more at 6th and 5th. They weren't the only group in the area, either. Apparently there were quite a few other strong factions. Getting through the gate was easy, Master Heichel just showed his identification and vouched for Barrett and Elmer. You two could have gotten in without me, but it would have been a slower process. It's not like non-citizens aren't permitted into the city. That's bad for business. Once Barrett passed through the gates and out of the wall, he found himself surrounded by buildings, and people. Well, the people weren't immediately surrounding him, but he could see huge crowds of them further down the street in front of him. All around him were tall buildings, though he could see a few that were smaller, relatively. Only a handful of stories instead of 10 or more. Barrett squinted, looking down the street. It was wide and straight, until it ran into a building just visible at the edge of his vision. Is that the arena? That's right. The main streets lead right to it, for the sake of convenience among other things. It's one of the few structures that is built off the grid. Well, across it anyway. Barrett just nodded as he looked down the side streets they passed. They were all straight, which meant he could see most of the way down them, and see how many buildings there were in each direction. Does everyone walk? There are far too many people for carriages. They take up too much space, and would just slow things down instead of being faster. A few people use palanquins, but most people go on foot. Master Heichel pointed off into the distance, and it took Barrett a moment to find what he was pointing at or who. Some people fly. Even among magic users, however, it's not that common an ability. Of course, there's a big difference between those who can fly and those who can make use of those abilities in combat. Barrett nodded. That makes sense. Aunher sighed, it would be nice to fly. He flapped his arms, I don't think that's happening though. Seems unlikely, Barrett agreed. You still have to contend with physics. Master Heikel shrugged, not under your own power, but there's always outside assistance. I've heard of devices that allow something like flying, or just magical items. Not that pure body temperers are much into those. It depends, Aunher replied, though of course anything that allows real flying would be rather expensive, I imagine. I'm a bit light on funds, personally. Expensive enough it's not practical for fun, Master Heikel nodded. Here we are. Barrett looked at the building. It looked much like the others. Tall and straight, rather more glass windows than he would have imagined. He supposed glass was cheaper to produce with so many people who could do magic around. It said something about the wealth of the city, but also implied that there wouldn't be much fighting on the streets. At least, Barrett didn't see shattered remnants of glass everywhere. The building had a helpful sign, Streeto East Administrative Offices. They entered to find a front desk, behind which were many hallways indicating what was down them. There were many people waiting in chairs placed strategically throughout the room. Master Heikel gestured toward the chairs, wait here, you two. I need to go to the top floor to find the right guy. I'd rather spend the least amount of time here possible, and it's best not to have you two wandering the halls. Then he ran off at a speed Barrett didn't expect for indoor use, but he supposed that was because everyone he'd known before couldn't move both quickly and safely anyway. Barrett sat in one of the indicated chairs. Simple, wooden, and not terribly comfortable. That would make any waiting less pleasant, but he supposed it also prevented people off the street from coming into to take a break and the chairs were mostly filled up. Barrett realized he hadn't sat still for a long time. In fact, he hadn't sat in a chair much except at meals for the past 4 years and not always at meals. What could he do while waiting? He couldn't train his muscles or anything. That took more space, and less people around he could accidentally hit. With everyone else sitting peacefully, Barrett didn't want to bother them. He supposed he could work on some pure body tempering techniques. Those didn't involve moving, though he didn't want to push himself too hard either. He didn't want to stink up the room with sweat. He started with simple things like increasing and decreasing his heartbeat. He already was quite proficient at that, but more practice wouldn't hurt. From there, he moved on to more obscure things like increasing the flow of blood in one area. That wasn't generally useful, but still useful for training. Hey! Didn't you hear me? I said get up. I want your seat. Barrett opened his eyes to see a skinny young man. He looked around the room. All the seats were taken. He took a moment to go over what was said, then formulated a response. So. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 91. Barrett looked at the young man in front of him who seemed to expect him to give up his seat just because he was asked, no, ordered. You say move, so. So move, the young man's face distorted into a frown, is that so hard to understand? Barrett gestured to the room, just go sit in the floor. There's plenty of space. There's no reason for me to give my seat to you. Huh. You must be new. He pointed to an insignia on the silk shirt he wore, I'm Simon Price, a silver blade. Barrett thought back to what Master Heikel had told him. He recognized the silver blade as the name of a notable faction. Also of note was how well they got along with the Immortal Berserker sect or didn't. So. I'm a member of the Immortal Berserker sect. Go sit on the floor. Perfect, the young man half grinned, but his smile was mirthless, one of those uppity idiots. There was a flicker of light and Barrett found himself with a silver knife pointed at him, but he'd instinctively reached up to grab the wrist. Back off. Barrett only held his wrist lightly, ready to squeeze if necessary, but also ready to let go if he stepped back. There was another flicker and a second blade appeared, and Barrett's hand grabbed the other wrist. Then he simultaneously snapped both of them. A moment later, Barrett felt a terrible foreboding feeling wash over him, and the pain of a knife in his heart. Then the pain was gone, but the feeling grew stronger. It was terrifying enough that Barrett jumped out of his chair, back and to the side, covering his chest with his forearms. Barrett couldn't actually see what was happening, but he felt something sharp pierce into his arms, through his arms, and into his chest. As he continued his backwards momentum, the blade tore itself out of his chest and forearms. His mind caught up to what had happened, and he saw an old woman in front of him clutching a bloody dagger. Latched onto her wrist was Alnher, and Barrett knew if he hadn't stopped her arm the dagger would have pierced all the way through his heart. Old hag! Barrett was almost knocked off his feet by the shout and he heard windows shatter. Then Master Heikel was in front of him. How dare you lay hands on my disciple? The old woman flicked her wrist and stepped back, glaring at Master Heikel. He broke my disciple's wrists. For that, he should die. You attacked my disciple, for that, you should die. Barrett felt that foreboding feeling again, but it was less terrifying this time. That was because it wasn't directed toward him. However, he could almost see the old woman's head being torn off and her neck spouting blood everywhere. Then, the feeling was gone. Master Heikel's voice lowered, and his voice steadied. I could kill you right now, and nobody could stop me. But you're too afraid of the consequences. A coward, the old woman grinned, showing yellow and black teeth. But I won't, because the Immortal Berserker sect follows the law, unlike the Silver Blade. Don't even pretend that your disciple didn't initiate the dispute. So I'll give you a choice. Bet my life versus yours in a match in the arena, or subject yourself to the penalties of the law. Humph. You think I'm a fool? I'll not throw away my life in a fight against you in the arena. For all that your sect lacks. I admit you have strength. Me versus you. Master Heikel shook his head. No, that wouldn't be fair. After all, you're so old and decrepit, but never even made it to 5th tier. No, I see your disciple is 2nd tier, just like mine is. I suggest that in a month, we have them fight, with our own lives on the line. The old woman looked at Barrett, and especially his bleeding forearms. 1 month. Deal. She turned toward a corner of the room. You hear that? 1 month from now exactly, set in stone. A tall figure clad in armor stepped out. I hear. What of the participants themselves? The young man from the Silver Blade glanced at the old woman, who nodded. I accept. Barrett looked down at his forearms. The dagger had gone all the way through, tearing up muscles in both directions. It had even gone through the tendons. He couldn't even grip his hands into fists. Agreed. Then it is set. The figure who had been in hiding declared, 1 month from this day, there shall be a death match in the arena between these two, with the lives of their respective masters on the line. The old woman brushed past Master Heikel, nearly dragging her apprentice behind her by the elbow. Until then. Heikel. Alnher waited for a few moments. Shouldn't you bandage that or something? Barrett continued to look at his arms and sighed. I used to have magic bandages. Master Heikel shook his head. It wasn't really a good look on you. Then he tossed Barrett over his shoulder. Let's get that looked at. Buildings flew by, then a few minutes later Barrett found him with sewed-up arms. The doctor shook his head and clicked his tongue. That kind of wound is going to need months and some special medicine to heal. Don't use your hands until then. He's one of the Immortal Berserker sect, Master Heikel pointed out. The doctor shook his head. You think I can't tell that? I had to get out my special needles and I could already see the flesh wriggling around trying to heal. Barrett frowned. He couldn't see anything of the sort, but maybe he just hadn't looked close enough. That's why I didn't say his hands will never work again. I know you have access to the right sorts of medicine, and that this kid is mid-2nd tier of your methods. Remember, several months, or you risk them never working again. Oh. Barrett looked at his wrists. Thank you for the help. Master Heichel paid the doctor, and they left. So, can you win with just your feet? Probably. Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't think he got to show off his full abilities. Barrett sighed. I should have crushed his wrists into powder. Don't worry about it. It was more appropriate to hold back, even against our enemies. Excessive self-defense still carries with it some punishments. Almher shook his head. I can't imagine that old hag knew what would happen. Why would she risk the consequences? It was likely clear Barrett was a competent disciple, Master Heichel explained, and since we're not on good terms, killing him or crippling him probably seemed like a good idea. Maybe she thought she could escape right away. The sect would have declared she went rogue but would have rewarded her. Master Heichel shrugged, or maybe she just really liked that disciple, but I doubt it. I haven't heard good things about her. Master Heichel stroked his chin. Also, what give you the right to call someone old? Me. Almher waved a hand in front of his face, revealing a smooth face unblemished by wrinkles. I am but a young, handsome man. Then he relaxed his control, and the wrinkles returned. Besides, old hags are old hags, even if they aren't particularly older than oneself. Almher looked down at Barrett. So, in the interest of you not having to fight with your feet, I think it's time to try some suddenly extremely practical training. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 92. Based on the size of Streeto, Barrett had expected the Immortal Berserker sect to be bigger. Instead, something he would have previously called a small city seemed smaller. There were only a few tall buildings visible over the walls. On the other hand, if he compared it to the Raging Fire sect, it was bigger and more impressive, except for the location. The sect was just on some flat land, instead of at the top of a mountain. Can't people easily climb over the walls? Barrett asked. Though they were over 10 meters tall, that was all. They also didn't have perfectly smooth surfaces. Master Heichel laughed. It might look like that, but anyone who tries it will have a very bad time. We hired out for all sorts of magic junk on the walls, including stuff to keep people from flying in. Just in case. Besides, if we just leave the gate open, people will probably be stupid enough to fight us there. The gates in question were around 4 meters tall, twice the height of a person. That made them large, but not overly so. Any taller was unnecessary even for horses with riders, unless they planned to have giants come visit, though they could already fit some of the smaller varieties. Master Heichel pointed at the gate. The 2 guards there are mostly for show. We have someone more qualified in surveillance watching for anyone that might be a problem, ready to raise the alarm or close the gates. Not usually necessary, because even silver blades aren't dumb enough to try to get in. Plus, we're still under the laws of Streeto, so nobody really wants to attack this place. Still, being careful never hurt. As they approached the gate, Master Heichel pulled out his identification. One of the guards nodded and greeted them. Welcome back, Master Heichel. A look of recognition showed up on his face. It's been quite some time. You act like nobody expected me to come back. The guard scratched the back of his head. Well, you've been gone a decade. The messages let us know you were alive, but the other masters talked about the impossible task you'd set for yourself, and how you'd never give up on it even if it was impossible. But here you are, back. Master Heichel shrugged. Well, they were right. I wasn't going to give up. Speaking of which, this is Barrett, my apprentice. Also, this is Almher, the training consultant. The guard offered his hand to Barrett. Always good to meet a new member. Barrett shook the first guard's hand, and realized just how many hand-shaking muscles were connected to his forearm, grimacing. Oh, sorry. Should have asked about injuries. I should have expected you to be training on the road. Barrett shrugged. I didn't think about it either. The other guard offered his other hand for Barrett to shake with his left, but Barrett pulled up his sleeve, showing off his injury. "Ooh, that looks painful." Master Heiko laughed, "It's worse than it looks too." Then he clapped Barrett on the back, "Come, let's get you settled in." Barrett didn't like the fact that he had holes in his forearms. That was not how they were supposed to be, and even if they were all stitched up, he still knew that there was a hole all the way through just waiting to get out. Normally, healing wasn't a very active process. At most he had to take some medicine or get a salve rubbed on him. Other than that, nothing was the only thing he did when trying to recover. Now, however, he was trying to actively recover. It still mostly involved sitting around not moving, but with a lot more effort involved. As for whether it was doing any good, he couldn't tell. He knew what he was trying to do, but he couldn't really see whether it was happening or not. Unlike breathing or heartbeat, there wasn't anything he could measure, at least not over a short period of time. "Your body is constantly repairing itself," Aunha repeated, "all over, every little part. What you are trying to do is concentrate all of that in a single area, or most of it." Barrett knew that, but it was hard to do it, and to avoid thinking about the fact that bodies didn't work like that. One thing that was definitely sticking, however, was not using everything. He didn't want to draw all of something from one part of the body. If he could transfer durability, which he couldn't, a part without any of it would collapse under its own weight, or any strain from anything else. That didn't sound like a pretty sight. Instead, the point was to draw most of what he wanted from all throughout his body. Perhaps 80 or 90% in most cases. Barrett tried to focus all his healing on his right forearm. Most of it. He tried not to draw any from his left forearm, and he tried to leave some for at least the basic needs of the rest of his body. Even if he took 95% of the healing from other places, they would still heal slightly faster than the normal rate since he had passed 32 destructions. That was enough for them to keep up with normal functionality, if not damage caused by berserk energy. If he could concentrate all of that healing on his right arm, he would heal over 1,000 times normal speed. Unfortunately, he couldn't see himself healing. At that speed, it would be visible. A minute and a half would be approximately a day's worth of healing. Barrett couldn't see that, and therefore he hadn't reached that point. He wasn't sure whether he had done anything except make himself tired. He certainly couldn't see any wriggling like the doctor had mentioned, but that was probably a problem of eyes. Barrett's eyes weren't bad, they just weren't amazing like Master Heiko's, or apparently the doctor who had stitched his arms up starting from the inside. He supposed that sort of ability would be very useful when dealing with the sorts of injuries cultivator types would get up to. After a day of effort, Barrett didn't notice any significant improvement in healing. In fact, even his normal healing seemed rather slow, but he supposed that was because the wounds weren't an easy type to recover from. It would be half a year of healing or more to recover superficially, with all the flesh knit together but not really healed. That equated to a week or two. Based on how long it had taken to grow back an arm, it could take several more before actually being healed, and that meant he wouldn't be fully recovered for the duel unless he had some success with his pure body tempering. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 93. Barrett wished he had asked for 2 months. 1 month was an optimal projection, and he should have known better. In the heat of the moment, he thought that it wouldn't matter. He thought could defeat Simon. That was the guy's name. He thought he could defeat him with just his legs. But of course, that was based on a small evaluation of his abilities, and an extremely biased sample. He would certainly be more dangerous when he was prepared. Unfortunately, it was a little late to back out now, so Barrett would just have to win. It wasn't just his life on the line, but Master Heiko's. Though, the fact that Master Heikel had brought it up at all suggested he thought Barrett could win. Was this a good idea? Master Heikel laughed, too late to think about that now. Go out there and kill that guy. That will justify a good reward from the sect, too. Barrett sighed. Speaking of the Immortal Berserker sect, he hadn't actually met many members yet. He'd been too busy trying to recover, and most of the opportunities to meet people were sparring. A number of people came by to see Master Heikel. When they heard about his life being on the line on a duel that Barrett would be the participant in, they looked over Barrett as if judging him. They didn't say anything negative, in fact most of them said, "Good luck," but it was still very awkward. That awkwardness had continued as a large group of members came with them to the arena. After all, the lives of one of their important members and Barrett were on the line. It made sense for them to come watch. Barrett looked down at his armor. Well, I'd better get out there. It was his responsibility anyway, even if he wasn't entirely at fault for the whole situation. Barrett hadn't looked at the arena when he approached. Not really, anyway. He'd been too engrossed in his thoughts. Thus, he only really saw how big the structure was from the inside. There was a large fighting arena in the center, an area nearly 100 meters on a side. Somewhat back from that were the stands. They looked almost empty, like no one was in attendance, until Barrett's eyes processed an individual person. With that being one person, there could easily have been thousands of people watching. This was just one of the arenas, too, and there were 40 of them. Barrett's eyes finally found Simon. He was a tiny speck in the distance. Barrett supposed he was the same to Simon. As he entered the arena, a voice boomed out, "Participants, to your positions." Barrett had already been informed where his position was, though the arena had marking as well. There were 2 spots in the center, about 20 meters apart. That was already a huge space, but the arena around it seemed to continue on forever. Barrett thought they could have had just as many duels at once as the tournament he'd been in, all in this one arena, with room to spare. Barrett reached his spot. He saw Simon preparing to say something, but the voice came again, "Ready. Begin." Barrett ran forward. He would have already had his weapon out, if he'd even brought one. Simon threw something, needles or small knives, Barrett couldn't tell. They probably couldn't penetrate his armor, but Barrett dodged them just in case. It didn't take much movement. Though Simon threw weapons as Barrett approached, that didn't mean he wasn't comfortable in melee combat. He held his position as Barrett continued to move forward, drawing his knives once Barrett was close. Barrett lashed out with a kick, and Simon dodged, slashing at the back of his leg. Barrett twisted his leg slightly, and the dagger bounced harmlessly off of his greaves. Simon grinned, "Arms not healed. How unfortunate for you." Barrett said nothing, but once more wished he'd powderized Simon's wrists instead of breaking them cleanly. He continued with another kick, adjusting his arms to keep his balance. Simon continued to dodge, seemingly with ease, though Barrett knew any of his kicks would flatten his ribcage if it was a solid hit, and break something even if he just barely connected. Then Barrett had another premonition. He leaned, tilting his neck out of the way. Even so, he felt a small line of blood. The attack had been so fast he hadn't even seen Simon move for the last part. Even encased in armor like that, you have weak points. Simon grinned, completely confident, "You're just not fast enough." Barrett said nothing, lashing out with another kick, and this time, his boot scraped past Simon's face, drawing a line of blood. It wasn't a serious injury, but it was a moral victory. "You're pretty slow yourself." Barrett said that, but he felt himself slowing down as well. His vision was blurring, not much, but just enough to notice. Poison. That wasn't unexpected, and as this was a fight to the death, it was even allowed in the rules. He just hadn't expected a tiny scratch to affect him so much. Barrett proceeded cautiously but continued his attacks. His legs had more reach than a dagger, even if he did have to be careful for the weak points in his armor, sometimes retreating quickly as Simon stepped in. Then there was another premonition. This time, it was the other side of his neck. Even with the feelings warning him, he was a half step too late to avoid the rapid attack completely, getting another scratch on the right side of his neck. Simon grinned, "Far, far too slow." Barrett sighed. He wished he knew a way to remove poison, but unfortunately he hadn't advanced far enough to do that. His strong body would help significantly, but the effects were only getting worse with 2 wounds. He felt a bit slower, and his vision blurred more, but he also thought something felt weird. Then he saw it. Simon's daggers didn't have any blood on them. Furthermore, he'd kept close track of his movements. Coupled with the feelings he'd had, Barrett realized what was going on. He just didn't know what he could do about it. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 94. Barrett faced off against Simon. Blood trickled from the wounds on his neck, poison flowed through his veins, and Barrett didn't even have a weapon to use. Simon saw Barrett staggering from the poison and pressed the attack. Barrett barely managed to fend him off, using his arms to parry. He took a step back. Then, there was another premonition. Barrett wasn't sure what was causing them, but they were quite helpful. Now that he knew it wasn't an isolated incident, he could ask Master Heikel about them, assuming he lived through his current battle. Barrett couldn't move to the side fast enough to avoid the mysterious attack, so he turned and stepped forward and into the attack. He felt a piercing pain in the side of his neck, complete with a new dose of poison entering his veins, but he continued to stagger toward Simon. Simon took a stance and slashed at both sides of Barrett's neck with his daggers, right where the armor had been penetrated. However, he found his daggers suddenly stopped. Barrett gripped down tight on Simon's wrists. "You can use your arms. They're healed." Like 80–90%, Barrett responded, as he pulled his arms back and Simon with it. Barrett's armored head slammed into Simon's more lightly armored head with a loud crunch that involved both the crushing of his skull and the snapping of his neck. "Damned cheater," Barrett said as he collapsed to the ground, his hand clutching at the needle in his neck. Barrett's muscles couldn't move, and he couldn't see, but his ears worked just fine. He heard the old hag from the silver blade screeching. Maybe she was trying to say something, but she seemed to have issues. Barrett even heard the sound of metal bouncing off of metal, and was glad that Master Heikel had blocked for him. Then he heard the voice of the figure who had blocked the needles, that 6 counts of violation of the sanctity of the arena. Barrett recognized that it was not Master Heikel, but the one who had announced the start of the match. Normally, any interference would result in your death, but your life is already forfeit as a result of this match, so instead the penalties to your sect will be doubled and your possessions will go to the aggrieved. That is a total 120 years of sanctions against the Silver Blades. Any further action will result in the arrest of all Silver Blade members in attendance. Barrett really wished he could see what was going on, but he couldn't even lift his head, and he could barely even see the floor 2 inches from his face. Idly, he thought about pushing poison out of his body. Wait, there was still a needle. Could he move his neck muscles? No. Then again. Alnher said that when a pure body temperer was told no, they should double their efforts. He was going to move the needle out of his neck. Barrett couldn't hear what happened next, but he did hear the referee's response. "Very well, we shall have those involved check the bodies for legitimacy. Bring her body here." Barrett wondered if the poison could kill him. It probably could do that. However, it wasn't the coughing up blood type of poison, so maybe it wouldn't. Or maybe his heart would stop beating. Barrett heard feet approaching, and Master Heikel's voice, "Which one of these is the antidote?" "That vial there," came a strangely familiar voice. Then Barrett felt his helmet being pulled off, and the needle in his neck was pulled out sharply, and Master Heikel's hands rubbing something on his neck wounds. "Drink this." The foul-smelling liquid almost smelled like poison, but perhaps that was how antidotes worked. Barrett coughed, but got the liquid down. He tried to speak, but could barely even move his lips. "Don't try to speak. That antidote will only stop further damage, you'll have to recover from the other effects on your own." Aha! It was the crazy doctor. "Stieber. Will he be all right?" another voice asked. This time it was a woman. "Shanta. It's just Moon Lily," Dr. Stieber answered. "Just Moon Lily?" Shanta emphasized, "And that guy there just had his face bashed in and his neck snapped backwards a quarter turn." Barrett heard her kneeling down next to him. "How are you, Barrett?" "Well, I know you can't talk, but hey. At least this time you don't have even a single spear through you." Barrett felt a hand patting his forehead. You'll be fine. I think. Barrett thought he preferred injuries that made him pass out. Unfortunately, this one didn't involve enough pain or blood loss for that. Instead, he just had to lay there, doing nothing as everyone around him did everything, which was the same as in the other cases, but this time he was aware of it. "Good job, Barrett," came a semi-familiar voice, as his hand was picked up and shaken. Then another and another, all members of the Immortal Berserker sect. As he was picked up and carried, Alnher gave him a few helpful tips. "You can stop the poison from flowing through your blood. You could have. Just need the right trick." Alnher went over the various ways it felt to accomplish that. "As you are now, the damage is done, so just focus on recovery, I guess. No point in putting any real effort in that, though, because your entire body needs it. Can't pull that from nothing." Barrett would have at least liked to be able to see or talk or something, but he was comforted by the fact that he wasn't in any significant pain. He would have a lot of questions for people once he could talk. He could guess the answer to some of them, but he wouldn't know for sure until he asked. However, he couldn't talk, so he idly thought about becoming immune to poisons. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 95. "You can't," Master Heichel said from the chair next to Barrett's bed. "Why not?" "I thought it was possible," Barrett answered from his bed. "The book said you could develop an immunity to a poison." Master Heichel shook his head. "A poison, yes. Not poison in general. They all work differently. There's no magical solution to be immune to all of them, unless you count not getting poisoned to begin with." Master Heichel stroked his chin for a few moments. "However, that doesn't mean you can't work on some of them." He pulled out a small ball. "This is 100 poisons pill. It contains 100 poisons. Somewhere around 50 common but dangerous poisons," Master Heichel finished. "Did an idiot name them? 100 sounds better than 50-ish. Master Heichel shook his head. "Anyway, this is technically yours." "Uh-huh. So do I eat it?" "No way. That would be stupid. These are serious poisons. You can dilute it into a huge tub of water and drink that over a week or two." "Oh, okay. Why do I own a poison pill?" "It belonged to that old hag from the Silver Blades." "Ah, does she have a name?" Master Heichel shrugged. "I dunno, probably. She probably did, anyway. Now she's dead." "Oh yeah, I have a lot of other questions," Barrett remembered. "I just was thinking about that other thing last." "Like. Master Heichel held up a hand. "Why don't I just start filling you in on what I know, and we'll see if there's anything else. This pill is yours, along with the rest of her stuff, because she cheated in the arena. To answer your most likely directly related questions, yes, we did notice her cheating. The referee was on moderately good terms with us, but we suspected they might cheat. She didn't seem to care much about the consequences when it came to her disciple. The reason for that," Master Heichel paused for a moment, "is related to this pill. Simon was a special fellow, like you. He had 1,000 poisons body." "Is that dash?" "It has nothing to do with 1,000 poisons. Well, not the actual number. Also, I slightly lied about not being able to be immune to all poisons, because people like him mostly are. They can also reproduce most poison they've been exposed to. A pretty useful fellow to have anywhere, but especially in an assassin's guild. Why are they even allowed in the city?" Master Heichel shrugged. "Because it's hard to prove that each and every one of them is involved in assassinations. In fact, they only rarely get caught, exceptions being when their emotions are inflamed because of favored disciples. That's why she was stupid and attacked you when you broke his wrists. Their type typically trained to suppress emotions rather than deal with them properly." Master Heichel shifted his position in the chair. "Anyway, we let her attack multiple times to get the Silver Blades in more trouble. The first one we couldn't have stopped anyway, and she was at least trying for a subtle effect. Maybe she didn't think there would be a highly qualified referee for a duel between two second-tier kids, or maybe she didn't think at all. Either way, now the Silver Blades are in a bad position. Because everything was related to a duel, they can't take any sort of overt action against us, and any covert actions will automatically be assumed to be them, resulting in a thorough searching of their headquarters. That was why they killed her. She was just causing more trouble for them. Did I hear something about 120 years of sanctions? They're very serious about the sanctity of the arena here. Also, 10 years wouldn't have been that bad for them, which is why we let her continue to attack. Then you dodged into the needle. I needed to make sure people could see it, and that it didn't come from Simon. Oh, they saw it all right. Master Heikel grinned. It made the whole process easier. Otherwise, they might have gotten away with 10 to 20 years at most. It was damn stupid to do that, by the way. Master Heikel frowned. Actually, how did you do that? I just sort of felt they were coming, you know. It happened the first time too, with my arms. Barrett held up his arms, which still weren't quite fully healed. Master Heikel looked at Barrett, and then glared. Barrett could feel his head being smashed by a fist through his face, and he jumped back. Except he couldn't, because he was lying in bed and couldn't even jump. So instead he twitched and flopped. Oh ho. You really felt it. Master Heikel clapped. That's killing intent. No, it doesn't always have any relation to killing. After all, in the arena she couldn't kill you directly. That would have been too obvious. However, if you just got a bit slower and weaker and Simon killed you, Master Heikel shrugged. Anyway, she couldn't have guessed you could sense it, or she would have suppressed it. It usually takes a number of life and death fights and near-death experiences to develop. But you're a bit abnormally high on those for your age. Even for someone from the Immortal Berserker sect. Oh. So, what do I do with it? Predict enemy moves, Master Heikel shrugged, but it's not foolproof. I mean, you jumped back when I didn't really intend to do anything. Still, it's better to be able to sense it than not. With some practice, you can pick out the real among the fake, and get something even if it's suppressed. For the moment, it will be a pretty big advantage against people your age. Except in most spars, because if they aren't actually intending real harm, it's much more muted. Sounds complicated. It is. Anyway, I actually just came here to check if you were awake, because someone is here to see you. Master Heikel got up and went to the door. Who? Barrett's question was answered when Reyna slipped past Master Heikel and into the room. You've barely even been in this city a month, and you've almost gotten yourself killed, twice? Barrett shrugged. 1.5, at most. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 96. Reyna complained to Barrett, I didn't even hear you were back in town until we heard about the duel. Second-tier duels aren't uncommon, but when the lives of higher-tier people are on the line, people talk. But, well, it's you. I hear you didn't even last a day in the city before getting into trouble. Barrett paused, I overestimated the safety that Streeto would provide. Though I did consider my actions before getting into the conflicts. Simon started throwing his weight around the moment we met, such as it was. However, he was second tier, just like me, and from the Silver Blades. I wasn't going to go along with him with that attitude even if he wasn't from one of our enemies. Humph, Reyna shook her head, the disciples of the wind aren't exactly friends with the Silver Blade either, but we don't start fights in public. Not much point in getting them in trouble if you die from poison. I may have provoked him a little, but he initiated the whole encounter and drew a weapon. That fight was happening no matter what. It's not my fault. I didn't tattoo "fight me" onto my forehead or anything. Barrett felt his forehead, got a mirror. Maybe Master Heikel did it at some point. Reyna leaned forward and brushed back Barrett's bangs. Nope, still just says I'm a stupid reckless idiot. I maintain that this time was primarily not my fault. I wouldn't even be in bed if that old hag didn't cheat. How am I supposed to predict that? Well, they are scum, but not the kind of scum that like city sanctions against them. She's just lucky they aren't a necromancer group so they could punish her after death. Bleh. Barrett made a face. I'm glad there aren't any necromancers in Streeto. I don't want to get my soul ripped out. How do you even fight that? Kill them before they do it, came the answer from outside the door. Damn it, Master Heikel, are you just eavesdropping? The door swung open. Don't be silly. Master Heikel entered carrying a tray piled high with food. I don't have to worry about Reyna assassinating you or anything. I just brought lunch. Well, Reyna said, I don't want to interrupt this feast. Come visit sometime you aren't injured, okay? After she walked out of the room, Barrett grabbed the first sandwich. It's not like I choose to be injured. Most of the time. Master Heikel shrugged, you only had to make that choice once, and now you're stuck with it. Ugh. Barrett grimaced. He finished the first sandwich, then said, I'm still pretty weak, aren't I? Poison is one of our big weaknesses. If it didn't start with a surprise attack or involve poison, you could probably kill that old hag in a straight-up fight. Unfortunately, that's not the type of fighting they prefer to do. However, you will find yourself in those situations. How should you deal with it? Don't get in the situation to begin with. Barrett finished his second sandwich. A good option, to be sure. Other options include being strong enough to kill them and get to somewhere you can recover from their poisons. Or you can start the fight, and win before they can do anything. Of course, we're not murderers. It's acceptable to kill anyone trying to kill you, or those you care about, or innocent people. However, you're not to kill people for money. Bounties on criminals don't count there, but consider the crimes involved and who posted the bounties. Some cities don't mind putting bounties on people who don't deserve it if they're paid enough. Streeto is pretty good at verifying crimes, but they have made mistakes in the past. It is a place run by humans, after all. Well, people, anyway. Not only humans. I haven't seen any non-humans. You probably have, but there are some people who look very much like humans. Still, it's mostly humans around these parts. Anyway, back to my point. If you're certain that someone is going to try to kill you, it's also not a problem. They don't necessarily have to have drawn a weapon or sworn on their mother's grave to kill you, but just be certain. Even if cultivators tacitly agree to victory by strength and the idea of might makes right, that doesn't mean we have to lower ourselves to just those standards. But, if you do need to kill someone, you better damn well do it before they kill you. I've heard most of this before, Barrett nodded. The tray was empty. Barrett didn't have enough room in his stomach for all of that food, but he had picked up a few tricks from Almher. It wasn't quite to the same degree, but he could scarf down a lot of food in a short time. I know. It's just important. So, how's your healing going? I'll be able to walk around tomorrow. Barrett looked at his arms. I can't really try accelerating my wounds healing right now, but after my body works better I was thinking I could test some things out to see if I'm succeeding. Good plan. Results you can see and quantify are useful. As predicted, Barrett was walking around the next day. His body was still a bit sluggish, but he could see properly and move well enough. He found a nice place to sit. There were a lot of nice gardens in the Immortal Berserker sect. Barrett realized he should probably take the time to introduce himself to more people, but he could do that once he was capable of sparring again. It wouldn't be much longer. Then, Barrett pulled out a dagger and pressed it into his thumb. He pressed harder, but with measured force, until he finally got a small wound, just barely dripping blood. Then he sat and watched it for over an hour, with an hourglass measuring time at his side. It was very tedious, but there wasn't much else he could do without skewing the results even more than they already would be. Then Barrett did it again, concentrating on healing his wounds the second time, to see if there were any results. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 97. There was a noticeable difference the second time Barrett pricked his finger. As he concentrated on healing it, he didn't notice the passage of time as much, but still kept close watch on the hourglass. However, his finger was healed before the hourglass was even halfway drained. That meant he was successful. He had healed at least 3 times as quickly. That was good, but also not as impressive as it sounded. Sure, it was 3 times multiplied with his 30-ish times, but it was still only very limited success. A small prick was only a minuscule amount of his body. Aunher could recover it more quickly, with his base healing speed being around that of a normal human. In fact, for something that size Aunher could heal it nearly as quickly as Master Heikel. Well, on the same order of magnitude anyway, somewhere around 10,000 times. Less than a minute of healing in either case, though Master Heikel was a handful of times quicker. The most important thing to Barrett was that he'd only unleashed a very small part of that potential. Larger wounds would be able to have much less healing decreases, but at least now he knew he was doing something. Now that he was sure he was actually doing something, he could work on improving it. After he ate something. Healing was hungry work. Barrett was finally fully healed about a month and a half after coming to Streeto. During most of that time he'd been cooped up in his room. He did eat in the mess hall sometimes, but often his food was brought to him. Because of that, he hadn't really interacted with many people in the sect. Now that he was healed, he was heading to one of the training areas. The Immortal Berserker sect might have been small compared to Streeto, but it was still the size of a small city, with thousands of people. Since it wasn't just a city but a martial sect, there were a number of different training grounds throughout, focusing on different areas and levels of attainment. Most of the places for sparring were just open fields with markers designating different sections. Barrett had heard there were different terrains, but for basic sparring and practicing techniques, relatively flat ground was good even if somewhat unrealistic outside of official matches. Once Barrett got close, he followed the sounds of fighting to the entrance of a large, walled area. The walls were mostly for a designation of what areas were to be used for sparring instead of keeping people in or out of the area. Barrett entered and looked around. He saw a number of people sparring in heavy padded armor, with training weapons. While many of the weapons were made of wood, they were probably heavy woods, bronzewood or other something similar. They wouldn't hit quite so hard as metal weapons, and they had no edges to cut, but that didn't mean people couldn't still get a broken arm. If they were careless, it could be worse. There were over a dozen pairs sparring, and Barrett's eyes fixed on one pair. The larger of the two, around Barrett's size, had a spear held in 2 hands. Meanwhile, the smaller one was a good 15 centimeters shorter and held a hammer in one hand. Barrett's eyes had flicked past a few lower-level spars before lingering on that one. The larger figure thrust with their spear, but in small jabs instead of committing to a serious attack. This kept the smaller figure from closing in, but they moved with agility, stepping around the thrusts or parrying with the hammer. Then the larger figure, a woman, Barrett could see as he got closer, thrust her spear in a powerful attack. Barrett thought he would have grabbed the spear and move in, but he saw the smaller man hook his hammer around the shaft and slide along as he moved forward. Barrett could see why he was willing to lock up his only weapon instead of using his free hand. He didn't have a free hand, only having his right arm. As he moved in, the larger woman swung the haft of the spear like it was a staff, crashing it into his side, while at the same time his hammer also hit her in the ribs. There was the sound of splintering wood as they both staggered back, their weapons ruined. Barrett had sensed the infusion of berserk energy into their attacks, not terribly large amounts, but enough that it had weakened the wood. They both stood clutching their sides, but then the woman laughed loudly. "Looks like we might have to move up in sparring equipment." Barrett could hear some pain in her voice, but it didn't stop her from grinning. The man just nodded. "Yes." He looked down at his side. "I am done for the day." He walked toward the exit and Barrett. He glanced over Barrett as he approached, then frowned. Barrett looked away. It probably wasn't polite to stare at his missing arm. His attention was caught by the woman yelling toward him, "Hey! You're a new face. Wanna spar? Barrett walked closer. He wasn't particularly accustomed to having a conversation at shouting distance. Even Master Heikel usually approached to normal speaking range. Barrett could feel that she and her opponent were both at the third tier. Probably early third tier, but that was still a significant advantage. On the other hand, fighting people stronger than him would benefit Barrett. Once he was within proper speaking distance, Barrett answered, I would love to spar, but shouldn't you heal up first? You don't want to make your side worse. We can try tomorrow. Barrett didn't mind sparring with injuries, but broken ribs were an exception. The woman shook her head, removing her arm from her ribs. We don't have to wait that long. Just gimme a 5-minute break or so. She reached out her hand, I'm Katia, by the way. Barrett shook her hand, and her grip was every bit as firm as he'd expected from her size. Barrett. As he said his name, Katia's eyes sparkled and she actually jumped in excitement. Oh ho! It is you. I have an immortal body too. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 98. Barrett wasn't the type to go shouting about having an immortal body, but he supposed it didn't exactly need to be kept secret. Especially in the Immortal Berserker sect, everyone was supposed to be allies. Oh, wonderful. Barrett couldn't think of anything more intelligent to declare to this woman's loud declaration. Katia, he thought she'd said. Katia clapped her hands together, smiling, why don't you go put on some training armor over there? By the time you're done I'll probably be ready to spar. As Barrett put on the padding, he realized it would be possible to almost completely eliminate injuries during sparring, with training weapons and real armor, but it intentionally wasn't that way. After all, part of the Immortal Berserker training methods required getting injured and healing to train toughness. However, there was still heavy padding and such because it also wouldn't do to be too injured. More importantly, not everyone could know everyone else's exact level of strength, so mistakes could happen. Barrett knew that nobody wanted to lose more trainees than strictly necessary, and the initial death rates were already high enough. Barrett walked out with a training axe. It was his most familiar weapon because it was Master Heikel's specialty, but he planned to try out some more weapons. Another time. As he walked out, Katia stood up and waved, all right, over here. She had already retrieved a new training spear. The two of them went over the basic rules, just because it was Barrett's first time sparring at the sect. Not that the rules were difficult. Don't aim for the eyes or any other weak points or be prepared to stop your attack short. Only a limited amount of berserk energy was allowed in attacks. They weren't enemies, after all. Katia had already achieved third tier, past 100 destructions. That meant she would be stronger, unless she had been slacking off in training. Either way, they would start slow and Katia would try to match Barrett's strength. Barrett immediately found how hard it was to deal with a spear. The Raging Fire sect had used halberds, but he felt they relied more on strength and their fire energy than on technique. Meanwhile, Katia had plenty of strength and good technique. Barrett couldn't take a step forward without getting at least a potential bruise on his ribs. He could choose to not move closer, but then he wouldn't even have a chance to attack. Barrett managed to knock aside her spearhead. She couldn't put as much force on the far end as he could. That was his chance to step in, but then the haft of the spear was swinging towards him. He only avoided it because he had seen her do it before. All he managed was a slight hit to her leg as he had to swing while retreating. He considered that he could probably break the spear, but that wasn't the point of the spar. Besides, feeling the weight of the bronzewood, he knew it was much tougher than it had looked like when Katia broke her previous spear. Barrett tried to focus on predicting her motions. A stab with a spear seemed simple, but a small movement on her end could make it end up in any number of places. If Barrett predicted it, he could find another opening, and hopefully he would be more successful in his attacks. He concentrated, watching her movements and trying to sense that elusive feeling of killing intent. As Master Heikel had said, it wasn't always related to killing, but rather just to the attacks. It could be faked or hidden, but if properly distinguished it could help predict attacks. He thought he could sense something, but it was faint. Unlike the attacks from the old hag, which were extremely threatening and filled with hatred, Barrett almost wanted to close his eyes, but that would give him only a single chance to succeed. Then, he felt it. It started with gathering of berserk energy. There was nothing subtle about it, like shouting out that an attack was coming. It was just where the attack was coming that was a bit harder to discern. Even so, he felt it. At the same time as Katia thrust, Barrett swayed to his left and dashed inward. His axe came down and onto her upper arm. Then Barrett felt the pain on his side as they both stepped back from the engagement. Barrett looked down at his right side. There was a streak of blood, which was rather exceptional, considering the spear was not sharp and so much padding and armor had been in the way. Even Katia's berserk energy hadn't been sharp so much as blunt, but the force of it moving along his ribs had been sufficient to cause tearing, and probably a couple broken ribs. Meanwhile, Katia was cradling her upper right arm. "Ha! That was a good one. We should go again when you heal." Barrett nodded. "That was an excellent spar. Tomorrow, then." "Ha!" Katia tilted her head. Then she pressed on her arm, and Barrett heard it snap back into place, a sound he was too familiar with. "Why do we have to wait that long?" "Well, I still need to heal, so." Katia frowned. "But don't you have an immortal body too?" "I do, but, Barrett shook his head. "I think there's been a misunderstanding. I have a different type that helps with smoothly healing tougher wounds, not healing speed." Barrett could have said he had a true immortal body, but that would definitely have sounded like bragging. While a little bit of bragging here or there wasn't terrible, Barrett thought it should be about what one had actually accomplished instead of advantages one was born with. Saying he was the type of person the immortal berserker style was made for would definitely be bragging, especially since he had only barely tied in a spar where she was holding back. Sure, Katia was probably a bit older than him, but not that much. "Oh." Katia looked a bit disappointed, then brightened back up. "Well, next time then. You seem to have pretty good combat experience." "Not that I'd expect differently from someone who got into a death match on their first day in the streeto." Barrett shrugged. "That was only like, half my fault, at most. I also hadn't really intended for it to go that far." The Immortal Berserker Chapter 99. Alnher fit in well at the Immortal Berserker sect. They had been looking for a pure body temperer to learn from for some time, but all of the competent ones were both rare and secretive. The Immortal Berserker sect wasn't the type to force people to teach them what they wanted, so Alnher's help was greatly appreciated. Pure body tempering techniques were often inferior to techniques using energy. If Barrett had learned how, he could have destroyed the poison in his body with properly applied berserk energy. Even so, energy wasn't the best at any sort of creative process, and berserk energy even less so. It was also possible to run out or find oneself in an area where use of cultivated energy would be inadvisable. Quick intake and digestion of food was not a critical skill, but useful. Fine control of the body could provide a necessary edge in battle. However, the thing the Immortal Berserker sect was most interested in was healing. Alnher hadn't shown that it could recover anything that wouldn't heal naturally, but Barrett had already succeeded at applying more healing to a single area. That was especially useful at lower tiers, though it could be applied at higher tiers as well. Master Heikel, as the one to bring him in, was responsible for learning how he could help them. That involved a lot of figuring out what each of the two could do. Alnher had many questions to ask about the Immortal Berserker style, and while the details of it were secret, it wasn't a terribly deep secret. Alnher was a guest master, so it wasn't a problem for him to learn about it. Alnher had rather nice guest chambers, and Master Heikel was there to discuss with him, so, Alnher asked, "You destroy critical components for healing, and if they recover, you heal faster." He stroked his chin. "It's both physical and a bit metaphysical, since each part of the body recovers from injury under its own power. Is it physical enough to benefit from increased healing speed? If so, your training could be many times faster." Master Heikel shrugged. "We'll have to test that. However, there's a limit to how much that can help. For example, even if pure body techniques can be used to heal faster, how much faster? How much of our healing does it actually use? It's certainly not a trivial amount. Master Heichel cleared his throat, that said, even 2 or 3 times faster would certainly speed up our training. That's just not the only factor involved. We still have to train our energy, both in quantity and control. Otherwise, we can't even achieve a proper destruction, and then we can't recover from one. Aunher shook his head. You certainly have a strange style. Even though pure body tempering carries with it some risks, proper precautions diminish those. Yet, you start off with a random chance to die. Master Heichel shrugged, more or less. Perhaps there are factors we haven't figured out yet, but it does not appear to be that way. However, after that our fates are in our own hands. Master Heichel held up a clenched fist. Seizing strength always comes with some sort of risk. Aunher nodded, that's true. Besides, pure body temperers have more than our share of risks, even if and problems only come about because of a lapse of control or understanding. We walk a hard road, but the benefits we get just don't match. Aunher grinned toothlessly, but we do it anyway, knowing we achieved what we did with our own strength. Then Aunher sighed, if only I had achieved more. You could still become stronger, Master Heichel consoled. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm old already. That's the bane of pure body temperers, even more so than any others. It wouldn't have been impossible if I hadn't spent years languishing in a dungeon, but trying to reach the next step at this point would break me. Aunher shrugged, not that I've given up on training, but I'm not going to get any younger. He tapped his chin, not without a moment of inspiration, at least. You wouldn't believe how much effort it is to try to be younger. It's nothing like fiddling around with your hands or your heart or anything like that. I barely even know where to start. So you're trying to train, youth? Aunher shrugged, on and off, since you rescued me. It might be impossible, but perhaps I can do the impossible. Soon enough we'll find out. I am having a bit more progress in other areas, however. Besides that, teaching takes up the rest of my time. Aunher was teaching several members of the Immortal Berserker sect, besides Barrett. It wasn't available to everyone, and of course all of those participating were notified of the risks, but the Immortal Berserker sect already took risks. The particular individuals who were being trained were a few of the more talented youngsters, as well as Master Heichel. Master Heichel was the only master in the sect undergoing the pure body tempering, just because it might carry some unforeseen risks. Even if Aunher meant no harm and had no problems himself, it could have some poor interactions with berserk energy. It was better not to risk more masters, and a few years later wouldn't be too late for others to start if it was working well. Then again, perhaps it wouldn't be of enough use to justify the time and effort spent. Master Heichel didn't mind finding out, and it gave him something else in common with his personal disciple. So, Aunher asked, how did you find Barrett anyway? It doesn't seem like his type would be very common. With the true immortal bodies and such. They aren't. At least, finding out about them isn't very common. Maybe there are large numbers of them that have no way to find out, but it doesn't seem like it. I read about true immortal bodies as I was training here, then when I became a master I decided I wanted to train one. Master Heichel crossed his arms, and then I spent 10 years waiting for him in a stupid tiny country. I feel like you skipped over something there. Well, I got the idea in my head so strongly, but I really had no way to find one. So I enlisted the help of a seer, and in exchange for a favor she told me where I could find him. She just didn't say it would take 10 whole years. Master Heichel smiled. Barrett was worth it though. I couldn't have asked for better. I mean, I asked for someone with a true immortal body, and forgot to ask for someone who would be a good student, but I got that so, Master Heichel shrugged. I wonder if she knew it would take 10 years. The Immortal Berserker Chapter 100. Barrett found himself in a ridiculous position, with his torso on a table and his legs dangling off. However, the very premise of the training was a ridiculous idea, just one he'd seen actually worked. After all, part of Almher's teaching process was demonstrating everything himself. Barrett pushed himself back, and fell off the table onto the floor. Again. Looking around at everyone else, they had the same results. It was to be expected. After the center of gravity moved past the edge of the table, people would fall off, unless they were holding onto it. Almher had just one hand on the table, and the rest of him stretched out horizontally over nothing. Just feel all the weight pulling down on you, your hands, your arms, your body, head, legs, feet, and then it stops pressing down on your feet, instead pressing harder everywhere else. Then your legs. Your head becomes lighter. Your gut loses weight. Your lungs feel like they could almost float off. Now, your arms are heavy. So heavy. Now just your forearms, or your hand. Barrett tried again and again, but to no success. Not that he expected it after just an hour or two. Moving weight was an advanced concept, hard to pull off even with other pure body tempering practice. Even so, it had very little risk associated with it, besides a few bumps and bruises that wouldn't even be noticed by the people training, if they even got bruised with their tough bodies. Around Barrett, the others also had no success. He wouldn't have expected it. Claudia was there, and while she was working hard and seemed quite talented, Barrett was the same and had earlier practice with pure body tempering's weird techniques. Along with a handful of others Barrett hadn't really become acquainted with. There was one figure Barrett had seen around. It was the one-armed man who had been sparring with Claudia, Herman, so Barrett had been told. Herman hadn't really interacted with Barrett much, but Barrett got the feeling he wasn't liked. Maybe Herman's face was just always in a scowl, but it seemed to Barrett like it was directed at him personally. He didn't know why, and he couldn't just expect to get a straightforward answer if he asked. Actually, this was the Immortal Berserker sect. He supposed it could work, but he wanted to be a bit cautious. If Herman had a problem with it, Barrett could think of what it might be, but not something he could do about it. Then again, maybe Barrett was reading too much into it. Barrett took his position once again. He listened to Almher's repeated descriptions. He gripped onto one side of the table, holding himself out straight. He felt gravity pulling down on him. That was the easy part. Gravity worked on its own. It was also what he wanted to change, or at least, have his body changed to make it seem different. He concentrated, starting with his feet and moving up. He would be lighter there, and heavier elsewhere. It was easy to delude himself into thinking it was working, because part of the process was actually believing it happened. Barrett let go, and pushed his torso down, inch by inch. Then he fell onto the floor. Was it a bit further along? Barrett thought it might have been. He tried to capture the feeling, and did it again. He found that having his arms in different places was the biggest factor. If they weren't straight out above him, it threw off his results. Once he got that consistent found, maybe, just maybe, his center of gravity moved up a centimeter or so. Even if he achieved little in the way of visible results, Barrett found himself drained of stamina just from trying and covered in sweat even though he'd barely done any real physical activity. Raina stared at Barrett's hand, which had just finished healing. That's neat, I guess. It reminds me why we put so much effort into not getting injured in the first place. Barrett nodded. The sort of four-wind style that Raina practiced was swift and graceful. They really could avoid most injuries, especially if they managed to kill their opponents before they could attack. They weren't assassins, but using speed to kill someone before they could retaliate was a useful strategy. They could strike at gaps in the opponent's armor to whittle them down, but if they could hit the neck, they would. Any style would seek to target the opponent's weak points. It was just what was counted as a weak point that changed in definition. Almher. Master Almher, Barrett was learning from him, so he deserved at least that respectful title. Well, he's full of interesting abilities. He can shift weight around without even using energy. It could be pretty useful with the Sword of Four Winds, but it might not be worth the time to learn it. Oh. Raina raised an eyebrow. Tell me about it. Well. I can shift maybe a few percent of my body weight, after weeks of training and prior experience with pure body tempering stuff. Barrett shrugged, it's not the only thing I'm doing though. I can do better with berserk energy though. Much better, if there's something to latch onto and I don't care about it breaking. Reina nodded, we can do much the same with energy or magic, so it's probably not that useful. It's nice to hear you're doing things other than getting injured. At least, not seriously. It's not like I do it on purpose. Barrett shook his head, so, learning anything interesting lately? Barrett found himself in the markets of Streeto. He had an unexpectedly large influx of wealth, though the old hag hadn't been carrying all of her money or possessions around the city with her. Barrett had no use for almost anything she'd had, besides some inner armor that was light and strong. While the Immortal Berserker sect would provide him with most things he needed, if he wanted anything special he had to purchase it himself or ask Master Heikel, but at the current time Barrett expected his response to be, you have money for that. Besides, he didn't want to burden him. At least Master Heikel wasn't spending so much on medicines for him now. As he passed, Barrett looked at the various stalls. He didn't really need anything. Maybe he could buy a nice weapon, but he didn't really know what he wanted. He could use an axe, but he had been learning a few other weapons lately. He didn't really need a better one at the moment anyway. Then, something caught Barrett's eye. Not something in the stalls, but a person. Barrett found himself adopting a fighting stance and gathering berserk energy. His fist came forward toward his opponent, just as a palm came in return. Then Barrett stopped his fist short, and the palm stopped as well. We probably shouldn't fight in the city, huh? Nilima, skinny as ever, looked back at Barrett, we should not. I have no desire to make Mistress Joshi upset at me. I didn't know you were here. I could say the same of you, but I could have guessed. Mistress Joshi mentioned that the Immortal Berserker sect is based out of this city, though. Nilima crossed her arms in front of her. So, Barrett scratched his chin, where are we going to fight? We could go to the arena, but fighting in the city or just outside would be a problem. The Immortal Berserker sect has nice training grounds though. Nilima sighed, I suppose I can visit you at the sect later, but it won't be the same as being able to beat you up in a moment of carelessness. I could say the same of you. Though you never really get that beat up. Barrett frowned, sorry about the tooth, by the way. I had a bit of a misunderstanding, have you heard my teeth grow back on their own? You're a freak, Nilima stated. After a short pause, she tilted her head, wait, really? Barrett shrugged, really? Just wait until you hear about the other stuff that happened.